Chinchou, the sunset in Yingdu, is the most beautiful sight in the world. Unfortunately, I can no longer behold it. Gumin smiled as he gazed at the dawn, softly murmuring, "The grand edifice has collapsed, and I am but indistinguishable among the masses." Prologue. There exists a force known as fate. If one is dissatisfied, one may resist it. Gumin. Chapter 1. Fair heroine, please exercise restraint. As the sun descended, its afterglow permeated the mountains and forests, casting a golden hue upon the trees, some rays even filtering through the woods to illuminate a small stream. This transformation bathed the entire brook in a radiant golden glow, as the flowing water shimmered like divine nectar. But on a slab of azure stone beside the stream sat a ragged youth, captivated by the glimmering waters. The surface of the stream reflected an extraordinarily handsome visage, with brows like blades and eyes akin to bright stars. Although still bearing traces of youth, these lent a softness to his features, rendering him even more striking. Such youthful beauty is a rarity in this world, and the boy before us is undoubtedly among them. Clad in a tattered robe, he perched by the stream, lifting his gaze towards the setting sun, his expression placid. In the twilight's embrace, the face appeared several times more enchanting than the one mirrored on the water's surface. After a brief moment of reverie, the handsome youth returned to reality, reclining upon the azure stone, savoring the warmth. The boy named Gumin raised his head and produced a map from his possession. Under the sunset's glow, the characters for Dishan radiated with a peculiar brilliance. Having fled from Yingdu, he had traversed for 2 continuous days, covering an indeterminate distance. Yet according to the map's indications, he still had roughly 10,000 miles to reach Dishan. This truly was a distance of 10,000 miles. They say a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, but if one is truly handsome, no attire could diminish one's grace. Retrieving the map and glancing at his tattered garments, Gumin's mind began to wander. The origins of this map are said to trace back many years to a remarkable man who entered Yingdu riding a sword, causing quite a stir. On that day, the streets were deserted as throngs flocked to witness his arrival. This map was a possession of that man, and the Dishan inscribed upon it was said to be the location of his sect, a sanctuary for practitioners. Eventually, the map found its way into Gumin's household, and during this journey, it represented his most vital possession. Becoming a practitioner was the singular ambition of this striking youth. I wonder if practitioners consumed fish, Gumin mused, reclining, and inexplicably, he recalled the fish sashimi of Yingdu. Among countless delicacies in the world, when it comes to fish sashimi, Yingdu reigns supreme. Generations of Chu people have refined this dish to perfection. Alas, having departed Yingdu, he pondered whether he would have the opportunity to savor Yingdu's fish sashimi again. As he lay upon the azure stone, Gumin felt his eyelids grow heavy. 2 days of relentless travel had left him utterly fatigued. Glancing at the sunset, he silently resolved to nap briefly, planning to depart once darkness enveloped the land. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as he nearly closed his eyes, his spirit already fading. Suddenly, a resounding bang jolted Gumin awake, banishing his weariness in an instant. Instinctively, he scrambled to his feet, swiftly shouldering his pack, and in a matter of moments, he found refuge behind a gnarled tree, only to witness a blinding white light emerge not far away. A scream pierced the air, followed by a plume of black smoke dissipating into nothingness. Soon, the white light faded, revealing a radiant figure clad in flowing white attire, exuding an ethereal presence. She possessed striking beauty, with a slender form and exquisitely defined features, particularly her eyes, which resembled autumn waters. She appeared as if she had descended from a celestial realm. Gumin had never encountered a woman of such allure. For a fleeting moment, the adolescent boy found himself entranced. Upon regaining his senses, his gaze dropped to the woman's midsection, then to her shoulders. Gumin shook his head, dismissing the distractions in his mind, and began to scrutinize her closely. The woman's attire was somewhat tattered, and her complexion seemed pale. Connecting this to the earlier black smoke and the scream, he deduced that she was undoubtedly injured. A practitioner. Gumin narrowed his eyes. As he observed the scene, his mind raced, preparing for any potential need to flee. This woman was undeniably beautiful, yet her true nature remained a mystery. Although slightly dazed, Gumin had not lost his wits entirely. He bent down, picking up a small stone beside the gnarled tree, just large enough to fit in his hand. Though it was not substantial, it could serve as a means of defense. Crack! Gumin inadvertently stepped on a piece of long dry wood, producing a loud sound. Who's there? Upon hearing the noise, the woman in white was startled, quickly retreating behind a tree, peeking out cautiously. Her expression suggested she was even more anxious than Gumin. Observing this, Gumin's mind teemed with questions. Could this truly be a practitioner? Just passing by, Gumin replied from his concealed position, knowing she could discern his location, yet he had no intention of revealing himself immediately. Come out. The white-clad lady spoke with a degree of insistence, though her melodious tone rendered her words less intimidating. Simultaneously, upon noticing the absence of any practitioner aura emanating from Gumin, she exhaled in relief. As long as he was not a practitioner, all would be manageable. If you do not emerge, I shall strike you. The white-clad lady stepped out from behind a tree, attempting to appear imposing. This blatant threat, however, was undermined by her beauty and voice, lacking any semblance of menace. Do not. Once assured that he bore no unusual presence, Gumin finally stepped out from behind the gnarled tree. To leave a favorable initial impression on the woman, Gumin endeavored to present an innocuous smile. How could such a remarkably handsome youth exist? Luo Xue slightly parted her lips, revealing dimples that accentuated her beauty further, rendering her an exquisite sight. Witnessing this, Gumin could only think one thought. This woman before him must be a foolish one. As a practitioner, Luo Xue prided herself on her worldly experience, having encountered countless men, yet none compared to the striking youth before her. Moreover, Gumin's smile led her to conclude almost immediately that he was not a malicious individual. Even if he were, he would be a handsome rogue. No, he could not possibly be a villain. What brings you here? Have you lost your way home? After a brief examination, Luo Xue inquired, her tone imbued with genuine concern. Her demeanor was entirely influenced by Gumin's striking appearance. After uttering this, she belatedly noticed the state of Gumin's attire, exclaiming softly, her eyes reflecting a sense of regret. What a pity, such a handsome youth. Yet he appeared to be a little eunuch. Heroine, please listen to me. Gumin, observing Luo Xue's expression, quickly connected it to his own garments. He glanced down, feeling somewhat helpless, realizing he had been mistaken for a eunuch. However, at this moment, there was little he could clarify. With a slight movement of her lips, Gumin appeared ready to articulate something, yet before she could express herself, Luo Xue had already spoken to Yum. Could you assist me with a favor? As she uttered these words, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, rendering her quite lovely. Under the impression that Gumin was a eunuch, Luo Xue's mind conjured a particular thought. Please, my lady, speak. I shall not refuse what I am capable of doing. After all, the other party was also a practitioner, and Gumin was not foolish enough to dismiss her request. However, the next moment left him utterly astounded. Upon receiving Gumin's affirmation, Luo Xue unexpectedly began to unfasten the outermost layer of her white garment, revealing her graceful figure more directly to Gumin's gaze. This, elder sister, please, have some decorum. Gumin stammered, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson as he hastily turned his head away. Chapter 2. Senior Sister. Gumin tightly shut his eyes, not out of desire to avoid the sight, but rather due to uncertainty regarding the other party's intentions. If he misinterpreted the situation, he could very well meet a dire fate, and what he feared most was enduring a torment worse than death. Take this. A gentle voice resonated in his ears. Slowly opening his eyes, he was met with a small jade vial, exquisitely crafted and clearly not an ordinary object. Behind this small vial lay a more magnificent landscape that he had previously overlooked. A wave of dizziness washed over Gumin, akin to the relentless crashing of waves against the shore. In all his years, he had never encountered a scene quite like this. After accepting the vial, Luo Xue turned away, revealing her bloodied back. Indeed, she had sustained an injury. This realization jolted Gumin back to clarity. She needed his assistance in applying medicine. Yet, he could not fathom why she would so readily trust him. He felt a twinge of relief, mingled with a hint of disappointment. Jiumin rubbed his cheeks to regain composure and softly said, Sister, please bear with me. It may sting a bit at first. A whisper-like response emerged from the lips of the woman in white. Having never permitted a man to touch her body before, she would not have allowed it unless her injury was of a particular nature and given the remote wilderness they found themselves in, compounded by the fact that the youth behind her was a eunuch. Moreover, this young man could hardly be classified as a man. Now composed, Gumin took a deep breath, casting aside all extraneous thoughts, and cautiously extended his hand. He swiftly applied the ointment to her wound, returning the vial to her afterward. Completing this task, he turned away, muttering to himself. "Thank you," the voice of the woman in white called out from behind. Having observed Gu Min's demeanor, her wariness had diminished considerably. How did you end up here?" The woman in white inquired, having donned her garments once more. "I escaped from Yingdu." Since she had mistakenly perceived him as a young eunuch, Gu Min decided to play along. "Yingdu? What place is that?" "The capital of the Nanshu kingdom." Gu Min regretted his forthrightness. "Ah, this is Nanshu. Why are there so many practitioners here?" During the day, she had witnessed numerous practitioners soaring across the sky, leaving trails like white meteors. She found it curious, as such sights were not easily seen even in the bustling Xiancheng of Deqi. Yet now, learning that this was Nanshu, she was bewildered by the abundance of practitioners. "You are not aware of Deqi's invasion of the 6 nations of Nanling." The woman in white shook her head earnestly. 3 years prior, the Deqi dynasty had launched a war against the 6 nations of Nanling, and now, as the war neared its conclusion, Yingdu would serve as the final chapter of this southern expedition. Given the proximity to Yingdu, the presence of so many practitioners was entirely logical. "Are you from Nanshu?" The woman in white finally exhibited some intelligence. Gu Min remained silent, nodding as if resigned to his fate. How pitiful. The woman felt a surge of maternal instinct. To her, while other Nanshu citizens had lost their homeland, Gu Min's plight was even more tragic. As a eunuch, he had lost not only the palace, but also a home. When she looked at Gu Min again, her gaze shifted. Were Gu Min aware of her thoughts? He might have been incensed. Suddenly, a few howls of wolves echoed from afar. The sun had set, and the darkness enveloped them. Hearing the howls reminded Gu Min of a forgotten concern. He needed to traverse 1,000 miles to Dishan, and along the way, he would likely encounter numerous ferocious beasts. Given his slight frame, he wondered if he could even escape this forest, let alone reach Dishan. Previously, he had felt compelled to flee Yingdu, but now, with a calm mind, he recognized that reaching Dishan would not be a simple endeavor. He himself was inadequate, yet this woman before him seemed capable. Gazing at her, he felt a twinge of determination rising within him. "I am Gu Min. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Luo Shui." She softly repeated his name, finding it rather pleasant. Clearing his throat, Gu Min remarked, "You may not realize it, but you have stumbled upon a great opportunity." After a moment of contemplation, he decisively produced a map, pointing to Dishan, and with a gentle tone, he recounted the events that had transpired in Yingdu, embellishing the tale as he spoke. In his narrative, Dishan transformed into the most formidable sect in the world, a place where entering its gates was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. As he spoke, Gu Min kept a close watch on Luo Shui's expression, having resolved to persuade her to accompany him to Dishan. After all, without her, the journey would be perilous, and he could easily become prey for beasts during the night. From his earlier observations, he had gleaned that ensnaring this woman would not pose much difficulty. Sure enough, he could see a particular glimmer in Luo Shui's eyes. She appeared rather naive. Gu Min nodded subtly, believing his plan to be successful. "You wish to go to Dishan?" Luo Shui queried. Visibly surprised, Ji Yumin noticed her astonishment and tentatively asked, "Is there a problem?" Luo Shui regarded him, perhaps finding the situation somewhat amusing. Yet she responded warmly, "I am a disciple of Dishan." Ji Yumin's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by an awkward chuckle. Having spun such elaborate tales, he had actually encountered the real deal. However, he quickly felt elated. If this woman was indeed a disciple of Dishan, accompanying her would surely lead him to the mountain. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Shui expressed her concern. "Once we arrive at Dishan, how can I ensure you will be accepted? You may not be suitable." Perhaps it was Gu Min's striking appearance or her burgeoning affection for him. But regardless, she had begun to contemplate his future. Ji Yumin was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this aspect. However, recalling something, he continued to smile. "Sister, aren't you a practitioner? You could help determine my suitability. I have just recently entered the initial realm, so I cannot discern." Luo Shui blushed, appearing quite endearing. To Gu Min, all of this exuded a sense of naive simplicity. Was it so easy to discuss realms? Surely, as a practitioner, she should possess more discernment. Fortuitously, she had encountered him. Had it been someone else, it matters not. I am determined to reach Dishan, that if it turns out I am indeed unsuitable for cultivation, then it is merely fate at play this juncture. Gu Min halted, casting a glance at Luo Shui. Should she remain oblivious to his intentions, he would truly question her mental faculties. Without Luo Shui by his side, how could Gumin possibly traverse the myriad mountains and rivers alone? All right, setting aside other matters, it was undeniable that Gumin had rendered her assistance, and she harbored no aversion towards him. I shall escort you to Dishan. Should you fail to gain entry at the mountain gate, I can beseech my master on your behalf. Luo Shui promptly acquiesced to Gumin's words. He managed a slight smile, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, senior sister. In less than a day, Gumin had traversed a significant emotional distance, evolving from a heroic figure to an elder sister, and now to a senior sister in Luo Shui's eyes, leaving a favorable impression. After all, he possessed such an exquisite visage. With this thought, Luo Shui could not help but steal another glance at Gumin. He was truly handsome. The two ascended the mountain peak, progressing along a relatively level path. Though it was already evening, Gumin envisioned spending the night beside the gnarled tree, with his senior sister by his side. What need was there to fear wild beasts? Yet, Luo Shui, seemingly undeterred, insisted on departing, compelling them to journey westward under the cover of night. In the darkness, Gumin relied on the lantern Luo Shui had procured from an unknown source to illuminate their path, grateful for the few inches of light it provided, though it revealed little else that he faithfully followed Luo Shui, not daring to lag behind. Her urgency to leave surely stemmed from her own motives. This was the territory of Nanshu, generally considered safe. However, with practitioners from Dachi having already entered this realm, they were undoubtedly formidable, far beyond her prowess, should they inadvertently encounter one, and that individual happened to covet her beauty. The consequences would be dire. They were but a few hundred miles from Yingdu, precisely where practitioners roamed. He felt the ache in his legs. Gumin resolved to distract himself with thoughts of Dishan, a place he had initially questioned the existence of, pondering the nature of the sect that resided there. Were there countless powerful beings within that sect? Were they so formidable that even the Dachi dynasty would show them deference? All these uncertainties clouded his mind. As he contemplated other matters, the pain in his legs faded from his consciousness. Yet he lost focus on their journey and unwittingly fell behind Luo Shui. To make matters worse, he collided with an unseen object. Consequently, Gumin tumbled to the ground, stifling a wince of pain as he fumbled to retrieve the lantern. However, when he opened his eyes once more, he was met with an expressionless face. The man before him was rather ordinary in appearance, yet exuded an aura of menace that suggested he was not to be trifled with. The man was seated on the ground, a quaint lantern before him, which Gumin had inadvertently knocked over, spilling oil across the ground. The man's countenance was dark as a storm cloud. Gumin felt a familiar, ominous ache in his chest, not from his fall, but rather a premonition that had haunted him since childhood, surfacing whenever danger loomed. This instinct had allowed him to trust Luo Shui earlier, as he had felt no such foreboding. Yet, the man before him now instilled that very sense of dread. Gumin cautiously stepped back, eyeing the man warily. I apologize for the disturbance. I must continue my journey. Before he could finish his sentence, Gumin called out loudly, "Senior sister, help." His voice echoed into the night. Hoping Luo Shui would hear him, assuming she had encountered no trouble to his surprise, despite the man's grim demeanor, he remained utterly still, simply gazing at Gumin. Amidst his fear, curiosity stirred within Gumin as he retreated, searching for something. At that moment, Luo Shui, who had previously lost her way, suddenly appeared at his side. She cast a fleeting glance at the man before decisively seizing Gumin, her toes barely touching the ground as she swiftly propelled them away. In that instant, she recognized the identity of the figure before them. A ghostly cultivator. Chapter 3. Xiaogu. The sound of the wind whispered past Gumin's ears, as countless branches and leaves brushed against his cheeks. Gumin could foresee that in the near future, he would surely forget the pain in his legs. This was because other pains awaited him. "Shiji," he stammered, his words faltering as he struggled against the wind. Luo Shui paid little heed to Gumin, instead continuing to carry him as they soared through the air for dozens of miles, before finally pausing to catch their breath and regain their energy. This was a testament to her low cultivation level. Otherwise, she would have pressed on and traversed 1,000 miles in one go. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Luo Shui, still shaken, said, "That ghost cultivator we just encountered, had he not been in the midst of a breakthrough and unable to move, you would have been flayed alive for merely knocking over his guiding soul lamp. In this world, while many cultivators might have a chance to survive after provoking others, confronting a ghost cultivator meant certain death. You, of all people, stood there watching, thinking your looks would earn you favors. Do you really believe anyone would come to your aid? Luo Shui was genuinely frightened. It did not matter if Gu Min met his end there. Her concern lay in the potential malice of that ghost towards her. Just as she intended to impart wisdom to her future junior disciple, Gu Min suddenly opened his mouth. Shiji, what is your opinion? Luo Shui instinctively assumed he sought to retort. Shiji, I merely wish to say that it seems we have taken a wrong turn. Rubbing his cheek. Gu Min clearly recalled that in their escape, they had not headed west, but rather east, the very path they had come from. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui was at a loss for words. Gu Min was already aware of her poor sense of direction, so while she felt somewhat surprised, it was not overly so. In fact, it was Luo Shui who felt a touch of embarrassment. Deep within the forest, the ghost cultivator, who had remained motionless for a long time, spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his face turning as pale as a ghost, making him appear even more like a vengeful spirit. Nevertheless, he finally managed to rise. Glaring towards the east, he recalled the handsome youth from earlier, feeling an overwhelming rage swell within him. After 30 years of cultivation, he had finally found an opportunity to break through to the third realm. However, while traversing the forest, his burgeoning power had surged uncontrollably, prompting him to hastily light the guiding soul lamp without even setting up a formation. The path of a ghost cultivator differed greatly from that of other practitioners. The guiding soul lamp was essential to their existence. Should it be lit, even a failed breakthrough would allow for a chance at survival and rebirth. However, if one chose to forego it, failure meant utter obliteration, with the soul scattering into the void. The materials required for crafting the guiding soul lamp were numerous and precious. Consumed in a single use, its value was beyond question. The thought of such a treasured item being carelessly overturned by that young man filled the ghost cultivator with uncontainable fury. Moreover, the prospect of having to gather essence blood anew sent him spiraling into despair. He had never committed any heinous acts in his life. And while he had certainly done his share of wrongs, how could fate be so cruel to him? Little thief, should I find you, I will ensure your body is torn asunder and cast into the endless abyss, granting you no hope of rebirth. The ghost cultivator howled to the heavens, his chest heaving with rage. Yet, before his words could fade, a white figure swept past him. As a second-realm ghost cultivator, he could clearly see that the figure was none other than the white-clad woman from before, and she was carrying the very little thief he sought. The ghost cultivator let out a furious roar. This was utterly infuriating. Such an affront could not be tolerated by anyone. How dare he, after having his guiding soul lamp overturned, face the very culprit once more? If he allowed the little thief to slip away before his very eyes, how could he bear it? In an instant, the ghost cultivator waved his sleeve and pursued the white figure. That figure was, of course, Luo Shui, who had mistakenly retraced her steps. Had she known her appearance would drive this ghost cultivator to such madness, she would have certainly preferred to run eastward instead. As she pressed forward, her pace unyielding despite the ghost cultivator's relentless pursuit, Luo Shui muttered under her breath, "Damn it." It was unclear whether she was cursing Gu Min or the ghost behind her. "What are you carrying that is so heavy?" she asked, feeling the weight of the burden on her back. Despite the ghost cultivator's relentless chase, Luo Shui dared not stop, even as her energy waned. She had already sustained significant injuries, and with each step, fatigue set in deeper, her cultivation level being quite low, making it unlikely for her to endure much longer. Gu Min felt somewhat aggrieved. The gold ingots he carried were not merely for travel expenses. He intended to prepare gifts for his future brothers upon joining the sect. However, unsure of their preferences, he deemed gold ingots a suitable choice. Anything they desired, he could procure himself. Yet, given the dire circumstances, Gu Min could no longer cling to his belongings. He reached into his pack and threw a gold ingot at the pursuing ghost cultivator. Though the ghost cultivator was a peak second-realm practitioner, far stronger than Luo Shui, he had been injured by Gu Min's earlier interference and found himself unable to catch up with the pair. When he saw the gold ingot hurtling towards him, he was filled with vexation. If he dodged, his speed would inevitably decrease, and whether he could catch the little thief remained uncertain. But if he chose not to evade, the gold ingot would surely strike him. Caught in a complex web of thoughts, the ghost cultivator inadvertently took a blow to the face from the gold ingot. Hiss! Before he could react, several more gold ingots were hurled in his direction. It must be said that in moments of life and death, Gu Min displayed remarkable clarity in distinguishing priorities. The barrage of gold ingots ultimately slowed the ghost cultivator's pursuit, allowing Luo Shui to catch her breath. However, as long as the ghost cultivator did not relent, the situation would remain unchanged. Through gritted teeth, she urged, Think of something quickly. We're being caught up. The ghost cultivator's target had always been Gu Min. If he abandoned Gu Min now, he would certainly cease pursuing Luo Shui. Moreover, having known Gu Min for such a short time, there was little emotional attachment. Leaving him behind would be entirely reasonable. Yet without her guidance, Gu Min would likely meet his demise. Shiji, just leave me behind, Gu Min said unexpectedly. Luo Shui had not anticipated such a statement from him. Gu Min was acutely aware of their predicament. If Luo Shui continued to carry him, their chances of escape were slim, since they could not flee together. It was better for him to sacrifice himself than to endanger her. Despite having previously contemplated his own escape, he had his principles. Shiji, it is better for one to die than for two. Gu Min's sincerity was evident. Upon hearing his words, Luo Shui felt a warmth in her heart. Her parents had passed away early, and she had stumbled upon the path of cultivation by chance. Apart from her master and Shiji, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. The thought that this young man, whom she had known for less than a day, could act so selflessly towards her made her realize that he was not just a pretty face. In that moment, she truly regarded Gu Min as her junior disciple. Chapter 4. A loyal and righteous young man. Stop with such nonsense, Luo Shui exclaimed, attempting to dissuade Gu Min's thoughts while continuing to fly forward. However, her cultivation level was too low, and having sustained injuries, even with Gu Min's distractions for the ghost cultivator, it seemed merely a matter of time before they were caught. Yet, even so, she would never agree to abandon Gu Min. As she pressed onward, she pondered the strange occurrence. Despite the Qi dynasty waging war against Nanling and countless cultivators participating, how was it that a ghost cultivator had come to this place? In this world, regardless of whether they hail from Nanling or Bailing, practitioners harbor a profound aversion towards the ghostly cultivators. This disdain is not solely due to the extreme methods employed by the ghostly practitioners, but also because the arduous nature of their path renders the emergence of elite cultivators exceedingly rare. Consequently, the ghostly sects lack any significant standing in the world, with the exception of that temple submerged beneath the sea. Absent a formidable sect to provide support, ghostly cultivators naturally seldom appear within the purview of other practitioners, particularly when the ghostly practitioner in question is of merely the second realm. Luo Shui's thoughts were tumultuous, although she had grasped a semblance of understanding. The urgency of the situation prevented her from delving deeper. After traversing approximately 100 miles, exhaustion began to overwhelm her. The wound on her back, which had been recently treated with ointment, had reopened and was now seeping fresh blood, quickly staining her garments crimson. Enduring the intense pain, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. In the darkness of night, Gu Min could not discern Luo Shui's current state, but from her labored breathing, he could ascertain that his future senior sister was at her limit. Turning his gaze towards the ghostly practitioner behind them, Gu Min noted that the adversary was in a similarly dire condition. Having failed to break through, he was suffering from a backlash, rendering his injuries quite severe. Were it not for Luo Shui and Gu Min fortuitously passing by, provoking his wrath, he might have abandoned the pursuit altogether. Senior sister, Gu Min spoke softly. Luo Shui, in a daze, responded with a vague acknowledgement, hardly comprehending. If we continue like this, we shall surely perish here. He is not in much better shape than us. Do you have any hidden treasures to bring forth? It may be our only chance. Hidden treasures? Luo Shui's mind immediately recalled a dress tucked beneath the bottom of her chest in her mountain cabin. However, she quickly shook her head, redirecting her thoughts. When descending the mountain, her master had given her something that should prove useful. What is it? Gu Min inquired eagerly, sensing that this item might be their salvation. It is a pearl, but I do not know how to use it, Luo Shui replied softly. During her descent, her senior sister had expressed concern and wished to accompany her, but her master insisted she undergo this trial alone. At that moment, her master had remembered the pearl, stating that it could save her life in critical situations, yet he had not explained how to utilize it. In the days that followed, she had completely forgotten about it. Had Gu Min not prompted her, she might have carried this memory to her grave. Senior sister, give me the pearl. Without hesitation, Gu Min resolved firmly. It's in my embrace. You'll have to retrieve it yourself. Luo Shui could not stop, her hands still gripping Gu Min, making it impossible to produce the pearl. In this perilous moment, Gu Min disregarded everything else and reached into Luo Shui's embrace. Luo Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but in the night, no one could discern her expression. Before long, Gu Min succeeded in obtaining the pearl, withdrawing his hand from Luo Shui's grasp. He glanced down to see a round pearl radiating a gentle azure glow, illuminating the darkness with its soft luminescence, fitting comfortably within the palm of his hand. Returning his gaze, he noticed the ghostly practitioner was now less than a few paces away. Gritting his teeth, Gu Min whispered, "Take care, senior sister." Before his words could fully dissipate, he exerted himself and fell downward, the tattered garment he wore tearing apart with a rip. Gu Min tumbled down the slope, rolling unceremoniously. The ghostly practitioner halted his pursuit of Luo Shui, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he, like a wraith, sped towards Gu Min. "You little thief. I shall flay your skin and strip your muscles, quenching my rage." The ghostly cultivator's gleeful voice echoed through the forest. Seeing the ghostly practitioner cease his chase, Luo Shui halted. Without a moment's hesitation, she promptly consumed several medicinal pills before settling into a meditative position to restore her energy. Gu Min had bought her time, and she intended to maximize her condition within this fleeting moment, hoping to rescue him afterward. Despite her usual demeanor of seeming somewhat daft in this life-and-death crisis, Luo Shui felt remarkably clear-headed. Gu Min rolled down the mountainside, colliding with countless rocks and branches, emerging with numerous injuries. After descending to a certain height, he grasped a sturdy tree to halt his descent, enduring the pain that coursed through his body. He retrieved the azure pearl. While Luo Shui had been uncertain of its use, he was even less knowledgeable, beyond its reputation as the sole object capable of preserving their lives. He was determined not to endanger Luo Shui further. Taking advantage of the ghostly practitioner's momentary absence, Gu Min's mind raced with all he had heard about the use of such treasures. He raised his arm, observing the gash on his forearm, blood oozing profusely. Ignoring the gruesome sight, he rolled the azure pearl across the wound, quickly staining it crimson. Yet, the pearl showed no signs of reaction. Is it useless? Gu Min cursed the storytellers from Yingdu, who had always professed the veracity of their tales with righteous fervor. Should he encounter them again, he would undoubtedly seize their collars and vehemently declare, "What nonsense!" Wiping the pearl clean against his garment, Gu Min unhesitatingly hurled it against a nearby rock. The tremendous recoil sent pain shooting through his arm, yet the azure pearl remained unscathed, without any extraordinary occurrence. Clenching the azure pearl tightly, Gu Min contemplated trying other methods. But at that moment, the ghostly practitioner had already approached him. While Gu Min could not see, he could certainly feel the chilling aura. The ghostly practitioner cackled. "You little thief, having overturned my guiding lantern, I could slay you 100 times today, and it would not suffice." As he spoke, a wave of black energy surged from him, advancing towards Gu Min. In the night, this inky blackness appeared even denser than the surrounding darkness. He was not a man of many words, especially knowing that Luo Shui was not far off. Gu Min hastily picked up a stone from the ground and flung it with all his might, but before it could reach the ghostly practitioner, it shattered upon contact with the black energy. The disparity between ordinary mortals and cultivators was starkly revealed in that moment. Nonetheless, Gu Min had no intention of surrendering. He had scarcely escaped from Yingdu, and even if he were to fail to cultivate upon reaching Dijon, he absolutely could not perish here. With a flurry of stones hurled, suddenly, an azure light appeared before Gu Min, striking a familiar chord within him. In the next moment, realization dawned. Had he thrown the precious pearl meant for his salvation? Before he could lament, he could only watch helplessly as the azure pearl fell into the black energy. Yet, to his astonishment, it erupted in a brilliant azure radiance. Gu Min's heart soared. Indeed, a youth of loyalty and righteousness like himself would not meet an easy demise. In an instant, multiple beams of azure light illuminated the surroundings, dispersing the black energy entirely. In the night, this azure brilliance was extraordinarily striking, illuminating the heavens. The ghostly cultivator expelled a mouthful of essence blood. His eyes filled with fury. The black smoke was intricately linked to his being, and as it was dissipated, he found himself facing a backlash. Just a short while ago, he had sustained grave injuries from a failed breakthrough, and now, being struck by this azure light, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat, despite his rage. At that moment, Luo Shui had already swept over, and upon seeing the azure radiance, she was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sense of embarrassment. After extensive study, she had been unable to ascertain how to wield this object, yet unexpectedly, Gu Min had managed to unleash such formidable power with it in just a brief time. As she approached Gu Min, she whispered, "Are you all right?" Gu Min forced a bitter smile. Every inch of his body, save for his face, was in a state of disrepair. He wished to assure her of his well-being, but who would believe him? "Senior sister, did the sect not pass down any incantations to control this orb?" Observing the azure orb, which had released an endless azure light to dispel the black mist, but now lay dormant, Gu Min felt a pang of anxiety. This orb was undoubtedly a valuable item, yet its usage eluded him, presenting a considerable dilemma. It had only showcased its might when confronted with the black mist. Did it imply that it would only unleash its power in such circumstances? What if the ghostly cultivator chose to ignore the orb while it hovered in midair? Luo Shui shook her head in response. If I had the incantation, I would have already known how to use it. When she descended the mountain, her master had handed her this orb, prompted by her own suggestion, and she firmly believed that there was a method to control it, which her master had simply forgotten to impart. Gu Min felt a wave of dread wash over him. Losing his initial admiration for the place called Dishan, through Luo Shui, he began to question whether it was a legitimate sect at all. With a silent sigh, he inhaled deeply, casting his gaze toward the ghostly cultivator, whose complexion had shifted. Suddenly, he bellowed, "If you do not retreat, I shall grant you mercy today in the name of heaven's benevolence. Fail to heed this warning, and next year on this day shall mark your demise." Uncertain of Luo Shui's condition, oblivious to the extent of the ghostly cultivator's injuries, and with no knowledge of how to manipulate the azure orb, Gu Min could only resort to intimidation. The ghostly cultivator remained unmoved, standing still, seemingly contemplating his options. Noticing the ghostly cultivator's inclination to withdraw, Gu Min pressed on. "While I acknowledge my faults today, should you insist on pursuing vengeance, I will be forced to strike without mercy." Maintaining a stoic expression, Gu Min's back was already drenched in sweat. The ghostly cultivator let out a cold laugh and abruptly turned to leave. Gu Min exhaled a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the cultivator turned back with a disdainful sneer. "You little thief, do you think you can frighten me?" Gu Min scoffed, but before he could respond, Luo Shui had already pulled him back, revealing a long whip emanating a brilliant white light before his eyes. Luo Shui had made her move. Having spent considerable time adjusting her state, though not entirely revitalized, she was certainly in a much better condition than before. Since intimidation had failed, she had no choice but to engage in battle. With a flourish of his sleeve, the ghostly cultivator summoned waves of black mist that surged forth like giant serpents. Charging at Luo Shui, her brow furrowed as she wielded the long whip to disperse the first wave of black mist. However, more black mist soon emerged, and before long, several strands of black mist entwined with her whip. No one had anticipated that despite suffering 2 severe blows, Luo Shui would still struggle against him. Clenching her silver teeth, she lashed out, forcing the black mist back momentarily. She turned to Gu Min and shouted, "Run." Gu Min disregarded her plea. He could never abandon his senior sister to flee for his own life. Moreover, as an ordinary person, how could he possibly escape? Using the azure light as guidance, he easily located a stone of moderate size nearby. Casting a fleeting glance at the azure orb, he hurled the stone with his relatively uninjured right hand. Gu Min was acutely aware that the only thing that could save him was that orb. Without it, he would undoubtedly meet his end today. The stone soared toward the orb but shattered into fragments mere feet away, scattering down like debris. Gu Min dodged the falling stones, unable to suppress a curse. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Once this sensation emerged, it left him feeling exceedingly agitated. He lifted his gaze, and a peculiar emotion flickered in his eyes. Far away, there was a peculiar mountain, adorned with several rivers that flowed in an endless cycle from peak to foot and back again. They resembled translucent ribbons, entwining the entire mountain. Occasionally, fish leaped from the water, soaring into the sky, their forms bizarre, heads like cattle, bodies like fish, with wings sprouting beneath their ribs and serpentine tails trailing behind, emitting sounds akin to the lowing of cattle. The mountain was devoid of vegetation. Only scattered stones of varying sizes. At a relatively flat area atop the mountain stood a thatched cottage, where 2 individuals were present. The elder had hair and beard as white as snow, his visage aged, while before him stood a woman clad in a gray long gown. Not far from them, a ripple appeared out of thin air, revealing the distant scenery. "Your junior sister does not know how to wield the Zhu Yu Zhu. Even though the ghostly cultivator is gravely injured, she still cannot match him," the woman remarked with a calm tone. The elder held the azure orb, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Your junior sister is fortunate and destined. She will surely overcome this crisis." The woman glanced at her master and replied earnestly, "If you hadn't made a mistake earlier, my junior sister wouldn't have ended up in this predicament." The elder discreetly concealed the azure orb in his hand and countered with a smile, "The Zhu Yu Zhu is a precious treasure of the mountain, entrusted to your junior sister, which clearly signifies my regard for her." The long-gowned woman fell silent for a moment before speaking calmly, "What use is that?" It was not particularly elegant language, yet when uttered by her, it was not offensive in the slightest. As for that young man, he does not appear to be entirely virtuous, but he is not wholly wicked either. The elder had cast a secret technique upon the Yingdu. They had observed the events unfold and recognized that not everyone possessed the same innocence as Luo Shui. Naturally, they would not share her perspective. The elder chuckled, finding the young man amusing and believing he should be a disciple of Dishan. Do you wish to take him as your disciple? The long-gowned woman expressed her confusion. Although Dishan had languished for hundreds of years, she was well aware of her master's nature. If you desire him, I shall relinquish him to you. The elder replied with a beaming smile. However, I must admit I have grown quite fond of him. In him, I see the reflection of my younger self. I recall in my youth, I bore the weight of Dishan alone. Furthermore, Dishan indeed requires someone like him. Are you truly not planning to rescue your junior sister? The long-gowned woman was not in the mood to entertain her master's ramblings. Though she had been young at the time, she understood that her master was not nearly as noble as he claimed to be. As she shared a sisterly bond with Luo Shui, her concerns were palpable. The elder rubbed his brow, aware that should he fail to act, not only would his female disciple be lost, but the young man might also meet a similar fate. Gathering his focus, he extended his hand, forming a sword gesture, pointing at the Yingdu within the vision. With a sound of affirmation, a surge of formidable sword energy erupted from his fingertip, flowing into the scene. The elder declared with a smile, "Transform." In the scene, the Yingdu once again erupted with a dazzling azure light, which then transformed into a long azure sword. With sword energy swirling around its blade, Gu Min stared at the sword, rendered speechless. In the next moment, the sword swept forward, its overwhelming sword energy tearing through the night. Such a miraculous event was a first for Gu Min, leaving his heart and mind in a state of turmoil. This was indeed the unparalleled technique of a true grand cultivator. The ghostly cultivator, upon witnessing this sword, felt his heart wrench in terror. Forget about the sword. Merely sensing that extraordinary sword energy, he realized that even 100 of himself could not hope to withstand it. In an instant, he fled into the distance, not daring to linger for even a moment. Luo Shui, belatedly realizing the significance, exclaimed, "Yingdu." It was only at this moment that she comprehended that this azure orb was the treasure of the mountain gate, the Yingdu. The realization of her master's profound regard for her nearly brought her to tears. Meanwhile, Gu Min was solely focused on the extraordinary sword. The sword moved with astonishing speed, reaching just behind the fleeing ghost cultivator, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through his body. Countless sword energies poured forth, shaking the very core of one's being. The ghost cultivator did not even have time to scream before he transformed into a wisp of black mist and dissipated. And this was merely the result of a single strike. Chapter 6. The resurgence of the people of Dishan after the azure sword pierced the ghost cultivator. Its radiant azure light completely faded, now quietly half embedded in the earth, its sword energy dissipating, making it difficult to discern any extraordinary qualities. However, the cold gleam of the sword's edge still reminded Gu Min of the events that had transpired. He swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at Luo Shui, and asked, "Senior sister, what is happening?" Her eyes were slightly red, clearly still moved by the scene. Gu Min smiled faintly, after witnessing this sword. All his previous doubts about Dishan were entirely dispelled. Turning his head, he scanned the surroundings, contemplating whether a grand cultivator might be nearby. If the sword had indeed emerged from the orb itself, Gu Min still held a skeptical attitude. However, observing Luo Shui's entranced expression, he hurried over and tugged at her sleeve, urging, "Senior sister, we must gather our things and leave at once. We have slain a ghost cultivator, but who knows if another cultivator might appear to investigate this spectacle. In the event of a treasure snatch, I doubt we possess the capability to protect the Yingdu." Luo Shui responded with a soft "oh," finally regaining her senses, and slowly said, "Perhaps the master left behind some secret method earlier. This is the treasure of the mountain gate, and he entrusted it to me." The notion of a treasure? Gu Min turned his attention back to the Yingdu, and everything began to make sense. Pulling Luo Shui closer to the Yingdu, Gu Min gazed at the sword, his hands involuntarily rising slightly, clearly desiring to grasp it. Yet, moments later, he dismissed the thought, reiterating, "Senior sister, escaping is the priority." Luo Shui nodded, reaching out to grasp the sword that had transformed from the Yingdu. However, just as her hand was about to touch the hilt, she was repelled. "I cannot grasp it." Luo Shui turned to Gu Min, equally perplexed as to why she too could not make contact with the Yingdu. This presented them with a dilemma. The Yingdu, being the treasure of Dishan, could not simply be abandoned here, yet this place was hardly safe, and leaving swiftly was the best course of action. "I will give it a try." Gumin focused on the Zhu Yuzhu, rubbing his arms. Master? Atop the mountain. The woman in the long robe observed this scene and turned to look at the elder behind her. The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly stating, the Zhu Yuzhu is a treasure of the mountain gate. Once activated by my sword energy, it is not something an ordinary person can wield. Though I can strike down ghosts from thousands of miles away, I cannot do anything else. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the woman in the long robe, striving to appear more serious. How will the junior sister retrieve the Zhu Yuzhu? The woman, as if she had experienced countless similar scenarios, appeared unnaturally calm. If only she knew that the method to control the Zhu Yuzhu would enable her to reclaim it. Does the junior sister know the incantation? The elder had forgotten to inform her. What a joke. Even the Zhu Yuzhu had been an item mistakenly taken when descending the mountain. So how could the elder have possibly imparted the incantation to Luo Shui beforehand? Forgot? The woman in the long robe pondered the words. The elder, avoiding her gaze, took a few steps back to sit on a bamboo chair in front of the thatched hut, producing an ancient tome from somewhere, seemingly intent on studying it closely. Though he seemed to exude an air of unease. I will go retrieve the junior sister. In an instant, the woman in the long robe made her decision. Relying on her unreliable master was never a wise choice. Wait. The elder smiled, saying, there is still a way. Although I left a secret method on the Zhu Yuzhu, I did not make it recognize a master. This treasure of the mountain gate has not acknowledged anyone since the passing of Zhi Yunjinren 600 years ago. As long as one can gain the Zhu Yuzhu's acknowledgement, it can naturally be reclaimed. Mentioning Zhi Yunjinren, even the elder grew serious. He represented the last glory of Dishan, the final golden threshold realm cultivator in the history of Dishan, in an era when Zhi Yunjinren was still alive. The name of Dishan would invariably surface in discussions of sword cultivation sects across the world. Likewise, when speaking of prominent figures in sword cultivation, Zhi Yunjinren's name would undoubtedly be mentioned. That was indeed the golden age of Dishan, how unlike now, when the foremost figure in the sword path was a woman, overshadowing all cultivators across the realm. The elder reminisced about the past, his face filled with longing. How does one gain acknowledgement? The woman in the long robe interrupted her master's reverie, aware that if she did not interject, he would continue to drift off into memories. The elder, momentarily distracted, was not angry but only smiled. Such a treasure has long acquired spiritual intelligence. To be recognized by it, one must possess both exceptional talent and character. Even I, in my youth, struggled to meet the criteria. Finding someone in this world who can make the Zhu Yuzhu willingly acknowledge them is akin to climbing to the heavens. The elder shook his head, recalling the time when he was formally accepted as a disciple on Dishan and had hastily passed on the position of sect leader. Everyone regarded him as the hope for Dishan's future, and he confidently sought the Zhu Yuzhu's acknowledgement, yet ultimately, he too was not recognized by it. Back then, he could truly be described as in his prime. Even in terms of appearance, he was likely superior to that youth. Ah! A voice of astonishment escaped the lips of the woman in the long robe. The elder turned to see, in the scene above, Gumin reaching out and actually grasping the hilt of the Zhu Yuzhu. Previously, Luo Shui had been repelled by the Zhu Yuzhu due to her lack of the incantation. But now, Gumin's grasp on the hilt indicated that the Zhu Yuzhu had accepted him. Acceptance implied acknowledgement. This further indicated that Gumin's innate talent had gained the recognition of the Zhu Yuzhu. Luo Shui's mouth hung agape in disbelief. The elder was momentarily stunned. Then a smile spread across his face. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. The hope for the resurgence of Dishan must be this youth. A saying. Hurry and bring your junior sister and this youth back. If anyone obstructs you along the way, feel free to eliminate them. The woman in the long robe, named Asang, nodded. Leaving the Zhu Yuzhu and her junior sister outside was unsettling. Yet she suddenly recalled a question. Her master had previously mentioned that for the Zhu Yuzhu to acknowledge a master, the individual must possess exceptional talent and character. She had yet to assess that youth's innate talent, but what of his character? How could one claim that the character of this youth was commendable? Listening to this, the elder rarely exhibited some anger. Do not speak foolishly. Ziuzu is a relic of the late Yunjinren and a treasure of the mountain gate. How could one mistake the person? That young man must be a person of steadfast spirit. According to my master's judgment, he is undoubtedly loyal and righteous. Akin to my master. The woman in the long robe observed her master's demeanor and chose not to speak further. After bowing, she subtly moved, and moments later vanished into the mountains. Regardless, it was imperative to gather practitioners within the boundaries of Nanshu, and bringing her younger sister back was of utmost importance. The elder paused for a moment, realizing that his disciple had already set off, and shouted belatedly, Asang, ensure the safety of that young man. Oh, and are you not taking any magical tools with you? The elder called out loudly, but alas, his disciple had long departed and could not hear his shouts. The elder fell silent, feeling somewhat disheartened. His two disciples were quite different. The eldest possessed remarkable insight but was rather aloof, even showing little respect towards his own master. The younger disciple, though less talented, respected him enough but was exceedingly naive. His intention in sending her down the mountain was to provide her with experience. Yet it was unfortunate that she had encountered a handsome young man and was so easily led astray, nearly losing her life in the process. Fortunately, that young man turned out to be a rare gem. The elder believed that with some refinement, he could become the hope of Dingshan. Thinking of this, the elder felt tears welling up, gazing at the heavens. O ancestors, our Dingshan has languished for centuries, but we finally see a glimmer of hope for rejuvenation. If the ancestors are watching from above, I implore you to bless your disciple with a breakthrough, so as not to bring shame to the name of Dingshan. Saluting the heroes, may the departed rest in peace. It is crucial that we win this battle. This is the best outcome. Everyone must cherish those around them and take care of themselves. By the way, the chapter revisions require approval now. I submitted a correction for a typo in the second chapter 2 days ago, and it still hasn't gone through. Therefore, I meticulously review each publication. But there will inevitably be some oversight. I ask for your understanding if any errors are found. The early stages of a new book are somewhat lighter, yet the style remains distinctly mine. This is a splendid story that I will unfold slowly, and I hope you can bear with me. Lastly, please do take a moment to collect a few points and cast a vote in support. The next chapter will be released in the afternoon. Chapter 7. Asang Gumin placed his hand on the azure longsword, which did not repel him as it had with Luo Shui. Instead, it allowed him to grasp it. Upon holding it, an inexplicable vision appeared in Gumin's mind. It depicted a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with a face like jade and a tall stature, wielding the very azure longsword. Before him stood solitary peaks shrouded in mist, obscuring their true form. Atop these peaks were sword cultivators, their figures blurred, with only their swords visible. It was evident that these swords were no ordinary items, and thus their owners were surely extraordinary as well. Facing so many sword cultivators, the middle-aged man held the Zizu, his expression unchanging. With a flick of his sword, countless stars and moonlight shattered in the horizon, creating a bizarre tableau. However, instead of attacking the sword cultivators, the middle-aged man turned to gaze at Gumin, as if aware that Gumin was observing him. He opened his mouth, smiling, and uttered 3 words, "You have arrived." Gumin felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, but just as he was about to respond, the middle-aged man tossed the Zizu towards him. Instinctively, Gumin reached for the sword, and all the images before him dissipated, leaving only Luo Shui and the mountain forest. The Zizu transformed back into a small azure orb, quietly resting in his palm. It felt like a dream, as if nothing had transpired. Gumin shook his head, murmuring, "What is happening?" Regaining his composure, Gumin intended to return the Zizu to Luo Shui, for it was the treasure of Dingshan, and as an outsider, it was inappropriate for him to keep it. Luo Shui glanced at it, recalling how she was repelled earlier and was about to refuse. But considering it was entrusted to her by her master and was a treasure of Dingshan, even if Gumin were exceptionally handsome, she could not easily part with it. Cautiously, she reached for the Zizu and, seeing that nothing adverse occurred, sighed in relief before securing it again. She patted Gumin on the shoulder, saying, "You helped me retrieve the Zizu today. This is a great assistance to Dingshan. Once we return, my master will certainly take you as a disciple." Naively, she did not ponder why Gumin was able to reclaim the Zizu. "We must hurry," Luo Shui exclaimed, preparing to pull Gumin along. Gumin, feeling a bit flustered, stepped back and covered his face, thinking it inappropriate. The memories of his previous misfortunes were still vivid, and he did not wish to relive them. However, Luo Shui had already regained her composure and, disregarding Gumin's thoughts, directly seized the collar of his robe, her aura flowing within her chest, and soon began to dash westward. The sound of branches and leaves brushing against their faces accompanied their hurried escape. Gumin, watching the towering trees retreat in the distance, felt little emotion, only contemplating that if he were to achieve success in his cultivation, he would surely carry them through the vast forests to avenge today's grievances. The long-awaited dawn illuminated the world, with morning glow appearing on the horizon, the sun, a round red orb, emerging from behind the thick mist. Ordinary people could only appreciate this moment, for by noon, they would not dare to look directly at it. Gumin, his cheeks marked with red streaks, beheld this scene. His spirits lifted, forgetting the previous night's misfortunes. Yet, he soon realized a serious concern. How could Luo Shui, merely a novice cultivator and injured, manage to run tirelessly throughout the night? As Gu Min contemplated this, he was about to voice his question when he felt a loosening at his collar, and suddenly, his neck felt much better, only to find himself plummeting from the sky. Well, no need to ask. A man and a woman, both falling from the sky simultaneously, one a rare beauty, the other also strikingly lovely. If someone were to catch one of them, whom would they choose? A man would naturally catch the woman, and vice versa. At this moment, indeed, a person appeared, and she happened to be a woman. Unfortunately, Gu Min landed firmly on the ground. Lying on the ground, Gu Min felt utterly immobilized. His eyes wide open as he stared at the woman in the long robe gently descending with Luo Shui in her arms. The woman wore a gray robe. Her beauty was not exceptional, yet she was certainly attractive. Though her figure might not rival Luo Shui's, her unique presence was not lacking either. Upon clearly seeing the woman's eyes, Gu Min was taken aback. She had a dual-colored pupil. In folklore, those born with such eyes were deemed destined for royalty, and thus, when a child with dual-colored pupils was discovered, the reigning monarch would often have them swiftly eliminated, fearing for their throne. As a result, few with dual-colored pupils survived to adulthood. However, knowing that this woman was undoubtedly a cultivator, Gu Min could comprehend. Cultivators were not ordinary mortals. What harm could come from having dual-colored pupils as long as one did not draw too much attention? The woman in the long robe landed, placed a pill in Luo Shui's mouth, then turned to Gu Min and, raising her hand, flicked a black pill towards him. As soon as the elixir fell into Gu Min's mouth, it dissipated in an instant, leaving him with only a lingering fragrance. Soon after, he felt a warm current flowing through his veins, enveloping him in comfort, alleviating all pain. After a brief moment, Gu Min discovered he could move. He struggled to rise, gazing at the woman in the long robe before him, hesitating to speak. Luo Shui appeared naive and easily deceived, but the woman before him seemed formidable. A single misstep in his words could lead to dire consequences. However, observing her choice to catch Luo Shui, Gu Min inferred that she must share a close bond with Luo Shui, perhaps being a senior sister from Dishan. The female warrior maintained a familiar opening line, and Gu Min was prepared to showcase his youthful charm and loyalty. Unfortunately, the woman in the long robe merely observed him, her eyes devoid of any emotion, leaving Gu Min uncertain of how to proceed. Dishan sang, she stated, her expression flat and her tone serene, reminiscent of that night atop the mountain. Regrettably, Gu Min was unaware of the circumstances of that night. Otherwise, he would have felt grateful to Sang. After all, without her intervention, that sentimental old fellow would not have acted. Of course, Sang had not acted for his sake. Nevertheless, Gu Min was at least able to ascertain her name. But this only brought him further confusion. Sang was a lovely name. Yet how should he address her? Sister Sang? The thought struck him, and he felt a chill at the prospect of uttering it, fearing it might lead to his demise. Sister Sang, Gu Min ventured cautiously, driven by a strong desire to survive. Sang glanced at him, a beam of white light descending upon his forehead, and he immediately fainted. Next time, remember to call me sister, Sang remarked as she seized Gu Min by the collar and swiftly soared hundreds of miles away. It must be said that both sister and junior sister indeed shared a penchant for lifting people by their collars, though Sang exhibited more humanitarianism. Gu Min would remain blissfully unaware of the actions taken by his future senior sister on his behalf. Upon awakening, Gu Min found himself lying on a vast azure talisman soaring through the skies. Flanking him were retreating clouds and the occasional bird, while below lay a world obscured by mist. For practitioners of this realm, traversing the skies was no challenge once they reached a certain level. However, many preferred to ride magical tools or mounts. This preference likely stemmed from either insufficient cultivation or a disdain for the energy consumption of flight. Sang undoubtedly belonged to the former category, choosing a magical tool simply because carrying someone with one hand was rather cumbersome. You are awake, Luo Shui approached, her face etched with concern. Earlier, upon waking to find herself in her sister's embrace, she had been overjoyed. But seeing Gu Min with his eyes tightly shut filled her with dread. As a practitioner, she knew she was not easily harmed. Yet Gu Min was merely an ordinary person. She recalled her fall from the sky and feared he might have perished in the process. Fortunately, before her thoughts could spiral further, Sang succinctly reassured her that he was alive. Luo Shui, having grown up alongside her sister, was well aware of her temperament and what occupied her mind. Once relieved, Luo Shui watched as Sang produced a talisman, revealing that she had personally brought Gu Min aboard. At times, when Luo Shui calmed her thoughts, she mused that had Gu Min not been a eunuch, she might have found him even more appealing. Such a handsome youth, yet a eunuch. Luo Shui occasionally felt that fate was rather unkind. Gu Min merely acknowledged her with a sound, oblivious to Luo Shui's expression, turning instead to the figure seated ahead on the talisman. He recalled their initial encounter, where he had inexplicably received a blow, and concluded that Asang, the Dishan elder sister, would be a far more challenging individual to navigate than Luo Shui. Is that your sister? Gu Min had fainted before Asang's final words, and therefore dared not speak freely. Luo Shui nodded. Sister Asang is the Dishan elder sister. Our master often says that, barring any unforeseen events, she will be the next head of Dishan. The presence of such a figure personally coming to retrieve Luo Shui indicated her significant status within Dishan. Gu Min instinctively rubbed his wrist and casually inquired, "Is that elder sister's name just Asang?" Luo Shui chuckled. Sister Asang was an abandoned child brought back by our master, raised in Dishan. Her name was given by our master. I don't know it, but every time our master calls her, it is simply Asang, and she has never disclosed her true name. Gu Min pondered this and realized that Asang had only uttered 4 words to him, Dishan Asang. In his judgment, many individuals would initially convey their formidable nature upon first meeting, and Asang was certainly among them. Such a lovely name, Gu Min remarked. Unsure if it was genuine praise, but he resolved to navigate his relationship with this formidable Dishan elder sister carefully. With Luo Shui's presence, he anticipated a smoother path. However, given their brief exchange, Gu Min refrained from being overly audacious. He took 2 steps forward, halting about a yard behind Asang, and was about to speak when she interjected, "Our master has decided to take you as a disciple. Once you formally apprentice, you will be a disciple of Dishan and my junior brother." Her words were succinct and striking. Luo Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively recalled Gu Min's eunuch status, exclaiming, "But he is." Previously, she had doubted Gu Min's ability to join Dishan due to his status. After all, despite Dishan's decline, it remained a legitimate sect of cultivation. The threshold for discipleship, even if low, would unlikely accept a boy who was not whole, regardless of his appearance. Moreover, their master was an older man who likely did not care for Gu Min's looks. "Greetings, Sister Asang." Before Luo Shui could finish her sentence, Gu Min interjected, unwilling to let her create any complications. He was well aware that she intended to use his eunuch status against him, but he could not allow her to reveal this secret at such a critical moment. Otherwise, with the previous application of ointments and the extraction of pearls, he felt he could perish 100 times over. Yet, once he formally joined Dishan and became her junior brother, he believed he would be granted a reprieve from her potential persecution. After all, how could fellow disciples harm one another? Asang nodded slightly without turning her head, merely stating, "You are already a disciple of Dishan. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will provide answers." Although she harbored some reservations regarding the boy's character, the recognition from Zhu Yuzhu and her own assessment of his rare talents led Asang to concur with her master's judgment. Dishan had languished for many years and required someone to reinstate its name in the world. Their master could not fulfill this role, she could not either. But this boy held significant promise. Very well, Gu Min indeed had many questions regarding cultivation, and since the opportunity had arisen, he naturally wanted to inquire, "May I ask, Sister, what kind of place is Dishan?" Gu Min's knowledge of Dishan was rather limited, relying solely on the tales of that man and a map. Now that he was about to join the sect, he needed to understand its standing in the world and ascertain the true magnitude of the tree he was about to lean against. Dishan is a sword sect. Asang replied succinctly. In this world of practitioners, there exist numerous paths, among which sword cultivation stands as a prominent one. Any sect primarily focused on sword cultivation may be referred to as a sword sect. In the contemporary world, the 2 most formidable sword sects are Jianting of Nanling and Jianfu of Beiling. Within these 2 sects reside countless powerful sword cultivators, including those exceptional sword immortals capable of obliterating stars with a mere stroke. These 2 sects epitomize the essence of the sword path in this realm. Regrettably, the true pinnacle of swordsmanship is embodied by a female sword immortal residing in the Western Seas, a source of shame for countless sword practitioners, yet they remain powerless. Many years ago, numerous esteemed sword cultivators ventured to that sea to challenge her, but alas, all met the same fate, their swords sinking to the ocean floor along with their lifeless bodies. Among the sword sects, Jianting stands as the mightiest in Nanling. After sharing this brief insight, Asang closed her mouth, having fully answered Gu Min's inquiry. Gu Min, taken aback, struggled to comprehend, and then raised an eyebrow. Was that all? Glancing at Asang, he sensed that this senior sister would not elaborate further, prompting him to pose another question. What kind of person is the master? With his fate sealed in joining Dishan, it was only natural to learn about his master, the head of Dishan. Upon hearing this question, A Sang fell silent. Luo Shui opened her mouth, intending to contribute, but ultimately turned away in dejection, unsure of what to say. What manner of person is the head of Dishan? The individuals most familiar with him would undoubtedly be A Sang and Luo Shui, yet Luo Shui, constrained by her own limitations, could not perceive her master clearly. Why then did A Sang remain silent? A Sang contemplated her master earnestly. Over the past decades, she had spent nearly every day in his company, yet now, when questioned about his true nature, she found herself at a loss for words. If one were to describe him plainly, he was merely an unorthodox old man, lacking any particularly remarkable traits. Yet, how could such an ordinary old man sustain the current state of Dishan? The answer was self-evident. Conversely, if one were to claim that her master was an extraordinary practitioner, what justification could there be? She could not articulate it. A Sang refrained from providing a direct answer, offering only this one remark. This statement piqued Gu Min's curiosity about the master he had yet to meet. He proceeded to inquire about various aspects of cultivation, with the most significant being the realms of cultivation. There are 11 realms of cultivation, with the first being the initial realm, which signifies the beginning of the cultivation journey, distinguishing practitioners from ordinary individuals. Beyond the initial realm, the flow of vital energy circulates within the body, manifesting externally through techniques and spells, enabling one to vanquish foes. When this energy is concealed within the body and circulates through the meridians, it enhances the physique, allowing for longevity. The duration of this state depends on the vigor and purity of the vital energy, which differentiates the levels of cultivation. The ascent through realms relies on innate talent, comprehension, fortune, resolute will, and the suitability of the cultivation method. Some may take a century to reach the second realm, while others may ascend to the peak within a century. It is all contingent upon the individual. A Sang gazed at the flowing clouds ahead, articulating her thoughts slowly. The knowledge of cultivation, imparted to her by her master, had been shared only once in the decades since, that being with Luo Shui. Now, as she shared it with Gu Min, it marked the second occasion. A Sang understood that, given her master's disposition, she would likely bear the brunt of teaching Gu Min in the future, thus she willingly elucidated the concepts. After all, it was inevitable that she would have to do so. Since her master had entrusted the hopes of Dishan to Gu Min, she would not remain indifferent. While innate talent is undoubtedly crucial in cultivation, character is equally paramount. If one harbors malevolent intentions, what significance does it bear even if they become a great practitioner of the 11th realm? As A Sang spoke these words, she turned to look at Gu Min with earnestness. Her sole dissatisfaction with her junior brother was his character. She often felt that Gu Min was excessively cunning. Gu Min sensed this underlying sentiment and replied earnestly, expressing gratitude for A Sang's clarification. A Sang nodded in satisfaction, then turned away, lapsing into silence. However, after a brief moment, she suddenly remarked, "The master holds you in high regard." Hearing A Sang's final statement, Gu Min remained silent, perplexed as to why the master he had yet to meet would value him. To this day, he had only a rudimentary understanding of these practitioners, and thus could not fathom the extent of their powers. The answers to these queries would gradually unfold in due time, but not at this moment. Turning to glance behind him, Gu Min focused his mind, beginning to contemplate the events that had transpired since leaving Yingdu City. He retraced his steps from his initial encounter with Luo Shui through the pursuit by the ghostly cultivators, methodically piecing together the narrative until he reached the moment he wielded the unparalleled sword with the Zhu Yu Zhu, at which point he furrowed his brow, as if grasping an elusive thought. Yet, he remained uncertain. Rubbing his temples, Gu Min wished to delve deeper into his thoughts, only to find Luo Shui approaching him. Her gaze fixed on him, not uttering a single word. Gu Min noticed her attention but chose to ignore her. He still bore unresolved grievances with her. Although Gu Min averted his gaze, Luo Shui continued to stare, causing him discomfort. He turned away, contemplating, and finally asked, "Senior sister, are you, little junior brother, be good?" Luo Shui laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped and undeniably beautiful. Yet Gu Min could only feel a sense of exasperation. It turned out this woman had been fixated on him merely to elicit that address, so she could respond with little junior brother. Gu Min sighed inwardly. Sensing that his future days would not be easy, he focused his mind. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, Gu Min suddenly heard a voice. It was A Sang. She sat before a green talisman, extending her hand to trace an intricate design in the sea of clouds, resembling a talisman, yet exuding a gentle aura. As the complex pattern unfolded, A vast passageway appeared within the cloud sea, and the green talisman soared into it, leaving Gu Min unable to see the surrounding scenery. Moments later, clarity returned, revealing a mountain to his view. This was a barren stone mountain devoid of vegetation, its surface scattered with rocks of various sizes. Alongside several rivers twisting like ribbons around it. Were there flying fish in the sky? Were these truly fish? Yet they emitted sounds akin to bovine calls. Gu Min stared at these peculiar creatures, with bovine heads, fish bodies, serpentine tails, and wings, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had heard much about practitioners in Yingdu City, but never had any storyteller mention such beings. This was the authentic world of practitioners, Gu Min murmured. Those are you, the fish raised by the master, Luo Shui thoughtfully explained to Gu Min. In this world of cultivation sects, it is customary to keep a variety of exotic beasts within their mountain gates, primarily to guard the entrance. Though some of these beasts may develop intelligence and become practitioners in their own right, speaking in human language is merely a trivial matter. However, as for the Yu and Dishan, Luo Shui had yet to discern any particularities. Rather, her master would occasionally catch one and roast it by the creek. No other sect's exotic beasts could possibly be as unfortunate as Dishan's Yu. The green talisman drifted slowly forward, occasionally accompanied by one or two Yu that would glide alongside, their bovine eyes curiously scrutinizing Gu Min, observing the bovine-headed creature. A peculiar thought began to take root in Gu Min's mind. What do these beings eat, grass or something else? Not long after, Asang rose from her seat and leapt directly off the talisman. Luo Shui cast a glance at Gu Min before following suit. The talisman, now devoid of a navigator, began to sway in the wind. Gu Min clung tightly to the talisman, too fearful to make any sudden movements. Both of the elder sisters were practitioners and could jump around freely, but he was not, and he certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise here. Dying on the eve of dawn is the most agonizing fate. Fortunately, the azure talisman eventually landed smoothly in the clearing before a thatched cottage atop the mountain. 3 figures stood before the cottage. Aside from Asang and Luo Shui, there was an elderly man with white hair and an aged visage, tall and clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom. As Gu Min stood up, he surmised that this elderly man was his long-anticipated master. He took a few steps forward, bowed respectfully, and addressed the elder. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed elder. Although he had heard from Asang earlier that the head of Dishan intended to take him as a disciple, he had yet to be formally accepted. Thus, there could very well be trials ahead. He thought it unwise to immediately address the elder as master, lest he leave a poor impression. The elder scrutinized Gu Min for a moment before breaking into a smile. Indeed, you are remarkable. Just based on your appearance, you resemble me in my youth. I presume your talents will not be lacking either. It is fated that you shall achieve great things. A youth such as yourself is perfectly suited to Dishan. I ask you now, do you wish to join my Dishan, to take me as your master and become my disciple? The elder's seemingly hasty proposition left Gu Min feeling somewhat bewildered, yet he quickly knelt before the elder and declared, Disciple Gu Min, I wish to join Dishan. To obey my master's commands, diligently practice, and bring glory to Dishan. Regardless of whether his practice was for the sake of Dishan, it was imperative to say so at this moment. The elder laughed heartily, extending his hands to steady Gu Min's arms and pulling him up. Excellent. Asang, take your junior brother to pay the entrance fee. Gu Min was taken aback. An entrance fee? He had contemplated this matter previously and had even brought many gold ingots. However, in the face of danger with that ghostly practitioner, he had cast all his gold away. Now, he was bereft of any wealth to pay a fee. As he pondered this, he glanced at the elder, his expression growing peculiar. The atmosphere became subtly awkward. Finally, Asang huffed, prompting the elder to speak again. Do not be alarmed, my disciple. I was merely jesting. We practitioners do not concern ourselves with worldly riches. As long as you devote yourself to your practice, it will be the best repayment to the sect. Today, as you enter, I have a gift for you. Saying this, the elder reached into his robe and soon produced a blue pearl. He handed the pearl to Gu Min with a smile. This item is called the Huntian Zhu. Its power is, upon receiving the azure pearl, Gu Min instantly recognized it not as the Huntian Zhu, but rather the Zhu Yu Zhu. He could never mistake that familiar sensation. However, he had previously heard that this Zhu Yu Zhu was a treasure of Dishan. Why was his master so casually bestowing it upon him now? At that moment, the elder also realized the mistake, his eyes flashing with a hint of regret as he mentally cursed himself for this blunder. Asang sensed the peculiar atmosphere as well. She looked at her master, silently sighing. The Zhu Yu Zhu had already acknowledged its master, and as long as Gu Min did not betray Dishan, it would naturally belong to him in due time. However, it should not have been granted upon his entrance. The best moment would have been after Gu Min had made some progress in his cultivation, allowing the master to bestow it as a sign of importance, thus fostering a greater sense of belonging. My disciple, do you know what the treasures of Dishan are? The elder began. Since the mistake has been made, it would be inappropriate to reclaim it. Gu Min replied honestly. I heard from senior sister Asang and senior sister Luo Shui that the treasure of Dishan is the Zhu. He was uncertain of his master's thoughts and could only follow along with his words. The elder nodded, smiling. Indeed, this very item you hold. I learned of you through the Zhu when you first encountered Luo Shui, and upon further observation, I discovered you to be a righteous and compassionate youth. Hence, today I bestow upon you the Zhu, the hopes for the revival of Dishan, as well as the position of the next sect leader, rests solely upon your shoulders. Upon hearing that the position of sect leader was to be passed to her junior brother, Luo Shui's mouth fell agape in disbelief, as it had always been said to be destined for the elder sister. She turned to Asang, pondering, though her junior brother was handsome. Was it truly fair for him to seize the elder sister's position? Asang maintained her composure, yet a hint of a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Equally incredulous was Gu Min. Having fortuitously met Luo Shui and gained entrance to Dishan was already a stroke of luck. Yet how could it be that on the very first day of his initiation, his master entrusted him with both the sect's treasure and the future leadership? He looked up at his master, utterly perplexed, while the elder continued to smile back at him, his eyes filled with boundless expectation. Chapter 10. The difficult cultivation of the junior disciple. The simple initiation ceremony did not last long. Gu Min bowed a few times and learned the name of his master. Chang Yizhenren, the 473rd head of Dishan. Subsequently, Chang Yizhenren summoned Luo Shui, instructing her to introduce this junior disciple to their fellow sect members on the mountain. Luo Shui, startled, asked, Master? Follow my instructions, Chang Yizhenren replied, observing his disciple, thinking how consistently dense she was. Luo Shui acknowledged with an O, leading Gu Min toward Asang, earnestly introducing her. This is senior sister Asang. Among everyone on the mountain, aside from Master, her words carry the most weight. Gu Min frowned slightly, pondering why they needed to reintroduce themselves after having met before. Nevertheless, he maintained a formal demeanor, saying, I have the honor of meeting senior sister. After all, formalities must be observed when meeting the seniors of the sect. Just as he thought he would be led to meet the other senior brothers and sisters on the mountain after meeting senior sister Asang. Luo Shui turned to Chang Yizhenren, saying, All right, Master. This is sufficient. Gu Min's confusion deepened. They had just met senior sister, and that was all. Senior sister, aren't you taking me to meet the other senior brothers and sisters on the mountain? Gu Min inquired, sensing that something was amiss. Luo Shui's face flushed, and she glanced at Chang Yizhenren. Finding no signs of disapproval from her master, she finally responded, On the mountain, it is just us two disciples, along with you, making 3 in total. Gu Min was astonished as he turned to look at Chang Yizhenren. Master, this jest seems a bit excessive. Chang Yizhenren remained unfazed, not the slightest bit startled by the current situation. After living for so many years, he had weathered countless storms. How could he be flustered by such trivial matters? He gazed at Gu Min with an air of calmness. My disciple, you still do not quite understand. The worth of a sect is not determined by the number of disciples it has, but by the prowess of its top practitioners. For instance, the Jianting of Nanling and the Jianfu of Beiling are the most formidable sword sects in the world. Countless practitioners tremble at the mere mention of their names. Yet if one were to speak of who the foremost swordsman is today, would anyone consider the disciples of these 2 sword sects? Gu Min fell silent, his perception of his newly accepted master plummeting in an instant. The female soared immortal from the sea. He could hardly fathom who could compel her to bow her head. Chang Yizhenren expressed a sigh of sentiment, yet did not delve into the matter further. He spoke earnestly. In the zenith of the Daning Dynasty, Yishan boasted a formidable assembly of 30,000 sword cultivators. Among the renowned masters of the sword across the realm, 8 out of 10 could trace their lineage to our ancestors at Yishan, with the foremost swordsmanship being passed down through 3 generations. When one speaks of swordsmanship, how can Yishan not be mentioned? In our heyday, the entirety of the world's swordsmanship was like a stone, and Yishan claimed 8 parts of it. Upon mentioning the Daning Dynasty, Gu Min also appeared momentarily lost in thought. That dynasty, the last to unify the world, had fragmented into chaos several centuries ago, and since then, no other dynasty had achieved such grandeur. The present division of the world into Nanling and Beiling was a consequence of the imperial tomb left behind by the founding emperor, Ningqidi. whose demise had cleaved the continent in twain. As the last sovereign of a unified dynasty, Ningqi Di was undoubtedly a revered figure among many later rulers. He swiftly suppressed these contemplations, redirecting his focus to the matter of swordsmanship. From his somewhat dubious master, he gleaned but one piece of information. The illustrious past of Yishan was indeed radiant, possibly surpassing the two contemporary sword sections. Yet in the present day, Yishan had fallen into a state of disrepair, and with him, the entire sect comprised merely 4 individuals. This reflection elucidated why Chang'e Zhenren had bestowed the treasure of Yishan upon him upon his entry. It was likely due to his commendable aptitude. And perhaps Chang'e Zhenren feared he might have a change of heart, hence the early gift of the precious item. Such gestures were commonplace in the secular world. A means to win hearts. Gumin nodded, believing his deductions to be close to the truth. However, were Chang'e Zhenren to become aware of his thoughts, he might well deliver a sharp reprimand, tugging at his collar and proclaiming that the Zuzu was mistakenly given to him. Thus, my disciple, he continued, though Yishan has but few members, it is not inherently a misfortune. You must diligently cultivate your skills, bringing glory to our Yishan swordsmanship. In future generations, when Yishan is mentioned, you shall be hailed as the revered ancestor of its resurgence, an unparalleled honor. Seeing Gumin's reaction, Chang'e Zhenren nodded, convinced that under his earnest guidance, Gumin had grasped his intentions. A teachable child indeed. At this juncture, retracting his thoughts of regret was futile. Gumin felt it inappropriate to utter further words. After expressing his gratitude for his master's teachings, he stepped aside to stand beside Luoxue. Yishan was the place he yearned for. Had he chosen another locale, he might not have been welcomed at its gates, and even if admitted, his importance could not have been assured. Moreover, senior sister Yishan appeared to be a formidable character. Remaining here might not be a disadvantage. A song, Chang'e Zhenren instructed. Take him to select a sword scripture and teach him the methods of cultivation at Yishan, so he may swiftly embark upon the path of practice. Having accomplished much today, he had no further plans, even contemplating leaving Gumin in the hands of a song for the following years. His foremost desire was to catch a fish to roast. A song nodded, uttering, "Follow me," as she descended the mountain. Gumin felt a surge of excitement. Entering cultivation was indeed a significant venture, and he dared not tarry. Trailing closely behind a song, without a moment's hesitation, Luoxue pondered for a moment before deciding to follow as well. Realizing that facing her master was of lesser interest than observing her handsome junior brother. Yishan was devoid of flora, only varying sizes of stones littered the landscape. As they walked slowly, the peculiar sights elicited curiosity in Gumin. Once the mightiest sword sect in the world, Yishan had thrived with 30,000 sword cultivators, leading to the barrenness of its terrain. A song, sensing Gumin's thoughts, provided an ambiguous explanation, hinting at deeper implications. Gumin, not lacking in intellect, deduced the underlying meaning rather swiftly, concluding after several paces, it is the sword chi, with 30,000 sword cultivators honing their skills upon the mountain. It was natural for sword chi to manifest. This energy, in its intertwining, had disrupted the growth of vegetation, causing the desolation seen in Yishan today. Indeed, he surmised, to discern her meaning within just a few dozen steps is not particularly swift, yet for an ordinary person yet to embark on the path of cultivation, such insight reflects commendable aptitude. Previously, she had mentioned that the journey of cultivation encompassed more than mere talent. From the present perspective, Gumin exhibited the foundation necessary to become a great cultivator. A song began to appreciate her master's discernment. Senior sister A Song, why has Yishan declined? Gumin inquired. Intrigued, as Chang'e Zhenren had merely stated the fact without elaborating on the reasons. A Song simply nodded, refraining from further disclosure, leaving Gumin perplexed. Fortunately, his query was casual, and he did not dwell on the lack of a precise answer. The trio descended the mountain path, soon arriving at a waterfall where a bamboo house stood, appearing to have aged over the years. Given the current barrenness of Yishan, it was evident that this structure could not have been built recently. A Song approached the bamboo house, not pausing, as she pushed the door open. A blinding white light erupted, prompting Gumin to instinctively shut his eyes, yet he was still drawn in by a powerful force. When he reopened his eyes, he beheld rows of bookshelves, laden with countless bamboo slips, their surfaces thickly coated in dust, suggesting they had long been untouched. A fleeting glance led his gaze to an elder beside the shelves, clad in garments as dark as ink, with hair equally ebony. His fingers bore the remnants of ink as he leaned against the wall, engrossed in perusing a bamboo slip. A bookworm, Luoxue interjected before Gumin could inquire. These bamboo slips contained intricate records of various profound techniques and methods. When inscribed long ago, they retained the essence of their authors. Over time, some slips developed a spirit, known as a bookworm. The primary obsession of these bookworms was reading. They would never depart until they had consumed all the slips here. Even upon finishing, they would forget everything upon leaving the bamboo house. With bookworms present, the slips remained well preserved, hence cultivators refrained from disturbing them. The elder before them was Ishan's bookworm, and indeed, the sole one. These are the sword scriptures left by generations of Ishan masters. Select one for your cultivation, should you wish to explore various paths of swordsmanship. That is permissible, but remember this. One cannot chew too much at once, a song advised, imparting her wisdom. By the way, the heart method of Ishan is inscribed on the wall. Upon entering Ishan, disciples first learn this method. Only by mastering it can they further study the various sword scriptures, lest they risk losing their way. Gumin meticulously processed the song's words, ultimately identifying the crux of the issue. Cultivation on my own? He boldly inquired, embodying the principle of asking when in doubt. Without hesitation. There are no swordsmen on the mountain. No one can teach you, a song replied candidly, addressing Gumin's query. Chapter 11. Those who deceive shall be deceived. What? Gumin felt a dawning realization that he had indeed been led astray. Was this the fabled adage that those who deceive shall themselves be deceived? With only 3 disciples on the mountain, he endured. His master wore a facade of righteousness that belied his true nature, and Gumin bore with it. Although it was said that he would become the figure to revitalize Ishan, he still found a way to endure. Now, let me inform him that there are a total of 4 individuals on the mountain, excluding him, and none of the other 3 practice swordsmanship. This effectively conveys to him that aside from a collection of sword manuals before him, there is nothing else. In the time to come, he will have to navigate this path alone. Who could possibly endure such a fate? Moreover, despite the decline of this Dishan, was it not once a renowned sword sect? Why have both the sect leader and the elder sister abandoned the study of the sword? A Dishan without sword practitioners still dares to call itself a sword sect? Gumin furrowed his brow and looked at Asang, offering a bitter smile as he said, Elder sister, this seems a bit excessive, does it not? The master regards you as the hope for the resurgence of Dishan, and this resurgence must naturally be tied to the sword path. Whether he can stand before Nanling Jianting and Bei Ling Jianfu and proclaim that Dishan possesses swords depends on you. Asang spoke earnestly, clearly not jesting. Yet, this only deepened Gu Min's discomfort. Why does the elder sister not practice swordsmanship? Gu Min almost ground his teeth as he posed this question. Asang remained silent, casting a glance at Luo Shui. It was indeed a challenging question for her to address, but given the current situation, if she did not respond, her little junior brother would undoubtedly collapse. Thus, Luo Shui's role became evident. Initially, she was absorbed in the bamboo slips, but suddenly sensing the shift in atmosphere and the gaze of her elder sister upon her, she quickly gathered her thoughts and spoke. The master said that the current state of Dishan is not favorable. If someone at the mountain gate were to practice swordsmanship, other sword cultivators would inevitably come to inquire about the sword. Hence, the master took an alternative approach and taught us other skills. Gumin stood in shock. If it was already a dreadful ordeal to navigate his cultivation alone, Luo Shui's words revealed that not only would he be alone in his practice, but he would also have to face inquiries from other sword cultivators in the future. Regardless of their cultivation levels, he would be the one to respond. Indeed, he is the hope for the resurgence of Dishan. With no one else to rely upon, the sole individual left is naturally the beacon of hope. What kind of place has he arrived in? Gu Min's heart was already in turmoil. Asang remained silent. What else could she say in this situation? Not smiling was already considerable support for her little junior brother. Oh, but she did smile. Just before the esteemed Zhen Rin suggested bestowing the position of sect leader upon Gu Min, Luo Shui looked at Gu Min with a hint of sympathy. Realizing that if her little junior brother were to encounter those sword sect cultivators, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly, likely bearing numerous scars. Leaving aside the scars on his body, how regrettable it would be if his face were marred. After all, he was the most handsome youth she had ever seen, and he was her junior brother. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Min took a deep breath, resigning himself to his fate. Since the burden had been placed upon him, one more would not matter. Elder sister, rest assured, I shall devote myself to my cultivation. As he spoke of his determination, Gu Min enunciated each word with great emphasis. Asang chose not to respond, sitting down to prepare to explain the foundational techniques to Gu Min. While she had not studied swordsmanship, she was well versed in the foundational techniques and would certainly not withhold her knowledge. Gu Min quickly focused his mind, sitting cross-legged behind Asang. facing the wall inscribed with the foundational techniques. Cultivation is an act of seeking, drawing the energies of heaven and earth to transform them into one's own vital essence for personal use. In essence, nearly all sects' foundational techniques revolve around one principle: how to absorb the energies of heaven and earth into one's body, and then convert them into vital essence for oneself or to confront an adversary. The methods of this absorption are the crux of the foundational techniques. The differences among sects lie in their unique approaches to drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, which constitutes the greatest distinction. Dishan's techniques rank among the top 3 in the world, developed over years by the founding masters who integrated and reinterpreted various techniques, creating a system most suitable for sword practitioners. With this foundational technique, Dishan once flourished with 30,000 sword practitioners centuries ago, though now in decline. The foundational technique remains excellent. As Gu Min listened to A Sang's explanation, he began to gain insight, feeling the pores of his skin gradually open as a small amount of the energies of heaven and earth began to flow into his body. Once these energies entered, they transformed into a faint white vapor, circulating through his meridians. This was the first step of cultivation, aimed at purging impurities from his body, thus distinguishing him from ordinary individuals. This step is crucial before officially embarking on the path of cultivation, as the clarity of one's body largely determines the height one can achieve in cultivation. Many rely on techniques to expel impurities, while a select few are born with flawless bodies, inherently suited for cultivation. Such individuals are often the prime targets for cultivation by their sections. The heights they can ultimately reach are usually greater. Seeing Gu Min begin to cleanse the impurities from his body, a glimmer of light appeared in A Sang's eyes as Gu Min once again exemplified the term talent before her. She stood up, intending to summon Luo Shui to leave. Knowing the initial cleansing of the body often takes a considerable amount of time, though subsequent cleansings would be increasingly swift until the body is thoroughly purified. Elder sister. However, just as A Sang stood up, Gu Min opened his eyes and looked at her, saying, "I have a question." A Sang silently thought to herself, "I have a question too. How is it that your first cleansing took less than 15 minutes? Is it possible that the impurities in your body are few?" With this question in mind, A Sang reached out and placed her hand on Gu Min's head. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, remaining silent. "Elder sister." Gu Min called out again. "What is it?" A Sang turned to him. "I wish to inquire, since I am to learn the sword, when will I possess a sword?" Given the arduous path ahead, Gu Min felt an urge to hasten his progress. A Sang did not expect Gu Min to pose such a question. After a moment of silence, she replied, "There is only one sword on the mountain." Gu Min pondered this solitary sword, realizing that with only one person studying the sword, it was an apt match. "It has already been given to you." A Sang turned and exited the bamboo building, taking Luo Shui along with her, leaving behind that single statement. "Given to me? When?" Gu Min touched his head, deep in thought. Chapter 12. The Fish Thief. A Sang succinctly conveyed the essence of the foundational techniques in just a few words. Coupled with Gu Min's considerable talent and remarkable comprehension, A Sang had no worries about any issues arising thereafter. He merely needed to familiarize himself with the technique. And once he established a genuine connection with the world around him, many matters would naturally fall into place. Almost all cultivators have traversed this path, though some require more guidance from their mentors due to a lack of understanding. However, since Gu Min possessed both insight and talent, A Sang did not feel the need to elaborate further. As A Sang and Luo Shui emerged from the bamboo building, dusk had settled, and the sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, resembling a breathtaking painting. Following A Sang, Luo Shui returned to their dwelling, but halfway through, she spoke up. "Elder sister, do you think junior brother Gu will have a difficult time?" Habitually inclined to call Gu Min by his name, Luo Shui ultimately refrained. A Sang did not turn around, merely inquiring, "What makes you think this is difficult?" Luo Shui, not possessing the quick wit of A Sang, sensed the subtlety in A Sang's words, and, feeling somewhat deflated, muttered, "I just feel that he has it tough." Although he was directly bestowed with a treasure like the Zhu Yu Zhu upon ascending the mountain, it seemed insufficient compared to what he would have to sacrifice thereafter. The future of Dishan rests upon his shoulders. This burden was originally not his to bear, yet Zhuzu has chosen him. This signifies that the ancestors of Dishan have selected him, as has Wan Yun Jinren. It is beyond the influence of you or me, and even beyond that of the master. One may interpret this as the will of the ancestors of Dishan, an intention that cannot be altered. The path ahead is arduous, yet it cannot be deemed tragic. Moreover, do you believe that the junior brother would be content with mediocrity? When speaking, A Sang recalled the resolve hidden within Gu Min's gaze. She was unaware of the junior brother's past and had no desire to delve into his thoughts. However, from that unwavering determination, she could at least conclude that his entrance into the mountain for cultivation was certainly not a mere pursuit of longevity. Lu Xue felt overwhelmed. The initial words of her senior sister had already left her in a haze, and now a torrent of discourse left her mind in disarray, resembling a tumultuous muddle. The ever-candid Lu Xue found herself in a state of confusion. Having watched Lu Xue grow up, Asang could discern her state without needing to look. She halted before a modest bamboo house and remarked that if she truly cared for him, she should offer him some assistance. This was Lu Xue's abode, while Asang did not reside there. Turning her head, Asang considered speaking again, but noticed Lu Xue standing still, lost in thought, and chose to remain silent. With a fleeting motion, she vanished from sight. Lu Xue stood before the bamboo house, carefully pondering Asang's words about helping the junior brother. But how could she assist? She endeavored to think deeply, acknowledging that since the master had bestowed the Zizu upon the junior brother on his very first day at the mountain, nothing she could give would surpass its value. Thus, it was imperative to focus on what the junior brother most needed. However, what could someone like him possibly require? First, she dismissed the notion of him needing a wife. What a pity. The thought of it made her sigh. How could her exceptionally handsome junior brother be a eunuch? Eureka! Lu Xue smacked her forehead, finally grasping a sensible idea. She chuckled to herself, her form flashing as she soared towards the mountaintop rather than returning to the bamboo house. The night was as dark as ink, yet thanks to the bright stars and moon, the earth was not engulfed in complete darkness. At that moment, Chang Yizhenren sat solemnly before his thatched cottage atop the mountain, a serious expression adorning his face. Wisps of white smoke curled around him, accentuating his ethereal presence. Chang Yizhenren continuously rotated a wooden staff in his hands, muttering incantations that might be secrets of Dishan. After about a quarter of an hour, Chang Yizhenren casually picked up a bamboo tube beside him and poured its contents forward, the powder cascading into the white smoke. He nodded in satisfaction, releasing the wooden staff and reaching for a nearby bamboo chair, only to find it empty. With a slight tilt of his head, disappointment crossed his face. Aging had caused him to forget to retrieve it. Speaking to himself, he rose and strolled toward the cottage, his steps unhurried yet light. Before long, the sound of a door creaking open echoed. Just then, from behind a distant rock, a shadow darted forth, swiftly reaching the white smoke and snatching the wooden staff without pausing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Chang Yizhenren emerged from the cottage, cradling a modest jar of wine. Upon glancing into the distance, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he bellowed in fury, "Who the devil has stolen my fish?" His voice resonated powerfully through the night. Asang, seated upon a rock, mused that it was likely her junior sister who had caused the trouble. She shook her head, quickly refocusing her mind on her cultivation. The thief was indeed Lu Xue. With only 4 individuals residing atop Dishan, it was certain that Asang would not engage in such trifling antics. Gumin had only just arrived that day and was currently preoccupied with his own cultivation within the bamboo house, leaving Lu Xue as the only one with idle hands. This somewhat naive girl, upon deciding to assist her junior brother, immediately thought of Chang Yizhenren's grilled fish. The yu fish, a rare beast of Dishan, held little prestige. Yet Chang Yizhenren would occasionally grill one, akin to ordinary fish. However, in reality, the yu fish was extraordinary. For ordinary people, it could significantly prolong life. And for cultivators, its consumption greatly aided their practice. As the junior brother had just embarked on his cultivation journey, Lu Xue believed that if he were to eat a piece, he would surely progress more swiftly. With this thought in mind, she took the risk of stealing her master's grilled fish. Yet, she had not anticipated how smoothly it would go. Holding the grilled fish in her hands, Lu Xue darted towards the bamboo house, her mind brimming with visions of her junior brother's boundless gratitude upon seeing the fish. "I am truly a wonderful senior sister," Lu Xue affirmed to herself as she reached the front of the bamboo house. Without hesitation, she entered, only to find Gumin not meditating on the wall's teachings, but seated by the window, gazing at the stars. "Junior brother," Lu Xue softly called out. Gumin turned at the sound, and, seeing Lu Xue and the grilled fish in her hands, his stomach audibly protested. In truth, he had been hungry since his first cleansing ritual, and several hours had passed without sustenance, leaving him famished. Having just arrived at the mountain, he was unaware of what food might be available. More importantly, he could hardly leave the bamboo house. "Junior brother, this is a grilled fish I specifically brought for you. After you eat it," Lu Xue began, but before she could finish, Gumin had already taken it from her hands and bitten into it eagerly. "Thank you, senior sister," he mumbled, his gratitude alleviating some of the tension between them. Lu Xue propped her chin in her hands, marveling at how handsome her junior brother looked while eating, making it hard for her to look away. Gumin devoured a few mouthfuls, reflecting that the fish was of decent quality, though the flavor was slightly lacking, likely due to the master's insufficient culinary skills. However, he soon dismissed his concerns. Cultivators like Lu Xue surely did not eat much. So how could they possibly grill a delicious fish? Just having something to eat was already a blessing. Gumin was not picky, as he enjoyed the fish. Preparing to let out a satisfied burp, a gust of wind suddenly swept past, and Chang Yijinren appeared before him, clad in white. Rebellious disciple. Chang Yijinren glared at the remaining grilled fish, fury igniting within him. Oh no, how could the master arrive so soon? Lu Xue gasped, hastily grabbing a bamboo scroll from a nearby shelf, focusing intently on it. In her heart, she chanted, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." Gumin looked up, astonished at Chang Yijinren, completely unaware that he had inadvertently taken the blame for someone else. Chapter 13. Persecution like the mountain peaks. Ever continuing, Chang Yijinren fixated on Gumin, disappointment evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that his promising disciple could commit such a heinous act. He had stolen the grilled fish while Chang Yijinren had momentarily stepped away to retrieve some wine. If it were not for his heightened senses and cultivation, how could he have discovered that this wayward disciple was indulging so brazenly? What further words do you have, you wayward disciple? Chang Yijinren glared at Gumin, who was now frantically flipping through the mountain's rules in his mind. Gumin swallowed the fish meat in his mouth, just about to speak, when he suddenly felt as though his entire body was engulfed in flames. Countless streams of energy roamed within him, whereas before his cultivation felt like a gentle brook. Now it surged like a turbulent river, rampaging through his body with a desire to obliterate everything in sight. Although Gumin was unaware of the reason behind this, he had an ominous premonition that if it continued, he might very well perish here, or even explode on the spot. His thoughts began to spiral into chaos, and for reasons unknown, he collapsed, foam beginning to froth from his mouth, his face flushed crimson. This scene not only caused Luo Xue to drop the bamboo slip in her hand, but also took the usually composed Chang Yijinren by surprise. "Master, you have frightened the junior disciple to death," Luo Xue lamented, overwhelmed with grief. She never anticipated that by merely stealing a piece of her master's roasted fish for her junior, she would inadvertently cause his demise. This was her junior disciple, who had just begun his journey just a day prior. How could he be gone so soon? While the world could surely produce more junior disciples, how many could match his striking appearance and potential for cultivation? The thought brought tears to her eyes. Chang Yijinren spoke sternly, "Do not speak nonsense. My roasted fish is from the rare beasts of D Mountain, not something an ordinary person can consume. Even you and your senior sister would face great dangers from eating this fish. Your junior disciple has just begun his cultivation, and you thought to feed him this fish? Even if he were not frightened to death by me, he would have perished regardless. There are many spiritual treasures in the world that can enhance one's cultivation, yet not all are beneficial for practitioners. Many low-level cultivators, if they mistakenly consume such things, might be overwhelmed by the very energies contained within, leading to their demise." Gu Min's accidental ingestion of the fish had placed him in a perilous situation. "Ah, master, please save my junior disciple. The fish was my doing. It has nothing to do with him," Luo Xue cried out in despair. Chang Yijinren cast a glance at Luo Xue, remaining silent, and with a swift motion, a stream of white energy emanated from his sleeve, lifting Gu Min into the air. Taking a deep breath, he rolled up his sleeves and began to massage his chest. Before Luo Xue could utter a word, Chang Yijinren delivered a punch to Gu Min's abdomen. For the next 15 minutes, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Gu Min, leaving Luo Xue in a state of shock. What was happening? After another quarter of an hour, Chang Yijinren turned Gu Min over, restoring his sleeves to their original state. As he gazed at Gu Min, more white energy flowed from his sleeve, prompting Gu Min to cough violently, followed by the expulsion of the fish he had just swallowed. With a sweeping motion, Chang Yijinren discarded the fish remnants out of the window. Only then did Gu Min slowly regain consciousness, crashing to the ground. He was immediately beset by intense pain throughout his body, a discomfort so profound it rendered him unable to rise. Chang Yijinren regarded the remaining half of the roasted fish and remarked calmly, "This is not something you can endure. If you are truly hungry, you may resort to the stones upon the mountain." Gu Min lacked the strength to respond to his somewhat indifferent master, merely watching as Chang Yijinren approached the window with the half-eaten fish, seemingly about to leave. Just then, Chang Yijinren turned back, looking earnestly at Luo Xue, and said, If you wish for your junior disciple to have a few more years of life, do not covet my fish. Afterward, he shook his head, and his figure dissipated within the bamboo building. Moments later, Chang Yijinren's expression shifted as he muttered, "This boy has already entered the initial stage?" He had been solely focused on rescuing Gu Min, neglecting this detail until now. Indeed, he is truly my proud disciple. Laughter echoed through D Mountain, while the bamboo building remained eerily silent. The bookworm nearby continued to read, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Luo Shui, feeling a pang of guilt, stepped back a few paces and spoke, "Junior disciple, I had good intentions." Gu Min struggled to rise, leaning against the window. Fixing his gaze upon Luo Shui, "Thank you, senior sister." Each word was laced with resentment. "Take care, junior disciple, I shall take my leave." Luo Shui understood her role in this moment and swiftly fled the bamboo building, unable to bear the situation any longer. Gu Min, utterly drained, lacked the strength to pursue her. Even if he had the inclination, he could not leave the bamboo building. Among the 3 individuals on the mountain, 2 senior sisters and a master, none had considered this predicament. Leaning against the window, no one could fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of this remarkably handsome youth. Within the bamboo building, only the sound of the bookworm turning the bamboo slips could be heard. He needed to strengthen himself quickly, otherwise, there might come a day when he would be dealt a fatal blow by this group. After today's events, Gu Min had gleaned several vital truths. The foremost being to keep his distance from Luo Shui. Senior sister Asang was the most level-headed on the mountain and generally would not act against him. Though Chang Yijinren appeared frivolous, he seemed unlikely to seek trouble with Gu Min. It was only Luo Shui, seemingly innocent, who might harbor a deeper scheme, intent on regaining her dignity after his previous miscalculation. While the likelihood of such a scenario was slim, it could not be entirely dismissed. Gu Min shook his head, rubbing his cheeks, pondering whether anyone else shared his fondness for cheek rubbing. After half an hour, the pain began to subside. It had to be said that Chang Yijinren had utilized the most straightforward method to extract the roasted fish from his body without completely incapacitating him. He had shown restraint. Gu Min found himself harboring some goodwill toward Chang Yijinren. Rising to his feet, his gaze drifted to the shelves filled with books. It was said that these comprised the sword manuals penned by the illustrious predecessors of D Mountain. With no one else on the mountain practicing swordplay at that moment, it seemed these were all prepared for Gu Min's learning. If he wished to learn swordsmanship, he merely needed to select a manual from here. However, with so many manuals present, which one was most suitable for him? In other words, which manual possessed the greatest prowess and lethality? This was a matter of considerable concern for Gu Min left to make his own choice. He felt he might spend a year or more without selecting the right one. If he chose incorrectly, would his efforts not be in vain? Contemplating this dilemma, Gu Min turned his attention to the bookworm. This individual had read so many books. Surely they would know. "Senior," Gu Min began, fixing his gaze on the engrossed bookworm, contemplating how to extract the needed information. Yet, upon calling out, he received no response. Moving closer, he called out again, "Senior." The bookworm remained indifferent. Gu Min reached out to tug at the individual's sleeve, saying, "Senior, I have a question." Still, there was no reply, and the bookworm continued perusing the texts, seemingly unaffected. Gu Min felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. As a new disciple, he held neither status nor strength. What could he do? The bookworm was not a woman. His appearance held no sway. With a sigh, Gu Min sat back down, pondering whether he should seek another avenue for assistance. As he contemplated, he retrieved the Zhu Yu Zhu from his pocket. While it was indeed remarkable at present, it offered him little practical utility. It would be better to give him a sword. A sword? Suddenly, Gu Min recalled what Asang had said upon her departure and the sight of the Zhu Yu Zhu transforming into a green sword that night. "Are you that singular sword?" Gu Min realized with sudden clarity. Enlightened by this revelation, he was filled with joy, understanding that the sword was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just then, a voice echoed within the bamboo building. "What do you wish to ask?" Chapter 14. Unaware of day and night when the bookworm first emerged in this world, it was exceedingly fragile, possessing no skills beyond reading. However, after a passage of time, it gradually developed greater wisdom. At this stage, the bookworm truly acquired the ability for independent thought. Nonetheless, its fervor for reading remained unchanged, and it seldom took interest in matters of the outside world. This explains the bookworm's previous indifference. Yet, at this moment, it spoke, responding to Gu Min's earlier inquiry. The reason behind its sudden articulation remained a mystery. With the bamboo scroll resting on its lap, the bookworm, its eyes filled with tales untold, gazed at Gu Min and reiterated, "What would you like to ask?" Its voice was rich and resonant, akin to a gentle spring breeze for Gu Min, who found himself reminiscing about a distant past. He recalled when his father had invited a teacher, and he, along with his brothers, sat in their backyard, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Listening to the teacher's lecture brought him immense comfort. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Gu Min promptly inquired, "Do you know which volume of the sword scripture in this bamboo tower is the best?" In Gu Min's view, since the bookworm had perused countless tomes and resided in the bamboo tower for many years, it should possess extensive knowledge. Upon hearing Gu Min's question, the bookworm did not rush to respond. Instead, it observed the candle-like orb in Gu Min's hand with a hint of nostalgia before saying, "With countless ancestors from Dishan, do you truly believe there exists a significant disparity among those qualified to leave a volume of sword scripture here? To leave a sword scripture in the bamboo tower, one typically needed to be at least at the Yingdu realm. Exceptions occurred only when someone conceived a completely new path in swordsmanship, allowing their insights to endure through the ages. In other words, regardless of whose sword path or scripture it was, as long as one delved deeply into it and cultivated diligently, they would be formidable opponents, if not invincible." The bookworm spoke at length. Yet each word was articulated with clarity and calmness. Gu Min nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the essence of the bookworm's message boiled down to a singular truth. All the sword scriptures here were formidable, and while it could not specify which was the most powerful, the differences were likely minimal. Was this not akin to saying nothing at all? Gu Min felt overwhelmed. If there had been only one scripture, he could have persevered. However, facing so many options, he found himself in a quandary. Unbeknownst to him, the bookworm scrutinized him. Although it had rarely left the bamboo tower, its age surpassed that of Chang'e, granting it a deeper understanding of Dishan's circumstances. Even if it could not discern which scripture was the best, it was certainly aware of the standing of each scripture's author among cultivators. If it wished, it could have elucidated the realm and understanding of swordsmanship of each author to aid Gu Min in his selection. However, it refrained from doing so, eager to observe Gu Min's choices for himself. Each scripture bore the essence of its author, and perhaps the one that resonated with Gu Min would be the most suitable for him. Ultimately, it offered a constructive suggestion, affirming that Gu Min's inquiry was not in vain. Realizing there was no other option, Gu Min resolved to experience each volume one by one. Rising, he carefully stowed the candle-like orb and approached the bookshelf, reaching for a volume of sword scripture. He did not intend to peruse it, as he wondered how long it might take to select one for cultivation. Instead, he prepared to attune himself to the essence of its author. Moments later, a surge of sword energy erupted from the bamboo scroll, propelling Gu Min backward and violently crashing him to the ground. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, his complexion turning ashen. The bookworm glanced over, pausing for a moment before speaking. "I forgot to mention that the authors of these sword scriptures are renowned sword cultivators. Naturally, some of them leave behind a trace of their sword energy when penning their scriptures, which assesses the qualifications of their disciples for study. In other words, as Gu Min selects a scripture, those scriptures are simultaneously choosing him." Upon hearing this, Gu Min merely responded with an "oh" and showed no further reaction. It was only his first day at the sect, and the events that had transpired were already overwhelming, each more challenging than the last. Had it been anyone else, they might have faltered. Yet Gu Min remained numb. Persecution was not a rare occurrence. It would not be the last, so what was there to be excited about? Rising to his feet, Gu Min rubbed his chest, expelling another mouthful of stagnant blood, and slowly made his way back to the bookshelf. The bookworm emitted a faint gasp, not in astonishment at Gu Min's reaction, but rather surprised that he could still stand. It recalled that the author of the previous scripture was the 6th-generation sword cultivator of Dishan, renowned for his formidable sword energy in the Jinke realm. The trace of sword energy he left behind was not something a novice cultivator could withstand, even after a millennium. As this realization dawned, the bookworm paused briefly but quickly deduced the reason. Furrowing its brow momentarily, it softly remarked, "So it is." Standing before the bookshelf, Gu Min took half a quarter of an hour to regain his composure before reaching for the second volume of sword scripture. He focused intently, prepared to be flung away once more. However, this scripture was comparatively gentle, yielding no fierce sword energy. Gu Min breathed a sigh of relief, placing it down before reaching for the third volume. He continued with the 4th, 5th, and 6th volumes. For over a dozen scriptures, none contained any sword energy, indicating that the ancestors of Dishan had adequately considered their descendants. However, when Gu Min reached for the 15th volume, he was once again sent flying. Just as before, he collided with the wall, expelling another mouthful of blood and turning pale as a ghost. Yet moments later, Gu Min climbed back up and laboriously returned to the bookshelf. reaching for a new volume. After a short while, Gu Min predictably soared through the air once more. The bookworm observed this scene with an unchanged expression, though a hint of approval flickered in its gaze. It had already witnessed Gu Min's innate talent and understanding. Few could ascend from an ordinary person to a novice cultivator in less than a night within such a long span of history. Now, Gu Min's exhibited resilience was precisely one of the qualities a good cultivator should possess. With so many attributes combined, it was already destined that his future would be bright. Throughout the remainder of the night, Gu Min repeatedly engaged in this exercise, while the bookworm, unusually, did not examine the bamboo scrolls in its hand, instead intently observing Gu Min as he was flung backward and returned to the bookshelf each time. Thus, time passed gradually, and soon dawn broke, only to darken again. The second day of Gu Min's journey as a cultivator came to an end. With bloodshot eyes, Gu Min stood before the bookshelf, his garments shredded by the sword energies, and his body marked with numerous scars. Yet, as if aware that these energies could harm but not kill, Gu Min displayed no fear. Rubbing his eyes, he pressed on in this seemingly endless journey. The bookworm remained silent, fully aware that Gu Min's selection of sword scriptures signified the commencement of his cultivation. The sword energies left by the Dishan sword cultivators were refining his body. The initial entry-level heart method had merely purged his body, while these sword energies were fortifying his physique. Such fortune was a privilege that even the disciples of the most illustrious sects might not experience. Gu Min, as the last sword cultivator of Dishan, has endured numerous hardships, yet he is bound to receive his rewards. After rubbing his eyes, Gu Min turned to gaze at the morning glow outside the window, then collected his thoughts and picked up a volume of sword scripture once more. Given his pace, it would take him at least half a month to fully comprehend all the scriptures. Although he had already formed some ideas about one particular volume prior to this, he chose not to pause due to the changes within his body, instead continuing to delve deeper into each scripture one after another. Thus, with this determination, Gu Min stood before the bookshelf tirelessly for 10 days. During this time, a Sang was engaged in her own cultivation, Chang Yizhen Rin was leisurely grilling fish, and Luo Shui had resolved to wait until her junior brother had completely calmed down before seeking him out. Therefore, for these 10 days, no one disturbed Gu Min. As the sun set, Gu Min stood before the bookshelf, observing the evening glow outside. At this moment, he had already lost considerable weight compared to 10 days prior. His eye sockets were sunken, giving him the appearance of a severely ill person with little time left. He bore no resemblance to the handsome youth he had been a mere 10 days ago. Gu Min was uncertain how others practiced their cultivation, but he felt that his own path had been fraught with difficulties from the very beginning. He shook his head and trembled as he reached for the next volume of sword scripture. This particular bamboo scroll was tucked away in the far corner of the bookshelf, covered in dust like the others, yet when Gu Min picked it up, he found himself curiously glancing down at it. Then, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, Gu Min unfurled the scroll and began to open it gradually. At that moment, the Zhu he held ignited with a brilliant blue light, and a surge of sword energy emanated from the scripture. The soaring sword energy burst forth from the bamboo building, not aimed at Gu Min, but shooting straight into the sky. Suddenly, the light of the sword illuminated the heavens. The overwhelming sword energy seemed as if the very heavens were collapsing, tearing through the celestial canopy in an instant, coalescing like a river of stars, lingering for an eternity. The intensity of this sword energy surpassed even that of Chang Yizhen Ren's legendary Myriad Miles sword. The bookworm did not find this surprising. Rather, he regarded it as a matter of course, his expression complex as he murmured, as expected. Chapter 15. An unfamiliar tale. Gu Min lifted his gaze to the large hole in the ceiling of the bamboo building, watching the dissipating sword energy. At this moment, he could intuitively deduce that the sword cultivator who authored this scripture must be an extraordinary figure. The residual sword energy alone represented a height that most sword cultivators could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Gu Min was eager to learn about the identity of the remarkable individual who penned this scripture. When he turned to the bookworm, the latter already understood Gu Min's unspoken question. Yingdu. This was the first time Gu Min had heard this name, and in that instant, he felt that the name of this Dishan ancestor resonated far more melodiously than that of his own master. Upon comparison, Gu Min perceived an uncanny, somewhat peculiar contrast between Chang Yi and this figure. The bookworm smiled and remarked, "It's quite an intriguing story, though it may take some time to recount." Gu Min settled by the window, feeling less urgency, and softly said, "I am all ears." The bookworm stood and adjusted his attire before slowly beginning. Yingdu may not have been the strongest sword cultivator in Dishan's history, but he is undoubtedly the one most worthy of remembrance. The name Huanyun Zhenren is often associated with the rise and fall of Dishan. Several millennia ago, the founding patriarch of Dishan established the Dishan sword sect. Centuries later, Dishan began to secure its place among the sword sects of the continent, entering the awareness of practitioners. After several more centuries, Dishan's reputation grew, becoming well known in the south, yet due to a lack of extraordinary talents emerging from within, it struggled to rank among the foremost sword sects of the continent. At that time, the headmaster of Dishan was Qi Shui Zhenren, who was determined to revitalize the sect and made many efforts. Although these ultimately proved ineffective, they marked the beginning of a memorable chapter for Dishan. Following Qi Shui Zhenren's passing, his disciple Yan Huang Zhenren became the headmaster, which was approximately 1,000 years ago. Yan Huang Zhenren was a true prodigy of Dishan, his cultivation advancing at an astounding pace, soon reaching the pinnacle of the world, thus marking the first glorious moment in Dishan's history. Yan Huang Zhenren ventured north with his sword, defeating several grandmasters of swordsmanship within a year, ultimately becoming the foremost figure in the sword arts, the first sword leader of Dishan, heralding the sect's true brilliance. In the ensuing decades, Dishan produced many geniuses, with Yan Huang Zhenren at the helm, rapidly establishing itself as the foremost sword sect in the south, though it remained unable to ascend any further. 200 years later, Yan Huang Zhenren passed away, and the position of headmaster was taken over by Changyi Zhenren. Changyi Zhenren was also a rare talent of the century, but what was most commendable was his strategic acumen. When he assumed the role of headmaster, Dishan was already in a state of disarray. However, within a few years of his leadership, the sect became united once more. Meanwhile, the world was engulfed in war, with several nations fighting for unification. Almost all sects chose sides with one of the nations, and Dishan aligned itself with Ningguo, which later became the Ning Dynasty. Gumin naturally recognized this as the last dynasty to unify the realm. The bookworm nodded, acknowledging that Ningguo's rise to become Ning was significantly aided by Dishan. Dishan invested heavily in Ningguo, contributing greatly, and even Changyi Zhenren occasionally appeared on the battlefield alongside the powerful cultivators of various sections. At that time, Dishan's sword cultivators were the most feared by all sections. Years later, as the Great War concluded, Ningguo unified the world, establishing the current last grand unified dynasty, the Ning Dynasty. Consequently, Dishan naturally became the closest ally of the Ning Dynasty, which at the time commanded respect across the seas, driving the barbarians from the continent. The dynasty was home to countless powerful cultivators, and no sect dared to oppose the Ning. Emperor Ningqi was widely recognized as the strongest. It was during this period that Dishan officially became the preeminent sword sect, with 3 consecutive generations producing sword leaders, thus establishing the saying that in the realm of swordsmanship, Dishan held 8/10 of the prowess. Although the bookworm spoke of Huanyun Zhenren, he was, in fact, recounting the history of Dishan. This was knowledge that every new disciple of Dishan ought to possess. Every sect experiences its rise and fall. Dishan's decline stemmed from the fragmentation of the Ning Dynasty, which ruled the world for 400 years before inevitably fading into the annals of history. At that time, numerous factions emerged, and lords rose, each aiming to establish a new dynasty upon the ruins of Ning, while Dishan remained in the shadows of the dynasty. To preserve the crumbling remnants of the dynasty, Dishan's sword cultivators bravely advanced, ultimately dwindling away. However, it was not during this time that Dishan fell into decline, for it was then that Huanyun Zhenren joined Dishan. He was a youth brought back from the capital of Ning by the then headmaster of Dishan, a boy whose eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the stars. At that time, Dishan was already in decline, and gifted practitioners would not choose to join it, yet Huanyun Zhenren still came. After entering the mountain gate, he quickly displayed his exceptional talent. Within just 20 years, he had risen to become the foremost among the younger generation. A century later, he stepped into the Jin-Kei realm, becoming the last Jin-Kei sword cultivator in Dishan's history, the final glimmer of light for the sect. Huanyun Zhenren never claimed the title of sword leader, yet he was regarded by the sword court and sword house as the most formidable force in 500 years. The bookworm softly remarked, "His swordsmanship is remarkably pure." At that time, the Dishan was on the brink of collapse, with countless sword cultivators fixated on the mountain. Huanyun Zhenren understood that he could not simply defend the mountain gate. Instead, he chose to traverse the world. His journey was not merely for leisure, but to seek out those sword cultivators who covet Dishan. Within a few short years, he had slain 2 sword cultivators of the Jin-Kei realm. In his bid to resolve the predicament of Dishan, Zui Yunjinren used but 4 words: "and killing with killing." All those who harbored ill intentions towards Dishan fell beneath his sword, compelling other sword sects to retreat, fearful of provoking this harbinger of death. Although some may have contemplated eliminating Zui Yunjinren, for reasons unknown, the sword sect leaders refrained from acting, and no other cultivators possessed the capability to challenge him. Thus, with Zui Yunjinren's presence, Dishan enjoyed a tranquil existence for 2 centuries. However, perfection is an illusion. Despite Zui Yunjinren's strength, he could not withstand the passage of time. 200 years later, upon his departure from this world, Dishan lost its protector, and it became increasingly difficult to avert the impending disaster. Gradually, Dishan began to decline, and by the time Gu Min entered the mountain gate, 3 whole generations had passed without anyone learning the sword. As a consequence, in the world today, when swordsmanship is mentioned, no one speaks of Dishan. The previous owner of the Zhuyu was none other than Zui Yunjinren. At this juncture, the bookworm fell silent. The history of Dishan was undoubtedly more profound than he had recounted, yet it had long since turned to dust. Gu Min gazed down at the sword scripture, a manuscript penned by Zui Yunjinren, chronicling his unparalleled sword path. Gu Min remained silent, acutely aware that within his grasp lay not only his future, but also that of Dishan. Just days prior, he had deemed the notion of being entrusted with the mantle of the next sect master on his first day absurd. However, he now sensed that perhaps there was a hidden arrangement at play. When the Zhu transformed back into a pearl, the image of a middle-aged man appeared in his mind, likely Zui Yunjinren himself. Coincidentally, he had also chosen the scripture authored by Zui Yunjinren. Indeed, I am the fabled chosen one, Gu Min thought, leaning against the window, a silly grin spreading across his face. Chapter 16. Little junior brother, are you dead? With this scripture in hand, and having already purified his body, Gu Min was naturally inclined to delve into the teachings of the sword scripture. He swallowed hard, eyeing the manuscript left behind by Zui Yunjinren, before turning to inquire, will there be any issues this time? The first opening had unleashed a breathtaking surge of sword chi. If the same were to occur again, how could he possibly study? The bookworm, now seated once more, merely smiled and shook his head, opting for silence. Gu Min felt reassured. This was only the second time he had opened the scripture. Upon opening the bamboo slip, he noted that the entire manuscript contained a mere few hundred characters, starkly different from others he had encountered. Given Zui Yunjinren's nature and his own exceptional talent, it was likely that even in leaving behind his sword path for future generations, he would not exhaustively detail every word. A scant few hundred characters could be considered Zui Yunjinren's genuine consideration for Dishan. Otherwise, in keeping with his disposition, he might have simply conveyed it through a single sword strike. Gu Min focused intently, and within a brief moment, he had committed the few hundred characters to memory. He felt an immense respect for Zui Yunjinren. The content, if thoroughly explicated, could easily extend to tens of thousands of words. Yet Zui Yunjinren had encapsulated it into just 100. This illustrated his profound understanding of the sword path. This was the radiant essence that Dishan ought to embody. Reflecting on this, Gu Min's excitement surged. His eyes sparkled with hope and myriad other emotions. The bookworm, witnessing this scene, recalled the moment when the then sect master of Dishan brought Zui Yunjinren to the mountain. At that time, Zui Yunjinren stood atop Dishan, gazing down at the disciples below without an ounce of trepidation, only radiance and hope in his demeanor. Gu Min began his earnest study of Zui Yunjinren's sword scripture. He fixated on the initial phrases, momentarily lost in thought. The opening lines of the scripture were succinct yet profound. Qi returns to the Qi residence, forming the sword tree. The tree sprouts branches and leaves, eventually yielding sword fruits. Previously, when a saying elucidated the introductory techniques, she had indicated that upon absorbing the world's Qi into the body, a Qi residence would manifest above the Dantian, serving to transform the entirety of heavenly and earthly Qi into one's own vital energy for personal utilization. As a transitional hub, the Qi residence typically only processed the Qi of heaven and earth. A saying had not mentioned that the sword cultivator's method involved congregating all of heaven and earth's Qi within the Qi residence. Perhaps the senior sister had not studied the sword cultivator's path, hence her ignorance? Gu Min pondered quietly, quickly reaching the conclusion that since he was the sole practitioner of the sword path, many matters would necessitate his own exploration. The processes of sprouting a sword tree, generating branches and leaves, and producing sword fruits would require his contemplation. In truth, had he exerted just a bit more effort to examine other sword scriptures, he would have discerned that the path of a sword cultivator was not so straightforward. At least, according to the scriptures authored by other sword cultivators, it was decidedly different. This sword path was a unique creation of Zui Yunjinren. Regrettably, Gu Min had already resolved to follow Zui Yunjinren, showing little interest in perusing other scriptures. As a consequence, he unwittingly embarked on a path divergent from that of all other sword cultivators in the world. Calming his mind, Gu Min closed his eyes and, adhering to the method outlined in the introductory techniques, guided his vital energy into the Qi residence. He had already entered the initial realm. Regardless, he was considered a cultivator, and all cultivators in the world possessed a Qi residence. However, the realm of the cultivator would determine the size of the Qi residence, and at higher realms, the Qi residence would transform into something else entirely. This entity was known as the Jin K, and cultivators of this realm were referred to as Jin K realm cultivators. Presently, the initial realm cultivators were also called Qi residence realm cultivators. Why is it so large? Gu Min exclaimed in surprise, for upon introspection, he discovered that his Qi residence bore no resemblance to a Sang's description of being the size of a raindrop. Rather, it was fully the size of an egg. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? Gu Min was bewildered. In truth, just over 10 days prior, he had already become an initial realm cultivator, during which his Qi residence had indeed been the size of a raindrop. However, after consuming half of a Jiyu fish, a creature of Dishan that only profound cultivators could safely ingest, he had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, Chang Yizhenren intervened, expelling the fish's flesh from his body. Nonetheless, Gu Min had reaped significant benefits. A portion of the heavenly and earthly Qi contained within the Jiyu fish had entered his body, rapidly flooding into his Qi residence. Originally, even under such circumstances, he would merely have been considered a slightly more fortunate initial realm cultivator with a greater amount of vital energy. However, after absorbing the sword scripture's insights, it was as though countless Dishan sword cultivators had honed his body through their sword strikes, thereby expanding his Qi residence. Typically, the size of a Qi residence at each realm adheres to a specific range. Only those with truly extraordinary talent could exceed this range. Gu Min could indeed be considered a genius, yet his deviation was rather excessive. The average initial realm cultivator would possess a Qi residence the size of a raindrop, while a slightly larger one, akin to a pearl, would be regarded as a primary candidate for nurturing by the sect. Should one possess a Qi residence the size of a jujube, they would be safeguarded by the sect, viewed as the foundation for the next century. Yet, at this moment, Gu Min's Qi residence was fully the size of an egg. If this were to spread, Dishan would likely face eradication from the major sects, and Gu Min would become the subject of contention among them, even inciting several Jin K realm cultivators to vie for him fiercely. It was entirely possible that this matter could even attract the attention of the rulers of the seas, particularly the female sword fairy who reigned as the leader of the sword path. However, Gu Min, the person involved, remained oblivious to the situation. After a brief moment of astonishment, he directed his gaze towards the Qi mansion, which at that moment appeared desolate and bare. Aside from the ceaseless influx of the Qi of heaven and earth and the constant outflow of energy, there was naught else. According to the teachings of the sword scripture by Zhuan Yunjinren, the first step in cultivation is to completely retain the Qi of heaven and earth within, forming a sword tree. Yet, the pressing question for Gu Min was how to achieve this retention of heavenly and earthly Qi. Following that, he faced the challenge of how to form the sword tree, with many more questions awaiting his resolution. Zhuan Yunjinren merely suggested the approach, but did not impart the method, undoubtedly taking for granted that a practitioner of his caliber could accomplish it effortlessly. Without considering the struggles of the newly initiated disciples of Dishan, no longer introspecting, Gu Min opened his eyes. True to his usual manner, he decided that self-exploration was a last resort, and the optimal course of action would be to seek knowledge from someone more informed. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Shu Chong. "Senior, I have a question to ask." Surprisingly, Shu Chong offered no response this time. Gu Min attempted to speak again, addressing him as senior, but Shu Chong merely lowered his gaze to the bamboo slips in his hands, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Gu Min discerned that Shu Chong was resolutely unwilling to answer his queries, despite his strong belief that Shu Chong possessed the knowledge he sought. Rubbing his cheeks, Gu Min struggled to rise, contemplating seeking his benefactor, Chang Yizhenren, for guidance. Given that Chang Yizhenren had the highest cultivation level on the mountain and regarded him as the hope for Dishan's future, he would surely answer his inquiries. However, just as he took a step, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed. Shu Chong looked over in astonishment. "So hungry," Gu Min managed to utter before losing consciousness completely. It turned out he had fainted from hunger. After all, He was merely a novice practitioner who had yet to reach the state of fasting. After enduring over 10 days of deprivation without a drop of water, even a cultivator could not withstand such hardship. Shu Cheng shook his head and then saw a figure descending from the sky, entering through the hole in the roof created by a sword qi. It was none other than Luo Shui. Upon landing, she beheld Gu Min lying on the ground, unconscious, and his pallid demeanor left her in disbelief. Her large eyes welling with tears. Trembling, she inquired, "Junior brother, have you passed away? Please, master, you must save junior brother. What will we do if he is gone? Where will we find such a handsome junior brother again?" Luo Shui pleaded, glancing anxiously at the world and her master, nearly bursting with urgency. Yet her master and senior sister remained unresponsive. Both gazed at the unconscious Gu Min with peculiar expressions. After a long pause, Chang Yizhenren sighed. "Initially, I believed he possessed only higher talent and was chosen by Zhu Yuzhu, along with a striking resemblance to my youth. Yet now, it seems I have underestimated him." Asen nodded, agreeing with her master's assessment. Previously, Chang Yizhenren and Asen had examined Gu Min's condition and were aware of the reason for his fainting. However, during their examination, they discovered something far more astonishing. Gu Min's qi mansion was extraordinarily vast. When Asen first entered the novice stage, her qi mansion was no larger than a pearl, and through diligent cultivation, she had advanced to a high level. Yet, before her lay Gu Min, whose qi mansion was the size of an egg. In terms of innate talent, Gu Min undoubtedly ranked among the finest in the young generation of cultivators. Perhaps he is truly the chosen one, sent by the heavens to revitalize Dishan, Asen mused. Beginning to believe that Gu Min might indeed be the hope of their sect, Chang Yizhenren stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with joy. A person of his caliber, regardless of the sword scripture chosen, would likely achieve great heights. Yet diligent guidance was essential to prevent him from straying into the path of darkness, a loss for the entire sword path. He spoke earnestly, envisioning Gu Min wielding a sword, triumphing over numerous sword masters without defeat. At that moment, he wished to pray once more for the ancestors of Dishan to bless him in breaking through. "Indeed, master, I will keep a close watch on junior brother, ensuring he becomes the pillar of Dishan," Asen declared earnestly, devoid of any pretense. Chang Yizhenren nodded in satisfaction, preparing to impart further wisdom to his two disciples when Luo Shui grasped his sleeve, her tear-filled eyes pleading, "Master, is junior brother in grave danger? Please, take action to save him." Chang Yizhenren smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that it was indeed time to rescue his disciple. He had been so absorbed in contemplating Gu Min's qi mansion that he momentarily overlooked the urgency of the situation. If someone were to reflect on Chang Yizhenren's past experiences, they might conclude that this white-bearded elder was quite forgetful. "Fear not, for your junior brother is the future of Dishan. I shall certainly intervene to save him. Stand back." With a serious expression, Chang Yizhenren reached into his robe and produced 2 steamed buns. As a lover of grilled fish, he also enjoyed toasting buns. Holding the 2 buns, he approached Gu Min, ready to place them into his mouth. In such dire circumstances, nothing could remedy Gu Min's plight better than these buns. Asen turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of her junior brother's condition, while Luo Shui stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. To be precise, Gu Min was roused from his stupor by the very buns that had choked him. When he regained consciousness, the instigator, Chang Yizhenren, had already made his discreet exit, leaving only Asen and Luo Shui in the room. Upon awakening, Gu Min immediately guzzled a large jug of water, swallowing the hard bun down. He then turned to Asen and inquired, "Senior sister, how can I retain the qi of heaven and earth within the qi mansion without it leaking out?" His entire focus was now devoted to cultivating the sword scripture by Zhuan Yunzhenren, leaving no room for distraction. Asen had not anticipated such a question from Gu Min. Yet being a highly advanced practitioner, she was well versed in solutions to such queries. You need only operate half of the foundational method. Once the qi of heaven and earth flows into the qi mansion, it will naturally halt. However, it will continue to draw in more qi until the qi mansion is filled. Asen replied calmly, explaining that once the cultivation method was activated, the qi within the qi mansion would continue to flow into the body's meridians. While she was unsure about the specifics of the sword cultivation methods, she could provide her junior brother with an answer. Although she did not clarify that he should only operate half of the method, Gu Min understood. He was not concerned about future issues. His sole focus was on the phrase, "Qi returns to the qi mansion, giving birth to the sword tree." As for subsequent challenges, he would confront them as they arose. With that thought, Gu Min sprang from the bed, expressing his gratitude to Asen before hastily departing. seemingly eager to return to the bamboo cottage to continue his cultivation. Luo Shui gazed at Gu Min's departing figure, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. She had been deeply concerned for her junior disciple, and when she saw him in distress, she had rushed to bring him to their master for healing. Yet, after awakening, he had not even glanced in her direction before leaving. How could she not feel heartbroken? Asen, noticing her emotional turmoil, bluntly asked, "Do you have feelings for him?" Being an untainted practitioner, she was straightforward and naturally struck at the heart of the matter. Luo Shui's face flushed crimson. She was uncertain if she truly liked her junior disciple, but his injury had genuinely pained her. Yet what could liking change? Her junior disciple was a eunuch. He was incapable of harboring such feelings. A shadow of sorrow clouded Luo Shui's eyes as she uttered this thought. She found it hard to comprehend. She understood the concepts of liking and disliking, but why could one not like? The sect rules did not state that disciples could not become partners in cultivation. So why the prohibition against affection? Asen spoke with an air of calmness. He is a eunuch. Luo Shui knew this was a truth only she bore. Yet she felt compelled to voice it, for she understood her senior sister's nature well. If she did not clarify, Asen would not let her off easily. A eunuch? Asen frowned. During her investigation of Gu Min, she had discovered not only the vastness of his qi reservoir, but also that his body was unblemished. Not at all a mutilated one. Moreover, if he had been incomplete, their master would have realized it long ago. Though a defective body does not impede cultivation, many sects would view such individuals as flawed and would not accept them. However, Gu Min posed no such issues. He was not just handsome, but also commendable in various aspects. Unsure of the basis for her junior sister's assertion, Asen resolved to reveal the truth to her. Your junior disciple is quite remarkable. There are no issues. After stating this, Asen turned away and departed. For Gu Min had officially embarked on his cultivation journey and would inevitably face trials ahead. As her senior sister, she needed to elevate her own realm to better protect him. With Asen's departure, Luo Shui was left alone, softly repeating her sister's words. After several dozen repetitions, she raised her head, gritted her teeth, and nearly spat out his name. Gu Min. If she had not believed Gu Min to be a eunuch during their first meeting, she would never have allowed him to apply medicine to her. Not to mention the later incident where he had to reach into her bosom for the candle pearl. Remembering this made her feel a surge of anger, but it was quickly replaced by disappointment. Why had he not informed her that he was not a eunuch? In her mind, Gu Min was certainly not the type to take advantage of her, yet he had remained silent. Why? Luo Shui propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Gu Min had successfully retained the celestial energy within his qi reservoir. As he contemplated how to cultivate the sword tree, the celestial energy began to shrink dramatically, ultimately coalescing into an ancient small sword. The sword plunged into the ground of the qi reservoir, taking root as if it were a tree. Chapter 18. The Boy Under the Starlight. The ancient small sword resembled a sapling. Echoing the first line of the Jianjing by Zhenren Wanyun, qi returns to the qi reservoir, becoming the sword tree. Gu Min focused on the sword tree, pondering how it would grow branches and bear sword fruits. The changes within the qi reservoir continued. After the emergence of the sword tree, white sword qi began to sprout from its branches, delicate strands resembling white threads extending outward. At this moment, the inner heart method began to operate, and those white threads slowly departed the qi reservoir, akin to a tree sprouting countless leaves. This was the manifestation of branches and leaves. Gu Min silently nodded, recognizing the profundity of Zhenren Wanyun's words, which, while seemingly complex, merely represented the initiation of a sword cultivator's journey. However, once the sword tree had taken shape, the qi reservoir settled into tranquility, with celestial energy entering, filling the reservoir, and transforming into qi that surged throughout his body, leaving no other events to unfold. But what of the sword fruit? Gazing at the sword tree, Gu Min recalled the last line of the Jianjing's opening passage. Based on his previous understanding, if the sword tree bore branches and leaves, would it not eventually yield a fruit? Was it a matter of insufficient realm? Although this was the introductory chapter of the sword scripture, Gu Min had reason to suspect that the formation of sword fruits required a robust foundation of cultivation. Contemplating this, Gu Min resolved to cease his introspection and study the next segment of the sword scripture. However, moments later, he found himself pondering aloud. Qi returning to the qi reservoir is the appropriate action. Becoming the sword tree is the resultant effect. Therefore, the emergence of branches and leaves is a current reality, and the bearing of sword fruits should not imply the tree yielding a singular fruit. Perhaps it is an abstract expression, indicating that such actions will yield results, and the sword fruit is not a literal fruit, but rather a reward of cultivation. Gu Min had only begun his cultivation a mere fortnight ago. excluding the initial day when Asen had explained the foundational heart method. No one else had elaborated on cultivation in detail. His knowledge was scant. Yet this limited understanding allowed him to deduce the true significance of Jinren Wanyun's opening line of the sword scripture. Such insight was likely rare. Even among practitioners who had cultivated for centuries, most would likely become preoccupied with whether the sword tree bore fruit. Yet Gu Min sensed that the absence of a sword fruit was indeed correct. A figure as formidable as Jinren Wanyun would not pin something so simplistic. Unable to help but commend Jinren Wanyun, Gu Min sought to affirm his own judgment. With this thought, he withdrew from his introspection and opened his eyes. Over half a month had passed since he first turned inward. Once a practitioner immerses themselves in cultivation, even a span of 10 or 8 years could easily slip by unnoticed. It was now midnight, and the stars twinkled in the night sky, a breathtaking sight. Gu Min had gazed at stars countless times, but had never found them as enchanting as they were now. He fixated on the stars, momentarily reluctant to look away. If you reach the starry realm, you would cherish this night sky even more. The bookworm spoke gently, as always with warmth. The starry realm. Gu Min understood it to be the 8th realm of cultivation, yet he was unaware of its particularities. The stars varied in distance from us. Ordinary people could only see those relatively close, and even those were few. Upon reaching the starry realm, one would possess the ability to perceive distant stars, creating a celestial sea, perhaps the most magnificent sight in the world. However, such beauty was destined to be witnessed by only a select few. The bookworm continued softly, a smile lingering. Gu Min remained silent for a moment, then shook his head earnestly, stating, "The most beautiful sight in the world is the sunset over Yingdu." It was something he had never grown tired of after years of watching. In Gu Min's eyes, no other place or scenery could rival the sunset over Yingdu. And the only regret was that Yingdu was no more. He might never witness that sunset again. The bookworm did not contest this. Perhaps it was the expression on Gu Min's face as he spoke that prompted Amir, "What do you intend to do now?" "I believe I should find some books to read. My knowledge is too limited, and I fear I may encounter issues while studying the sword scripture," Gu Min replied. His fervor for cultivation unwavering. He understood that embarking on his journey with such fragmented knowledge could lead to significant problems. He was willing to slow his pace slightly to enrich the knowledge within his mind. The Shu Chao pointed to the bamboo slips beside him and calmly stated, "These are all things you ought to know." It was evident that these were specially prepared for Gu Min, who had anticipated Gu Min's needs long before. Gu Min did not gaze upon the slips, but earnestly inquired, "Why do you assist me so generously, senior?" The Shu Chao was typically indifferent to matters beyond reading. Yet the demeanor before him was unusually gentle, resembling a living person rather than a mere bookworm. Aside from initially disregarding Gu Min, his subsequent aid had been substantial. "You bear a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Your temperament differs, yet your talents and appearance are remarkably similar." He too was an exceedingly handsome youth, though far prouder than you. The Shu Chao did not conceal his thoughts. That individual had been his first and last friend since gaining sentience. Those bamboo slips did not belong to this bamboo pavilion. In other words, only the sword scripture resided within. The content inscribed on the slips had been penned by the Shu Chao over the past fortnight, having read countless books. Thus producing such rudimentary material posed no challenge. The primary issue lay in his willingness to write. Having written, the matter was resolved. He employed the simplest ink and brush to articulate all that practitioners ought to know, such as the realms of cultivation, the focus required at each stage, the various sects in the world, their respective standings, and even notable figures among practitioners in recent years. Among the most illustrious were the emperors of the southern and northern dynasties and the lords of the 4 seas surrounding this continent. These were the most powerful practitioners in the current cultivation realm. Should one insist on matters related to Dishan, one could mention the Jianting of Nanling, the mightiest sword sect in Nanling, inherently connected to all sword sects in the region. Another was the female sword immortal residing in the sea, who, as a woman, overshadowed countless sword cultivators, an unprecedented feat the Shu Chao marveled, and Gu Min found himself lost in thought. This woman had been mentioned by his own master before, and now she appeared here, evidently an insurmountable figure for all sword practitioners. However, these names felt distant to him now. Gu Min collected his thoughts, returned to the window, and resolved to spend several days absorbing the knowledge contained in those slips. The Shu Chao, having spoken sufficiently over these days, made a decision to refrain from conversing with Gu Min for the coming years. Had Gu Min been aware of this, he would undoubtedly regret having spoken too much to the Shu Chao, for it was likely he would remain in this bamboo pavilion for an extended period, and such silence would be unbearable for him. However, oblivious to the Shu Chao's thoughts, Gu Min focused intently on the bamboo slips. Though the night was as dark as ink, it did not hinder his ability to discern the content inscribed upon them. To become a practitioner already set him apart from ordinary mortals. As Gu Min diligently examined the slips, the Shu Chao regarded the youth under the starlit sky. The amalgamation of the stars outside and the young man by the window formed an exquisite tableau. Chapter 19. The mountain and its bounty. The night was as dark as ink, and Chang Yizhenren was, as usual, grilling fish before his thatched cottage. However, this time, he did not take on the task himself. Instead, a Sang wielded the knife beside him. The art of grilling fish had been imparted to a Sang by Chang Yizhenren many years prior. After mastering it, she only grilled fish for him a few times before declaring the matter concluded. In the following decades, despite countless requests from Chang Yizhenren, a Sang remained unmoved, devoted solely to her cultivation and indifferent to many matters. Yet tonight, she took the initiative. The fragrance wafted through the gentle breeze, perhaps reaching several miles around. Master, that fish earlier was intentionally stolen by Junior's sister, she asserted confidently, not posing it as a question. Reclining on a bamboo chair, Chang Yizhenren faced his eldest disciple, unprepared to deceive her, knowing well that she was not easily fooled, considering she was the future of Dishan. With Dishan in such decline, how could he hasten her progress? Only Luo Xuan naively believed she could pilfer fish under her master's nose. Both a Sang and Chang Yizhenren, as well as Gu Min, could discern the underlying truth. However, it was regrettable that a single fish had allowed him to absorb only a fraction of the heavenly and earthly energies. Had the ancestors of Dishan known, they would surely deem him a squanderer. Chang Yizhenren chuckled at this thought, then shifted the topic. A person as carefree as Wang Yunzhenren would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up, commending his efforts. A Sang did not look up, her stick spinning in her hand. Though she gazed at the fish, her mind was elsewhere. Zhu Yuzhu had chosen the junior disciple, and upon entering the sect, he selected the sword scripture left by Wang Yunzhenren, One Night, Initial Realm, coupled with the Shu Chao's attitude towards him. The junior disciple truly represented the future of Dishan. However, had the master considered the junior disciple's next steps? Practitioners of the world generally followed a similar path after joining a sect. They would toil in rigorous training for years or even decades until their realms were sufficient to descend the mountain for experience. Those with steadfast resolve might achieve great accomplishments. Yet many practitioners could squander their lives in the mundane without any significant achievements. Since Gu Min was cultivating Wang Yunzhenren's sword scripture, the arduous path of training on the mountain was likely unsuitable for him, particularly in the long term. Perhaps in a few years, Gu Min would find himself compelled to descend the mountain, but at this moment, with Dishan in decline, should others in the sect learn of his background, only two outcomes awaited him, either being recruited by another sect or perishing in the wilderness. A genius disciple from a fallen sword sect would not meet with any other fate. Being a caged bird on the mountain was certainly not beneficial for him. Chang Yizhenren furrowed his brow, for in recent days, his greatest concern had been precisely this. His disciple represented the future of Dishan. Yet how to nurture him remained uncertain. As the headmaster of the mountain, it was inappropriate for him to descend personally to safeguard his disciple. Shall I go? A Sang volunteered, understanding her master better than most in certain situations. Chang Yizhenren chuckled. What difference does it make whether you go or I go? Does being a woman somehow accelerate your junior disciple's cultivation? A Sang pondered her relatively unfamiliar junior disciple seriously, then replied earnestly, it could be possible. Chang Yizhenren was momentarily speechless, silently taking the grilled fish, and after a bite, he mumbled indistinctly, in any case, it makes no difference, don't dwell on it. After uttering this, he paused in his eating, then lifted his head, recalling an ancient matter. The headmaster of Dishan then broke into a smile, appearing somewhat lecherous, yet more so resigned. Indeed, on the 30th day after the sword tree took root in his Qi mansion, Gu Min finished reading the bamboo slips. Upon completion, he felt compelled to introspect once more, only to discover that the sword tree had yet to bear sword fruits, nor did it show any signs of blooming. Coupled with the knowledge gleaned from the slips, he gradually comprehended a profound truth. The term sword fruit was merely an abstract expression and would not manifest within his being. Given this, the emergence of the sword tree in his Qi mansion and the white threads upon it could be considered the completion of the first stage outlined in the sword scripture. This meant he had officially become a sword practitioner, and this had occurred 30 days prior. The pace of progress may seem unhurried. Yet when viewed through the lens of his study of the Jianjing penned by Wang Yunzhenren, it becomes remarkably swift. Perhaps even Wang Yunzhenren, upon his rebirth, would not have anticipated that his literary creation would be so swiftly comprehended by a descendant of Dishan. Gu Min felt a surge of excitement and turned to the Shuchong, exclaiming, "Senior, I understand." However, the Shuchong remained engrossed in his text, offering no response. Gu Min, puzzled by this unexpected silence, hesitated momentarily before calling out again, only to be met with indifference. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He was exceedingly hungry, after a month of tirelessly poring over the bamboo slips. If not for the jian tree absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for him day and night, he feared he would have succumbed to an unpleasant state. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him with a resounding thud. Luo Shui, clad in a white robe, appeared, having just placed a bamboo basket down. The source of the noise was the basket, which was filled to the brim with steaming buns. "Here you go, little junior brother," she said with a smile. Her beauty as captivating as ever. Aware that her little junior brother had only just embarked on his journey into the initial realm, she understood the necessity of sustenance. Hence, she had devoted an entire month to crafting this abundant assortment of buns. As for why it took a month, the reasoning was simple. She had initially been unskilled in the craft, and upon mastering it, required a learning period. For others, this might span a few days. But for Luo Shui, it necessitated at least a fortnight. Yet, what if the buns produced after those days did not meet her standards? Naturally, she would have to start anew. After all, the first batch made for her little junior brother must be flawless. Driven by this conviction, she tirelessly experimented and repeatedly began again, culminating in the present array of buns before Gu Min. Of course, the hardship endured during this process was something she could not disclose to Gu Min. She merely smiled at him and encouraged, "Little junior brother, do try them." Gu Min responded, feeling the gnawing pangs of hunger. Although the jian tree could sustain his life, it did not absolve him of the need for food. "Thank you, senior sister." His admiration for Luo Shui deepened, and he found it in himself to forgive her previous transgressions. Yet, as he grasped a bun, he sensed something amiss. He squeezed it firmly, expecting it to yield under pressure, but it remained unyielding. Gu Min slammed the bun against the ground, producing a thundering sound. Upon inspection, the bun exhibited no signs of damage. "Senior sister, do you truly call this a bun?" he inquired, contemplating how many lives he would need to consume such a feast. Luo Shui's expression faltered slightly, but she quickly exclaimed, "Just take a bite. It might taste wonderful." Gu Min shook his head resolutely, convinced that consuming this bun would render him a fool of extraordinary proportions. "If you refuse to eat it, I shall inform master of your previous misconduct," Luo Shui declared, resorting to threats when gentle persuasion failed. "Senior sister, where did this talk of misconduct originate?" Gu Min retorted, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet maintaining his stance. "Senior sister informed me that you are not a eunuch, yet you blushed when you looked at my face," she teased, intending to compel Gu Min to eat the bun. "Give me that bun," he interjected, fearing the ramifications of her playful threats, realizing that his life might depend on appeasing her whims. Luo Shui handed over the bun, her smile unwavering as she regarded him. Gu Min mustered a smile of his own and slowly raised the bun to his mouth, taking an even slower bite. He chewed and, in one smooth motion, collapsed onto the ground, his expression unchanging, his heart as tranquil as still water. Indeed, the trials were unrelenting. Thus concluded the final chapter of my 21st year. Tomorrow, I shall embrace the dawn of my 22nd year, a fresh beginning. I hope that by this time next year, we shall both be flourishing. Chapter 20. A starry sea belonging to sword cultivators. Gu Min had firmly believed that his resolve was unshakable. Yet after sampling the buns crafted by Luo Shui, he sorrowfully realized that no matter how composed he endeavored to be, he could not escape the trepidation that arose within him when confronted with the inexplicable creations of his senior sister. Despite this, Luo Shui showed no sympathy for her little junior brother's plight. She wielded this event as leverage, frequently bringing her culinary concoctions to the bamboo loft to check on her diligent junior brother. According to her rationale, since he was not yet at the stage of foregoing meals, how could he endure the rigors of cultivation without proper nourishment? Little did she know that Gu Min had already resolved to elevate his realm as swiftly as possible to avoid further encounters with her peculiar dishes. With this determination in mind, Gu Min, on a certain morning 3 months later, suppressed the urge to vomit as he finished a plate of tofu prepared by Luo Shui. Placing his chopsticks aside and wiping his mouth, he spoke, "Senior sister, I shall no longer consume food." Luo Shui, still fixated on Gu Min's face, instinctively prepared to use her previous leverage to coerce him, but halted mid-sentence, for she recalled his words. He was not saying he would refuse her food, but rather that he would abstain from eating altogether. The distinction may appear subtle, yet it was monumental. Little junior brother, have you truly begun fasting? Luo Shui exclaimed incredulously. Gu Min nodded. Over the past 4 months, apart from the emergence of the Jian tree, his qi chamber had shown no other changes. His days had been consumed with comprehending the content of the Jianjing and diligently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth according to his cultivation method. At this juncture, he had traversed far into the initial realm, and the quantity of qi within his chamber rivaled that of practitioners in the second realm. Fasting requires a substantial amount of qi to sustain, which is why those in the initial realm typically still require sustenance. How is this possible? Luo Shui exclaimed, pinching Gu Min's cheek in disbelief. Master said that the illustrious Lu Yinjinren of Dishan took an entire year to achieve fasting. Yet you have accomplished it in merely 4 months. While Dishan may now be in decline, history had once celebrated countless talented disciples, leaving behind a myriad of remarkable records, including the journey from the initial realm to fasting. This record was established by an ancestral figure named Lu Yinjinren, who succeeded in fasting in just 1 year, earning him a reputation as a prodigy of unparalleled talent within Dishan. Though he never ascended to the peak of power nor claimed the title of Sword Dao leader, he nonetheless became a formidable practitioner in the realm of Jink, his name resonating throughout Dishan. In truth, it had only taken 3 months, Gu Min mused to himself. Had he not spent a month contemplating whether the Jian tree might bear Jian fruit, he would have successfully fasted in 3 months. Indeed, his rapid progress was attributable not only to his innate talent and determination, but also to Luo Shui's culinary efforts, which played a significant role in his achievement. Although the rapid progress in the early stages of cultivation is commendable, it does not necessarily guarantee a long journey ahead. The esteemed Lu Yinjinren serves as a prime example. Despite his extraordinary talent, he ultimately failed to reach the pinnacle of the world. Nevertheless, Gu Min's swift advancement indicates that he may inherently belong to the category of individuals predisposed to cultivation. Observing Luo Shui's expression, Gu Min remained composed. For while he aspired to reach the ultimate path swiftly, he had never anticipated such a rapid pace. The wisdom of the tall tree attracts the wind had been imparted to him since childhood. His decision to confide in Luo Shui stemmed not only from the closeness he shared with the few individuals on the mountain, who were both senior sisters and mentors, but primarily from his reluctance to continue partaking of Luo Shui's culinary offerings. Little junior brother, even though you've already begun fasting, you still cannot forego meals, Luo Shui insisted. Her resolve slightly wavering, yet unwavering in her commitment. Preparing meals for her little junior brother had been the highlight of her days. The sudden cessation of this would undoubtedly leave her disheartened. Witnessing him savor the food she had prepared brought her immense joy. Gu Min felt somewhat helpless on this mountain. His clever tactics proved futile, leaving him with no choice but to endure the tribulations and strive to survive amidst them. Senior sister, I must seek master. He mentioned a significant matter. Engaging in rational discourse with women often proves unwise, and thus Gu Min swiftly opted for a more discreet approach. Master hasn't visited you for 2 months. Where could such a significant matter possibly arise? Luo Shui pouted, her displeasure evident. Gu Min glanced at his senior sister, pondering how her intellect seemed sharper than before over these past months. 3 months prior, Master had visited once, stating he would see him after his fasting, a claim that was not a ruse to deceive Luo Shui, but indeed factual. Just days after he had finished the steamed buns prepared by Luo Shui, the usually neglectful Chang Yizhenren had come to see him, delivering this particular message. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui simply acknowledged with an "oh," falling silent, for ultimately, it was Master's words that held the most weight on the mountain, and she dared not defy them. Gu Min rose swiftly, departing the bamboo dwelling, fearing that lingering there might invite unforeseen complications. Chang Yizhenren possessed no extraordinary hobbies. One might even describe him as somewhat monotonous. Rarely did he leave Dishan, and aside from imparting cultivation methods to his 2 disciples at the beginning, he had not taken on any new students or engaged in any grand endeavors to elevate the sect over the years. His most frequent pastime, aside from occasionally catching a fish from the mountain streams to roast, was sleeping. As autumn deepened, Gu Min, while still over a mile away from the thatched hut, could already hear the sound of Chang Yizhenren's snoring. It was difficult to imagine that such a practitioner, undoubtedly of a high cultivation level, could snore as thunderously as a rustic villager. Gu Min approached Chang Yizhenren, contemplating how to awaken his master without incurring his ire, feeling somewhat conflicted. Their encounters had been few, from their first meeting when Gu Min became his disciple, to the second when he was soundly beaten, and finally to the third, where Chang Yizhenren had merely exchanged a few casual words. Thus, Gu Min's understanding of his master's temperament was rather limited. Should he be a capricious old man? Gu Min feared he might indeed face another bout of persecution. Consequently, he resolved to wait for Chang Yijinren to awaken on his own. At that moment, the deep autumn air bore a slight chill, yet for both Chang Yijinren and Gu Min, it posed no significant concern. As cultivators, they were naturally unconcerned about such trivialities. However, the heavens were not favorable, as dark clouds soon gathered, and the sound of thunder rolled ominously. Moments later, raindrops as large as soybeans began to fall upon the two. Gu Min furrowed his brow, contemplating using his qi to disperse the rain, when Chang Yijinren sprang up. "You foolish boy, why didn't you wake me when it started to rain? How can my old bones withstand such torment?" Chang Yijinren scolded. Already darting to the eaves of the thatched hut, Gu Min hurried to follow, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He couldn't help but mentally berate his seemingly negligent master. How audacious, to dare secretly insult your master. Chang Yijinren glared at Gu Min, as if he could see through his thoughts. Gu Min, now left with no choice, lowered his head and earnestly stated, "Disciple is at fault. I ask for Master-S punishment." The intricacies of a great practitioner-S techniques were still beyond Gu Min's comprehension. He believed that when it was time to concede, one must concede, which was his usual approach to handling matters. Chang Yijinren glanced at the downpour, then turned his gaze back to Gu Min, casually inquiring, "I asked you to come find me after your fasting period, yet it has only been 3 months. Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing, followed by a hearty laugh. "Good disciple, you have indeed begun your fasting. You are truly a commendable student. I did not misjudge you, and it shows that my discernment is exceptional. Otherwise, how could I have discovered such a promising seed of cultivation in you?" Chang Yijinren's demeanor remained unchanged. Once he realized Gu Min had surprised him yet again, all past grievances faded from his memory. Furthermore, Gu Min had already provided him with numerous surprises within the 4 months since he joined, solidifying Chang Yijinren's belief that this young man before him was the future of Dishan and a gift from the heavens. Patting Gu Min on the shoulder, Chang Yijinren spoke earnestly, "In the matter of cultivation, one must not relax. Although you possess such talent, you must remember never to be distracted, especially by matters of the heart. Do not let that discourage you. Rest assured, I am aware of how things stand on the mountain with your 2 senior sisters." Before Chang Yijinren could continue, Gu Min quickly interrupted, realizing that his master, being no longer a youth, understood the complexities of life. After casting Gu Min a knowing glance that only a man could comprehend, he resumed his serious tone. "The reason I asked you to seek me after your fasting was to show you the true essence of a sword cultivator." At the mention of this, Gu Min easily recalled the previous night when the candlelight transformed into a cerulean sword, vanquishing the ghostly cultivator. That scene had become indelibly etched in his mind. Observing Gu Min's expression, Chang Yijinren recognized what he was recalling and shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "That hardly qualifies as formidable. Even the sword manual left by Wan Yunjinren, when opened, released a mere wisp of sword energy. It pales in comparison to the true essence of sword cultivation, which is vastly superior." Listening to Chang Yijinren's words, Gu Min felt a surge of anticipation for what he was about to witness. Cultivation is merely a means. Attaining great power through it is the goal, yet the scenery along the journey may be what truly sustains one's resolve. Without further ado, Chang Yijinren fetched an oil paper umbrella from the thatched hut before stepping outside, with Gu Min dutifully following suit, also wielding an umbrella. However, upon entering the rain curtain, Gu Min quickly discovered that his umbrella was torn. Before he could lament, he found himself trudging through the downpour, trailing behind Chang Yijinren. Just as every cultivation sect possesses a back mountain, Dishan too has its own. However, the back mountain of Dishan bore no distinction from the peaks ahead, comprising similarly sized rocks with no vegetation in sight. Yet this had its advantages, for in the heavy rain, one need not worry about mud soiling their shoes. As they traversed the stony path, the voice of Chang Yijinren gradually pierced through the curtain of rain, reaching Gu Min's ears. The path of cultivation, of course, is not solely defined by swordsmanship as the only way to reach the celestial realm. However, from ancient times to the present, countless practitioners have initially chosen the path of the sword, largely because sword cultivation embodies the epitome of elegance. Gu Min was initially focused on absorbing the profound teachings of the Tao from the esteemed Chang Yi, only to find himself bemused by the trivial nature of the discourse. "With a countenance like yours, should you master the sword and traverse the world, not to mention anything else, every woman in the realm of cultivation would regard you with admiration. I, too, experienced such reverence in my youth, though regrettably, I did not pursue the sword. Otherwise, it is likely I would have had a dozen or more disciples by now. Chang Yi's words flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of a gushing stream, until they reached the mid-slope of the back mountain, where he deftly brought the conversation back to the topic at hand. Since I Bai Shan's sword cultivators once stood unparalleled in the world, it is only fitting that there exists something extraordinary about them. The sword techniques enshrined in our scriptures illuminate the path of cultivation, while those techniques residing in the back mountain serve as the means to express your realm. In the zenith of I Bai Shan's glory, there flourished 30,000 sword cultivators, with an abundance of techniques bequeathed to us by exceptional individuals, alongside refinements made by generations of great sword masters. Today, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that I Bai Shan's techniques encompass a myriad of forms. When we arrive there, feel free to select from the techniques. Should you possess the capability, learn as many as you can. The burden of I Bai Shan is immense, and if your shoulders are insufficiently broad, you shall not be able to bear it. At this point, Gu Min understood that Chang Yi intended to assist him in selecting sword techniques. Although Wan Yun's scripture elucidated his sword path, it lacked the practical sword techniques to support it. For a sword cultivator, establishing a sword path does not conflict with the study of various techniques. Having already undergone the process of abstaining from grains, Gu Min was indeed ready to begin his studies of the exquisite techniques of I Bai Shan. As Chang Yi's voice gradually diminished, they arrived before a quaint wooden building, nestled among the rocky terrain, appearing almost hidden from sight. Before the wooden structure stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with numerous names of varying heights. Pausing before the monument, Chang Yi spoke gravely. These are the ancestors of I Bai Shan. Only those who are truly great sword immortals can have their names etched here. Gu Min lifted his gaze and recognized several familiar names inscribed on the stone, figures that had been mentioned by the bookworm or had appeared in his own writings. Yet, what captivated Gu Min's attention was the name of Wan Yun, positioned not at the forefront, but rather in the center, evoking an indescribable feeling akin to the moon surrounded by stars, perhaps a sense of pride. But how could a name elicit such a feeling? Gu Min shook his head, suppressing further contemplation. Chang Yi continued, should I Bai Shan rise again under your stewardship, your name too shall grace this stone. If you can restore I Bai Shan as the world's foremost sword sect, perhaps your name will be inscribed beside the founder. Gu Min inhaled deeply, sensing a profound significance. At that moment, he felt a true sense of belonging to I Bai Shan, becoming an integral part of it. However, Chang Yi interjected, I did not bring you here merely to observe this. Master, please speak, Gu Min replied, standing attentively, even casting aside his oil paper umbrella. Practitioners of the starry realm can glimpse the starry sea beyond the veil of clouds. It is a breathtaking sight, visible to all within that realm. Yet, sword cultivators possess a different celestial vision. Chang Yi revealed without preamble, the stars that sword cultivators behold are known as sword stars. They too reside in that starry sea. But only sword cultivators can perceive them and discern which one represents themselves. In essence, each sword star symbolizes a sword cultivator. For every new sword cultivator born into the world, a new sword star emerges in the starry sea. As your sword path deepens, that star shall shine ever more brightly. But when you depart this world, that star will fall. Compared to other practitioners, sword cultivators are not fundamentally different. Peers do not hold an inherent advantage due to their swordsmanship. The true measure of victory lies in numerous factors: combat experience, adaptability in the heat of battle, daily cultivation, and the influence of various circumstances. Yet, sword cultivators possess a unique distinction, for they have their own sword stars within the starry sea. After your abstinence, you will be able to see your sword star, Chang Yi explained, clarifying why he had summoned Gu Min. When one's realm is insufficient, the stone tablet can aid in revealing one's sword star. As one's realm ascends, reliance on external means becomes unnecessary. Chang Yi gazed at Gu Min and inquired softly, would you like to see? As Gu Min absorbed Chang Yi's words, he naturally did not decline. He nodded, and under Chang Yi's guidance, placed his hand upon the stone tablet. The resplendent sword stars belong to the greatest sword cultivators and even sword immortals of our time. You may behold them and experience their brilliance. As Chang Yi spoke, Gu Min closed his eyes, seeking to glimpse the starry sea designated for sword cultivators. Soon, the enveloping darkness receded, and his vision brightened. He perceived distant lights, and as he drew closer, he quickly recognized them as stars, an abundance of stars. Ordinary individuals cannot see the true starry sea, nor can average practitioners perceive the starry sea belonging to sword cultivators. Gu Min was unaware of the nature of the sea visible to those in the starry realm, but the celestial expanse before him was already sufficiently magnificent. Thousands of stars hung in the night sky, scattered in a way that evoked a sense of grandeur. The only regret was the varying brightness of each sword star, leading to an oddly conspicuous disparity. Some sword stars gleamed brightly, while others remained dim. The brightest among them hung far off, isolated from its companions, akin to an emperor upon a lofty platform, with the remaining stars as subservient ministers, bowing in deference, too timid to stand alongside it. If there were no surprises, that radiant sword star belonged to the illustrious female sword immortal, the paragon of swordsmanship. Not far from that star, several equally brilliant sword stars existed, hinting at remarkable individuals as their owners, though certainly not surpassing the female sword immortal. Further out in the starry sea, the sword stars, both luminous and obscure, quietly hung, occasionally flaring brightly as sword cultivators achieved breakthroughs, while others dimmed and fell, signaling the departure of a sword cultivator from this world. Sometimes, a multitude of falling stars cascaded like a rainstorm. Gu Min shifted his gaze away from those resplendent sword stars, beginning to search for the one that represented him. However, after a thorough scan, he found no star that resonated with him. Confused, Gu Min pondered whether this was due to his insufficient realm. Contemplating this, he was about to withdraw his gaze when, suddenly, the sword stars in the sea began to stir, as if a colossal hand had disturbed the celestial waters. Countless sword stars moved in unison, a sight not easily witnessed. Gu Min held his breath, sensing that something significant was about to occur. Shortly thereafter, the stars ceased their movement, and unlike before, their positions had shifted. Accompanying this celestial rearrangement were two new stars that emerged in the starry sea, one bright and prominent, outshining many already luminous stars, while the other was less radiant, yet distinctly unique. It was so extraordinary that one could hardly tear their gaze away. That sword star, akin in size and brilliance to all the other newly emerged sword stars in the starry sea, was evidently a testament to a recently achieved breakthrough in sword cultivation. The only distinction was that while all the other sword stars radiated a ghostly blue light, this new sword star shone a pure white. Amidst the cluster of ghostly blue stars, the white star appeared somewhat solitary, yet it exuded a sense of tenacity even in its solitude. Regardless, this white star had already eclipsed the brilliance of the most resplendent sword star, drawing the attention of anyone who gazed upon the starry sea. That is my sword star. Gu Min needed only a fleeting glance to unequivocally ascertain that this sword star represented him. Why is it white? Gu Min's eyes widened. Amidst the myriad of sword stars, none could be as unique as his. In the Jinting, at the Guanjin Tai, numerous disciples who had already achieved breakthrough congregated under the guidance of their elders, all to witness their sword stars manifest in the starry sea. Among them stood a seemingly ordinary, yet extraordinarily spirited youth at the center of the gathering, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. Liang Shidi, he has come too. Liang Shidi has achieved breakthrough so swiftly? Suddenly, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the late-arriving Jian-Ting disciples, their gazes fixed on Liang Zhao at the center of the Guanjin Tai, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. It was known that Liang Zhao had only joined the sect a year prior. How could he have achieved breakthrough in such a short span? This was a concept that marked him as an absolute genius in the annals of sword cultivation history. With such speed, he would undoubtedly become a Jinke realm sword cultivator in the future. After a few shouts, those disciples who had been oblivious turned their attention towards them, their eyes filled with admiration and envy, with only a handful harboring jealousy. The several second-generation elders presiding over the event smiled at Liang Zhao, their eyes brimming with approval. Silence, please. Although the elders were not angered, they needed to maintain order. The elder at the forefront, Wang Ling, held a significant position within the Jianting and was Liang Zhao's master's uncle. Having never taken on an apprentice himself, he regarded Liang Zhao as his own disciple after the latter joined the sect, diligently answering all of Liang Zhao's queries regarding cultivation over the past year. Zhaoer, when observing the stars later, remember to take a closer look at that female sword immortal's sword star. It will be beneficial for your cultivation. Wang Ling spoke plainly, and all present heard him clearly. While he favored Liang Zhao, he did not hoard knowledge. All disciples of the Jianting were treated equally in certain respects. Moreover, among these young disciples, several possessed exceptional talent, and with proper guidance, they might even challenge the Jinke realm. For a sect to thrive over the long term, nurturing such young talents was paramount. If they could flourish, the position of the Nanling Jin zone would remain unshaken. The youth truly held an infinite future. Close your eyes and observe the stars. The disciples collectively shut their eyes, including Liang Zhao. The elder, somewhat nostalgic, gazed at the young practitioners and was suddenly reminded of the first time he observed his own sword star under the guidance of his mentor after achieving breakthrough. An event that had transpired over a century ago. In the ensuing years, apart from that initial occasion, he had scarcely revisited the starry sea. After all, each time he looked, it was always the brilliance of that female sword immortal that shone brightest. What more was there to see? However, today, witnessing the vitality of those young disciples, particularly Liang Zhao, the future new star of the Jianting, Wang Ling felt a surge of inspiration and yearned to gaze upon that starry sea once more. It was known that the most gifted sword cultivators often exhibited their uniqueness from the very beginning. Achieving breakthrough in a year was one such indication, as were the extraordinary phenomena accompanying the emergence of sword stars. Wang Ling wished to discern the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Liang Zhao. Thus, he closed his eyes, joining the disciples as they beheld the starry sea and the events that would soon unfold. The starry sea stirred, and the sword stars shifted positions. This was the initial sign of an anomaly. Though Wang Ling had anticipated some phenomenon, he still found himself somewhat surprised. The emergence of a sword star could indeed influence an entire starry sea, signaling boundless potential. Shortly thereafter, a ghostly blue sword star emerged, initially dazzling, its radiance dimming momentarily but still sufficient to signify its exceptional nature. Zhao truly deserved the title of genius for achieving breakthrough in just a year. Wang Ling could not help but silently marvel. Such a young disciple had not been seen in the Jianting for the past 2 centuries. Just as he intended to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed another new sword star appearing in the starry sea. Though not as bright, it was enough to capture Wang Ling's attention. It was a white sword star, distinct from all others. Gung Xin. Almost instinctively, Wang Ling exclaimed, too astonished to contain himself, his mind still lingering in the starry sea. In the lore of nearly all significant sword sects, the mention of sword stars invariably included Gung Xin. This was a sword star that existed solely in legend, appearing only a handful of times throughout the entire history of cultivators, and without a doubt, every sword cultivator who possessed a Gung Xin sword star ultimately became the most formidable sword immortal in existence. Without exception. Could it be Zhao? Wang Ling snapped back from his momentary shock, scrutinizing the white sword star once more, then reluctantly opened his eyes. Atop the Guanjiantai, many disciples had already opened their eyes, undeniably having witnessed the supreme entity among the sword stars, Gung Xin. The ancient text contains scant descriptions of the Gung Xin sword star. The most direct being, among myriad stars, it alone is white. Every sword cultivator could ascertain this. Several elder brothers from the second generation had gathered, struggling to contain their astonishment. To witness a Gung Xin sword star in one's lifetime was an unparalleled experience for them. Wang Ling turned to his junior disciples, then looked at the now-awakened Liang Zhao, pausing momentarily before inquiring, Zhao, is that Gung Xin sword star yours? Every sword cultivator could see the starry sea, but only the sword master could sense which sword star represented them. In other words, even that female sword immortal could not identify the owner of the Gung Xin sword star. Thus, Wang Ling spoke with immense anticipation. If Liang Zhao were indeed the owner of that Gung Xin sword star, the entire Nanling Jianting would undoubtedly devote all its resources to nurturing him, and Liang Zhao would receive far more than he currently possessed. Countless eyes were fixed upon the silent youth at the center of the Guanjiantai, with many hoping for a favorable answer. Liang Zhao lifted his head, the youth known for his promising future, meeting Wang Ling's expectant gaze before finally nodding. It is mine. Yesterday, while casually chatting in a reader group, a fellow reader reminded me that the Dishan treasure shares a name with a certain famous artifact in a renowned work. Although it is common for names and concepts to overlap among different authors, since this treasure is meant to accompany Gu Min on his journey, I have decided to modify it to Zhu Zhu in the previous text. However, due to restrictions, I can only amend 10 chapters a day on the platform, and they must undergo review, so earlier chapters may not be updated swiftly. Nevertheless, I will consistently use the term Zhu Zhu moving forward, and the earlier sections will eventually be revised. For those not reading on the platform, I hope this clarification reaches you, as other software may not reflect my previous chapter modifications. Please support the original work on the platform. Additionally, the opening of Xian Chao is the most comfortable and fluid among the beginnings of my 3 books. Previously, my understanding of cultivation was rather vague, but this time I have made my first attempt to meticulously depict Gu Min's journey in cultivation, and I find it quite satisfactory. By the way, dear classmates, do not cease your support. In chapter 22, 10,000 stars, only is white. All the disciples on the Jianguantai were rendered speechless by shock. Even a few second-generation elders gazed at Liang Zhao with fervent excitement. Wang Ling's face was flushed with emotion. Liang Zhao remained composed, as tranquil as any other day over the past year. That was indeed the Gingxin Sword Star. Countless thoughts echoed in their minds. A myriad of emotions surged within them. Yet not a single individual harbored any doubts, for everything aligned perfectly. Liang Zhao was a prodigy who had achieved fasting within a year. Such individuals were rare in the annals of sword cultivation history. Furthermore, the appearance of the Gengxin Sword Star in the Sea of Stars coincided precisely with his first visit to observe the celestial expanse. Everything matched flawlessly. There were no discrepancies. Truly, as the disciple of the sect leader, Liang Shidi is remarkable, someone exclaimed, filled with deep admiration. Quick, report to the sect leader, do not delay. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Ling promptly commanded, recognizing that this monumental event could be deemed the most significant occurrence in the sword court in 2 centuries. If the sect leader was not in closed-door meditation, he should be informed immediately. Observing the expressions of these young disciples, Liang Zhao refrained from saying much. He stood at the center of the Jianguantai, silently contemplating various matters. The Gengxin Sword Star did not belong to him. That was a colossal deception. If this lie were to be uncovered before his ascendance, the consequences would be unfathomable. However, unmasking this grand falsehood was not a simple task. Each individual's sword star was known solely to themselves. The true master of the Gengxin Sword Star was known only to that individual. Liang Zhao could claim ownership, and others would find it hard to refute him without evidence. Unless the master of the Gengxin Sword Star departed from this world before Liang Zhao, his secret would remain intact. Such an event could occur, but the likelihood of it happening in the near future was slim. Liang Zhao approached Wang Ling, cupping his hands in respect, expressing gratitude for his uncle's diligent guidance, which had led to his current achievements. Wang Ling felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he observed his impeccably accomplished disciple, speaking warmly. To become the master of the Gengxin Sword Star is not due to my teachings, but is entirely the result of your own efforts. From this day forth, the burden on your shoulders will grow heavier. Engage earnestly in your cultivation, and do not disappoint the sect's expectations of you. Liang Zhao nodded, about to speak further, when a flying sword streaked across the sky. The flying sword was the most common means of communication among sword cultivators, typically used over long distances. However, this sword clearly originated from within the sect, and had arrived at the Jianguantai, indicating the urgency of the person who sent it. Upon seeing the flying sword, Wang Ling exclaimed, Zhaoer, today you may select your sword. In the sword court, after entering the sect, disciples could only choose their personal swords after fasting and nearing the second realm. Even with Liang Zhao's extraordinary talent, this was the norm. Yet now that the sect had learned of his Gengxin Sword Star, the sect leader had sent a flying sword message to immediately inform Liang Zhao that he could choose his own sword. It was foreseeable that, given the identity of the master of the Gengxin Sword Star, the sword court would present only the finest swords for Liang Zhao to select from. This also signified a new level of importance the sword court would bestow upon Liang Zhao from this moment onwards. Liang Zhao's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any outward joy. His inner thoughts concealed behind a veneer of calm. He respectfully acknowledged the flying sword, stating, Disciple will adhere to the master's orders. His words revealed no emotional fluctuations. Gu Min's mind lingered in that expanse of stars. He knew that his sword star was white, but was unaware of the reasons behind it. The sword scriptures of Zhiyun Zhanren had not addressed such matters, leaving him uncertain whether it was an oversight or intentional omission. The writings of the bookworm contained no references to this aspect. Had it not been for Chang Yi Zhanren bringing him here, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of sword stars. Gazing at the starry sea, Gu Min felt an inexplicable connection between his white sword star and another star that had almost appeared alongside his in the celestial realm. Its dazzling brilliance suggested it belonged to an exceptionally gifted individual. Gu Min could not help but feel a twinge of envy, for aside from its whiteness, his own sword star seemed unremarkable. Taking a deep breath, Gu Min collected himself, opened his eyes, and withdrew his hand from the stone tablet, only to discover that he had become drenched by the rain, while Chang Yi Zhanren had already sought refuge beneath the eaves of the bamboo pavilion. Feeling somewhat resigned, Gu Min hurriedly ran to join his master under the shelter. Chang Yi Zhanren inquired, Did you see your sword star? Gu Min nodded, affirming that he had seen it. How was it? Chang Yi Zhanren asked with curiosity. Being a non-sword cultivator, he could not perceive the celestial sea of sword cultivators. regardless of his high realm. It was all right. Perhaps due to Gu Min's suspicions about the White Sword Star. He refrained from elaborating on the specifics to Chang Yizhenren. That sword star belonged to a remarkable female, sword immortal, indeed dazzling in its brilliance. Gu Min attempted to shift the topic. True to form, Chang Yizhenren, upon hearing about such a figure as the female sword immortal, ceased to press Gu Min about his sword star, instead sharing anecdotes about the sword immortal, his aged face blossoming into a smile. Gu Min, wishing to avoid witnessing his master's delight, began to survey the wooden pavilion. This wooden structure, much like the bamboo pavilion on the front mountain, bore no sign or name. However, the bamboo pavilion housed the sword scriptures penned by the ancestors of Dishan, while this wooden pavilion contained various sword techniques. In the past, with 30,000 sword cultivators in Dishan, countless individuals pursued myriad sword paths, yet the number of sword techniques was limited. Following the decline, many had been lost, and now only a fraction remained in the bamboo pavilion. Nonetheless, given the foundation of Dishan, these remnants were treasures that many sword cultivators would strive a lifetime to obtain. Chang Yizhenren held no particular thoughts about the sword techniques within the wooden pavilion. He merely conveyed some instructions, suggesting that both the wooden and bamboo pavilions were open for free access, and unless there was something of significant importance, he preferred not to be disturbed. After delivering his message, Chang Yizhenren departed with an umbrella. Gu Min bowed to his master's retreating figure, then pushed open the door to enter the wooden pavilion. The interior was arranged similarly to the bamboo pavilion, with rows of bookshelves, each filled with bamboo slips. Though this time, the bookworm was absent. Gu Min casually picked up the nearest bamboo slip and glanced at it, intending to set it down. However, this particular slip did not contain sword techniques, but rather miscellaneous discussions about sword cultivators. Gu Min withdrew his hand, reflecting on his own sword star and yearning to uncover its mystery, redirecting his gaze back to the bamboo slip. Then he encountered a phrase, 10,000 stars. Only his white. In chapter 23, by Yingdu, Gu Min fixated on the passage describing the Gengxin sword star, unable to quell the tumult within him. From the very first day of his cultivation, he had been aware of his commendable talent, yet he had never anticipated that his aptitude for swordsmanship could reach such heights. The master of the Gengxin sword star was a rarity in the long history of cultivation. One must not disclose such matters. It is paramount to remain humble. Gu Min set down the bamboo slip, murmuring to himself, oblivious to the fact that the identity of the master of the Gengxin sword star had already been usurped. Even if he stood on the Jian Guantai and saw Liang Zhao nodding, he would not rush forward to speak. At most, he might turn and quietly spit in disdain. How shameless. Yet, I find it rather endearing. Gu Min contemplated silently as he casually began to peruse the sword manuals on the bookshelf. The appearance of the bamboo slips was largely uniform, making it challenging to discern the nature of each sword scripture merely by their outward look. Thus, Gu Min selected the bamboo slips based on a fleeting sense of affinity. Here lay a multitude of sword techniques. Although they constituted merely a tenth of the peak period's Dishan sword techniques, they were not something one could exhaust in just a day or two. Gu Min aimed to choose a manual with the greatest lethality, which, when combined with the sword scripture of Zhi Yunjinren, could unleash formidable power. However, the selection process could not be as leisurely as when he had previously chosen the sword scripture. After setting down one of the bamboo slips, Gu Min settled himself among the shelves. Following a brief moment of silence, he began to circulate the energy within his body. The sword tree flourishing in his energy abode soon radiated brilliance, and countless strands of natural essence began to whirl around him, emanating a myriad of profound energies from Gu Min's being. Each pore in his body dilated significantly, and those energies swiftly permeated the entire wooden building. With a resonant clang, a sword's cry echoed within the wooden structure, and shortly thereafter, golden light erupted from a certain spot on the bookshelf. Golden characters emerged from the luminescence, assembling in midair to form a sword technique. This technique was called Su Yin Jinju, one of the Dishan sword techniques. Gu Min absorbed the entirety of this scripture within approximately a quarter of an hour. He revealed his own energy to ascertain how many of the sword techniques resonated with him. However, after reviewing the contents of the scripture, Gu Min found himself somewhat dissatisfied. Moments later, another sword's cry resonated, and another manual transformed into blue characters, reminiscent of ocean waves, evoking an extraordinary sensation upon sight. This was the Chao Sheng Jianju, a sword technique left behind by an ancestor of Dishan. Gu Min memorized it as well, but did not intend to begin comprehension and cultivation at that moment. He was aware that better options awaited him. As expected, Following the manifestation of the Chao Sheng Jianju in blue light, another azure brilliance emerged, transforming into a blue dragon that coiled within the bamboo loft. The characters were etched upon the dragon's body, shimmering brilliantly as it moved. This sword technique was known as Mengzhong Jianju, the most practiced technique during Dishan's zenith, once regarded as the finest in the history of Dishan. While its lethality might not have been the strongest, it maintained an exceptional standard across the board, rendering it popular among Dishan's disciples. Many past heads of the sect had diligently studied this technique as well. The bookworm had previously informed Gu Min about this scripture. Though tempted, Gu Min refrained from making an immediate decision. He wished to see what other sword techniques might reveal themselves. In contemplation, Gu Min circulated the scripture of Ji Yunjinren once more. This time, no sword manuals manifested, all remained silent. After a while, a faint white light emerged from the bookshelf. The light was so dim that Gu Min could only sense it vaguely. Rising, he approached the source of the white light, reaching for several sword manuals, only to discover that the light was likely concealed beneath them. One by one, he moved the manuals aside until he finally uncovered a singular scripture at the very bottom. This was not a bamboo slip. Unlike the other scriptures inscribed upon bamboo slips, which were preserved through secret methods preventing decay, this more precious scripture was ensconced within translucent white jade slips, bound together by a red thread. As Gu Min reached for it, he felt an excruciating pain in his palm, as though myriad fine needles were simultaneously piercing through it. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but a formidable force rendered that impossible. Gu Min frowned, internally cursing the bizarre sword technique. Unable to retract his hand, he steeled himself and pressed forward towards the jade slip. Although it was exceedingly arduous, he persisted. After what felt like an eternity, he finally grasped the jade slip. Unbeknownst to him, his palm was now drenched in blood, which was entirely absorbed by the jade slip upon contact. The pain vanished as he gritted his teeth and untied the red thread. A blinding white light erupted, and a white-robed swordsman wielding a crimson long sword appeared before Gu Min. He was strikingly handsome, tall, and exuded an aura of lethal intent. Behind him loomed the ethereal silhouette of a colossal white tiger. The white-robed swordsman had long, snow-white hair and bore a somewhat seductive expression. Yet he did not seem to embody the traits of a nefarious practitioner. Rather, he emanated a regal presence. Standing before Gu Min with his sword drawn, a voice resonated throughout the wooden loft. Regardless of how long you wait, the final outcome may not align with your desires. My sword has long been invincible in this world. Where are the adversaries? As long as I am here, the mountains and rivers remain, and the sun and moon shall not falter. One person alone is sufficient, if only they are powerful enough. The voice gradually faded until it was no longer audible. The white-haired man did not speak, yet Gu Min sensed that these words originated from him. Their gazes locked for nearly a quarter of an hour before the man finally spoke. I hope you are strong enough. With that, the man raised his crimson long sword and thrust it forward. Gu Min felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if boundless blood was encircling him. He widened his eyes and instinctively reached for the Zhu Yu Zhu in his embrace. Grasping the Zhu Yu Zhu, the Dishan treasure instantly transformed into a white long sword that materialized in Gu Min's palm. In the next moment, he raised the sword defensively, hoping to block the impending strike. Although it was likely futile, Gu Min refused to yield. The two swords never crossed, for the white-haired man's blade passed directly through Gu Min, as he did likewise, transforming into flecks of white light. Those flecks of light reassembled, presenting before him once more. This was a scripture known as Yingdu. The three characters of Yingdu glowed with a striking crimson hue, reminiscent of the long sword wielded by the white-haired man. Gu Min carefully retied the Yingdu with a red thread and exited the bamboo loft. Unlike the previous scriptures, which he had merely memorized, Gu Min chose to take the Yingdu with him, as everything indicated that it was among the finest treasures of Dishan, much like the scripture of Ji Yunjinren. Coupled with the Zhu Yu Zhu he possessed, Gu Min now bore possessions that could drive other sword practitioners into frenzy. As he departed the wooden loft, the torrential rain had ceased, and the stars re-emerged in the sky. Gu Min gazed at the night sky, perhaps reminded of the white sword star amidst the sea of stars. If he were to revisit that celestial expanse at this moment to seek out his own sword star, he would undoubtedly find it shining much more brightly than before. The brilliance of a sword star correlates with the cultivation level of its master. Gu Min had no intention of doing so. Instead, after confirming that he had fully retained the contents of the Yingdu within his mind, he hurried back into the bamboo loft to commence his second period of seclusion. On that day, After receiving a message via flying sword from the sect's head at the sword pavilion, Liang Zhao ascended the mountain to retrieve a sword, ultimately acquiring a long sword named Yingdu. This sword had previously belonged to a notable Golden Threshold Realm sword practitioner within the sword pavilion, earning a significant reputation in the annals of the sect's history. After that day, Liang Zhao, regarded as the master of the Gengxin Sword Star, was granted numerous privileges. He could freely enter and exit the Songjin Pavilion, and whenever he encountered difficulties in swordsmanship, any elder from the mountain peaks was obliged to enlighten him. He was permitted to learn the sword techniques of any peak and was qualified to enjoy all resources within the sect. The headmaster would even personally impart teachings to Liang Zhao on the 1st and 15th days of each month, and on certain occasions, this eminent figure, ranked among the top 3 in the realm of swordsmanship, would engage in sword duels with him. This was a tremendous honor, reflecting the high regard the sword court held for Liang Zhao. Treated with such esteem, Liang Zhao's cultivation progressed rapidly, and within approximately a year, he broke into the second realm, becoming the fastest disciple in the history of the sword court to achieve this milestone. No one found it surprising, for he was Liang Zhao, the master of the Gengxin Sword Star. Simultaneously, news of the emergence of a new master from the Gengxin Sword Star swiftly circulated. On the sword viewing platform, amidst the throngs, there were spies from other sects. Such matters could not remain concealed. Many sects sent representatives to seek information, but all were halted outside the sword court, as it was the most formidable sword sect in Nanling, effortlessly managing to block such inquiries. However, 6 months later, all sects found a legitimate reason to enter the sword court. It was time for the Centennial Sword Conference. The sword court, established for millennia, is considered a venerable and profound sect in the annals of cultivation history. Yet, it only became the foremost sword sect in Nanling after the decline of the Dishan sect several centuries ago. Prior to achieving this status, the Sword Conference, held once every 100 years, involved only its own disciples. Following its recognition as Nanling's premier sword sect, the event gradually transformed into a grand assembly for all sword sects in Nanling. Every sword sect received an invitation to send young disciples to engage in friendly contests with their counterparts from other sects, with the sword court providing prizes for the victors. Although most competitions were dominated by the sword court's disciples, to exemplify the grandeur of a major sect, it occasionally refrained from sending its disciples to participate in certain contests. This practice attracted eager participation from disciples of other sword sects, all aware that the sword court was making a statement about supremacy in Nanling's swordsmanship, a fact no one dared to contest. In addition to the sword sects, the sword court would also extend invitations to a few prominent sects with whom it maintained amicable relations, encouraging them to attend the event. In previous years, these sects would typically send a few secondary elders as a token gesture, but this time was different. With the emergence of a master from the Gengxin Sword Star, the response to the sword court's invitations was markedly more enthusiastic than in years past. A snow fell upon Dishan. The sword court's invitation also arrived at Dishan via swift sword communication. Upon receiving the invitation, Asang sought out the esteemed Master Chang'e. Before Asang's arrival, Master Chang'e was gazing into a bronze mirror, counting the strands of white hair that had appeared over the past 2 years. Time passes swiftly for cultivators. While Gu Min was in seclusion, Dishan experienced the cycle of 4 seasons. Asang, do you think your junior brother has entered the second realm yet? Glancing at Asang holding the invitation, Master Chang'e merely cast a cursory glance, not paying much heed to the matter, instead inquiring about Gu Min. For months of fasting, over a year has passed. How could he not have reached the second realm? Asang presented the invitation to Master Chang'e, who did not take it. What is this? Master Chang'e casually inquired. It is the sword conference invitation from the sword court, replied Asang, aware that his master was already informed. Master Chang'e tapped his forehead, scrutinizing the invitation with a furrowed brow. How has 100 years passed again? A century ago, he was still a vibrant young man who had seen such an invitation, during which Dishan had sent a disciple who faced humiliation, bringing disgrace upon the sect. Will we attend? Asang asked. Master Chang'e reclined in a bamboo chair, reluctant to provide an answer. If they were to go, who would be sent, himself or his talented disciple? What if his talented disciple were to perish at the sword court? He could certainly fight for his disciple, but could he contend with the headmaster of the sword court? There is another letter. Asang produced a note from his pocket, expressing some confusion. It is from Xian Shanqing. Chapter 25, Junior Brother. I understand your struggles, Master Chang'e saw no issue with the sword conference invitation reaching Dishan, as it was addressed to all sword sects in Nanling. There was no favoritism, Even though Dishan had fallen from grace, it remained a sword sect, and thus, the invitation was inevitable. Whether Dishan would send representatives to participate was of little concern to the sword court, which had long ceased to regard the once prestigious sect. However, why did Xian Shanqing send a letter to Dishan? Master Chang fixed his gaze on the note, falling into contemplative silence. Xian Shanqing was the imperial capital of the Dynasty dynasty, which had unified Nanling, rendering it an exceedingly significant location. Any correspondence linked to Xian Shanqing warranted attention. Had it simply been a letter from a noble in Xian Shanqing, Master Chang would not have reacted so. But the note before him bore a crimson seal inscribed with a single character, Yu. One of the 6 princes of the Dynasty emperor bore this character in his name. This letter had originated from the estate of the 4th prince. All the princes are now of age, Master Chang sighed. In Nanling, regardless of where a sect was situated, they would pay particular attention to matters regarding the imperial capital, as the Dynasty emperor was not only the most powerful cultivator in Nanling, but also the Dynasty dynasty itself constituted the largest sect. No sect wished to sever ties with the Dynasty dynasty, reminiscent of the relationship between Dishan and the Dynasty dynasty years ago. The most expedient method of maintaining favorable relations was to cultivate connections with the princes. Establishing a close relationship with a prince could yield substantial benefits once he ascended to the throne. The Dynasty understood this, which is why they carefully considered such matters when selecting a crown prince. This created a delicate dynamic. Historically, upon reaching adulthood, princes would seek to ally themselves with sects they deemed worthy of their favor. However, since the inception of the Dynasty dynasty, Dishan had never received correspondence from any prince. It appeared that the 4th prince had little to offer. The very act of sending a letter to Dishan underscored his precarious position. Master Chang studied a saying, his brow suddenly knitting into a frown. He is retreating to advance. A saying remarked, observing Master Chang. A prince with aspirations for the throne would seemingly find it impossible to forge ties with a sect that had languished for centuries. The only plausible explanation was that this prince found himself significantly lagging behind his peers, still harboring ambitions for the throne, yet unwilling to reveal his true intentions at this juncture, leading to the current letter. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity for Dishan. It was a turbulent whirlpool, one from which any sect could easily become ensnared. Master Chang squinted, lost in thought. While others contemplated gains and losses, Aseng remarked with a calm demeanor. What do we have to consider? Is there any risk of loss? There was a peculiar glimmer in his dual-colored eyes, suggesting a deeper intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, Master Chang appearing somewhat pained, said, Your junior brother is our last hope. Asa-san remained silent. With such talent, her junior disciple could certainly find a promising path elsewhere. However, as a disciple of Dishan, he ought to contribute all that he can to the sect, for Dishan has provided him with everything he possesses. Being still a child, it is essential to be mindful of his emotions. Changyi Jinren slowly began to speak, a look of anguish etched upon his face. Asa-san turned away, unwilling to witness her master's forced demeanor. She gazed into the distance, a faint smile gracing her lips, as she pondered the journey her junior disciple would undertake in the world. After Asa-san turned away, Changyi Jinren chuckled softly. It was not as dire as it seemed. If her junior disciple could impress the Prince of Yuhuang with his potential, life at Dishan would certainly improve. Few could resist the allure of his innate talents. Asa-san remained reticent, acknowledging that this approach might leave a favorable impression before certain influential figures in the capital, yet it would place Gu Min in a precarious position. What would other sects think? How could Dishan prevent those sects, teeming with formidable individuals, from encroaching? Was this not a subtle push towards peril for her junior disciple? Asa-san furrowed her brow. Take him to the sword pavilion first, Changyi Jinren stated earnestly. Asa-san, it is time to move your beautiful words to touch your junior disciple's heart. Asa-san, disinterested in her master's words, merely picked up the invitation and departed. With approximately half a year remaining until the century-old sword conference, Gu Min's cultivation level should reach the 2nd realm. Although he would still not be considered a master in the realm of cultivation, it was noteworthy compared to Luo Shui, who had practiced for several years yet remained at the initial stage. Gu Min was indeed commendable. Furthermore, Asa-san was confident in her ability to handle any conflict that might arise. Her junior disciple could simply observe, though Asa-san appeared aloof. She harbored lingering resentment over the humiliation Dishan faced at the sword conference a century ago. Even if Changyi Jinren forbade her from attending this year, it would not deter her. With these thoughts, she made her way to the bamboo loft. The bamboo loft and the wooden loft had stood empty for many years. But upon Gu Min's arrival at the mountain, they seemed to awaken, infused with vitality. Even the wooden loft, which Gu Min had only visited once, bore this transformation. Asasin now stood before the bamboo loft, contemplating the notion of vitality. It was merely the essence of sword energy. The loft housed sword scriptures, which had lain dormant for many years, but now, with the presence of a renowned sword cultivator, the sword energy danced like playful children, finally reunited with their beloved toys. In this environment, Gumin unknowingly reaped numerous benefits, which would manifest in his future cultivation and battles. Asasin inexplicably recalled a jest from a swordsman years ago. A swordsman's blade is meant for killing. She shook her head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with this sentiment. Standing before the bamboo loft for a moment, she thought of her junior disciple diligently cultivating, perhaps at a critical juncture, and thus refrained from entering. Observing the large hole in the roof, she contemplated leaving when she caught sight of a hurried figure passing by. It was Luo Shui, carrying 2 white plates filled with unappetizing food. Upon spotting her senior sister, she paused to greet her. Asasin glanced at the unappealing dishes, recalling the culinary endeavors of her junior sister over the past year. "Is this what you've been feeding him?" she inquired. Luo Shui nodded, looking somewhat pleased. "Have you tasted this yourself?" Asasin felt a surge of sympathy for her junior disciple. Was this perhaps the reason he had so swiftly reached the point of fasting? Luo Shui, feeling a twinge of guilt, shook her head. Apart from a couple of bites of bread at the beginning, she had not tasted her own cooking since. In her mind, what she deemed unpalatable might not be the same for her junior disciple. Yet, if he truly found it distasteful, why did he always finish every morsel? Despite having threatened him, was he truly the one being coerced? If Gumin were present behind the 2 senior sisters, he would surely assert that he was indeed the kind of person who knew when to be cautious. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, was one of his guiding principles. Asasin chose not to dwell on the matter of the food any longer, and said to Luo Shui, "If you find it uninteresting, focus more on your cultivation. Your junior disciple has been on the mountain for over a year and has reached the 2nd realm. If you continue to lag behind, you will not be able to keep pace with him." This was a candid truth. Should Luo Shui wish to form a partnership with her junior disciple, she must not fall too far behind in cultivation. Otherwise, their lifespans would not align, and they could not walk hand in hand to the end. "Ah!" Luo Shui exclaimed, astonished that her junior disciple had already reached the 2nd realm while she remained at the 1st. Realizing this, she hastily released her grip and dashed back to resume her training. In her haste, the food threatened to spill from the plates, prompting Asasin to reach out and catch it as Luo Shui vanished from sight. Asasin shook her head at her junior sister, who, after years on the mountain, still retained her former disposition. Such consistency was rare. Asasin glanced at the food in her hands, pinched a piece between her fingers, and placed it in her mouth. Moments later, her expression remained unchanged as she expelled the morsel, and as she looked toward the bamboo loft again, her eyes brimmed with sympathy. A heavy snowfall enveloped Dishan once more, this time during the night. Snow fell through the gaping hole in the loft's roof, instantly sliced into minuscule particles by the sword energy before settling onto the ground, quickly melting away. At this moment, Gumin leaned against the window, engaged in a game of Go with the bookworm. Although the game was Go, the player was no expert. The bookworm had intended to avoid conversation with Gumin, yet could not resist his persistent coaxing and ultimately sat across from him to play. They remained silent throughout, having never learned to play. The bookworm quickly grasped the rules after Gumin's brief explanation and indicated his readiness to play. Everything was in place, yet the essence of the game remained paramount. At that moment, Gumin held the Zhu Yuzhu, pondering how delightful it would be to have a Go board. Suddenly, a Go set appeared before him. Not merely a sword, it seemed that anything could transform. Gumin stared at the Go board created from the Zhu Yuzhu, realizing that it was not merely a sword. Burdened by worldly matters, today would only bring forth a single update. Chapter 26, The Most Shameless of People. The Zhu Yuzhu was not merely a sword. This fact should have been conveyed to Gumin long ago. However, when Chang'e Jinren first presented the Zhu Yuzhu, it had been a mix-up, and thus the detail was forgotten. Subsequently, Gumin had devoted himself to cultivation, studying sword scriptures and techniques, without contemplating the distinct nature of the Zhu Yuzhu, merely perceiving it as an odd sword. Only now did he realize it was more than just a blade. Lifting a piece, Gumin placed it on the board, focusing his mind entirely on the game. His skill was commendable, far surpassing that of the bookworm, a mere novice. Thus, after a brief period of play, he laid down the final white stone, and the bookworm promptly conceded defeat, exchanging a silent glance with Gumin, who smiled without speaking. Such pastimes as chess were unlikely to captivate cultivators, as the pursuit of cultivation was infinitely more engaging than a mere game. How could anyone waste time on chess? Gu Min mused softly, seemingly aware that the bookworm would not respond, and thus did not expect an answer. The bookworm paused for a moment before finally speaking. In this world, only sword cultivators are incredibly dull. Those scholars in Xiansheng Cheng possess remarkable skills in chess. Gu Min raised his head and replied with a non-committal sound, for he was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. He was aware that this Nanling, and indeed the entire world, housed the most renowned scholars within Xiansheng Cheng. These individuals were not merely scholars. They were cultivated beings, adept at perceiving the celestial rivers. The most exquisite verses regarding the celestial rivers were undeniably penned by their hands. The finest chess player and the most unreasonable scholar happened to be one and the same person. The bookworm smiled and remarked, "If one day you can stand as tall as he does, remember to ask him whether scholars adhere to reason. Scholars, it seems, enjoy speaking only halfway." Although the bookworm was not human, having read so extensively, he inevitably acquired the habits of a scholar. Gu Min furrowed his brow and replied, "I do not even know when I can descend the mountain. You speak too soon." The bookworm said nothing further, merely rising to return to his previous seated position. Bowing his head to read, the Go piece transformed into a green orb, and as Gu Min picked up this Zhu, Asen arrived. Senior Sister Dishan was dressed unusually today in a blue silk robe, resembling the attire of the noble young ladies from Yingdu city. Yet her appearance exuded a more capable aura. Gu Min glanced at her before diverting his attention to the food box in Asen's hands, his expression immediately darkening. Unaware of his thoughts, Asen assumed he found the visitor's presence, not being Luo Shui, somewhat peculiar, and spoke. "Luo Shui has gone into seclusion and will not be out for a while." Gu Min's brow furrowed deeper. He had not seen his senior sister Luo for quite some time, yet she had not neglected him, as evidenced by Asen's arrival with food. "Senior sister Asen, I have already reached the second realm. I do not require sustenance." Gu Min bit his lip and mustered the courage to reject her offer. Asen responded with a slight sound of surprise. She had anticipated Gu Min reaching the second realm, but found his response different upon hearing it. "This is not made by Luo Shui. I merely noticed you were in distress and decided to try." Asen was indeed perceptive, quickly discerning Gu Min's worries. "Then thank you." "Senior sister," Gu Min replied with a grin, promptly accepting the food box and placing it on the ground. Upon opening it, the food was revealed before his eyes. Inside were only two dishes. One was the common stir-fried green beans, which was surprising to find in such snowy weather, though it was understandable for a cultivator to acquire them. The second dish consisted of 2 chicken legs. Judging by appearance alone, these dishes surpassed those prepared by Luo Shui. Gu Min reached for chopsticks, eager to taste the food. Having endured too much of Luo Shui's culinary trials, he was determined to cleanse his palate of the lingering flavors. "Little junior brother, this meal is not free. If you eat what I have prepared, you must promise me one thing, or else." Asen began, seemingly aware that such a method of manipulation might not be suitable for her little junior brother, her tone betraying a hint of tension. Gu Min, who had just put a piece of green bean into his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "Senior sister, feel free to speak. As your junior brother, I will listen." Once he bit into the green bean and fully savored its flavor, Gu Min froze, staring at his senior sister in silence for a long time. Ultimately, he could not muster the courage to spit it out. It took considerable resolve to swallow it, and all that echoed in his mind were the words inherited lineage. "Damn it, it seems the only thing I can stomach on this mountain is Master-esque grilled fish," Gu Min rasped. Asen observed him, her dual-colored eyes holding a faint smile, akin to a plum blossom painted in ink. "There is something I wish to share with you." Regardless of Gu Min's willingness, whenever Asen was ready to speak, both he and the real person Chang Yi had no choice but to listen. Fortunately, Asen was not the type to elaborate unnecessarily, and in a brief moment, Gu Min grasped the entirety of the situation. The sword pavilion was to host a sword meeting, and his senior sister intended to stir up trouble. Besides that, she required a little brother, and Gu Min was to be that little brother. Gu Min opened his mouth, greatly desiring to refuse this matter. He was well aware of what the sword pavilion entailed, and he understood the implications of Dishan's intentions, should things go awry. Would he not be risking his life in such a venture? Suddenly serious, Gu Min said, "Senior sister, must we cultivators necessarily compete with others? Surely, this diverges greatly from the path of the Tao." Gu Min's words were nonsensical, but his intent was singular, to avoid leaving Dishan, at least for the time being. Asen gestured towards the 2 dishes and said, "Since you are unwilling, I will not force you. If you consume these 2 dishes, consider it as if I have never spoken." "Senior sister, when shall we depart, and what preparations are needed?" Gu Min stood, gazing earnestly at Asen. Life often presents choices, and a wrong decision could lead to dire consequences. Gu Min had never been one to hesitate, so he quickly made his decision. Asen was pleased and added, "The Sword Pavilion has produced a Gengxin sword master. It is a perfect opportunity for you to witness what true genius looks like." Although Dishan had fallen into decline, she had inquired about the Sword Pavilion after receiving the invitation and learned of a significant development, a piece of news that had already swept through Nanling. Upon hearing this, Gu Min was momentarily stunned. By this time, Asen had risen, and her purpose for coming was to persuade Gu Min to accompany her to the Sword Pavilion. Having achieved her goal, she would not linger. Once Asen departed, Gu Min leaned against the window, gazing at the stars, and muttered to himself, "Is this not like the common cabbage sold on the streets?" Contemplating this matter, he soon rose from the bamboo building and made his way to the wooden structure. Before long, he arrived at the stone tablet. His cultivation still shallow, without external aid, he could not perceive the celestial sea belonging to sword cultivators. Placing his hand upon the stone tablet, Gu Min's consciousness once again drifted into that celestial sea. Countless sword stars shimmered. Yet most striking was the solitary white Gengxin sword star. There was only that one. Gu Min was utterly convinced that the Gengxin sword star belonged to him. Opening his eyes, Gu Min fixed his gaze upon the stone tablet, remaining silent for a while before softly speaking. "Is there truly anyone in this world more shameless than I?" Chapter 27. Little junior brother and senior sister. Approximately 5 months remain until the Sword Pavilion's sword meeting, which signifies an event in early summer next year. After another glance at the celestial sea, Gu Min seemed to transform, spending his days wandering the mountain. Occasionally, he would recline on a rock to gaze at the moon, at other times playing Go alone on the stones, and more often, he found himself by the riverside, observing the fish with cow heads. Chang Yi had visited him, and Gu Min had pulled his master aside to inquire about many curious matters, one question being particularly frequent. "Master, if you consider yourself the most shameless person in the world, and one day discover another person even more shameless than you, what would you do at that point?" When Chang Yizhenren first encountered this question, he was momentarily taken aback. This compassionate elder harbored doubts that the inquiry was merely a guise for the youthful lad before him to insinuate that he was the most shameless person under heaven. Consequently, in the initial moments, Chang Yizhenren did not hesitate to strike Gu Min a few times. However, each subsequent encounter with the boy compelled him to address this particular question, leaving Chang Yizhenren feeling somewhat helpless. Eventually, there came a point where he could no longer evade the matter and reluctantly provided a response. Yet, the boy quickly shook his head and remarked that if he were to heed his master's words, he could never claim the title of the most shameless individual. Since the other party had already exhibited shamelessness, it would be prudent to let him step forward and take the heat. Chang Yizhenren, unable to endure further, finally uttered a curt dismissal. This exchange left Chang Yizhenren devoid of any desire to indulge in cooking fish, and it also garnered some goodwill from the fish in the river towards Gu Min. After wreaking havoc on Chang Yizhenren, Gu Min turned his attention to master sister Asang. Asang enjoyed meditating on a particular rock, and Gu Min would regale her with stories beside that very stone. These tales were likely unfamiliar to Asang, who initially felt a bit irritated, suspecting her little junior had lost his mind. However, upon reflection, she concluded that her little junior had not encountered any significant events and would thus not behave so peculiarly. Consequently, Asang settled down to listen attentively to Gu Min's narratives. The initial stories were relatively serious, piquing Asang's interest. Yet, as time passed, Gu Min began to recount a story involving the concept of shamelessness. The narrative centered around two individuals arguing over who was more shameless. Naturally, Asang could not continue listening to such an absurd tale, and with a gentle wave of her hand, her little junior tumbled down the mountainside. The height of the mountain was indeterminate, but it was certainly not enough to harm a practitioner of the second realm, so Asang was unperturbed. However, when Gu Min ran back up from the foot of the mountain at sunset, Asang had already departed. Disheveled, Gu Min lay on the meditation stone of his master sister, murmuring to himself that such shamelessness meant he would not feel the slightest embarrassment upon encountering her. Yet, he lamented that while she claimed ownership over something, it was, in fact, his. In his view, she was indeed quite shameless. Sitting up, Gu Min gasped for breath, numerous expressions of dissatisfaction flitting across his handsome face before quickly vanishing. He gazed at the evening glow on the horizon and sighed, collapsing back down. Time, for practitioners, moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, only a month remained before the sword gathering commenced. On that morning, Asang returned, her spirits high. Approaching the bamboo dwelling, she simply uttered the word "go." Gu Min opened his eyes, shook his head, and said nothing as he stepped out of the bamboo dwelling to behold the enormous blue talisman. As a practitioner of the second realm in swordsmanship, he felt slightly inadequate when it came to flying with a sword. Nevertheless, since his master sister possessed a magical artifact, there was little cause for concern. During his second ascent onto the blue talisman, Gu Min appeared far more composed than before, while Asang maintained her upright posture at the front. The blue talisman soared towards the distance, its speed moderate, with white clouds continuously drifting past. With a month remaining, it seemed Asang was not overly anxious. The two remained silent, and Gu Min reclined on the talisman, pondering various matters. After some time, Gu Min finally spoke, posing a question to his master sister. "Sister, I actually have a question." "Ask," Asang replied, as straightforward as ever. Gu Min inquired, "Sister, you are not a sword practitioner. What business do you have attending the sword gathering? Dishan is a sword sect, thus I am naturally a sword practitioner." This reasoning was rather unreasonable, leaving Gu Min at a loss for a rebuttal, for in his view, his master sister's most prominent trait was her refusal to entertain logic or allow others to present arguments. His master sister indeed possessed insight. Gu Min chuckled awkwardly, refraining from pressing further. A sword practitioner merely wields a sword. Although I may not know sword techniques or have read sword scriptures, as long as I grasp a sword, whether to swing, slash, smash, or thrust, who dares claim I am not a sword practitioner? Gu Min silently commended such a brazen assertion, marveling that his master sister could simplify the concept of sword practitioners to such a degree. Yet, he pondered, where was her sword? Gu Min was not one to dismantle platforms, but on this journey, his life rested entirely in his master sister's hands, and he genuinely felt concerned. Asang, at that moment, was rendered speechless. On the mountain, there existed only one sword, known as Zhu Yu, and it resided in her little junior's possession, as no one else could wield it. Contemplating this matter, Asang directed the blue talisman downward towards the ground. Without a sword, she needed to seek one out. Chapter 28. To retrieve the sword. When Dishan's master sister Asang resolved to undertake a task, no one could deter her. As her little junior, Gu Min possessed no chance of dissuasion either. However, adhering to the principle of humility, Gu Min donned a hat before entering a certain town under Asang's guidance. Master sister Asang was not to be confused with another sister, Luo Shui, although they shared many similarities, such as both being Gu Min's elder sisters and both possessing culinary skills that left much to be desired. Their differences were profound. The most significant distinction lay in Asang's formidable strength, which rendered her capable of confronting a practitioner of the second realm, unlike Luo Shui, who could only flee. Thus, as Asang calmly entered the town, many gazes fell upon her. Asang was indeed beautiful, yet what captivated others most were her striking dual-colored eyes. Among those gazing, several bore an extraordinary presence, unmistakably not common folk. Concealed beneath his hat, Gu Min sensed the unusual auras and discreetly cast a few glances before hastily catching up to Asang, exclaiming with exasperation, "Sister, with such ostentation, I fear we may meet our demise in the wilderness before we even reach the sword court." Asang, dressed in her customary gray robes, replied calmly, "Those who perish so easily are likely not true strong individuals." Gu Min thought to himself that such seemingly sensible, yet fundamentally nonsensical remarks could only emanate from this master sister. The pair traversed a street in the town, attracting many unfamiliar gazes, but fortunately, this attention was short-lived, dissipating once they turned into a narrow alley. Once devoid of prying auras, Gu Min exhaled in relief. His master sister appeared to embody a peerless master, yet given the current state of Dishan, Gu Min could hardly believe in the depth of her cultivation. At that moment, the clang of metal resonated from the depths of the alley. As they continued forward, the sound grew increasingly distinct. Upon reaching the end of the alley, a modest blacksmith shop came into view, the clanging noise emanating from within. Asang stood at the entrance, seemingly disinclined to enter, opting instead to sit on the steps. Gu Min, unable to discern his master sister's intentions, removed his hat and joined her on the steps. She had mentioned seeking a sword, which brought them to this town. Yet for some reason, she hesitated to enter the shop. Gu Min cast a glance at his master sister, hoping to glean something from her eyes. But all he perceived was an unruffled calmness. Nothing more. "Sister," Gu Min ventured cautiously, uncertain of what to say. Asang remained silent, and the sounds of forging abruptly ceased. Then, hurried footsteps approached, and a slender man emerged from the blacksmith shop, stopping at the entrance and calling out, "Asang." The voice was soft and filled with emotion, causing Gu Min to break out in goosebumps. Asang remained indifferent, while Gu Min turned to face the man before him, only to discover that he was clad in a gray long gown similar to his Sang's. His attire was completely drenched with sweat, revealing a frail physique. Despite his unkempt beard, his countenance was fairly pleasant, although it paled in comparison to Gu Min's. The gaunt man, upon noticing a Sang's lack of response, was not taken aback. After all, they had only met a handful of times, and he had never seen her face. This, however, did not diminish his affection for a Sang. A girl like her was a rare fortune to encounter even once in a lifetime, and having seen her multiple times filled him with joy. Yet, upon catching sight of Gu Min, he froze for a moment and fell back in shock, his face contorting in distress. Gu Min was momentarily bewildered, unsure of the man's predicament. A Sang, if you don't like me, that's one thing. But how could you have developed feelings for someone else, especially someone so attractive? It's as if you want me to drop dead right here behind you. The emaciated man covered his face, and his sorrowful demeanor seemed genuine. Nevertheless, his words failed to evoke any sympathy from Gu Min. However, Gu Min began to decipher the situation just as the senior sister from Dishan spoke. He is my junior brother. You must be joking. In Dishan, aside from myself, who would willingly join your sect? The slender man looked at Gu Min with an expression that clearly conveyed disbelief. Gu Min remained silent, pondering that had he known the true nature of Dishan sooner, he likely would not have become its disciple. However, now that he was initiated, there was no point in lamenting. Regardless of its shortcomings, Dishan was still his sect, and he could hardly voice any disdain. Gu Min observed the lean man, who, after a moment of reflection, quickly accepted the fact that Gu Min was a Sang's junior brother. He understood that a Sang would never speak falsely. Thus, after casting a jealous glance at Gu Min, he abruptly changed his tone and clapped Gu Min on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Since you are a Sang's junior brother, you are my good brother. Gu Min keenly sensed the shift in the man's emotions and inwardly sighed, realizing that shameless individuals were ubiquitous. What should I call you? Good brother? The slender man warmly embraced Gu Min. Gu Min, he replied with a smile, feeling that he could not treat the man's cheerful demeanor with coldness. Noticing a Sang still remained silent and did not turn, the slender man understood that the breakthrough had to come through Gu Min. He then spoke, Brother Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have nothing to offer you, but in my blacksmith shop, I have a few worn swords. If you don't mind, feel free to choose one as a gift from your elder brother. I know Dishan well. It's unlikely you would find a decent sword on the entire mountain. Gu Min shook his head, for he already possessed the finest sword from Dishan and had no intention of acquiring another. His purpose for visiting was solely to assist his senior sister, A Sang, in obtaining a sword for the sword conference. He smiled at the slender man and shared the information about A Sang needing a sword for the event. The man's eyes suddenly dimmed as he gazed at A Sang's silhouette, and he murmured, So you came for that sword. A Sang acknowledged him with a sound, revealing no intentions to conceal her motives. Previously, when she was on the talisman, she had no thoughts in that regard. But after her junior brother reminded her of the lack of a sword, she recalled the individual in this location who was forging swords. Moreover, that sword was originally crafted for her. It was only natural for her to claim it now. The slender man exhaled deeply, coming to terms with the situation. When he had proposed to forge a sword for a Sang, he had hoped that one day she would come to retrieve it, allowing them to meet again. Although he had waited for over a decade, it was fortunate that a Sang had finally arrived. Thus, the years of waiting were not in vain. The sword is indeed forged for you, but many have set their sights on it. Whether you can take it away remains uncertain. Gu Min recalled the distinct auras he sensed upon entering the town, realizing that they had emanated a faint sword energy, likely belonging to several sword cultivators. The pursuit of swords by cultivators was a tale as common as the rising sun. Not every sword cultivator belonged to formidable sects like Jianting or Jianfu, which provided ample options for their members. For the majority of sword cultivators, seeking a good sword was paramount after beginning their training. Such quests could unfold in forests or lakes, but more often, they transpired within the confines of private residences. The former scenarios could be termed as finding swords, while the latter could be deemed stealing swords. Are they trying to steal my sword? A Sang gazed into the distance, her lips moving as she spoke. If a Sang were to never utilize that sword, it would matter little who possessed it. Yet, since she desired it now, it was hers to claim. Whoever dared to steal it would face dire consequences. Gu Min listened to her words, realizing that his senior sister was indeed intent on causing a stir. Not only was she planning to create chaos at the sword conference, but she was also likely to stir trouble leading up to it. A vivid image flashed through Gu Min's mind, depicting himself and a Sang getting into too much trouble and ultimately meeting their demise in a desolate wilderness. where crows would soon arrive to feast upon their remains. Merely contemplating this scenario filled him with immense sorrow. With this thought in mind, Gu Min resolved to prevent his senior sister from wading into such murky waters. However, before he could voice his concerns, the slender man chuckled and remarked, "It truly is you. After 10 years, you haven't changed a bit. But then again, if a Sang were to change, she wouldn't be a Sang anymore." Gu Min observed the man's hand still resting on his shoulder, contemplating the implications of his earlier words, envisioning over 100 potential demises for this individual. It seemed he was determined to lead both him and a Sang into peril. Upon further reflection, Gu Min understood his senior sister's temperament and decided to don his hat once more, concealing any traces of his vexation. Let us proceed to examine that sword. Many desire it, and surely there is a reason for that. The slender man patted Gu Min on the shoulder, believing that a Sang was not a true sword cultivator. Her intention to attend the sword conference was merely an excuse, and perhaps that sword was meant for the handsome youth standing before him. Since that was the case, he saw no need to dwell on it. After all, retaining that sword would inevitably lead to catastrophe. Chapter 29. Nightfall. Whether the acquisition of the sword was the primary objective was, in truth, of little consequence. What truly mattered was that a Sang had arrived, and the sword must not fall into the hands of others, nor could the slender man perish here. A Sang was not one to readily express her thoughts. Thus, to lend credence to the situation, she rose to accompany Gu Min and Wang Xiaopin to inspect the sword. Wang Xiaopin likely bore that name due to his impoverished upbringing. A Sang remembered it vividly, as when she first encountered him. He had been so famished that he could barely stand, yet he refused to accept the steamed bun offered by others. A poor youth who declined charity intrigued a Sang, leaving a lasting impression on her. A young girl, unmoved by the specter of life and death, piqued the curiosity of Wang Xiaopin. Thus, fate intertwined at that moment. However, although Wang Xiaopin managed to survive, he was never able to ascend that mountain nor capture the heart of a Sang. For many years, Wang Xiaopin forged swords in this town, while a Sang devoted herself to her cultivation on the mountain. It is indeed an intriguing tale, yet ultimately, it morphed into the most mundane story in the world. Eventually, Wang Xiaopin declared his intention to forge a sword for a Sang, perhaps to give his remaining years a sense of purpose. Yet, he did not anticipate that in the process of forging, he would create an exceptional sword. Surprisingly, this news spread, and as the sword neared completion, it was inevitable that those seeking to claim it would multiply. The fate of his life would hinge upon the completion of the sword. Gu Min was oblivious to these bygone events. Had he known, he might have simply remarked that his senior sister remained unwavering and unchanged. Filled with frustration, he followed Wang Xiaopin into the forge, traversing a narrow, dim passage before arriving at a pool of water. At the center of the pool lay a sword. The sword, entirely azure, bore an indistinct design, while the hilt, composed of an unknown material, emitted a soft azure glow. The sword's blade in the water mirrored this glow, as if adorned with moss. Though it appeared unremarkable at first glance, a keen observer could sense an aura of sharpness emanating from it. Gu Min fixed his gaze upon the sword, grasping the Zhu Yu Zhu in his arms. The orb trembled slightly, emitting a faint sound akin to a sword's hum, perhaps suggesting a form of comparison. Concurrently, the sword in the pool also vibrated, though softly, creating gentle bubbles in the water that appeared rather charming. Wang Xiaopin sighed, realizing he had misjudged. He once believed the sword was chosen by a Sang for Gu Min, but now it seemed that the youth possessed an even finer sword, prompting such a reaction from the one in the pool. A Sang was somewhat taken aback. The Zhu Yu from Dishan was a treasure of great renown, already possessing sentience, and would not react to just any sword. The fact that it did respond indicated the sword in the pool was indeed remarkable. Gu Min released the Zhu Yu Zhu, sincerely expressing, Wang De Ji's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. Wang Xiaopin shook his head, explaining that the sword was not yet ready for unveiling, but the situation here was perilous. A Sang, if you do not truly need it, now would be the time to leave. At this critical juncture, Wang Xiaopin still sought to persuade A Sang. He understood she had spent many years cultivating on the mountain, yet he was aware that Dishan had fallen into disrepair. He did not believe A Sang could easily surpass the sword cultivators drawn to claim the sword. Listening to this, Gu Min had nodded inwardly countless times. Knowing his senior sister was not easily swayed, he ventured to ask, "And what about you?" Wang Xiaopin smiled. "I have spent a decade forging a sword that may one day earn renown in the world. How could I abandon it? Moreover, it is not yet fully forged. To leave it behind would be an act of irresponsibility." Gu Min responded with a soft exclamation, realizing that Wang Xiaopin was not only infatuated but equally passionate in other realms. What is the name of this sword? Gu Min shifted the topic, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. I have yet to name it, Wang Xiaopin replied, glancing at Asang with a smile. I would like to name it Asang, though it might not sound appealing. Gu Min shuddered at the thought. Even now, he did not believe that waiting here for someone to claim the sword was a wise choice, so he turned to Asang. She reiterated, the sword is mine. Those who attempt to steal it shall perish. With that, Asang seated herself before the pool, her expression calm. Senior sister, do you truly have confidence? Gu Min inquired, as this was his foremost concern. If she lacked confidence, it was wise to make plans. If she had confidence, then his previous worries were unfounded. Asang remained silent, seemingly disinclined to continue the conversation. She sat quietly before the pool, gazing at the sword. Wang Xiaopin stole a glance at Asang and chose not to say more. Sitting nearby to admire the girl he cherished, momentarily forgetting all his troubles, and then he smiled. Under the moonlight, two sword cultivators arrived in the town. One was an elder, the other a youth, both moving slowly in the silvery glow, their shadows elongated. If one were to count carefully, they would realize that with these two, the number of outsiders who had come here recently was nearly a dozen. Approximately 10 sword cultivators had arrived in this town, all seeking the same thing, the yet-to-be fully forged sword. The elder, carrying a long sword and dressed in coarse garments, was of modest height and appeared unremarkable. Yet the occasional glimmer in his eyes revealed his formidable nature. The youth, with bright eyes and white teeth, donned black attire and, at that moment, carried only a wooden sword on his back, following the elder down the lengthy street, chewing on a blade of grass and surveying the buildings on either side. The elder, without needing to turn his head, could discern his disciple's expression and chose not to address it directly. After rambling on about various trivial matters, he solemnly stated, Su Su, it is not the role of a master to scold you, but with the emergence of the Gongxin sword master from the sword court, if you do not focus on your cultivation, the world of swordsmanship will only remember Liang Zhao's name, and yours will be forgotten. The youth responded with a casual, isn't it true that no one knows my name now? He added, Master, we are here to study swordsmanship, not to compete with others. Besides, we cannot compare. The youth spoke truthfully, with Liang Zhao, the Gongxin sword master, regarded as the strongest of this new generation. They had little hope of contending for the title of swordsmanship champion among their peers. Hearing the youth's words, the elder frowned and admonished, Su Su, do not underestimate yourself. If you hold such an attitude, then there is no need to attend the sword court. It would be better to return to the mountain and meditate for a few years to sharpen your focus. Seeing his master was angry, Su Su quickly spat out the grass he had been chewing and said, Master, please do not be upset. I spoke without thinking. In my view, even if Liang Zhao is the so-called Gongxin sword master, it is not such a big deal. Just as with the sword court, I believe it cannot compare to our Gue Jiangu. The headmaster may well possess a deeper understanding than that sword court master, if not for the headmaster's humility. Do not worry, master. Once I find a suitable sword, I will show Liang Zhao what I am capable of. The elder sighed at his disciple's inability to maintain seriousness for even a moment, yet he refrained from further admonishment. Gue Jiangu regarded him as a treasure. When he was first brought to the mountain, the headmaster discovered his exceptional roots and unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, considering him a natural-born sword embryo. When his sword star emerged in the starry sea, notable elders of the sect took notice. Had it not been for the emergence of the Gongxin sword master, Gue Jiangu would have had every reason to believe that the future champion of swordsmanship among the younger generation of Nanling would be Su Su. Unfortunately, while Su Su's talent in swordsmanship was outstanding, his character was overly lively. While other disciples devoted their days to studying sword techniques, he spent his time scheming to pilfer treasures from the elders. Even the headmaster had fallen victim to Su Su's antics. Whenever the venerable sect master resolved to deal with that fellow, Su Su seemed to sense something and began to focus earnestly. What was most infuriating was that each time he dedicated himself to sword practice, his realm would advance significantly, leaving no room for criticism from the entire Gue Jiangu. Naturally, the sect master had no reason to impose any punishment upon him, leading to a complex mixture of love and hate towards Su Su from the entire sect. However, as Su Su's master, the elder genuinely cherished his precious disciple, otherwise he would not have brought him to this town, hoping to find a suitable sword for him upon hearing a whisper of opportunity. Though the sect's mountain harbored countless fine swords, none resonated with Su Su, which was why he had to bear the wooden sword. The speculation among the mountain's inhabitants was that perhaps the lack of a worthy sword was the reason Su Su lacked enthusiasm for sword cultivation. Thus, finding a sword for Su Su became the foremost priority of Gue Jiangu. The elder walked slowly ahead, attuning himself to the elusive sword chi in the air. Stroking his beard with a smile, he said, "Su-er, if I am not mistaken, this place should be your land of fortune." Su raised his head, sniffling. His expression not particularly pleasant as he replied, "Disciple believes we are certainly making a futile trip." The elder, puzzled, inquired, "Why so? Regardless of whether that sword is suitable for you, with so many sword cultivators present, can they merely watch as I take the sword away? As a sword embryo?" Su's sensitivity to sword chi surpassed that of his own master. The elder smiled, setting aside whether that sword is suitable for you. "Those sword cultivators are merely insignificant in my eyes. Believe it or not, should I reveal my realm, they would all flee in terror." Su shook his head resolutely. He did not believe it. At that moment, a sudden surge of sword chi emerged from afar, accompanied by a gust of wind rushing toward the elder. The elder snorted coldly. Whether due to Su's reaction or the provocation upon entering the town, he immediately declared, "A mere clown." Before his words could fade, the long sword behind him was instantly unsheathed, accompanied by a resonant sword cry, tearing through the dense clouds and allowing the moonlight to cascade unobstructed onto the ground, illuminating the town significantly. Following this, a sword light brighter than the moon appeared above the town. The elder grasped the long sword, his figure darting forth, covering dozens of feet in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, countless sword chi erupted, revealing the elder's immortal swordsmanship. Su stood rooted, watching his master speed away, genuinely marveling. "Master, your intimidating techniques are truly worth my earnest study." Under the moonlight, the sword light flourished. The elder, wielding his sword with one hand, sword passed, revealing the figure of an ordinary-looking middle-aged Taoist who held an ancient bronze sword, blue sword chi swirling around the blade. His expression particularly grave. Previously, when the elder entered this place, he concealed his aura, leaving no one to discern his true realm. Even now, it was uncertain how many sword cultivators were lurking nearby. Only this middle-aged Taoist, upon seeing the elder and his disciple, brazenly struck first. However, after that brief moment of attack, he deeply regretted his impulsiveness. The seemingly mighty strike from the ragged elder concealed a profound realm, and in mere moments, he found himself flustered and disarrayed. In his estimation, this elder was at least several realms above him, a disparity in swordsmanship that rendered him without hope of victory. Receding his sword, the middle-aged Taoist lightly landed on the eaves of a tall building, gazing at the ragged elder, cupping his fists in salute. "Senior, your realm is profound, and your swordplay is divine. I am no match for you. I beg your pardon for my earlier rashness." His words were sincere, devoid of pretense. The ragged elder did not sheath his sword, keeping it in hand as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged Taoist, coldly chuckling. "With your meager skills, you dare covet that sword? I advise you to depart from this place at once. Otherwise, you shall meet a grim fate." The elder's meaning was unmistakable. Should the middle-aged Taoist persist in vying for that sword, the skirmish would be unavoidable, and according to the sword cultivator's code, it would be a fight to the death. The middle-aged Taoist, aware of his disadvantage, dared not utter further threats nor inquire about the elder's sect. In the realm of Nanling, while many sword sects existed, few could produce a sword cultivator of such caliber, and those that could were precisely the ones he could not provoke. After another respectful bow to the ragged elder, the middle-aged Taoist figure transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing into the distance. Meanwhile, several figures emerged from the darkness, retreating after witnessing the elder's prowess. Originally, there were numerous sword cultivators within the town, but after the elder's display, 4 or 5 had already withdrawn, leaving only a handful who remained unmoved, awaiting the emergence of that sword. The elder, no longer pressing the matter, sheathed his sword and returned to the previous street. Upon seeing his master return, Su immediately gave a thumbs up and laughed. "Master, you grow stronger with age. In my opinion, the position of sect master should be yours for a few days. Then I might have a chance to take on that role myself." Having just revealed a glimpse of his sword immortal demeanor, the elder could not help but chuckle and chide. "You little rascal, as long as you diligently practice swordplay, that position of sect master will surely be yours." Initially, Su was merely joking, but upon hearing the elder speak of handing over the sect master position, he stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. "I have no desire to be sect master. Let me at most take on the role of a lawmaker. That way, if some senior sisters or junior sisters err, I can plead for leniency on their behalf." The elder shook his head, unable to keep pace with his beloved disciple's whimsical thoughts. He glanced at the distant night scenery and murmured, "In my view, there are at least 3 formidable old fellows in the town, though I, with my sword, would not suffer against all 3. It is uncertain if there are any more powerful figures hidden here. Su Su responded with a thoughtful hum, becoming serious for a rare moment, saying, if you are overmatched, you must reserve your strength to ensure we can escape quickly. Hearing this, the elder unhesitatingly slapped his precious disciple's head, asserting, I am not so old that I cannot protect you. Su Su rubbed his head and grinned, choosing not to say more. Time is of the essence. Tonight, I shall procure that sword for you. The elder first gazed at the sky, sensing the shift in sword chi, and immediately led Su Su toward the area where the sword chi was most concentrated. As a sword embryo, Su Su could perceive the radiant aura of the world around him. Just from this aura, it was evident that the sword in question was indeed a remarkable one. Consequently, even Su Su, who had always carried a wooden sword, felt a stirring in his heart. His expectations for a sword were not low, rather, as a sword embryo. He understood that failing to find a sword that resonated with him would be akin to wearing garments that were either too large or too small, an uncomfortable experience. Master, if that sword suits me, I promise I will no longer steal Wu Shishu's Spring Palace illustrations. I swear. By the pool, Asang opened her eyes. The scene before her had transformed significantly from that of daylight. The once tranquil pool now appeared to be boiling as if heated by fire. With the long sword positioned at its center, undisturbed, Gu Min stared at the sword and turned to Wang Xiaopin, asking, is it about to awaken? Wang Xiaopin regarded the sword, ignoring Gu Min's jest, deep in thought, before finally shaking his head. It's simply that its master has arrived. In this world, a truly exceptional sword possesses a spirit, much like the Zhu Yu in Gu Min's arms, which instinctively chooses its master. This sword, too, had the capacity to select its own master, a testament to Wang Xiaopin's extraordinary craftsmanship. A person of his caliber would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous sword sects eager to have him join, for even if he could not cultivate, his skills in sword forging would be invaluable. After all, with countless sword cultivators in the world, how could there be such an abundance of swords without some skilled artisans? If the sword chose someone, it was destined for them. Wang Xiaopin mused, his voice barely audible to Asang. Gu Min caught the words, turning to whisper, you should share that with senior sister, try it, and see if she 1T beat you to death. Wang Xiaopin abruptly faced Gu Min, exasperated. How could Dishan allow you to enter the sect? Gu Min casually replied, perhaps it's because I'm handsome. Hearing this, Wang Xiaopin felt even more exasperated. Chapter 31. Fools, it is difficult to determine whether the night or the youth beneath it is more beautiful. Asang did not gaze at the night sky, but instead stole several glances at Gu Min. This senior sister from Dishan seized her attention on the sword. As stated previously, the sword possessed a spirit and could choose its master. Wang Xiaopin would willingly bestow that sword upon someone deserving. However, Asang was not the type to easily part with it. Thus, anyone who appeared there would have to face her wrath. Gu Min remained puzzled as to why his senior sister insisted on waiting here. Was it possible that she was simply averse to flexibility? He had never been fond of such individuals. He believed that in this world, one would inevitably encounter numerous situations beyond their control, particularly in the current stage of life. Forcing oneself to act an impossibility was the mark of a fool, and how could he admire a fool? Asang was no fool, yet her actions seemed rather unwise. Gu Min's thoughts were swiftly interrupted, not by Asang or Wang Xiaopin, but by the appearance of a figure from a distant tower. Su Shu from Mu Yun's sect, having heard of a fine sword forged by the master, came to ascertain if it was destined for him. The middle-aged man in a flowing white robe spoke under the moonlight, his voice rich and resonant, lacking any hint of malice, and his words carried an air of civility. Mu Yun's sect ranked among the foremost sects within Nanling's sword sect, with only Jianting and Gue Jiangu able to rival its stature. The manner in which the man addressed them revealed not a shred of genuine courtesy, but rather an attempt to exert dominance through his status. Among the sword cultivators of Nanling, unless one belonged to Jianting or Gue Jiangu, how could they afford to disregard his sect? Moreover, Wang Xiaopin was merely an unaligned blacksmith. Listening to this, Wang Xiaopin remained silent, offering only a wry smile. At this moment, he held no authority, and even if he did, he would be reluctant to part with the sword. Su Shu moved slightly and descended from the tower, approaching the pool. His gaze swept over Gu Min and the others before lingering momentarily on Gu Min's face. Then he withdrew his gaze. Never once glancing at the long sword in the pool, he addressed Wang Xiaopin with a gentle smile. You may not be aware, but there are at least a few individuals in town coveting this sword. If it is truly not fated for me, I would like to invite you to Mu Yun Mountain for a time. In just a few sentences, Gu Min grasped the situation. Others were intent on seizing the sword. And this man named Su Shu aimed to take both the sword and its forger. Gu Min regarded Su Shu, pondering that the world was rife with shameless individuals. Not just Jin Ting. Su Shu looked to Wang Xiaopin, seeking a definitive answer. Wang Xiaopin replied, "Often we cannot obtain the answers we desire. And I can only apologize." Su Shu smiled slightly, seemingly surprised, but swiftly composed himself, directing his attention back to the sword. The pool had settled. Yet the sword's aura began to emanate more intensely, signaling that its forging was nearing completion. "This sword of yours, I fear, is unmatched even within Mu Yun's sect. My master often tells me that this world is filled with extraordinary people and events, yet I never anticipated the fortune of witnessing your craftsmanship here. How delightful it would be to become the sword's master and your friend." Su Shu was in no rush to take action. The sword had yet to be completed, and even upon its completion, there were other sword cultivators in the town, necessitating a confrontation. The sword's destiny, as he indicated, would not be determined easily, and his early appearance was merely to demonstrate his sincerity to Wang Xiaopin. Perhaps if he could not obtain the sword, securing a young master blacksmith would still be a significant gain for Mu Yun's sect. Yet he did not foresee that his cordial demeanor would still be met with refusal. However, he bore no anger, knowing that those who would arrive later would care little for a mere blacksmith, focusing solely on the sword. The world was filled with fools. Su Shu sighed softly, his gaze fixed on the sword, brimming with uncontainable delight. Throughout, he had not exchanged a word with Gu Min or a Sang, presenting himself merely as a gentle sword enthusiast. Yet Gu Min found him utterly repugnant. The distaste did not stem from any pretense, but rather from the clumsiness of his disguise. Each person has their own standard for identifying fools, and for Gu Min, Su Shu was undeniably one of them. Yet, adhering to the principle of discretion, Gu Min remained silent, contemplating that if Su Shu proved to be a formidable opponent for his senior sister, he would need to forge a connection with Wang Xiaopin. At that time, he could claim to be either his brother or friend, and if necessary, even his son would not be an unacceptable assertion. Get lost. Perhaps sensing Gu Min's disdain, or perhaps Sang herself found Su Shu insufferable, she finally spoke a single word. Her tone was flat, her voice not loud. Yet it bore an unmistakably familiar resonance. Wang Xiaopin chuckled again, while Gu Min quickly turned away, not wishing to witness her expression. Su Shu, engrossed in the sword, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden utterance of "get lost." He turned, surprise evident on his face as he inquired, "Were you speaking?" Sang, not bothering to look at him, seemed intent on ensuring her words were crystal clear, so she repeated, "Get lost." Su Shu's expression gradually shifted, and soon a smile appeared on his face. He believed he had already treated Wang Xiaopin with the utmost courtesy and had done everything that was expected of him. Therefore, upon hearing those words, it seemed only natural to teach this boastful woman a lesson. With this thought in mind, although there was still a smile on his face, the energy within him was already stirring, ready to strike. Naturally, he had no intention of killing Sang, but he intended to make her aware that he was not to be trifled with. However, his smile quickly vanished. This was not an exaggeration. Sang simply waved her hand. An invisible wave of energy appeared between Sang and Su Shu, which was imperceptible to the naked eye, but distinctly felt. Gu Min stared at the formless wave, watching as it splashed like a droplet of water hitting a stone slab. The splashes fell upon Su Shu's chest, and he shockingly failed to react, as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and be sent flying. He crashed through several tall buildings, stirring up dust and debris, the sounds of collapsing structures lingering for a long time before finally dissipating. Sang, however, did not look at him. According to Su Shu's master's earlier remarks, there were at least 3 Jinxiu of the Feiguang realm in this small town, which indicated practitioners of the 7th realm. If Su Shu was indeed one of these 3, and he was so easily sent flying by Sang, then what level of mastery did this senior sister from Dishan possess? Gu Min observed Su Shu's flight and silently remarked to himself how splendid it was, then turned to Wang Xiaopin, who wore an expression of disbelief, and said, "It seems you still do not understand what kind of woman your senior sister is." This statement held many layers of meaning, which Wang Xiaopin comprehended, replying somewhat dazedly, "I truly do not know." The destruction caused by Su Shu was extensive, generating such a commotion that the elder and Su Shu had heard it even before reaching the scene. The elder paused atop a building, gazing thoughtfully in that direction. Su Shu followed suit and quietly asked, "Master, should we flee?" The elder disregarded him, muttering to himself, "A Jinxiu of the Feiguang realm has been struck down, and from the fluctuations in energy, it seems that person had no means to retaliate. The Feiguang realm is the 7th realm of cultivation, and to overpower someone of that realm without any capacity for defense one must be a pinnacle figure within that realm. However, judging by the elder's assessment, the opponent's level might even be higher, likely within the 8th realm, the Fanqing. To encounter such a practitioner in this location was indeed surprising for the master, and he wondered which sect the individual belonged to. Could it be those from the Sword Court? The elder furrowed his brow, murmuring as if discovering the opponent's identity was more pressing than acquiring the sword itself. Are we fleeing or what? Make your decision quickly, Su Su urged, rubbing his temples. While he felt a strong interest in that sword, it was not an absolute necessity. In his view, his life was the most critical matter. Even if the opponent was of the Fanqing realm, the master would not be afraid. However, given the current situation, if the master engaged in battle, the sword would have to be retrieved by Su Su himself. The elder chuckled, do not worry. After that commotion, the remaining 2 Jinxiu will certainly not make a move. Retrieve the sword and flee quickly. I will retreat while fighting. Su Su whispered in agreement, and then unsheathed the wooden sword he had on his back, suspending it at his waist. Just as the elder was about to dart away, Su Su softly cautioned, Master, the sword is not important. Just do not die. The elder laughed heartily, saying nothing more, his thoughts solely occupied with how he had never misjudged this child. The elder's second strike of the night was equally magnificent. Before he even reached the water pool, while still in midair, he unleashed a strike, and the overwhelming sword energy tore through half a street, carving a chasm. With the sword light reaching the water pool, this display of might surpassed his initial strike considerably. His most straightforward reason for this action was to lure Asang away from the water's edge. Asang was no fool, sensing that wave of sword energy. She fell silent for a moment, then turned to Gu Min, softly saying, that person is a Jinxiu of the Fanqing realm. Pay close attention, little junior brother. Gu Min was taken aback, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning of her words. He understood the Feiguang realm and the terminology for cultivation realms. Perhaps feeling that the earlier realms were too simplistic, resorting to calls such as the 1st realm and 2nd realm, until the 6th realm, which was specifically termed the Yingdu realm. The 7th realm is Feiguang, the 8th is Fanqing, the 9th is Jiefa, and the 10th is Jinxia. Practitioners of the Fanqing realm are considered great cultivators. Now, with his senior sister instructing him to observe, what exactly was he to look for? Just as Gu Min pondered this, he suddenly witnessed Asang leap into the air, her slender figure creating a large crater as she took off. In an instant, a green light flared, illuminating the entire town as brightly as day. Gu Min tilted his head, murmuring, what exactly am I supposed to be watching? Wang Xiaopin took over the conversation, whispering, given your senior sister's temperament, she likely wants you to witness how she fights. Gu Min suddenly understood, thinking to himself that it must be so, and he felt a twinge of self-deprecation, realizing that indeed, he had been somewhat foolish. Chapter 32. The 2 youngsters observing the sword. Asang did not strike indiscriminately. Gu Min was no fool either. After seeing his senior sister take off, he grasped the key point, why she awaited someone to seize the sword and why she wanted him to observe closely. For this was not merely Asang acting to protect the sword, but rather to allow Gu Min to witness firsthand what battles between practitioners entailed. In other words, this was an important lesson that Asang, as his senior sister, was imparting to Gu Min, one that no one on Dishan could provide. Realizing this, Gu Min set aside all distractions, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. As practitioners, they would encounter countless difficulties on the path of cultivation, and naturally, innumerable opportunities would accompany them. The ability to seize such moments, aside from observing the will of heaven, largely depended on oneself. The impending battle before him, perhaps featuring 2 practitioners of the Fanqing realm, one of whom was a Jinxiu, presented a tremendous opportunity for Gu Min to glean insights. Yet, when he finally witnessed his senior sister in action, he found himself momentarily taken aback. He would need to hold tightly to this powerful ally. After that final thought, Gu Min resolutely committed himself to observing the events without allowing his mind to wander elsewhere. The battle between Asang and the elder in the night commenced simply and directly. After the elder delivered the first strike with his long sword, Asang leaped from the edge of the water pool, shattering the encroaching sword energy as she took off, surprising the elder. But before he could fully process this, Asang had already crossed half the street, closing in on him. The elder remained impassive, his long sword trembling slightly as sword energy swirled around him, shining brightly even under the moonlight. As he delivered his second strike, countless minute sword energies cascaded alongside. These near-invisible energies would soon reach Asang, creating significant obstacles for her. Among the myriad of practitioners in the world, Jinxiu are known for their lethal prowess, and often, other practitioners are reluctant to confront a Jinxiu pushed to the brink, fearing the desperate measures they might resort to. A Jinchio forced into a corner is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent one could face. The second sword of the old man in the gray robe lacks the overwhelming momentum of the first, yet it conceals a multitude of variations within. Once Asang makes her move to counter, countless contingencies will unfold, and after hundreds of strikes, perhaps he will gather enough power in a single sword to repel her. This is not merely a sword technique, but rather a combat method the old man has painstakingly honed over years of practice. He seldom has the opportunity to demonstrate it. But when faced with a practitioner of Asang's caliber, he feels it necessary to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. He remains unaware of her identity or which sect she belongs to, but from the aura he previously sensed, she seems to be on par with him. Thus, he resolves to give it his all. In the next moment, Asang receives the strike. She reaches out toward the sword energy, her hand aglow with a vibrant green light, employing an unknown secret technique to disperse some of the sword energy. However, she merely deflects that single strike, and the subsequent events unfold just as the old man anticipated. The buildup of power from the first sword has succeeded. He then calmly presents the second sword, and as a beam of sword light flashes, a golden radiance emerges from the horizon, appearing quite extraordinary. This second sword indeed belongs to the sword techniques of the Jin Pavilion. Asang retreats 2 steps, evading the strike by sidestepping, and then gracefully lands atop a piece of azure tile. With a light tap of her toes, she swiftly glides towards the old man. As their distance closes once more, the old man notices that the gray-clad woman before him possesses a pair of striking dual pupils. This is the mark of an emperor. The old man momentarily loses his composure. Although it is merely a worldly rumor, anyone who witnesses it for the first time cannot remain unfazed. However, what astonishes him even more is that when the woman approaches him, she merely delivers a light palm strike, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that contains terrifying power. The old man senses the might of this palm strike. He crosses his sword defensively before his chest, intercepting the energy wave while simultaneously being pushed back several feet in midair. He ultimately lands on a rooftop, channeling his energy to dissipate the impact, yet shattering the entire roof's azure tiles in the process. Subsequently, a cacophony of falling debris ensues. With a swift motion, the old man uses his toes to propel himself and issues the third sword strike towards Asang. She tilts her head, her expression still inscrutable, and as the third sword approaches her, one of her hands rests on her chest, her fingers flicking lightly. Battles among practitioners often manifest in 2 extremes, either dazzling displays of combat or stark simplicity. Practitioners of lower realms tend to create chaotic spectacles due to their lack of insight into their opponent's flaws, relying solely on their learned techniques. These attempts lead to the visually overwhelming nature of their battles. However, both Asang and the old man are not of low cultivation, hence their confrontation is straightforward. In the span of a tea's brewing time, they have exchanged hundreds of blows. Neither reveals their identities, for they fight solely for the sake of the sword, determining its ownership purely through strength, without involving anything else. The old man delivers another sword strike, now reflecting the culmination of hundreds of exchanges. Asang dismantles this move, pausing midair, and the old man smiles faintly, forming a sword seal with his hand. The previously dissipated sword energy in the surroundings revives and surges towards the sword in his grasp. In an instant, the entire town is enveloped in a tempestuous wind. This is the old man's final buildup of energy for the last sword, reaching its climax. Asang observes this scene, remaining unmoved, and lightly speaks, "Little junior brother, do you understand?" Her voice is soft, yet it resonates throughout the town. Upon hearing this, Gumin looks up, pondering for a moment before realizing, "I understand." Though his voice is quiet, Asang hears him, giving a slight nod as she waves her hand to disperse the sword energy surrounding her, her palm radiating with potent energy. The old man furrows his brow slightly, coming to a realization. The woman before him is not one who failed to perceive his buildup of energy. Rather, she had already discerned it but chose not to intervene, allowing a certain someone to observe his sword techniques in detail during his hundreds of strikes. This amounts to a form of clandestine learning. Yet, even if he fully reveals his methods, it would require the opponent to possess extraordinary talent to discern the trajectory and layout of his sword energy among the hundreds of strikes. Such an individual must not only have a high cultivation level, but also an exceptional mindset, able to comprehend the reasons behind his every strike while exhibiting an impressive memory. The old man does not believe such a person exists in the world. Even if they did, it would likely only be his precious disciple. Therefore, he remains unconcerned and coldly states, Even so, how will you block this final sword? Had Asang dispersed all his sword energy at the moment he unleashed his first strike, then this last sword would not exist. However, by now, hundreds of strikes have been executed, and the old man cannot fathom how she might intercept this final blow. Asang remains silent. She is not a sword cultivator, thus unable to assist Gu Min in sword cultivation. Encountering a sword practitioner of decent caliber, she naturally wishes to allow him to gain the maximum benefit from this encounter. Now that he has witnessed the culmination of the old man's techniques and comprehended them, that is sufficient. With that in mind, she prepares to strike earnestly. Observing the remarkable sword build-up, Asang's energy becomes exceedingly sharp. She has sacrificed numerous opportunities to ensure Gu Min fully comprehends the sword techniques. Yet at this point, the opportunity has slipped away. If their realms were equal, surrender would be the only course of action left. However, Asang is no ordinary individual. She charges toward that remarkable sword strike. Gu Min retracts his gaze, having witnessed hundreds of strikes. In truth, only a few remain etched in his memory. The opponent is a grand sword cultivator of the Xingxing realm, his cultivation profound, and each move carries its own subtleties. The disparity between their realms is vast, and the notion of memorizing every technique after witnessing it once is pure folly. At this moment, retaining 4 or 5 moves is already his limit. Nevertheless, Gu Min is quite intrigued by the concept of the buildup of energy for a single sword. Such accumulation could serve as a formidable weapon in his arsenal. If he could implement this in practice, it would grant him a significant advantage in future confrontations. Rubbing his eyes, Gu Min turns to the now calm long sword, then fixes his gaze on Wang Xiaopin, saying, "If senior sister is this formidable, marrying her would surely lead to no easy life." This jest is only possible because Asang is not present. If she were, Gu Min would not dare to utter such words. Wang Xiaopin responds with a bitter smile. "That is a life I could never hope to attain." Gu Min clicks his tongue. Indeed, how deeply romantic. Wang Xiaopin glances at him, sensing that this remark is not entirely complimentary, but before she can respond, a voice suddenly rings out from a distance. "You shameless scoundrel." Gu Min turns to the source of the voice and sees a handsome young boy clad in black, standing not far away, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. He carries a wooden sword at his waist and gazes intently at Gu Min. It is none other than Su Su. He had arrived quite some time ago, but upon witnessing his master engage in battle, he could not bear to miss the spectacle. He had been observing from a distance until he noticed Gu Min attempting to learn from his master's sword techniques, prompting him to step forward and confront the impudent individual before him. "You, at such a young age, how can you be so shameless?" Initially, Su Su bore little anger, but upon seeing Gu Min's appearance, he inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. "Is this how you treat me on our first meeting?" Upon seeing the youth, Gu Min also stands, gripping the candlelight sword in his embrace, though he appears somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 33. You and the hammer are no match for me. Upon hearing Gu Min's words, Su Suo regarded the youth before him with newfound perspective. Judging by age alone, they seemed to be peers, yet he had never encountered such an individual within the sect. "Is it not shameless of you to hide here and watch my master draw his sword?" Su Suo inquired, gripping his wooden sword and staring at the remarkably handsome boy before him. His words were sharp, yet devoid of any murderous intent. Gu Min, realizing that the old man was indeed Su Suo's master, retorted earnestly, "If we are to speak of shamelessness, is it not your master who is the more shameless one for attempting to seize my senior sister's sword?" In this exchange, both boys became aware of their connection to the ongoing duel. Su Suo scoffed, acknowledging that he was indeed in the wrong, but stubbornly continued, "Such an exceptional sword must choose a worthy master. A forcibly taken fruit is never sweet. Have you not heard the saying?" Listening to this, Gu Min chuckled. "To utter such words, who is more shameless? I cannot possibly surpass you." Momentarily taken aback, Su Suo quickly countered, "Yet you lurk in the shadows, spying on my master. That is surely more shameless. Does your master not draw his sword in front of an audience, just as spectators gather to watch a fight in the arena? Is it not natural? Moreover, I merely sat here to observe. How can that be considered spying?" In the realm of verbal sparring, Gu Min, having grown up in a unique environment, held his own quite well. Although he bore a special status, his demeanor was surprisingly carefree. Thus, even the notoriously irreverent Su Suo found himself at a disadvantage against him. Contemplating the futility of further conversation, Su Suo gazed up at the sword resting in the pond, recognizing it as a fine weapon. After a moment's silence, he addressed Wang Xiaoping, saying, "The sword forged by you is extraordinary. I wish to ascertain whether I am truly destined to possess it. Should I find I am not, I shall depart without harboring any desire to seize it." Su Sua's earnest words carried a sincerity far surpassing those of Su Shu earlier. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xiaoping replied, "This sword was not meant to be completed today. It sensed that its true master was nearby, hence its manifestation. If it chooses you, I shall not interfere. However, it was originally crafted for the girl I admire, and now that it has materialized, it belongs to her. You must consider her feelings before taking it away." Wang Xiaoping found himself in a predicament. From his perspective, the sword should naturally be given to whomever it chose, yet with a Sang present. He was reluctant to act unilaterally. Su Sua smiled, offering an apology. "If this sword is indeed fated to be mine, I trust my master would retrieve it for me. However, if such a situation arises, I must first apologize to you." With that, Su Sua bowed to Wang Xiaoping, who shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence. After speaking with Wang Xiaoping, Su Sua turned to Gu Min and declared, "I wish to see that sword." Wang Xiaoping, though not a practitioner, understood the situation clearly. However, the youth before him was a cultivator, and Su Sua, not wishing to engage in conflict, chose to make a request first. Gu Min shook his head, stating, "The sword belongs to my senior sister. If you wish to see it, you must first ask her. But you cannot do so now. You will have to wait. Waiting is your way of telling me that I cannot see it, nor can I take it away." Su Sua retorted, his demeanor shifting back to irreverence. "You have seen my master draw his sword. What harm is there in my looking at your senior sister's sword? That seems fair." Gu Min frowned, responding, "If we are to speak of fairness, I acknowledge I may be at fault. However, if you wish to observe, you may only look at me. I am quite handsome. Gazing at me is hardly a loss. It can even be considered my loss." Dawdling is a colloquialism from Manchu that Su Sua did not comprehend, yet he grasped the essence of Gu Min's words. He spat in disdain. "You are handsome? Nonsense." This was another dialect from ancient Shu, known to few. Gu Min did not understand, but knew Su Sua's words were unflattering. He snorted, disregarding the insult. Stepping closer to the pond, clutching his sword tightly. His cultivation was not high, and he was uncertain of Su Sua's level. A tinge of fear crept into him at the thought of the boy potentially attacking. "You are not as good-looking as I am," Gu Min replied, testing the waters. This single statement ignited a desire in Su Sua to deliver a thorough beating. Despite his irreverent reputation within the Guojian pavilion, he had never faced such doubt. How could one question his appearance? While he himself was handsome, he had to concede that Gu Min was indeed more attractive. A cultivator could enhance their skills through effort. But how could one alter their appearance? Even if you were the unrivaled Jinkei, sword immortal, you remained subject to the whims of nature. "Shall we spar?" Su Sua proposed, anger simmering beneath the surface as he grasped his wooden sword. Gu Min, upon hearing this, considered for a moment and nodded without hesitation, "Very well." Surprised, Su Sua looked at Gu Min, a bit dazed. He recognized that his opponent was also a sword cultivator and could not suppress his urge to teach him a lesson. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift agreement. "Wait until I turn you into a hammer." Su Sua smirked, a sense of delight blooming within him. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Min's willingness to agree stemmed from his lack of apprehension towards Su Sua. He sensed no danger from him. Understanding that Su Sua would not resort to lethal force, he perceived him as an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. Having observed the old man in the tattered robes poised sword strike, he felt compelled to find someone to practice with. "I repeat, I am more handsome than both you and the hammer," Gu Min said with a sly smile. Su Sua scoffed inwardly, thinking of the moment he would leave Gu Min searching for his teeth. "I am Su Sua of the Guojian Pavilion. I seek your guidance," he stated firmly, drawing his wooden sword. Any disciple of a sword sect would have heard of Su Sua, the prodigious talent and the most esteemed young disciple of the Guojian Pavilion, whose swordsmanship was rivaled only by the esteemed Gung Xian of the Jianting. Yet Gu Min, having lived in relative seclusion on Dishan, was largely unaware of this. Apart from knowing that Guojian Pavilion ranked among the top 3 in Nanling's sword sects, he was oblivious to the rest. Gu Min, he decided against revealing the name of his sect, as Dishan was currently too weak. Should he beat Su Sua and the boy harbor vengeance, he had little faith that his own master could intervene. Su Sua nodded, acknowledging the introduction, and asked, "Where is your sword?" Knowing Gu Min was also a sword cultivator, he inquired about his weapon. Gu Min pondered and concluded that he should indeed possess a sword. Thus, the candlelight transformed into a long, pure white sword, which landed in his palm. "Good," Su Sua responded with a smile. In an instant, a beam of sword light erupted forth. Countless sword energies emanated from Su Sua's wooden sword, akin to gentle breezes sweeping through. As a natural sword embryo, he was the one the Guojian Pavilion held in high esteem, and his skills rivaled Gu Min's standing in Dishan, allowing him to master the sect's sword techniques. His initial strike revealed an extraordinary might, suggesting he had already glimpsed the path of swordsmanship, marking him as truly exceptional. His swordsmanship was undoubtedly formidable. Gu Min's first encounter with the sword, his first fight, as he gazed upon that single stroke, he instinctively reciprocated with a strike of his own. It was one of the techniques from the Su Yin sword manual. Su Sua's previous strike was akin to a gentle breeze, while this one resembled an impenetrable wall, solidly intercepting the incoming blow. When the two swords clashed, countless sword energies dispersed, though it could not be compared to the prowess of the elderly Ma Yi. It nonetheless hinted at an extraordinary talent. Su Sua's first strike was thwarted, and he quickly launched a second attack. A beam of sword light surged forth, descending upon Gu Min. Although it bore no intent to kill, had it landed, it could have inflicted severe harm upon Gu Min regrettably, as the sword light descended. Gu Min swiftly countered with his own strike, conjuring a cerulean shield above him, akin to a tidal wave, which effectively blocked the attack. Su Sua's sword seemed to have fallen into an ocean, instantly engulfed by the waters. Gu Min's expression soured, despite having spent nearly a year mastering several sword techniques. He found himself struggling due to his insufficient realm. He could have employed more familiar techniques, yet witnessing the opponent's strikes, he quickly devised the optimal counter in his mind, leading him to respond as he did. As Su Sua's second strike dissipated, Gu Min took a deep breath, seizing the moment before the third strike could be unleashed, and initiated his own attack, taking the lead with his third stroke. Su Sua's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he was cursing. Moments later, Su Sua broke through Gu Min's strike, and the two young men, sharing an unspoken understanding, refrained from further attacks. They exchanged glances before resuming their duel. In a blur, the two had exchanged dozens of strikes, while in the air, a Sang and the elderly Ma Yi had engaged in hundreds of exchanges, with a Sang not holding back this time, clearly gaining the upper hand. The elderly Ma Yi, pressed into a corner, found himself cursing internally as well. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful woman possessed such profound mastery, leaving him with no hope of victory. In all of Nanling, which sect could boast such an extraordinary figure? Could she possibly hail from that building by the sea? Disregarding mundane matters, I am determined to increase my updates starting today. Additionally, a Sang is the eldest sister, not the eldest brother. I will certainly pay attention to this distinction. For those with votes, please cast them. Lastly, today, the Xian Xiao is prominently featured on the website's homepage, and I extend my gratitude to the site and the editor. Chapter 34. Your entire family is surnamed Liang. In a brief span, Gu Min and Su Sua continuously exchanged strikes, both being prodigies whose realms were not vastly different. Thus neither could discern the other's flaws. They could only seek opportunities amidst their incessant swordplay. Gu Min refrained from employing techniques from the Baiyin manual, as he felt there was something peculiar about that manual and was reluctant to reveal it easily. Likewise, Su Sua did not unleash his hidden techniques, considering this merely a routine sword contest, unwilling to truly engage in a life-and-death struggle. Thus, the two maintained a delicate balance. Observing the sword energies before him, Su Sua regarded Gu Min with increased seriousness. He was acutely aware of his standing among the younger generation of sword cultivators in Nanling, and it was no small feat for the youth before him to withstand his numerous strikes. In his realm, Su Sua had never believed any sword cultivator could rival him, even including Liang Zhao. Gu Min, unaware of his opponent's identity, was engrossed in the trajectories of the sword techniques and the flow of sword energies, oblivious to the fact that they had exchanged numerous strikes. Time slipped by, and their exchanges continued unabated. The sound of swords clashing resonated endlessly, inexplicably. Su Sua's wooden sword did not shatter upon encountering Gu Min's Zhuyu. Regardless of Dishan's decline, Zhuyu was once the treasured sword of the late Yun Jinren and a prized possession of Dishan, logically surpassing a mere wooden sword. Yet, the reality was that the wooden sword remained intact, while Zhuyu could not inflict even a scratch. Following another unsuccessful strike, Su Sua expressed his surprise and asked curiously, "Which sword sect do you belong to? Could it be that your surname is Liang?" Having never encountered Liang Zhao, upon witnessing Gu Min's extraordinary prowess, Su Sua was struck by the notion that the youth before him was the legendary Gung Xian sword master. Otherwise, how could he withstand so many of his attacks? However, Gu Min had previously disclosed his name, and should he now admit to being Liang Zhao, Su Sua would undoubtedly spit in disdain, questioning how such a renowned sword master could be so timid as to conceal his true identity. Yet if he were indeed Liang Zhao, Su Suo would have to retract his earlier belief that no sword cultivator in the same realm could surpass him, acknowledging the true brilliance of this Gung Xian sword master. Upon hearing the surname Liang, Gu Min instantly recalled an utterly shameless individual and retorted angrily, "You are the one with the surname Liang. Your entire family is surnamed Liang." Su Suo was momentarily speechless, pondering why he received such an extreme reaction merely for inquiring about his surname. Before his thoughts could settle, Gu Min's sword intent shifted, suddenly becoming ferocious, evidently incensed by his words. "Damn it," Su Suo muttered under his breath, focusing intently on the duel. In the ensuing half-hour, Gu Min unleashed a succession of strikes, drawing from the techniques of Su Yin, Chao Sheng, and Qing Long sword manuals, which were originally disparate techniques. Yet Gu Min seamlessly intertwined them, creating a remarkably coherent flow. Such a phenomenon had never occurred among Dishan disciples, who typically adhered to a singular path, lacking the energy to explore other sword manuals. Most Dishan disciples would only ever master the Qing Long sword manual throughout their lives. Furthermore, those few who reached the pinnacle of sword techniques in Dishan would invariably devote themselves to a single manual, leaving little room for the study of others. However, as the last sword cultivator of Dishan, Gu Min enjoyed unparalleled privileges, free to peruse any sword manual he desired, should he wish. He could likely peruse every manual housed within the wooden building. Understanding the adage of too much is as bad as too little, he selectively practiced a few techniques that resonated with him, including the Baiyin manual, which already contained countless techniques, making it challenging for anyone to master them all. After several exchanges, Su Suo silently uttered enough, then with a flick of his wooden sword, summoned an array of sword energies from the heavens. It mirrored the previous technique of the elderly Ma Yi, clearly indicating a lineage connection. Previously, as Ma Yi unleashed his strike, both Gu Min and Su Suo had observed intently. It was a secret technique of Su Suo's master, not withheld from him, but rather postponed due to Su Suo's insufficient realm. Nevertheless, as Su Suo began to gather the energy for his strike, he had already started to learn from it. Although his realm was lacking, his innate talent for the sword allowed him to grasp several key aspects, which he now applied against Gu Min. In executing this strike, Su Suo did not seek victory, he merely wished to evaluate his understanding. This was an exploration of the sword path, an endeavor any worthy sword cultivator should undertake. Yet, in the next moment, Su Suo found himself dumbfounded. He sensed that, aside from a portion of sword energy he had redirected, the remainder was converging towards Gu Min. More specifically, it was aimed at Gu Min's sword. Clearly, Gu Min was also employing this gathering technique. Su Suo could not help but curse. What the hell? Do you or do you not have the surname Liang? Gu Min is indeed employing the technique of accumulating power for a strike. Su Su's ability to perceive and replicate that strike stems from his innate talent as a sword cultivator, possessing a unique affinity for sword energy, thus making the challenge less arduous than for an ordinary swordsman. Otherwise, given his current level, it would be utterly impossible. Gu Min, on the other hand, executes this strike primarily through his imagination and keen insight. A true genius is not merely exceptional in cultivation, but should excel in various aspects far beyond the average person. Gu Min can recall countless sword techniques from several sword manuals, as well as the trajectory of sword energy from the elder Ma Yi's strikes, and then attempts to replicate them through his imaginative prowess. While there are numerous errors in his attempts, the fact that he can unleash this strike with even a fraction of its power attests to his exceptional genius. In this regard, he may surpass Su Su. When both are capable of executing the accumulating power strike, it is destined to be the final sword clash of their duel that night. Su Su raised his wooden sword, let out a peculiar cry, and then swung it forth. Gu Min also raised his Zhuyu and sent it forward. The two swords collided once more, their overwhelming sword energies converging, intertwining into fine strands of sword energy that clashed like opposing armies, neither willing to yield an inch. Their realms were insufficient. Otherwise, the scene would have been far more spectacular. The fierce winds generated by the sword energy swept through Gu Min's long hair, and both were enshrouded in sword energy, countless blades of energy scraping against their bodies. However, Gu Min seemed to endure it better. Having previously suffered greatly while studying the sword scriptures, he now reaped the benefits. At this moment, he finally responded to Su Su's earlier question. My surname is Gu, to hell with Liang. Chapter 35. The incomparable duo. Countless strands of sword energy brushed past the two, resembling gentle breezes, yet any ordinary person caught in their midst would meet a grim fate, reduced to mere bones. Nevertheless, these sword energies did not even tear their garments, not due to their high realms, but rather because, in the end, Both had instinctively chosen to hold back. With a resounding crash, a tremendous wave of energy erupted between them. The accumulation of sword energy in a confined space, creating a force of great magnitude. However, due to their low realms, the impact was not overly damaging. They were merely pushed back by the wave, landing some distance away. Su Su panted heavily, drenched in sweat, raising his head to gaze at the youth before him. A strange glimmer in his eyes. Are you truly not Liang Zhao? Gu Min, equally drenched in sweat and exhausted, initially reluctant to speak, realized that Su Su had mistaken him for the false Gung Xin sword master. He sighed and simply shook his head. Liang Zhao's impersonation of him was an exceedingly shameless act, one Gu Min would never emulate. Upon hearing Gu Min's denial once more, Su Su slapped his forehead, muttering, "Damn. To encounter such a formidable individual by chance. When I finally meet Liang Zhao at the sword conference, how shall I make him eat dirt?" Gu Min, too fatigued to fully grasp Su Su's words, sat down with a thud, having already stored away Zhuyu. Su Su followed suit, asking, "Which sect do you belong to? Oh precious disciple, how come I have never heard of you before? Are you preparing to make a stunning debut at the sword conference?" The century-old sword conference of the Jianting is a grand event for the sword sects of Nanling. Similar occurrences have transpired in the past, where a once obscure sect in Nanling produced a genius disciple who, unbeknownst to the world, triumphed over all disciples at the sword conference, thus gaining recognition and elevating their sect from mediocrity to prominence. Given Gu Min's current realm, claiming he could surpass all disciples of the Jianting is entirely unrealistic. He has trained too briefly and cannot contend with those in the third or fourth realms. However, making a name for himself at the sword conference is not an insurmountable task, as even the most accomplished cultivators would not overlook his talent and potential. Gu Min shook his head and gestured to the heavens, saying, "I merely follow my senior sister into battle. She is the one fighting while I observe." Su Su frowned, replying, "Your senior sister does not seem like a swordsman." He vividly recalled the clash between Asen and her master, where there was no sign of sword energy fluctuations. How could she possibly be a swordsman? Gu Min remembered his senior sister's words and repeated them to Su Su. "My senior sister said that as long as she draws her sword, she is a swordsman. However, since she lacks a sword, she came to retrieve hers." Su Su thought this reasoning was exceedingly shameless, recognizing that such shamelessness runs in the family. However, he remarked, "It sounds somewhat plausible. Your senior sister's ability to contend with my master is indeed impressive. Though you are reluctant to disclose your sect, I surmise it must be a significant one." Gu Min fell silent, knowing that even if Dishan had once been a prominent sect, it could no longer compare to the major sects of today. Observing Gu Min's renewed silence, Su Su understood that eliciting information about his sect was futile. After a light-hearted chuckle, he grinned. "Well, it seems we have made a connection. Let us be friends. Individuals like us are destined for greatness, perhaps even to be hailed as the unparalleled duo of Nanling's sword path. Establishing our friendship now could lead to a glorious tale in the future." Gu Min reflected on the events of the night, regardless of whether they were overt or subtle. Su Su had not displayed any behavior that repulsed him. At least for now, he appeared to be a friend worth having, and thus Gu Min nodded in agreement. "All right." Su Su grinned, casting a lingering glance at the sword before asking, "Now that we are friends, is it inappropriate for you not to let me see that sword? I merely wish to look, not touch." Gu Min realized that Su Su had been waiting for this moment, feeling a bit vexed. Upon reflection, aside from the initial trickery he played on his senior sister Luo Shui, he had been the victim of others' schemes ever since ascending the mountain. With this thought, Gu Min felt a twinge of annoyance and waved his hand. "Go ahead and look." Su Su rubbed his hands together, a grin on his face, and, inexplicably energized, got back up and approached the sword. "By the way, what did you mean by hammer earlier?" Gu Min could not shake off this matter. "Oh, that is an ancient dialect from Gushu, essentially implying that you are a person of steadfast will, much like a hammer." Su Su's words were nonsensical. Yet he continued on, reaching the water's edge and peering closely at the sword. Concurrently, he attempted to channel the remaining sword energy within him to let the sword sense his presence. Unfortunately, his sword energy failed to reach the long sword, scattering instead, clearly indicating that the sword was not meant for him. Coming to this inevitable conclusion, Su Su's face fell, and he softly lamented. "How much longer must I hold this wooden sword?" Sighing, he resigned himself to sitting down once more. Gu Min understood that the sword had not chosen Su Su. Observing his relentless efforts to probe the sword with his energy, he remarked, "You truly are quite the hammer." Su Su felt a surge of irritation but, recalling his earlier words, could only manage a forced smile. Likewise, Gu Min sighed, recognizing that the meaning of that phrase was indeed not as Su Su had described. Yet he admired his shamelessness and chose to remain silent. Do you believe your senior sister can surpass my master? Rest assured, even if my master wins, he will not resort to lethal force. Su Su suddenly broke the silence. Gumin shook his head. My senior sister will not lose. Beneath the heavens, the two combatants had engaged in a prolonged struggle, yet neither had emerged victorious. At this moment, they ceased their conflict, perched atop a lofty edifice, silently recuperating their internal energies. The elder in the tattered robe chuckled and remarked, "You, young lady, though still in your youth, possess an impressive cultivation level. Were it not for your affiliation with the sect, I would have been inclined to invite you to be a guest elder at my Gue Yingdu." Upon hearing the name Gue Yingdu, Aseng discerned the elder's sect affiliation. However, even though he hailed from one of the top 3 sword sects in Nanling, she remained unmoved. She silently regarded the elder, contemplating how much longer this contest would continue. Her junior disciple had gleaned all he needed to, and prolonging the fight held no purpose. Nonetheless, the elder was determined to possess that sword, and she could not allow him to have his way. "Is that sword yours?" the elder inquired abruptly. Aseng acknowledged with a slight nod, indicating her affirmation. "My disciple is in need of a sword. If that blade is indeed fated to be with my apprentice, I am willing to exchange it for another artifact. What do you think?" The elder observed her and noted that she was not a sword cultivator. Thus, wielding that sword would serve little purpose for her. Aseng shook her head and countered. "If I had not come, or if I were not strong enough, would you still make such an offer?" The elder paused, then replied calmly, "As a cultivator, you ought to understand how we should conduct ourselves." Had Aseng not appeared, and had the sword truly been destined for Su Su, Wang Xiaopin would inevitably fail to protect it. If Wang Xiaopin were to demand compensation, the elder would acquiesce, whether in silver or other artifacts. Yet he would undoubtedly leave with that sword. There was no other outcome. "And to kill?" Aseng pressed further. "That is out of the question," the elder replied, his expression unchanged and voice steady. As a sword cultivator of Gue Yingdu, he adhered to ancestral teachings. He would not commit acts contrary to these principles, not out of reverence for his forebears, but because to stray from them would cloud the heart of the sword, offering no benefit to his cultivation. Those lacking resolve risked falling into demonic delusions, making it impossible to glimpse the great path in this life. "Fair enough," Aseng conceded. "I allowed my junior disciple to observe your sword technique, so I owe you a favor. If your disciple is indeed fated to the sword, then I shall gift it to him, thus balancing our debt." The elder was taken aback, reflecting that her junior disciple, being merely a second-realm sword cultivator, could not possibly comprehend the nuances of his poised strike. Even Su Su, he believed, would not grasp it. Thus, her words carried weight. Yet, as she spoke, the elder chose not to contest her assertion. "If you require any artifacts, I am open to exchange." Aseng shook her head, opting not to elaborate further, and descended from the heavens. The elder followed suit. They arrived at a pool, where 2 exhausted youths and the silent Wang Xiaopin awaited. Aseng, observing the scene, cast a glance at Wang Xiaopin, who, with understanding, chuckled. These two have become acquainted, but before their camaraderie, they engaged in a spar, and now they are weary. Hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow. Noticing both combatants were uninjured, he surmised that his disciple had shown restraint, realizing that despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he possessed some measure of discernment. He glanced at Su Su, preparing to speak, but Su Su interjected, "It's futile, it's futile." The elder felt a twinge of irritation, but quickly considered that Su Su might have already attempted his best, but was unwilling to relent. "Would you like to take another look? Have you touched it? How about giving it a feel?" Su Su, dejected, replied, "Don't mention touching it. Even licking it would yield no results. Let Liang Zhao bask in his triumph for a couple of days. I shall not pursue him this time." As he spoke, Su Su felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not failed to best Gu Min that night, he would not have been so concerned about Liang Zhao's strength. As he walked outside, he did not forget to bid farewell to Gu Min. "Good brother, it was a pleasure fighting with you. Until we meet again." Chapter 36. The arrival of the white deer emerging from the small courtyard and returning to the street below the night sky. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the long road, preventing utter darkness. The elder, with his sword resting at his back, did not rush to speak. Su Su took several steps ahead before saying, "Master, please explain the trajectory of your poised strike in detail. Earlier, I attempted to replicate it. While I managed to establish the form, I lacked the spirit and essence. I learned only a fraction. Your strike truly excels, yet why do you conceal it from me? Am I the only disciple you have? Are you planning to take this technique to your grave?" "It's not that I intend to criticize you, master. Your heart is not broad enough, which is perhaps why you never became the sect leader. Su Su rambled on, but to the elder's ears, it was mere prattle. Until Su Su struck the crux of the matter, the elder's attention was captured. My dear disciple, what did you say? You understood my poised strike and even attempted it? Su Su tilted his head, nonchalantly replying, It's just a shell. I have yet to grasp its essence. Upon receiving this definitive response, the elder burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, you are my clever disciple. With you by my side, Gui Jiange shall surely surpass Jian Ting in the future. That is no mere empty boast. Su Su scoffed, pondering whether he could rival Liang Zhao, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden flash of sword light in the distance. The elder turned, frowning. It is those two rascals. Originally, there were 3 individuals waiting to seize the sword, all sword cultivators of the flying light realm. Qi Shu had been the first to act, but had been severely wounded by a Sang. The remaining 2, wary of the elder and a Sang's cultivation levels, had hidden in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Now, witnessing the elder's departure, they sought to take their chance. 2 streams of sword light surged forth. One aimed at a Sang, who remained unfazed, extending her hand to intercept the strike. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, a Sang felt no fear facing a cultivator of the flying light realm. The assailant, aware of his inferiority, intended merely to stall her while the other approached the pool, ready to seize the azure sword. Gu Min, feeling indignant at such shamelessness, rose and grasped Zhu Yu, which transformed into a pure white longsword. He lunged towards the back of the sword thief. The thief remained unperturbed. Gu Min's cultivation was too low. He could stand there and endure 100 strikes without issue. Gazing at the azure sword, the thief's eyes gleamed with avarice, yet it was fleeting. Knowing a Sang was not to be trifled with, he aimed to seize the sword as swiftly as possible. But in an instant of distraction, the azure sword emitted a clear, resounding cry. Not good, the thief bellowed, channeling his energy to its utmost, intending to flee. At that moment, he abandoned the sword, focusing solely on escape. Gu Min thrust his sword forward without hesitation. But as the thief sidestepped, he found himself just a yard from the azure sword, suddenly engulfed by its overwhelming energy. In an instant, Gu Min was propelled backward by the ferocious sword aura. The thief, being closest to the azure sword, bore the brunt of its wrath and suffered far worse than Gu Min. Struck by several waves of sword energy, he attempted to flee but coughed up blood midair, crashing through numerous structures, ultimately left to his fate, unknown. Concerning the other sword cultivator of the Feiguang realm, he was simply interrupted by a single palm strike from A Sang, causing him to be sent hurtling backward. A Sang cast a fleeting glance at the azure long sword before turning to Wang Xiaopin and calmly remarked, The sword master you seek has arrived. Approaching Gu Min, A Sang seized the collar of Gu Min's garment and thrust a pill into his mouth before darting towards a towering structure. In the pool, the azure long sword began to tremble, emanating waves of sword qi from its blade. This sword, forged by Wang Xiaopin over nearly a decade, had only now truly come into its own, all thanks to the sword master who had yet to reveal himself. On the long street, Su Su sensed the sword qi radiating from the blade. Being a natural sword embryo, he could acutely perceive the exhilaration of the sword at this moment. Master, I am filled with resentment. The elderly Ma Yi also sensed the sword's anomaly, likely deducing that the true sword master had arrived. Observing his disciple's demeanor, Ma Yi consoled. It's nothing to fret over. If this sword proves inadequate, I shall find you another. I cannot allow my dear disciple to be confined to this wooden sword. If it comes to it, I shall forfeit my old face and have you try the sword of the sect leader. The sword wielded by the sect leader of the Gui Jian Pavilion ranked among the top 10 in the world. A truly exceptional blade coveted by many disciples of the pavilion. However, given the sect leader's flourishing vitality, it was unlikely that the current young disciples would inherit the sword before his passing. Su Su frowned and said, What use is a fine sword if it is unsuitable? It would merely be for show. He felt despondent, as though even if a mountain of swords were presented before him, if none suited him, what could he do? Curse this innate sword embryo. Su Su seethed with frustration, thinking that if it were not for his current status, he would have already selected a splendid sword from the Gui Jian Pavilion. Ma Yi patted his shoulder, choosing not to say anything further. His dear disciple, despite his words, surely understood the situation. Su Su muttered under his breath, If that sword's chosen master falls short of my capabilities, then that sword must be blind. Ma Yi chuckled heartily. He often found his disciples' wild musings tiresome, yet at this moment, he found them rather amusing. Before Su Su could voice another thought, the distinct sound of hooves echoed from afar, the clattering of horse hooves striking the stone slabs of the long street. Both Su Su and Ma Yi turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. At that moment, a peculiar sensation arose within the hearts of the master and disciple. Indescribable, yet strangely unique. Soon, as the sound of hooves grew louder, a shadow materialized at the end of the street. A white deer appeared first in Su Su's sight. Its body completely snow-white, standing tall like an ordinary wild deer, yet adorned with 4 antlers, distinctly different from typical deer. Fuzhu, Ma Yi, being well-versed in various creatures, recognized this extraordinary beast. The creature resembling a white deer was indeed Fuzhu, a favored mount of many cultivators. According to folklore, sightings of Fuzhu often preceded floods. Yet for practitioners, it was simply an excellent steed. Thousands of years ago, many sects valued Fuzhu for its remarkable speed and gentle disposition. However, tales later emerged that consuming its flesh could enhance one's cultivation, leading countless practitioners to hunt them to near extinction. Presently, it was rare to encounter a Fuzhu, even within the illustrious Guijian Pavilion or the courts of the Dynasty dynasty. Before Ma Yi could recover from his astonishment, a figure stepped into their view. A man of average height, but possessing a slender build, emerged behind the white deer. This man was not particularly handsome, at least less so than Su Su, and certainly not comparable to Gu Min, yet he could not be deemed ugly. He wore a long moon-white robe, albeit with some dirt at the hem. Unperturbed by his appearance, he stepped onto the long street, and upon seeing Su Su, smiled, a natural sword embryo. In less than a century, must surely be the Jin K sword immortal. Su Su remained unresponsive, not engaging in conversation. The man then gazed upward towards the towering building and remarked with a smile, "Born with dual pupils, your future is equally limitless." Finally, his gaze fell upon Gu Min. After a brief silence, he pondered for a moment and said, "You are truly exceptionally handsome." Chapter 37. If only I wished to hold you. Gu Min stood alongside Asang, listening to the man's sparse commentary, and instinctively smiled at the compliment. Asang maintained her calm demeanor, but did not let her guard down. Sister Gu Min attempted to speak, but Asang shook her head, signaling her not to inquire further. Gu Min was filled with confusion, but had no choice but to suppress it. The elderly Ma Yi wore a grave expression. He could immediately discern that Su Su, as a natural sword embryo, was at least a peak figure in the Fanqing realm. Yet, no matter how he tried to perceive the man's realm, he could not detect even the slightest trace of it. There was no hint of aura or sword chi emanating from him. Concealing one's sword chi within is not particularly difficult. However, to do so without detection by others is quite another matter. Even Ma Yi, a sword cultivator of the Fanqing realm, could not guarantee that he would go unnoticed. If the man were not a sword cultivator, he was likely a practitioner of the Jin K realm. If he were a sword cultivator, he might indeed be a Jin K sword immortal. The distinction between the two was negligible, yet if the man were a sword immortal, the impact on them would be far greater. In all of Nanling, there were likely only 2 or 3 sword cultivators who had reached the Jin K realm. The man glanced at Ma Yi, seemingly aware of his thoughts, and spoke no further, merely smiling as he said, "I sense a connection to this sword. Having studied swordsmanship for decades, yet I have yet to find a blade that resonates with me. Now that I have found it, it must be fate. But I do not know who forged it or if you would be willing to let me take it." Ma Yi and Su Su remained silent, while Asang chose not to speak for the moment. Gu Min understood that this was not a matter in which she could interject, leaving only Wang Xiaopin to step forward, confidently asserting that the sword he had forged was indeed meant for this man as its master. After a moment of silence, he recounted the events leading to this moment in full. Only then did the man lift his gaze to Asang, inquiring, "This young lady, might I ask if you would be willing to entrust this sword to me? I will soon engage in battle with someone." Asang regarded him and asked calmly, "Since your realm has already reached such heights, whether you possess a sword or not, it should make no difference. Why cling so tightly to it?" Upon hearing the man mention a battle, Asang had already surmised his identity. His reputation was significant, yet few knew him personally. Asang was aware of him, while he remained oblivious to her. Nevertheless, Asang was unwilling to easily part with the sword. The man shook his head, explaining that in the face of other sword masters, it mattered little whether he wielded a sword or not, but against the individual he was set to confront, if he were without a sword, he could not claim even the slightest chance of victory. In battles of the same realm, sword cultivators fared significantly better with a sword than without one. However, to assert that being without a sword offered no chance of success at all seemed somewhat exaggerated. Asang smiled, but chose not to respond. The man suddenly grew serious, locking eyes with Asang and earnestly declaring, "Against the person I must battle, being without a sword is absolutely unacceptable. This sword I must have. However, Should I take it? I will owe you a favor. If you ever find yourself in need, I will assist you once, as a gesture of gratitude, provided it does not conflict with my principles. This is a promise made by a Jin Shue Jing Jian, which often holds greater significance than the sword itself. A Song pondered for a moment, then nodded. At this juncture, persisting would not be a wise choice. The man said nothing further, glanced at a Song, then turned away to stand beside the Bai Lu, softly remarking, "You surely know what I intend to do. Otherwise, why would you be so joyful?" The onlookers recognized he was speaking to the sword, and thus remained silent. Indeed, moments later, a sound even more resounding than before pierced the air as the sword ascended, appearing in the sky, enveloped in boundless sword energy. In terms of swords alone, this one was already extraordinary. And now it was destined to fall into the hands of a Jin Shue Jing Jian. It could be anticipated that soon the entire world would come to know its name. The man beckoned, and the sword descended into his grasp. He then mounted the Bai Lu, falling silent as the creature turned and galloped into the night. In a mere instant, they could no longer hear the sound of hooves striking against the stone. The man arrived late, but departed swiftly. Mai Lauren cupped his hands in salute to a Song, while Su Su shouted to Gumin, "I will await you at the Jianting." Gumin waved dismissively, seemingly irritated. Upon reaching the main street, a Song stood by the roadside and inquired, "Which sword have you learned?" Gumin nodded, gathering his strength for a strike. Although he had yet to grasp its quintessence, with time and repeated attempts, he would undoubtedly master that sword. A Song praised, "Quite impressive. My junior brother is indeed a promising student of the sword." "Shurjia." Gumin hesitated. "You wish to ask who that man is, and why I do not dare to act." A Song turned to Gumin, her expression serene. Many matters in this world do not necessitate direct confrontation. Upon hearing his name, some should recognize their inferiority. Why engage and invite humiliation? Gumin earnestly requested, "Please enlighten me, Shurjia." A Song took a few steps forward, gazing at the moonlight, and remarked, "The current foremost figure in the sword path is a woman. Many aspire to defeat her, particularly those who practice swordsmanship. The ascendance of a woman to the pinnacle of the sword path is indeed a notion hard for many to accept. However, acceptance and the ability to alter reality are two different matters. Her swordsmanship is unparalleled for centuries, with only the late Yinjinren daring to claim superiority." A Song contemplated, then shook her head. To disparage the past and exalt the present is not a wise stance. Nonetheless, no sword practitioner today can surpass her. If one must argue, it would be that man from earlier. Gumin reflected on the demeanor exhibited by that man, which indeed resembled that of an extraordinary master. In terms of swordsmanship, his skill may not rank among the top 3. However, the 2 sword immortals in that echelon would have no chance against that woman. Only he might. "Why?" Gumin asked. "Because he is sufficiently young," a Song replied calmly. "Youth is the greatest asset. That woman's sword immortal is merely over 100 years old, with a long lifespan ahead of her. No one knows how far she can advance. Hence those sword immortals of several centuries are currently inferior to her, and will not catch up. Yet he is different, having practiced for only a few decades. He is not yet 100, and already a rare Jin Shue Jian. Naturally, he has the potential, especially since he has never lost in past sword duels." A Song added, "At that time, he did not possess a sword." Gumin, Su Su, and even Liang Zhao of the Jianting are among the most gifted sword practitioners of their age. Yet, in the older generation, true prodigies exist, and that man earlier is undoubtedly a genius among his peers. In every generation of practitioners, there is always one who stands out. Just as the woman's sword immortal dominates her generation, in a Song's generation, that man from earlier is the strongest. Being of the same era, a Song is acutely aware of his identity. Gumin, having absorbed much from this discourse, felt a slight headache as his Shurjia still had not revealed the man's name. "His name is Liang Shuri. Remember to seek his aid or guidance when you next encounter him." At this point, a Song fell silent, appearing somewhat fatigued. Gumin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Shurjia? What did you say?" "He is a sword practitioner. What does that have to do with me?" A Song smiled. Gumin thought to himself that this was not his intention. Previously, Liang Shuri had solemnly stated that should a Song face peril, he would lend assistance. However, now that his Shurjia had said such a thing, it seemed she was bestowing this opportunity upon him. What a remarkable benefit. He is a Jin Shue Jing Jian with the potential to become the leader of the sword path. A promise made by such a person is undoubtedly a precious treasure for Gumin. For a Song, it is also not something to be easily dismissed. "Perhaps in a few years, I will surpass him. What use is his promise to me?" A Song seemed to see through Gumin's thoughts and casually remarked, utterly unperturbed, This statement resonated with Gumin, leaving him in a daze. Liang Shi was already a Jin Chue Jingjian, one of the few experts in the world. The implication that his Shi Jie was not far behind him suggested she too was an extraordinary figure. This realization led Gumin to wonder if his seemingly unremarkable Shifu could also be a hidden master of immense prowess. And what about Lo Shue Shijie? Could it be that the seemingly simple-minded Shijie is also a concealed genius? A song, perceiving his thoughts, shook her head. Lo Shue is not. Gumin acknowledged with an "oh," feeling no disappointment. If Lo Shue was not, then his Shifu must be. His mind conjured images of past years when external sects would challenge their mountain gate, and at such times, his Shifu would stand atop the peak, hands clasped behind him, observing those practitioners and calmly uttering a single word, "Leave." Then, with his words, countless terrifying energies would surge forth from the mountain, annihilating those practitioners. While his master merely smiled, indifferent. With this thought, Gumin felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Coming back to his senses, he remembered to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Shijie." A song nodded, signaling that it was unnecessary. "Shijie." Gumin looked at a song again. "What is it?" A song this time did not discern Gumin's thoughts. Gumin, with utmost seriousness, said, "Shijie, please allow me to hold on tightly to your leg." Chapter 38. A promising future as dawn broke. A song, and Gumin once again took their seats on the expansive blue talisman. Wang Xiaoping stood by the main street, watching his beloved girl depart in silence. As the talisman slowly ascended, Wang Xiaoping's figure became diminutive, prompting Gumin to reflect. That sword was originally forged by him, yet he reaped not a single benefit. A song, seated at the forefront, felt the gentle breeze against her face. Perhaps in good spirits, she quickly took over the conversation. "What he desires, others cannot provide. It is better to leave it all to me. Perhaps one day, if I move him, he may have a chance." Gumin realized the song was referring to herself. Instantly filled with curiosity, he cautiously asked, "Shijie, is it merely because he lacks cultivation that you do not favor him?" A song shook her head, her voice light as a feather. "If I were to like someone, it would not matter if they were blind or lame. Conversely, if I do not favor someone, even if they sacrifice their life for me, what of it?" Hearing this, Gumin thought to himself that Shijie is indeed an extraordinary woman, possessing such spirit and an extraordinary insight. If placed among royalty, she would surely be an empress. However, I still owe him a favor. So I have decided never to see him again in this lifetime, lest I stir up further complications. Asang's voice was calm, betraying no emotional fluctuations. Gumin pondered what kind of reasoning lay behind this, but after a moment's reflection, he merely asked, "What is the story between you and him?" Ordinarily, Gumin would not have dared to inquire, for his senior sister exuded an aura of coldness that seemed to render such matters off limits. Yet, during this quest for the sword, he felt Asang's expectations for him and sensed a deepening connection with her, prompting him to speak more casually. In the presence of his esteemed senior sister, Gumin believed it best to maintain a semblance of seriousness. Asang contemplated briefly and recounted the story from the past once more. Different tales, when narrated by different individuals, naturally take on distinct flavors. Asang conveyed this narrative with remarkable objectivity, as if she were an impartial observer, leaving no room for bias. It was a tale of unrequited affection. In conclusion, Asang wrapped it up with a poignant remark. Gumin chuckled lightly, his curiosity waning. Yet, Asang instead posed a question. "Do you not know the identity of that young man, nor comprehend what it signifies to have reached a stalemate with him?" Gumin recalled Su Su, considering that the latter truly bore no significant faults, qualifying as a potential friend. However, he was not foolish and understood the implications of Su Su being a natural sword prodigy, certainly a prized disciple of some sect. The fact that he could hold his own against Su Su likely carried substantial meaning. Asang smiled and said, "I have suddenly changed my mind. If you arrive at the sword conference, perhaps you could engage in a match with other sword cultivators." On a distant mountain, there stood a temple dedicated to the mountain deity. In the dead of night, a pair of master and disciple arrived at the temple, the young man bearing a wooden sword. After entering, he collapsed onto a straw mat, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. It was not until the sun had climbed high that the young man awakened leisurely. The old man in plain robes had been sitting in meditation, and upon seeing his treasured disciple awake, he smiled and said, "Shall I tell you about the trajectory of that sword's energy?" Su Su waved his hand, shaking his head. "I do not wish to hear it at this moment." The old man sighed. "Since you have entertained the thought of confronting that Gung Xian sword master, mastering this sword technique of mine could be a decisive advantage, potentially swaying the outcome." Su Su yawned. Without a sword, I do not believe I am his match. To be frank, I now feel that the Gung Xian sword master, despite his unpleasant demeanor, must possess a modicum of genuine skill. The old man furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his disciple had altered his stance overnight, wondering if perhaps the man riding the white deer had frightened him into submission. Understanding his master's thoughts, Su Su leaned against the straw mat, eyes closed, and murmured, "Last night, my duel with that youth named Gu Min ended in a stalemate because we were both attempting to learn your sword technique." The old man nodded in acknowledgement. "We have nearly grasped it," he emphasized. "That is the crux of the matter." The old man savored this revelation, his eyes narrowing as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that this young man has also mastered my technique?" Su Su affirmed with a sound. The old man sighed. "Which sect does he belong to? I have never heard mention of such a figure before." Over the past year, the most significant event in Nanling was undoubtedly the emergence of the Gung Xian sword master. Apart from Liang Zhao, Su Su had also stirred considerable commotion, and both youths were regarded as the most gifted of their generation. Su Su, eyes still closed, casually remarked, "Master, with your extensive experience, consider which sect would tolerate a disciple neglecting their sword practice?" He was an astute individual, having identified the breakthrough point through Asang's insights. The old man reflected carefully. There were only a few sword sects in Nanling, all dedicated to the sword, yet none seemed to fit this description. The young man's senior sister is at a level comparable to mine. Being so young, she must surely be a disciple of a major sword sect, the old man concluded. Su Su scoffed lightly and chuckled. "However, I quite like the fellow's temperament. I hope we do not find ourselves at odds with each other in a life-and-death confrontation." The future of cultivators has never been easily delineated. No one could foretell what would unfold, merely a young man's hopeful aspiration. Its realization remains uncertain. "Perhaps you will soon cross paths." The old man quickly doused Su Su's enthusiasm with cold water. "After the sword conference, you may need to head to the imperial capital." The old man regarded his disciple with a hint of fondness. The letter from Xianshang Cheng had earlier reached Gui Jiangu. Among the multitude of disciples at Gui Jiangu, it was Su Su who had been specifically named. If that young man's sect received the letter, they would likely send him as well, and the two might indeed find themselves engaged in a fierce contest. The old man mused, "At your age, you should be focused on diligent cultivation, yet you must step into that vortex. It truly is not as it should be." Su Su understood the concern underlying his master's words and was about to respond when the old man shifted the subject, saying, "But it is of little consequence, after all. Did not the late Yun Jinren of Dishan carve a path to near invincibility?" Lying on the straw mat, Su Su thought, "You truly excel as a master." As the day of the sword conference approached, the towns near the sword court became increasingly populated with cultivators, the majority being sword cultivators invited to participate. A few disciples from other sects, unable to enter the sword court to witness the Gung Xian sword master, resorted to gathering information, thus enlivening the towns. The sword conference is a grand event for sword cultivators, serving to attract a multitude of practitioners, temporarily enlivening the town. In previous years, the towns would grow quiet as night descended, yet now they glowed with numerous lanterns. Many minor sect cultivators took advantage of the occasion to set up stalls along the streets, selling talismans and magical artifacts. Some fortunate souls could earn a substantial profit in a single night, for not all cultivators discerned the worthlessness of such items. Particularly, novice female cultivators often found themselves entranced by the exquisite trinkets, rendering them easy prey for the sharp-eyed vendors. Listening to the vendors' cries and reflecting on how many cultivators were faring worse than himself, Gu Min stood before a modest stall, heartily consuming a bowl of the most ordinary beef noodles. Asang observed her junior disciple and remarked, "If you crave noodles, upon our return to the mountain, you may request Sister Luo to prepare some." Without waiting for her to finish, Gu Min waved his hand dismissively. He did not desire noodles. It was simply that after consuming too many unpalatable dishes on the mountain, he found this meal particularly delightful. Had it been before his ascent to the mountain, he would never have relished such a bowl of beef noodles. After finishing the last mouthful, Gu Min gazed thoughtfully at the distant mountain. Chapter 39. The hearts of men in the night on that distant mountain. Countless pavilions stood atop the peaks. As night fell, these pavilions were shrouded in darkness, rendering them invisible even to cultivators, who could only see the lanterns hanging beneath their eaves, judging their number by the flickering light. In the night, sword lights occasionally flickered, and faint sword energies appeared and vanished, indicating the arrivals and departures of the sword cultivators from the sword court. The esteemed Nanling First Sword Sect is renowned alongside the Biling Sword Manor as one of the most formidable sword sects in existence. It is said that the number of sword cultivators under its banner has already surpassed the 30,000 of the peak Ishan era. According to the imperial decree from the Dynasty dynasty several years ago, the disciples of the sword sect now number at least 50,000. One can only imagine the spectacle if these 50,000 sword cultivators were to soar through the skies on their swords, resembling a swarm of locusts blotting out the sun. Due to the immense strength of the sword sect, the relationship between the Dynasty dynasty and the sword sect has been maintained with great care over the years. Generally, sword cultivators from the sword sect can move freely within the Dynasty territory, provided they do not commit any unforgivable offenses. Furthermore, rumors abound that several second-generation elders of the sword sect have nurtured amicable relations with the royal branches within the Xianshang city, which ultimately trace back to the imperial city and the sovereign seated upon the dragon throne. The Dynasty dynasty respects the sword sect, yet it is not driven by fear, for even the Grand Master of the sword sect, one of the top 3 sword immortals in the world, could not possibly surpass the might of the Dynasty emperor. The authority of the emperor is not merely a matter of status. Gu Min withdrew his gaze and returned to the bowl of beef noodles that had been reduced to a mere broth. Given that the sword sect is touted as the premier sword sect of Nanling, with its multitude of sword cultivators, what advantage would there be in his senior sister creating a stir that draws attention from the sword sect, thus exposing Ishan to their scrutiny? This has been Gu Min's perplexity for days. If the sword sect is indeed so powerful, then how could the 4 of them, relying solely on Asang's success at the sword conference, truly bring Ishan back into prominence? Such actions would only serve to make the sword sect more vigilant, thereby restricting Ishan further. Even if his senior sister and master were true experts, what could they achieve against the might of 50,000 sword cultivators? The sword sect would never allow the former glory of Ishan to resurface, lest it threaten their own status as the foremost sword sect of Nanling. Gu Min is not foolish, yet he has not fully grasped this point. However, he understands that his senior sister is not one to act recklessly. He prefers to believe that her intentions are imbued with deeper meaning, much like when she insisted on waiting for someone to retrieve the sword, which was to allow him to observe the swords of others. With no sword cultivators in Ishan, Gu Min lacks the guidance of sword masters on his path of cultivation and can only learn through such experiences. Participating in the sword conference is similarly motivated. Yet, what benefit would it bring for Asang to create a scene? Asang looked at him with approval and said, "Little junior brother, your thoughts are quite thorough. However, there are matters I cannot disclose to you at this moment. Perhaps you will come to understand them in due time. Nevertheless, you must recognize that the responsibility of revitalizing Ishan will not fall upon me or our master, but squarely upon your shoulders." With a wry expression, Gu Min replied, "But I am still a child. Shouldn't my senior sister shield me from the storms?" Asang laughed lightly. "Little junior brother, what you desire, Ishan has already provided for you. In return, you must also contribute to Ishan. Moreover, once Ishan is truly revitalized, it will only bring benefits to you, with no detriment. As for what Master said about the next Grand Master being you, it is indeed destined to be yours. Whether Ishan will be a sect with tens of thousands of sword cultivators or remain as it is now, with merely a handful, depends entirely on you. There is no need to mention that you are just a child. No one on the mountain will regard you as such." Gu Min chuckled awkwardly, trying to mask his discomfort, while Asang casually suggested, "Come, little junior brother, accompany me in searching for a sword." Gu Min was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. All right. There were numerous vendors in the area selling various magical artifacts, yet swords were scarce. For proximity to the sword sect meant that low-quality swords would easily be discerned by the discerning eyes of sword cultivators. Who better to understand swords than those who wield them? Asang and Gu Min paused before a stall, examining the few swords laid out. Gu Min felt somewhat embarrassed. This was the only stall in the street selling swords. Steeling himself, he inquired, "How much for this sword?" The vendor, a plump middle-aged woman with a few blemishes on her face and modest cultivation, initially spoke about the swords, but upon catching sight of Gu Min's handsome features, she momentarily lost her composure. "This young master is truly striking. What would you like? Sister will gift it to you." Feeling uncomfortable, Gu Min glanced at Asang, who remained unfazed. Reluctantly, he pointed to a sword, and the woman handed it to him, taking hold of his hand as she exclaimed, "You appear quite young. Are you a sword cultivator? I can see you are extraordinary. Here, this sword is a gift from me, but you must remember me. Do you have time now? Would you like to come to my home for a cup of hot tea?" As she pressed the sword into his embrace, her ample form leaned heavily against him. Gu Min felt utterly distressed, nearly retching the beef noodles he had consumed earlier. Asang stood nearby, her eyes sparkling with amusement, showing no intention of intervening. As they walked along the long street, Gu Min lamented, "Senior sister, even if you want to help me, why must you put me in such a predicament?" Clutching the sword that seemed to have been exchanged for flirtation, he felt despondent. "Little junior brother, you are so handsome that walking through the world naturally brings advantages. Today, you have procured a sword for me, which offsets the one I gifted you. Upon reflection, you have even garnered the promise of a Jinke realm sword immortal, which is not a loss at all. At worst, you may have to endure some unwanted advances, but it is not a grave matter." As Asang spoke, she struggled to suppress her laughter, but ultimately couldn't help herself and continued with a smile. "Little junior brother, a cultivator must also cultivate their heart. Judging by your performance today, there is still much room for improvement." Gu Min merely handed the sword back and fell silent. Under the night sky, at the sword sect's Jianting observation platform, Liang Zhao sat cross-legged in the center, the Yingdu sword he had previously retrieved resting upon his lap. A stream of sword energy flowed from his body, momentarily lingering in the surrounding air before returning to him in a continuous cycle. On the path of swordsmanship, the heart must be righteous, the intent must be resolute, and the sword energy is the essence of slaying enemies. Throughout history, no great sword immortal has not traversed the path of sword energy. To attain unparalleled mastery with a sword, one must devote considerable effort to this aspect. On a high building outside the observation platform, a tall man concealed in the night cast an imposing presence, rendering his features invisible. Yet his voice carried an air of authority befitting one of high rank. Upon hearing his words, Liang Zhao slightly opened his eyes but did not look in his direction, calmly responding, "Thank you for your guidance, master." The man was none other than the Grand Master of the sword sect, a sword immortal ranked among the top 3 in the world. In Nanling, few sword cultivators would dare claim superiority over this Grand Master. The Grand Master spoke calmly, "Zhao, you are the once-in-a-century Gongxin sword master. Your future cultivation will undoubtedly surpass mine, and the fate of the sword sect may very well rest upon your shoulders. However, if such matters weigh heavily on your mind, the path of swordsmanship will become arduous. On the journey of cultivation, countless challenges arise, but in the end, it all depends on oneself." Liang Zhao remained silent, simply listening intently. Gui Jianji Su, a natural sword embryo, is your only rival among the younger generation of sword sects in Nanling. He may challenge you by name at this sword conference, so be prepared. After imparting this wisdom, the leader of the sword sect, home to tens of thousands of sword cultivators, gradually turned and vanished into the night. Liang Zhao whispered, "I respectfully bid farewell to my master." Even though he knew that his master would not hear or see him, he bowed his head for a long time before slowly raising it to gaze at the distant sky. Liang Zhao silently recited Su Su's name, contemplating the latter's innate talent for swordsmanship. After a lengthy silence, he stood up, hung his sword at his waist, and, resting his hand on the hilt, gradually descended the sword viewing platform. After taking a few steps, he murmured, "That sword star belongs to you, doesn't he? But what of it? Ultimately, you shall fall before me. Once defeated, who would still believe in you?" Achu. Far away, in the dilapidated mountain shrine bathed in moonlight, Su Su, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sneezed loudly. Rubbing his nose, he sat up and angrily shouted into the distance, "Who the hell is talking about me?" Chapter 40. Before the mountain half a month later, the day of the sword conference finally arrived. The mountain where the sword court was located completely closed its protective formation. In the distant sky, sword lights occasionally flickered. However, most of them dissipated before reaching the mountain, signifying that the visitors had no intention of flying into the mountain and were showing due respect to the sword court. It was only natural, given that the sword court was presided over by a sword immortal ranked among the top 3 in swordsmanship. No other sword cultivators would dare challenge it. The visitors were mostly elders and guests from various sects, and even the sect leaders would bow their heads in the presence of the sword court's master. Countless practitioners in the neighboring towns looked up at the sky, witnessing the appearance of sword lights, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. The brilliance of the sword light indicated that at least one of the sword cultivators was of the Great Star Realm. Which sect could it be? Could it be from Wanjian Mountain? Nonsense. The people from Wanjian Mountain have always held themselves in high regard. Even for the sword court's conference, they would surely be the last to arrive. Rest assured, when they do come, their presence will be even more imposing. It was said that the master of Wanjian Mountain had entered the Golden Threshold realm years ago, and his cultivation could now rival that of the Zhenren of Lanlin. Yet, it remained uncertain when he would challenge the sword court. The prowess of the Zhenren of Lanlin in swordsmanship was beyond question, and aside from the sword immortal Yao from the sword mansion, only that female sword immortal could potentially surpass him. As for the one from Wanjian Mountain, I fear he may fall significantly short. You do not grasp the meaning of the youth is formidable, adhering rigidly to conventions. If one believes that longer years of practice equate to greater strength, then what significance does this cultivation duel hold? Regardless of who it is, one could simply reveal their age. Someone scoffed, and while there was some merit to the remark, no one paid it any mind as the practitioners continued to discuss the sword lights. The most dazzling presence at this sword conference was undoubtedly the master of the Gengxin sword, followed closely by the innate sword talent of Gui Jian Pavilion. It remains to be seen if these two will clash at the conference. Alas, we are not sword cultivators and have no qualification to enter the sword court. Thus, we are destined to miss this battle. If these two do not meet an untimely end, they may indeed become the unparalleled prodigies of the Nanling sword path. A sigh escaped someone's lips, as if they desperately wished to witness such a scenario unfold. Gu Min followed a Sang through the long street, his heart as calm as still water. Had it been half a year ago, he might have cursed that fake master of Gengxin upon hearing such words. Yet now he felt little stir within him. A Sang walked ahead, listening intently, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. In the future, your name will undoubtedly emerge from their lips. Though it is not yet the case, there is no need for haste. Gu Min grinned and replied, Senior sister knows I have always preferred to remain low-key. I would rather the world remain unaware of me until I become a golden threshold sword immortal. Speaking of low-key, a Sang recalled many things, yet ultimately said, You appear lively, yet you lack some youthful vigor. There are certain things that someone your age should embrace without fear. In the future, I may not be able to protect you, but for now, no one can harm you under my watch. Gu Min cheekily asked, If that Junrin of Lanlin makes a move, can you stop him? A Sang answered, He will not make a move. Gu Min inquired, Why not? A Sang gazed at the distant peaks and softly replied, Because he values his reputation. Gu Min was taken aback and then helplessly acknowledged, Senior sister has a point. For the next half hour, a Sang fell silent. The two departed the town in quietude, walking through the forest. Above them, sword lights occasionally flickered. Although the sword cultivators would halt at the mountain's foot, they would not waste time walking through this area. Gu Min glanced at a Sang, and before he could speak, she gently stated, I will not. Gu Min thought to himself how she knew he was about to inquire about flying on a sword, but he ultimately refrained from asking. After traversing through a stretch of forest, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before them stood a towering mountain, significantly higher than the one they had previously traversed. It was precisely because of this height that they had noticed the pavilions and lights atop the mountain while in the town. Now, standing at the mountain's base without the obstruction of the protective formation, they could see numerous pavilions and the faint emanation of sword energy. On ordinary days, even reaching the foot of the mountain would only reveal a shroud of mist. A Sang did not hesitate and walked forward, with Gu Min closely following. Here, they finally encountered other sword cultivators along the mountain path, mostly grouped in small clusters. Some bore swords on their backs, while others held them aloft, all exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Each group of sword cultivators included several young disciples, likely the ones who would make their move at the conference. While the leaders were mostly middle-aged and composed, they were the representative figures sent by the major sword sects, not likely to act hastily, apart from attending as spectators. Their sole purpose was to witness the master of Gengxin. Gu Min shifted his gaze from the sword cultivators in front of him as a group of female cultivators in white garments passed by him and a Sang. As they walked by, Gu Min couldn't help but take a few extra glances, naturally noticing one of them with striking beauty. While Gu Min's gaze was somewhat impolite, a frown of displeasure appeared on the faces of some female sword cultivators. However, upon seeing Gu Min's handsome features, their expressions changed to surprise, and a few of the younger women blushed, whispering to their companions that he was truly handsome. Soon, an elder quietly reprimanded them, and the female sword cultivators turned away, continuing on their path. The older sword cultivator cast a glance at Gu Min, but ultimately looked more at a Sang. A Sang maintained her gaze forward, indifferent to their attention. After the group of women had moved on, Gu Min feigned ignorance and remarked, Though there are many, none can compare to senior sister. A Sang replied coolly, flattery, yet a smile flickered at the corners of her mouth. Gu Min exhaled a sigh, looking at the mountain path ahead, and stepped onto it. At the onset of the mountain path, there was little distinction, but after a few steps, he sensed a subtle difference. The surroundings seemed to be enveloped in a faint sword energy, which swiftly entered Gu Min's body, becoming a part of his own energy. Gu Min silently mused, acknowledging that the sword court was indeed affluent, providing such subtle advantages to the ascending sword cultivators. The highly skilled sword practitioners would not care, but for those below the fourth realm, it was an immense boon. Even so, Such generosity was not something any sect could afford. Gu Min murmured quietly. When will our Dishan be able to be so extravagant? His voice was too soft for anyone but himself and Asang to hear. As they walked along the mountain path, Asang maintained a leisurely pace, forcing Gu Min to slow down as well. Consequently, they found themselves continually passed by others. While men paid no mind, young women, especially those still in their youth, could not help but steal glances at Gu Min. Each would leave behind a remark of how handsome he was. Gu Min couldn't help but shake his head. Such matters were beyond his control. As they continued along the path, the sword energy above the mountain path suddenly transformed, crashing down like ocean waves against the shore. Gu Min felt a momentary lapse in concentration, nearly stumbling backward, but he quickly steadied himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Asang lifted her gaze toward the mountain summit. A booming voice resonated, declaring that among the young friends below, the first to reach the summit would receive a scroll of the previous generation's Sword Immortals manuscript from the Sword Court. Upon hearing this proclamation, the aspiring climbers were invigorated, particularly the younger disciples, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. It was rare for the history of the Sword sect to witness a Sword Immortal of the Golden Threshold, and the manuscript was even more elusive. The prospect of the Sword Court presenting a scroll at this moment was undeniably exhilarating. Although it was merely a facsimile, it would still greatly benefit their swordsmanship practice. As some disciples marveled at the Sword Court's grand gesture, they began to exert themselves toward the summit. In truth, the journey through the sword energy, akin to crashing waves, depended less on cultivation level and more on mental resilience, making it a relatively fair contest. With certain restrictions on realms, it was indeed difficult to predict who would reach the summit first. Asang glanced back at Gu Min, who had now regained his composure. The sword energy's impact posed no immediate threat to him, but what lay ahead remained uncertain. Climbing the mountain was beneficial for one's cultivation. The manuscript was secondary. Junior brother, I shall await you at the summit, she declared. In an instant, this senior sister of Dishan vanished from the path, leaving Gu Min standing alone. He opened his mouth, but the words remained unspoken as his sister disappeared from view. Gu Min sighed softly. He held little interest in the so-called Sword Immortals manuscript. With the esteemed Jian Xian Wanyun as his predecessor and the peculiar Bai Yingdu behind him, he felt that neither could be considered ordinary. Yet, given the Sword Court's offering, he had no choice but to ascend the mountain. Steeling his resolve, Gu Min began his ascent. Having already seen several sword cultivators ahead, coupled with their determination to obtain the Sword Immortals manuscript, Gu Min encountered no one for quite some time. It wasn't until he neared the halfway point that he spotted a girl crouching by the side of the path. She wore a white dress, one of the sword cultivators he had encountered earlier. Noticing her beauty, Gu Min paused for a moment before approaching, asking, "Are you all right?" The sword energy here was not overly intense. It should have been manageable for a typical sword cultivator, yet the girl appeared pale, possibly due to other issues. She looked up at Gu Min and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook her head and attempted to stand. Gu Min quickly extended his hand to assist her, knowing that a clumsy fall could lead to an embarrassing encounter. As he helped her, she leaned on his arm and, once upright, shyly said, "Thank you, I'm fine." Her cheeks flushed even more, leaving Gu Min uncertain whether her redness stemmed from modesty or something else. He smiled and proposed, "If you're not in a hurry to reach the summit, shall we ascend together?" Chapter 41. My name is Lu Er Gu Min, who had little concern for the so-called Sword Immortals manuscript, assisted the girl beside him and resumed climbing. The girl, named Jieyu, introduced herself as a disciple of the Chao Mu sword sect. Gu Min was familiar with this sect, knowing it to be a mid-tier sword sect in Nanling, comprised entirely of orphaned female disciples who had done much good for the common folk. Nodding in acknowledgement and offering a few words of praise, Gu Min fell silent. After a while, Jieyu, having waited patiently, finally asked, "May I know your name and sect, senior brother?" There is a saying that the sword path was initially founded by a single individual, leading to the emergence of numerous sects and cultivation techniques. Thus, it is customary for sword cultivators to refer to one another as senior brothers and junior brothers. Gu Min replied, "In my eagerness to ascend, I neglected to mention it. I am Lu Er of the Lu Shui sword sect." Upholding his principle of modesty, Gu Min refrained from revealing his true sect and instead adopted a pseudonym. Jieyu expressed curiosity, pondering the Lu Shui sword sect and why she had never heard of it. Yet, upon seeing Gu Min's handsome visage, she found the name somewhat casual and remarked, "Your name is quite unique, senior brother." Gu Min chuckled, understanding her thoughts. Since they were already discussing names, he decided to elaborate. "My master, Wang Fugui, once told me that there are two things in this world that one cannot alter to their liking. Jieyu, puzzled by the mention of Wang Fugui, quickly followed up with, "What are those two things, if I may ask?" Gu Min smiled and explained, "The first is appearance. Regardless of one's cultivation level, one's looks are predetermined, leaving no room for personal choice. The second is one's name. Names are bestowed by parents or mentors and should not be changed lightly. Before my cultivation journey, my parents were simple farmers with little education, so my name carries no profound meaning. My elder brother is named Lu Da, and as the second-born, I am Lu Heir. As one embarks on the path of cultivation, one must distance themselves from their parents. Changing one's name would be highly disrespectful. After cultivation, it becomes even more unlikely to see one's parents again. Altering one's name would further dishonor them." Jieyu nodded in agreement, feeling that Gu Min's words bore wisdom, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she said, "I see now that I misjudged you, senior brother. You are much more perceptive than I." Gu Min acknowledged her sentiment with a nod, indicating no need for apology. Through Gu Min's eloquence, Jieyu's fondness for him grew, and as they continued their ascent, the journey became smoother despite the increasing difficulty. As they neared the summit, Jieyu inquired, "Senior brother Lu, during the Sword Court's Centennial Sword event, there will be numerous competitions. Are you here merely to observe, or do you intend to participate?" According to the Sword Court's customary practices, sword cultivators below the 4th realm could engage in friendly competitions, and typically, Sword Court disciples refrained from participating. Each realm would see a victor emerge, who would receive rewards from the Sword Court, perhaps a sword manual, or even a Sword Immortals manuscript, akin to the one they sought now. These competitions attracted many disciples from other sects, especially since there were no Sword Court disciples involved, significantly increasing their chances of victory. Above the 4th realm, Sword Court cultivators would indeed enter the fray, making it rare for disciples from other sects to prevail, thus diminishing the excitement compared to earlier contests. Gu Min shook his head with a rueful smile. "I have already entered the 2nd realm. How could I participate?" Jieyu nodded with disappointment, not finding fault with his statement, as the esteemed Yingdu of the Sword Court was also at the 2nd realm. Given Liang Zhao's prowess, defeating him to claim victory at the 2nd realm would be nearly impossible. In everyone's eyes, the only one with a chance of besting Liang Zhao was Su Su of the Gue Jian Pavilion. After all, a naturally gifted swordsman would not be significantly inferior to the Gongxin swordmaster. It remains uncertain whether that senior brother Su will make an appearance. I have heard he is quite handsome, though undoubtedly not as striking as senior brother Lu. Jiyu rubbed her forehead, contemplating that despite Lu's insufficient cultivation, he must be among the most distinguished in appearance among all participants in this sword gathering. Gu Min refrained from further commentary, pondering the absurdity of so many people recognizing that fellow he had encountered that night. Moreover, how had that person come to be regarded as handsome? To Gu Min's eyes, he was far from it. Noticing Gu Min's prolonged silence, Jiyu was about to speak again when she suddenly spotted a gleam of sword light in the sky. Exclaiming, "Senior brother Lu, look!" Gu Min looked up to behold a magnificent spectacle in the heavens. Numerous flying swords appeared, radiating sword light, swirling momentarily before aligning in formation. With several sword cultivators standing atop them, their expressions cold and indifferent. The sword cultivators showed no intention of alighting at the foot of the mountain, seemingly aiming to land directly atop it. In Nanling, the Sword Court is the foremost among all sword sects. It is unthinkable for any other sect to display such discourtesy towards the Sword Court. Gu Min recalled the murmurs heard earlier in the town and whispered, "It is Wanjian Mountain." Jiyu nodded in agreement. In Nanling, no other sect could be found. Only Wanjian Mountain, due to its leader's accomplishments in the Golden Threshold realm, would dare to provoke the Sword Court in such a manner. Just wait. The Sword Court will not remain passive. Gu Min was certain of this. As the largest sword sect in Nanling, the Sword Court would undoubtedly retaliate against such provocation, though the nature of their response would depend on their disposition. Suddenly, gasps of astonishment erupted just as the flying swords approached the Sword Court. A beam of sword light emanated from the mountain, signaling that someone had drawn their sword. A surge of sword energy sliced through the sky, aimed directly at those sword cultivators from Wanjian Mountain. Initially, the cultivators dismissed it with disdain, but as the sword light drew near, their expressions shifted to shock. None dared to intercept it, retreating several miles until the light dissipated, only then reappearing in the crowd's view. This brief exchange had swiftly determined the victor. Everyone understood that this was not the work of the Sword Court's leader, yet this strike was sufficient to showcase the court's profound heritage. After the sword energy subsided, the Wanjian Mountain cultivators exchanged glances before reluctantly descending to the foot of the mountain. Gu Min withdrew his gaze and remarked, such ostentation only signifies that they have a long way to go before matching the sword court. Jiyu quietly concurred. Senior brother Lu speaks wisely. Gu Min said nothing further, instead guiding Jiyu up the mountain. The further they ascended, the thicker the sword energy became, as if countless swords were piercing their bodies. Gu Min felt little discomfort. He had merely needed to adjust initially, and now, even the dense energy merely slowed his pace without causing any significant distress. However, Jiyu's complexion grew pale, as if she was struggling to endure. Frowning, Gu Min stepped forward, positioning himself to shield Jiyu from much of the sword energy, granting her considerable relief. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. Jiyu expressed her gratitude once more. Gu Min replied softly, no problem, just take care of yourself. After walking for about another quarter of an hour, they were nearing the mountain summit. At this moment, Jiyu's face grew even more distressed. Hearing her rapid breaths, Gu Min thought that if they continued like this, she might truly falter here. After some contemplation, he halted and turned to her. Let us take a break. At that moment, a few youths appeared on the mountain path behind them. Evidently the earlier group of Wanjian mountain sword cultivators. Gu Min chose to ignore them, and as they passed each other, the Wanjian mountain cultivators cast a fleeting glance at him, their expressions indifferent, yet they uttered nothing and continued on their way to the summit. Consequently, if no other sect disciples ascended the mountain, Gu Min and Jiyu would assuredly finish last. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Jiyu said apologetically, I've delayed you. Senior Brother Lu, if not for me, you wouldn't be finishing last. Gu Min dismissed her concern. Regardless, we're all heading up the mountain, whether first or last. We share the same destination. Jiyu murmured. Senior Brother Lu is truly humorous, and with such striking looks. I imagine many of the female disciples in the sect must admire you. It is quite normal for cultivators to form partnerships, and aside from monks, most do not shy away from such matters. Gu Min rubbed his chest and replied casually, there are only 2 female disciples on the mountain, and none have shown an interest in me. Jiyu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Senior Brother Lu should come visit our Chao Mu Sword sect. If it comes to choosing a partner, I'm certain the senior sisters would be quite taken with you. Gu Min rubbed his cheek, gazing at the mountain peak as he remarked, romantic matters can wait. There will be opportunities in the future. Jiyu nodded earnestly. Someone like Senior Brother Lu should prioritize cultivation. By the way, what kind of girl do you prefer? Gu Min felt somewhat exasperated. He wished to say little more, and was considering how to brush off this naive girl when a voice suddenly called out from behind. Good brother. On the mountain path, a youth carrying a wooden sword appeared behind them. This young man was also quite handsome, though slightly less so than Gu Min. Gu Min turned around in surprise, smiling as he asked, why are you just arriving? I thought you were ahead. The newcomer was none other than Su Su. I overslept. I was having a good night's rest until some well-fed fellow disturbed my sweet dreams, he lamented, recalling the sneeze from the previous night. If he were to discover who had called out to him, he would surely give them a good thrashing. You're late too, Su Su said matter-of-factly. In his view, had Gu Min not also arrived late, he would not have finished last. Gu Min pointed at Jiyu with a smile. This junior sister encountered some difficulties, so I stayed with her for a bit. Su Su regarded him with an odd expression, a hint of inscrutable emotion flickering in his gaze. After a moment, he burst into laughter. Jiyu felt puzzled, observing the young man with the wooden sword but remaining silent. Su Su stepped closer, clapping Gu Min on the shoulder and leaning in to whisper, What's this? Have you taken a liking to this little girl? It's not like I'm scolding you, but with your looks, you shouldn't worry about finding a partner. Why rush into anything? Having met for the second time, Su Su found himself increasingly fond of Gu Min. Gu Min frowned, exclaiming, It's not as you say? Su Su responded with a sound of realization, as if grasping a new understanding. Could it be that you're the type to pluck flowers indiscriminately? A flirt who falls for every pretty face? Gu Min could no longer contain his irritation, retorting, You know nothing. Upon hearing the word nothing, Su Su regretted having used that phrase. He rubbed his head and sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he tugged at Gu Min's sleeve, saying, Let us move together. Wait a moment. Gu Min glanced at Jiyu before looking at Su Su's wooden sword and asking, Have you not found your sword yet? Are you still going to fight? Su Su understood what Gu Min was inquiring about and disdainfully replied, Everyone on this mountain wants to see me fight him. I'm not a clown who must perform for them. You have not found the sword, hence your lack of confidence? Gu Min stated with a smile, unhesitatingly revealing the truth. Su Su, somewhat irritated, retorted, Familiarity aside, your words could easily be construed as slander. Gu Min replied earnestly, before ascending the mountain. I heard numerous remarks about you in the nearby town. Su Su, Curious, inquired, what did they say? Were they praising me? Indeed. They claimed you are a natural sword genius, a rare talent in Nanling's swordsmanship. However, they lamented that you fall short against the Gengxin sword master. And if a confrontation were to arise, you would undoubtedly lose to him, Gu Min said, maintaining a facade of calm while uttering falsehoods. Su Su spat in disdain. Clearly angered, he gazed toward the mountain peak and declared, that fellow merely has good fortune. There is no way he could match my prowess. If I had a sword, I would make him regret his arrogance. As he spoke, his fervor waned slightly, losing some of its intensity. Gu Min gently patted Su Su on the shoulder, seemingly offering consolation. He is the Gengxin sword master. If you cannot defeat him, there is no shame in it. Su Su let out a frustrated exclamation, as if recalling something, and then asked, why don't you challenge him? Gu Min shook his head, responding seriously, I cannot defeat him. I refuse to humiliate myself. Nonsense. You must have hidden many tricks that night. If you revealed them, perhaps you could hold your own, Su Su replied, though he recognized the gravity of the situation. Gu Min pressed, do you truly wish to confront him? Su Su spat again, unwilling to answer. Gu Min, shaking his head, chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Jieyu, having listened to their lengthy exchange, felt her mind muddled. She tapped her head and softly spoke, Lu Shixiao. Upon hearing this address, Su Su's eyes widened, ready to respond. Just then, the atmosphere on the mountain path shifted abruptly, the sword energy dissipated, and the oppressive sensation vanished. Gu Min paused, quickly deducing that someone must have successfully reached the summit. Su Su muttered, what a spectacle. He momentarily forgot about the address. Gu Min turned to Jieyu, smiling. Let us go, it's all settled. Thus, the first contest of the sword assembly came to an end. The first to reach the summit was a youth, less than 4 realms in cultivation, hailing from a lesser sword sect in Nanling. Though his level was modest, his determination was remarkable, enabling him to surpass many disciples from major sects to become the first to reach the peak. Many gazes converged on this young man, and some prominent sword practitioners began contemplating how to recruit him into their own sections. However, most were busy recording the young man's sect and appearance in their notebooks, showing a keen interest in him. Soon, a steward from the sword court presented a copy of a sword immortal's notebook to the youth, offering a few words of advice before turning to the surrounding sword practitioners, stating, the sect master has decreed, do not snatch. Do not snatch implied that those with intentions towards the notebook should refrain from seizing it, lest they incur the displeasure of the sword court. Many were aware of what the sword court's displeasure entailed. The steward then addressed the young man. If you have any questions, let us know. This served as a reassurance. The youth nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with gratitude. When Gu Min, Su Su, and Jieyu arrived at the summit, they witnessed this scene. Su Su remarked, what a lucrative deal. No wonder he is the best in Nanling. Gu Min, not foolish, understood the deeper significance of the sword court's actions. To cultivate a potential future great sword practitioner, or even a sword immortal, through a mere notebook copy, was undoubtedly a wise investment. Jieyu tugged at Gu Min's sleeve, hesitating to speak. Gu Min noticed the group of female sword practitioners in the distance and comprehended Jieyu's intent. He nodded and smiled. Go ahead. May fate bring us together again. Jieyu, feeling a bit shy, nodded in response, finally saying, Lu Shixiao, farewell, before heading toward her master. After Jieyu departed, Gu Min considered seeking a saying as well, realizing he had just arrived at the summit and lacked an invitation to enter the formal venue beyond. Sighing, Gu Min turned to Su Su, a look of confusion in his eyes. May I borrow your sword? Su Su hesitated, feeling embarrassed as he had not voiced this in Jieyu's presence. Gu Min countered, do you still intend to confront him? Su Su, in frustration, exclaimed, damn it. Everyone wants to see if I am inferior to him, not just those present, but even the sect master. What can I do? Unfortunately, while that fellow may have luck on his side, he is still formidable, and without a sword, I am at a disadvantage. Gu Min nodded, recognizing the validity of Su Su's words. Among sword practitioners, particularly those of similar realms, lacking a quality sword could lead to significant disadvantages. Just like that sword immortal named Liang Shi, intending to challenge that female sword immortal, he too needed to find a proper sword first. Will you lend it or not? Su Su was both irritated and anxious. Why must it be my sword? Gu Min pondered, knowing that Zhu Yu was a treasure of Dingshan and could not be lent out. I observed closely that night. Your sword is quite impressive. Besides, you are my only friend, so I can only borrow yours. What? Are you saying that as a natural sword genius, you lack friends? Su Su retorted. How could that be? A talent like me can only befriend other geniuses. It is fortunate to have encountered you. While there was some truth in his words, The sword remained unborrowed. What? Do you still adhere to the belief that if the sword is lost, the person perishes? Su Su looked at Gu Min with suspicion, his expression clearly saying, if you do not lend it to me, I will make you pay. Gu Min contemplated and replied, you know that swords have a spiritual essence. It has recognized me. If you wield it, you may find it cumbersome. This was not an excuse, but a straightforward truth. Su Su slapped his forehead, realizing that in his eagerness to borrow a sword, he had forgotten that Gu Min, being a talented youth, surely possessed a sword of extraordinary quality. Such a sword would have already established a connection with its master, making it inconvenient for him to wield. In that case, it would be inferior to his own wooden sword. Good brother, if I cannot defeat that fellow, you must avenge me, Su Su added after a moment's thought. Gu Min shook his head. I have already said I am not his match. Why do you lack faith in yourself? I believe you at least have a 3 to 4 chance of winning. If you defeat him, who in Nanling will not know your name? The key to living is to remain low-key. You see how he boasts about being the Gengxin sword master. He is bound to attract challenges from others. And he may even draw the attention of those with ulterior motives who might resort to underhanded tactics. One can never be too careful. You should emulate me and maintain a low profile to live longer. Indeed, you are a good brother with great insight. Well, I must find my master now. If fate allows, we shall meet again. But when we do, you must tell me your sect. After our encounters, we shall not be far from becoming sworn brothers. Su Su waved his hand. Keep your eyes peeled. If you notice anything amiss during my confrontation with him, remember to inform me. Gu Min frowned. Will this not tarnish your reputation? What reputation? As a natural sword genius. Once I am a sword genius, what else is beyond my reach? Chapter 43. Under the spotlight, finding his senior sister, A Sang, was not a challenging endeavor for Gu Min. He quickly located her standing at the edge of the crowd. A Sang glanced at him and casually remarked, if nothing unexpected occurred, junior brother should have arrived at the mountain half an hour ago, rather than being the last one. Gu Min tugged at the corner of his mouth, contemplating how to approach this matter, when A Sang spoke again. If there are matters to attend to, then so be it. Ascending the mountain first is nothing of great significance. Gu Min chuckled lightly, agreeing wholeheartedly with his senior sister's sentiments. A Sang glanced into the distance, and, after uttering a single word, go, she headed towards the mountain gate of the Jianting. If the previous ascent offered a chance for opportunistic maneuvering, entering that gate undoubtedly required an invitation from the Jianting. Upon reaching the gate, A Sang presented the invitation in her hand to the steward stationed there. The steward accepted it with a smile, casting a casual glance at the document. Upon noticing the characters Dishan, he exclaimed softly, lifting his gaze to scrutinize A Sang more closely. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, returning the invitation to her without a word. It was only after Gu Min and A Sang had entered the gate and ventured some distance away that the stewards began to converse in hushed tones. The young man was truly handsome. Such a visage, without cultivation, would surely end up as a prized possession for the affluent of Xiancheng, suffering greatly. One remarked, Old Zhang, you truly have no eye for the remarkable. Did you not notice the woman? Her dual pupils. This is an anomaly. Without cultivation, she would certainly face extermination. Another added, indeed, one wonders which sect they belong to. Such individuals must surely be of significant stature within their sect. Old Wang, why are you silent? Just standing there? The two stewards nudged the one they referred to as Old Wang, who responded with a hint of hesitation. Those two are Jianxiu of Dishan. Dishan? What place is that? The sword sect established in Nanling a mere century ago? I recall, it was once hailed as the #1 sword sect in the world, boasting 30,000 sword cultivators. Did they not suffer humiliation at the sword conference a century ago? Why have they returned, accompanying many sword cultivators? It was easy to learn from them that they were headed to the Jianting's Guanjin platform, a vast arena capable of accommodating numerous battles simultaneously. The content of the Jianting Sword Conference had undergone slight changes over the years, yet the essence remained the same, the contest of swords. After all, it was a grand assembly of sword cultivators. What else would it entail, if not swordplay? The Guanjin platform was not far from the mountain gate, and the Jianting had already laid out the path, making the platform's location apparent. After approximately 15 minutes, Gu Min and A Sang beheld a grand platform ahead, surrounded by countless towering edifices. At that moment, figures could be seen atop these structures, gazing down at the platform. In the distance, a mountain peak thrust skyward, adorned with numerous swords. It was likely this high platform was named Guanjin precisely for its visibility of those swords. A Sang selected a less crowded building and ascended to the second floor, where she stood at the railing, observing the platform. Only then did she declare, one day, I shall dismantle this place. Gu Min was taken aback, pondering the implications of such a thought. The late Wang Yunjinren had once slain several Jianxiu of the Jianting, yet it was the Jianxiu who had initiated the provocations, bearing no blame on Wang Yunjinren. After his passing, the Jianting sent a Jinke Jianxiu to Dishan, demolishing one of its structures. Though this tale was somewhat dated, the disciples of Dishan would not forget. Today, a Sang recalled it, wishing to share it with her junior brother, hoping Gu Min would remember as well. Gu Min contemplated before responding. Sister, your intentions are not unreasonable, but you should first ensure you can best that Lan Linjinren. A Sang replied, I am well aware of my own limits. Gu Min found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to observe the platform ahead. At that moment, a group of Jianting Jianxiu arrived at the platform, all donned in sword robes, their expressions serene, swords hanging at their waists. Exuding the grandeur of the foremost sword sect of Nanling suddenly, a ray of sword light streaked across the sky as Wang Ling descended upon the Guanjin platform. Though today marked the Jianting's centennial sword conference, the esteemed master of the Jianting, ranked among the top 3 in the world, would not make an appearance. Other sword sect cultivators were not surprised. After all, the Jianting was a formidable entity, and the absence of their master was simply a reflection of the timing. The disciples of the Jianting began to descend the Guanjin platform, and an elderly man with graying hair commenced his address. Expressing the honor the Jianting felt in inviting so many sword sect cultivators, uttering customary pleasantries before detailing the events of the conference. Naturally, all were aware that the primary focus would be the contest of swords, yet many listened intently, likely motivated by the rewards promised by the Jianting. Initially, the Jianting had offered a copy of the Sword Immortals manuscript as a prize for ascending the mountain, and many anticipated that, given the nature of the sword contest, the rewards would be substantial. As the elder elaborated on the prizes, a series of precious items emerged from his lips, eliciting gasps from the junior sword cultivators. Particularly, when he mentioned that among the rewards was an immortal sword, many on the upper floors inhaled sharply. This immortal sword was not truly a weapon wielded by celestial beings, but rather, it was forged with exceptional craftsmanship, having long since attuned to spiritual essence, hence the title. Such quality swords were rarely found even among the larger sword sects, and only the Jianting could afford to offer one as a reward. After the elder concluded his remarks, he bowed respectfully to the elevated platform and retreated. Then, Wang Ling took center stage. The master of the Gung Xian sword sect paused momentarily before calmly stating, at this year's Jianting sword conference, our disciple Liang Zhao will participate in the sword contest for those below the 4th realm, without occupying a quota. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Everyone had anticipated that Liang Zhao, the Gung Xian sword master, would participate in the contest. But none had foreseen that the Jianting would declare he would not occupy a quota. Liang Zhao was currently only at the 2nd realm, implying that even if he were to lose, the victor of the 2nd realm would still receive rewards from the Jianting. This demonstrated the Jianting's unparalleled confidence. Believing no one could surpass Liang Zhao at the 2nd realm, it was not arrogance, but absolute self-assurance. In addition to the sword contest, a new event was introduced at this conference, a contest of sword intent, allowing any cultivators below the 4th realm to engage freely, with a significant reward for the eventual champion. This contest of sword intent was a novel addition, as such a format had not appeared in previous conferences. Gu Min, understanding the implications, remarked, it stands to reason that Liang Zhao possesses pure sword intent, confident in his superiority among the 2nd realm, hence this new category was established. Sister, watch closely, Liang Zhao will surely take the stage shortly. A Sang replied nonchalantly. The Jianting remains as ever, appearing aloof while competing in all matters, merely relying on the fact that others cannot best them, which gives them an air of confidence. If someone were to strike them, they would undoubtedly be unsettled. Gu Min countered, I believe that even if someone were to strike them, they would still feign indifference. A Sang nodded, acknowledging the validity of his perspective, and casually inquired, does junior brother intend to strike? Currently, Gu Min was at the 2nd realm, and so was Liang Zhao, as well as Su Su. If he were to participate in the sword contest, he would inevitably face one of these two. At this moment, Gu Min wished to avoid confrontation with either of them. Engaging Su Su in battle seemed unnecessary, while facing Liang Zhao posed its own challenges. Should he lose, it would reflect poorly on him, the true Gung Xian sword master, being bested by an inferior. Conversely, should he emerge victorious, he would find himself the target of scrutiny, which he preferred to avoid, especially with the Dishan now appearing incapable of offering him protection. I cannot best him. Gu Min expressed his thoughts succinctly, reiterating the same sentiment. Little junior brother, you've been fasting for months. From what I gather, you've progressed much faster than Liang Zhao, who took an entire year. In terms of innate talent, I dare say he pales in comparison to you. Asang wore a smile that seemed to harbor a hint of irony. Gumin chuckled wryly and remarked, fighting is an entirely different matter. Sister, do not conflate the two. Asang nodded, acknowledging the validity of his point. Thus, in the contest of sword intent, little junior brother, you should be able to showcase your skills. Your previous training with the sword energies from those scriptures indicates you won't be outmatched. Sister, are you being serious? Do you think I jest? Listening intently as Wang Ling elaborated on the intricacies of the so-called contest of sword intent, Su Su, standing by the railing, began to yawn. The elder Mai cast a glance at his disciple and softly advised, Suer, initially, I believed you need not participate since you had not found your sword. However, the sect leader has sent word insisting we must witness the prowess of the Gengxin sword master, so you must endure this. Even if you do not prevail, do not lose your sword heart. Otherwise, the cost will outweigh the benefits. Furrowing his brow, Su Su replied, Master, could you not say something uplifting? I can wield a wooden sword and still make him weep. The elder chuckled softly, realizing he had worried unnecessarily. Given Su Su's temperament, he would hardly be bothered by such trivial matters. Su Su spat softly, shaking his head in contemplation. I don't understand why I feel this way. Liang Zhao is undoubtedly a genius, someone I would typically admire based on my inclination to befriend such individuals. Yet, having never met him, I find myself inexplicably repulsed. This feeling, I suspect, will not change upon meeting him. It truly is perplexing. The elder paused, then hesitantly responded, Suer, you possess an innate affinity for the sword. You have a natural sensitivity towards sword cultivation. Yet, you have yet to see the Gengxin sword master, have you? Precisely, that is what makes it so strange. Su Su exhaled in frustration, resting his head against the railing. Master, I am serious. When you document this battle, please focus on the moments I draw my sword, lest I become the subject of ridicule upon returning to the mountain. The elder smiled. I will exercise discretion. What discretion do you possess, Master? If you hadn't let it slip, who would have known that I had pilfered Uncle Wu's spring palace painting? We could have simply enjoyed it together. Yet you insisted on flaunting it around, leading to everyone knowing about Uncle Wu's painting. Your inability to maintain decorum has become common knowledge. Recalling those events, Su Su wore a sorrowful expression. In truth, I have suffered the most. Not only was I confined to a dark room for several days by the sect leader, but I also nearly faced a sound thrashing from Uncle Wu. At my age, if I were to be spanked, what would sister and junior sisters think of me? Coughing. The elder's face flushed slightly as he stammered. That situation indeed reflects poorly on me. Su Su waved his hand dismissively, adopting a tone of exaggerated maturity. Enough of this. We are master and disciple. Why dwell on such matters? As long as you handle this situation well, I will be eternally grateful. The elder sighed, lamenting, had I known. I should have fought harder for the position of law master when the opportunity arose. Perhaps we would not have fallen to such depths. The elder regretted his decision when the previous law master returned to the sword pavilion, and the sect needed to elect a new law master. He was the most qualified candidate, but, disdaining the bureaucratic intricacies, he relinquished the opportunity, resulting in their current predicament. He often reflected on this with regret. Su Su rubbed his temples, trying to dismiss thoughts of his master's foolishness. He intended to speak further, yet Wang Ling on the sword observation platform had ceased his discourse, signaling the commencement of the contest, the so-called battle of sword intent. Su Su focused intently on the scene before him. At that moment, an unremarkable-looking youth approached the platform, a sword hanging from his waist and clad in a sword robe. Although his appearance was not conventionally handsome, he exuded an indefinable aura that clearly marked him as someone extraordinary. In the silent high tower, all eyes were drawn to this youth. Without much introduction, everyone recognized him as Liang Zhao, the Gengxin sword master of the sword court. He was poised to become a revered sword immortal in the coming decades. Many spectators marveled at his presence, while others lamented why such talent did not emerge from their own sect, but instead from the sword court. Liang Zhao ascended the observation platform amidst the gaze of the crowd, bowing to Wang Ling, who responded with a slight smile. The rules had been articulated clearly, and now there was no need for further elaboration. He gracefully stepped away from the platform, leaving Liang Zhao as the sole occupant. All eyes were fixed upon him in an atmosphere of tense silence, and for a fleeting moment, no one dared to step forth to challenge him. Gumin, like everyone else, watched Liang Zhao, and after a brief moment, he felt a surge of satisfaction, breaking into laughter. Asang inquired, little junior brother, what brings you such joy? Gu Min shook his head, replying, nothing. He would not divulge to his sister that, in that fleeting moment, he realized that Liang Zhao was beneath him in every regard. In terms of innate talent, he had fasted for mere months while Liang Zhao took a year. The Gongxin sword master was genuine, but Liang Zhao was a mere pretender. In terms of appearance, even Su Su surpassed him, and he dared to compare himself to Gu Min? In fact, it was Liang Zhao who was truly shameless. Achoo! From the high tower, the bored Su Su leaned against the railing and sneezed, rubbing his nose and grumbling. Who is it that keeps mentioning me? Chapter 44. Who to watch? Sword intent is of paramount importance in the realm of sword cultivation. Unlike sword energies, which can be wielded to slay foes, sword intent is not directly tied to one's realm. As one's cultivation progresses, sword energies grow increasingly potent and fierce, a commonality among nearly all sword cultivators. However, sword intent possesses a unique essence. Sword intent reflects a cultivator's understanding of the sword path and the firmness of their will. It does not equate to realm or combat power. Nevertheless, as a cultivator's realm elevates, their comprehension of the sword path deepens, thus refining their sword intent. It is entirely normal for those of lower realms to exhibit lesser sword intent than their higher counterparts. Yet, there are exceptions, particularly in the initial stages of cultivation. At this moment, Liang Zhao stood upon the observation platform, signifying an important fact. Both the sword court and he possessed unwavering confidence in his sword intent, believing it to be invincible among those of the 4 realms below. This was not arrogance, but rather a confidence befitting the Gongxin sword master. However, such self-assurance can be disconcerting. Following a brief silence, young sword cultivators began to step onto the observation platform in succession. The sword court's rules were explicit. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick after the announcement, anyone could challenge. Once that time had elapsed, no further challengers would be permitted. From that point onward, those on the platform would engage in battles of sword intent, with the last person standing being the true victor. In this contest, no specific rules governed who could challenge. As long as one engaged with sword intent, they adhered to the regulations. Even if multiple challengers took turns against Liang Zhao, it remained permissible. In this contest, only one victor would emerge, and naturally, Liang Zhao held the greatest odds of success. Thus, many who ascended the observation platform set their sights on him, yet no one dared to make the first move. Everyone was acutely aware of Liang Zhao's strength. The first to strike would almost certainly face defeat. Yet, Liang Zhao, undeterred by their hesitance, turned to a young cultivator of the 3rd realm and calmly said, please. Liang Zhao's invitation to battle, aimed directly at a 3rd realm swordsman, was a declaration of confidence. The 3rd-tier sword cultivator hailing from the Wanxian Jinzong wore a rather grim expression. He had never anticipated that Liang Zhao would select him first, believing himself to be a 3rd-tier sword cultivator. He had thought that as long as he refrained from revealing himself too soon, he had a fair chance of emerging victorious. Alas, upon being singled out by Liang Zhao, all his aspirations crumbled into nothingness. Liang Daoyo, please. The sword cultivator steeled himself to face the challenge, a wisp of sword intent manifesting beside him, transforming into an invisible flying sword that shot forth. Since it was fated that he must battle Liang Zhao, he naturally sought that slender thread of victory. Liang Zhao remained unfazed, summoning his own sword intent. Moments later, the 2 sword intents collided in midair. In an instant, the 3rd-tier cultivator's sword intent shattered, causing him to stagger backward, pallor washing over his face. Attempting to speak, he instead spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. I concede, wiping the corner of his mouth. The sword cultivator shook his head in resignation and swiftly exited the Jiantai. Liang Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he turned his gaze toward another 3rd-tier sword cultivator nearby. Please. It was evident that the Jianting was drawing the attention of all sword sects in Nanling, showcasing their own Gongxin Jianju, who could act with impunity. What could one do if they felt indignant? A 2nd-tier cultivator could challenge a 3rd-tier one, and in terms of swordsmanship, Liang Zhao undoubtedly surpassed those others. This moment of freedom was merely the precursor. Once he matured into a Jink Jianxi, the Jianting's influence would only amplify. At that time, he would truly act as he pleased. Spare yourself the delusion. We sword sects are currently insignificant in the Jianting's eyes. Once Liang Zhao becomes a Jink Jianxi, he shall look beyond us to the Jian Fu in Bailing and that female sword immortal from the sea. Speaking of that female sword immortal was akin to a mountain pressing down upon all sword cultivators. It seemed that for decades to come, no one could hope to rival her. The only question remained, could Liang Zhao prove himself worthy? The Gongxin Jinju was a peerless genius born once in a millennium. Around the Jiantai, discussions abounded, especially as spectators observed Liang Zhao's calm victories over one opponent after another, making it increasingly difficult for them to refrain from speculating about the future of this Nanling sword genius. All eyes were fixed on Liang Zhao as he effortlessly claimed victory, resembling a tireless farmer calmly harvesting his crops, one after another. Dignity and prestige were preserved. It was a performance solely for him. What was there to behold? Some even marveled aloud, questioning whether these individuals were simply idle. Gu Min leaned against the railing, observing the scene with little emotion. Junior brother, your words carry a hint of jealousy. A stick of incense is nearly burnt. When shall I see you take the stage? Asang glanced at the stick of incense, now 2/3 consumed, and replied blandly, if junior brother is dissatisfied with the status quo, it would be best for you to act on your own. Gu Min shook his head. Sister, if you rely on me for such things, you might as well depend on that Su fellow. By the way, why hasn't Susu made his move yet? Is he truly lurking to discern Liang Zhao's weaknesses? Gu Min understood that a proud young genius like Susu would undoubtedly seek a fair confrontation with Liang Zhao in the ensuing contest. However, since Asang had brought it up, he felt compelled to respond. Asang remained undistracted by Gu Min's remarks, her gaze fixed on the Jiantai as she smiled. I am eager to see whether junior brother can indeed prevail. As she spoke, Asang placed her hand on Gu Min's shoulder, softly adding, if junior brother wishes to gain my favor, you must ensure I am always fond of you, and that fondness relies on obedience. Feeling himself rise slightly, Gu Min, now unable to touch the ground, replied helplessly, Sister, let us speak civilly. Junior brother, descend. Asang exerted a sudden force, sending Gu Min soaring from behind the railing toward the Jiantai. On a high tower, several female sword cultivators from the Chaomu Jinpai observed the young sword cultivators on the Jiantai. Being in the bloom of youth, they naturally gazed not only at the cultivators' realms, but also at their appearances and demeanor. Although Liang Zhao remained the focal point on the Jiantai, these women were not captivated by him. Look at that one. She is quite beautiful and statuesque. I wonder if she has a Dao companion. If not, we should go take a look later. Sister, what are you seeing? That person has a large mole on her face. You've only glimpsed half her face. Yet you were so taken. If you truly meet her, you might be scared out of your wits. Ah, indeed. Thank you for the reminder, sister. Otherwise, I would surely lose my composure later. The group of female sword cultivators engaged in lively discourse, entirely unconcerned with the outcome of the battles. Jiyu leaned over the railing, earnestly watching the Jiantai as she scanned the scene, seemingly searching for something. Jiyu, are you looking for that young man? A female sword cultivator nudged Jiyu's shoulder, smiling as she inquired. Jiyu neither responded nor nodded. That young man is quite handsome, but I wonder about his talents. Even if he takes the stage, he likely cannot match Liang Zhao. The female sword cultivator sighed, recalling how Gu Min was indeed strikingly handsome, leaving a lasting impression. Sister, Lu Shixiao. Jiyu began but suddenly exclaimed, Lu Shixiao. Chapter 45. An honor to meet you indeed. I had predicted that Gu Min would undoubtedly take action. On the high tower, Susu observed Gu Min, who was among the last to step onto the stage, clapping the railing in delight. This fellow has not disappointed me. Susu exclaimed with enthusiasm, Good brother, you go ahead and engage him in battle. I will follow after. If we both lose, we can at least share in our misfortune. At this moment, Susu's expression darkened as he pondered, but if you happen to win against him, and I fail to triumph afterward, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Gu Min was oblivious to Susu's thoughts. His mind focused solely on how to land gracefully on the Jiantai without a disastrous fall. Fortunately, Asang was kind to her junior brother, applying just the right amount of force to ensure Gu Min landed safely on the Jiantai. With only a few breaths left before the time to ascend concluded, several individuals still soared from the high towers, resulting in Gu Min's arrival going largely unnoticed apart from Jiyu and Susu. After all, most spectators' attention was fixed on Liang Zhao. Once Gu Min steadied himself, he quickly attracted the gaze of several individuals. The Jiantai had transformed from its previous calm into a chaotic melee, with numerous sword cultivators engaged in combat. Just as Gu Min had stepped onto the stage, several figures nearby were already eager to test their mettle against him. Susu, you promised to fight alongside me, yet you've gone into hiding like a turtle. If it weren't for our previous sword matches ending in a deadlock, I would certainly give him a lesson. Gu Min glared at a high tower in irritation, reminiscent of a friend who had let him down. His voice carried, clear enough for nearby young sword cultivators to hear. Although those cultivators were unfamiliar with Gu Min, they undoubtedly recognized Susu, the prodigious sword genius from the Gue Jianga, the only second-tier cultivator in Namling with the potential to challenge Liang Zhao. Several sword cultivators regarded Gu Min with skepticism, pondering various thoughts. The words he had spoken hinted at a comparable strength to Su Su, suggesting that this individual might also be a rare talent. May I inquire your esteemed name, friend? Before the sword cultivators could speak, Gu Min had already cupped his hands in greeting and took the initiative to inquire of a certain sword cultivator. I am Han Yu from the Hanshan sword sect. May I ask for your esteemed name? The sword cultivator hesitated for a moment, but did not hold back. Gu Min earnestly exclaimed, I have long admired you. I am Lu Air from the Lu Shui sword sect. I have long admired you as well. I have heard that Taoist Lu has sparred with Su Su from the Gue Jian Pavilion several times without falling behind. In seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Gu Min laughed heartily. Not at all. It is merely a name. While speaking, Gu Min's gaze was continually assessing the surrounding sword cultivators. At that moment, he noticed another sword cultivator preparing to make a move, so he cupped his hands and asked, May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Wu Yun from the Lung Shan sword sect. I have long admired you. I have heard of the renowned Lu Shui sword sect, and Taoist Lu's name is indeed thunderous. It is quite a coincidence to meet here today. If not for this competition, we would surely share a drink in celebration. Oh, this Taoist is also acquainted with my sect. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Yang Buju from the Lu Yun sword sect. I have long admired you. Haha, I have heard that within Nanling, there is another sword talent who is not inferior to Liang Zhao and Su Su. It turns out to be you. Taoist Lu. Previously, I thought it was an exaggeration, but upon meeting you today, I realized the words were not untrue. Taoist Lu's demeanor is truly remarkable. Clearly not an ordinary person. You flatter me. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Yang Wei from the Hung Yang sword sect. Haha, I have long admired you. Gu Min stood at a corner of the observation platform, and whenever he noticed a sword cultivator intending to strike, he would first inquire of the opponent's name. After a round of conversation, the opponent would lose the urge to attack him. This resulted in a peculiar phenomenon. Surrounding Gu Min were several individuals, yet none dared to make a move against him. Instead, one could see Gu Min occasionally cupping his hands, while the others reciprocated the gesture. What on earth is he doing? Su Su watched this scene with great perplexity. He noticed that since Gu Min had taken the stage, no one had engaged him in combat. Instead, he was busy exchanging courtesies and appeared to be enjoying himself. That fellow must have resorted to some despicable means, truly shameless. Su Su felt helpless, as the situation had deviated entirely from his expectations. But there was little he could do other than hope that Gu Min would eventually face Liang Zhao in battle. The old man, Mai, observed his disciple's demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. He knew that prior to this young man, no one had ever so captivated his disciple's attention. It seemed that his apprentice truly cared for this young man. Standing at a corner of the observation platform, Gu Min conversed easily with the sword cultivators before him, transforming what should have been a tense arena of combat into a friendly gathering. I have come to challenge the esteemed Gung Xian sword master. Yet my cultivation is rather low. Previously, I dared not engage you all lest I squander the slim chance of victory that remains. It would be quite shameful to be labeled a coward. Gu Min appeared sincere, prompting many sword cultivators around him to nod in agreement. There is no need for such humility, Taoist Lu. Liang Zhao's sword intent is indeed unrivaled beneath the fourth realm. While you are capable of battling him, the odds of victory are slim. Preserving your strength at this moment is wise. If you do not mind, I shall go forth and exhaust Liang Zhao on your behalf. Gu Min was taken aback. How could that be? I cannot defeat him and do not wish to do so. Gu Min's expression grew solemn, his demeanor earnest. Most sword cultivators on the observation platform would not wish to see Liang Zhao triumph, perhaps out of an instinctive animosity. Conversely, Gu Min, although already regarded as a genius, was so approachable that he had won their favor. Taoist Lu speaks the truth. As sword cultivators, we ought to act thus. However, I must express my gratitude to you all. If fate allows, I shall certainly visit each of your sects in the future. Not at all, Taoist Lu. There is no need for such formality. Time passed quietly. Gradually, Liang Zhao had battled nearly 30 individuals, most being defeated with a single strike. Meanwhile, Gu Min, through his appearance and idle chatter, had not engaged in combat with anyone. The number of sword cultivators on the observation platform dwindled, as many had retreated to the high tower after their defeats. Liang Zhao's eyes bore signs of fatigue, while Gu Min appeared vibrant and spirited. The two had yet to clash, but as the number of sword cultivators remaining grew ever smaller, their encounter became inevitable, perhaps in the next moment. A quarter of an hour later, yet another sword cultivator fell before Gu Min, leaving fewer than 10 remaining on the observation platform. Liang Zhao struck down a third realm sword cultivator, while others had also decided their outcomes. all eyes fixed on Liang Zhao. For they understood that he was now at his weakest. If they could defeat him, victory would almost certainly be theirs. Yet, reality is often less favorable than anticipated. A third realm sword cultivator rushed in without inquiry and, after just 3 strikes, was sent tumbling from the platform by Liang Zhao. Another sword cultivator gritted his teeth and charged forward. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained on the observation platform. One glanced at Gu Min, contemplating that if the former were to fall, he would defeat Gu Min, thus becoming the second to last to leave the observation platform, an outcome that would certainly afford him some prestige. With this thought, he turned to Gu Min and disdainfully remarked, "You might as well jump down now. There is still time." Gu Min chuckled softly. "May I ask your esteemed name?" The sword cultivator coldly replied, "Stalling for time?" Gu Min sighed. "It seems you are devoid of any sense of camaraderie. Do not blame me then. Please." Upon uttering the word please, Gu Min had already drawn his sword. In an instant, the sword intent struck, sending his opponent plummeting from the observation platform with remarkable decisiveness. At that moment, Liang Zhao had also defeated the last challenger against him. Thus, on the observation platform, only Gu Min and Liang Zhao remained, a pretender to the Gung Xian sword master who had defeated countless adversaries, and the true Gung Xian sword master who had only drawn his sword once. They exchanged glances, yet neither spoke. At this moment, all eyes were upon them. Liang Zhao calmed the energies within him and finally regarded the exquisitely handsome youth before him. However, moments later, he suddenly felt a surge of aversion arising, likely stemming from the fact that the young man was simply too strikingly attractive. "Please," Liang Zhao said calmly. Chapter 46. A conversation with the interesting young man. Aside from the female sword cultivators from the Chao Mu sword sect, nearly all gazes from the high tower were fixed upon Liang Zhao. They watched as he bested one sword cultivator after another, each of a higher realm than his own, marveling at the extraordinary prowess of the Gung Xian sword master. Now, at last, only 2 individuals remained on the observation platform. The spectators finally spared some attention for Liang Zhao's opponent, the youth whose origins remained unknown. However, as they turned their eyes toward Gu Min, many were struck by a peculiar thought, rendering them momentarily speechless. Who is this young man? How can he be so remarkably handsome? Someone from the high tower whispered. And it was clear from Gu Min's appearance that he possessed some extraordinary qualities. In the world of cultivation, while it is said that one should not judge by appearances, such striking beauty must not be underestimated. Master Uncle, that is Taoist Lu Air from the Lu Shui sword sect, a genius who has fought to a standstill with Su Su from the Gui Jian Pavilion on several occasions. A young sword cultivator who had previously interacted with Gu Min spoke up. Lu Shui sword sect? I have never heard of such a sect. This Lu Air has a rather peculiar name, but if what you say is true about him sparring evenly with Su Su, he is indeed a remarkable talent. The venerable sword cultivator naturally had no knowledge of the sect that Gu Min casually spoke of, yet his disciple, at an opportune moment, remarked on the indistinguishable victories and defeats between Su Su and his opponents, which entirely shifted the focus of the old sword cultivator's attention. Master, do you think Lu Daoyu has a chance to triumph over Liang Zhao? The young sword cultivator inquired, gazing hopefully at the Jianguan Tai. The old sword cultivator furrowed his brow. If it were a fair contest, the youth would stand no chance. However, given Liang Zhao's excessive consumption of energy and the fact that this young man had managed to remain undefeated against Su Su in several encounters, there was indeed a possibility. Regardless of the outcome, this confrontation would surely exhaust Liang Zhao, thus granting Su Su a favorable opportunity in the subsequent battle in the second realm. That lad had only drawn his sword once from the beginning until now. Su Su, leaning on the railing, was among the few who had fixated solely on Gu Min. He was acutely aware that Gu Min, since ascending the Jianguan Tai, had engaged in polite exchanges with others, but had only drawn his sword against a nearly spent sword cultivator, effortlessly defeating him without any expenditure of spirit. Su Su chuckled. This fellow remains utterly shameless, shameless indeed. Yet, I find myself rather fond of his demeanor. It seems he is fully prepared to surpass Liang Zhao. The elderly Mai remarked. Such conduct is contrary to the spirit of a gentleman. Master, I assure you, this fellow certainly does not wish for others to deplete Liang Zhao. But it is evident he does not want to be drained himself. What a shameless character. Ha ha ha. Su Su could not help but burst into laughter. Having fought against Gu Min, he recognized the latter's formidable prowess. In his view, even at his peak, Liang Zhao would find it extremely challenging to defeat Gu Min in such a short time. Good brother, go for it. I await your good news. Su Su murmured while leaning over the railing. A Sang stood before the building, observing her junior disciple with an expression unchanged. Like Su Su. She had been watching Gu Min throughout, and was well aware of his current state. She muttered to herself, "You are already among the rare talents in this world. Engaging in battle with Liang Zhao, I would not doubt your capability against him. Yet, I cannot fathom what burdens you carry." Most so-called geniuses, once aware of their own exceptionalism, inevitably cultivate a sense of confidence. When this confidence escalates to a certain level, it transforms into arrogance, and from arrogance, it may lead to hubris. When one becomes hubristic, the specter of demise draws near. Conversely, when a genius remains consistently vigilant, it becomes exceedingly difficult for outsiders to impede their growth. Gu Min was neither arrogant nor even proud. He was undoubtedly confident, aware of his true genius. Yet he would never rest on his laurels, forgetting the necessity of progress. His past experiences had taught him that to live long, one must maintain a low profile. That young man is quite impressive. On a lofty building, a middle-aged scholar observed the high platform and chuckled softly. Beside him stood a youth clad in a light white robe, exuding an air of elegance, with well-tailored garments suggesting noble lineage. What prompts such a statement, Mr. Chun? The youth understood that Mr. Chun was not referring to Liang Zhao, but rather to Gu Min, whom everyone else praised. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire. While all eyes are on Liang Zhao, I have been observing him. Since his ascension to the platform, he has only drawn his sword once. And that was merely an effortless act. Before that single strike, he engaged in much idle chatter with numerous individuals, all to prevent others from taking action against him, thereby maintaining an exceptionally favorable condition. In other words, his current state far surpasses that of Liang Zhao. Mr. Chen's eyes sparkled with mirth as he calmly stated, "He is indeed a remarkable young man, showing no signs of being pedantic." The youth pondered the term pedantic, considering Mr. Chen's sect. Was this not the very phrase others often used to criticize them? Other sword cultivators were preoccupied with depleting Liang Zhao's strength, hoping to be the last to act in order to secure victory. However, this was merely a notion, not guaranteed to manifest, since Liang Zhao was very much alive and would choose to confront those he deemed strongest first. The strength of that young man was yet to be determined, but merely by obscuring Liang Zhao's line of sight, he had already made an astute choice. Not to mention whatever method he employed to persuade those cultivators to willingly act on his behalf. Mr. Chen chuckled. He is truly an intriguing young man. Were it not for my sword studies, I might even consider taking him as a disciple. The youth's gaze sharpened, and he replied calmly, "Investigate the origins of that young man and what he has done on the platform." Not far away, a middle-aged steward had been waiting, and upon hearing the youth's command, he hastily departed to carry out the task. The youth turned to Mr. Chun. Even so, if he lacks the strength to contend with Liang Zhao, it would all be in vain, would it not? Mr. Chun replied with a smile, "Those scholars at Chongwen Building often label me a madman, ignorant of the principles espoused by sages, yet who knows? Lord Taizai once drunkenly remarked that among the entire Chongwen Building, I am the most interesting." The youth's brow furrowed slightly. The name Lord Taizai carried immense weight. In the vast Qi dynasty, how could countless scholars remain indifferent upon hearing that name? Is your statement genuine? Indeed, though Lord Taizai's words were uttered inebriated, I too heard them in a state of intoxication. Mr. Chen chuckled, appearing quite delighted. The youth contemplated this and smiled. Among the three dukes, it is indeed only Lord Taizai who might express such sentiments. Mr. Chen shook his head in silence. The three dukes were the aspirations and idols of all scholars, yet the majority revered the benevolence of the Grand Tutor, while a minority were captivated by the literary talents and knowledge of the Grand Protector. As for Lord Taizai, many found it difficult to harbor affection for him, believing him to be excessively unorthodox. Yet Mr. Chun dismissed such notions as nonsense. If Lord Taizai truly were so unorthodox, disregarding the sages, how could he have attained the rank of one of the three dukes? "Young master, we have gathered information." The steward returned swiftly, having completed his task in no time. The youth responded with a simple "hm." The young man claimed to be Lu heir of the Lu Shui Jian Pai and had engaged in several encounters with Su Su of the Gui Jian Go, resulting in draws each time. He had forged friendships with those sword cultivators through this assertion during the event. The middle-aged steward continued, his expression peculiar. "However, I found no mention of the Lu Shui Jian Pai in the invitation list for this sword conference, and there is no such sect in Namling." During the ascent, he was also the last to arrive. The youth muttered to himself, "Lu heir? What a ridiculous name." He did not doubt that the sect had received an invitation from the Jianting, yet he certainly questioned the authenticity of the Lu Shui Jian Pai that the young man spoke of. Mr. Chen chuckled again. The Lu Shui Jian Pai is a fabrication, and Lu heir's name is also a falsehood. However, I am inclined to believe that he has indeed fought to a standstill with Su Su. As you have mentioned, if he lacks the strength, then all his actions are but a jest. However, if he is on par with Liang Zhao, or merely a slight distance apart, and has taken such measures, then he is indeed a clever individual. The current situation requires someone who can conceal their strengths, does it not? The youth frowned. But I have already arrived at Jianting. Mr. Chen shook his head. While you may wish to choose Jianting, it does not guarantee that Jianting will select you. As the foremost sword sect in Nanling, several young masters undoubtedly have their sights set on it. Jianting has many options and is unlikely to place their bets on you. You cannot choose Liang Zhao, nor even Su Su. But this young man could be worth a try. The youth spoke with a hint of bitterness, expressing, I initially believed that my sincerity would be recognized by the sword court due to my familial ties, yet after hearing Mr. Chen's words, I realized that my journey has indeed been somewhat in vain. The affairs of the cultivation world, when boiled down, are akin to the allegiances formed within the imperial court. The courtiers, in choosing their favored, not only consider the potential of the young lord to achieve greatness, but also weigh their character. If a young lord were to stand outside a certain courtier's residence all day with genuine intent, even a light snowfall might stir the courtier's heart. However, when it comes to selecting disciples within the sects of cultivation, the sole criterion is strength. They care not if they select a tyrant. For as long as the Emperor of Deqi is not a fool, he would not act in a manner that undermines his own foundation. Rather, both must coexist in dependence. The reason behind such choices lies in the fact that the courtiers are unarmed, while the sword court boasts tens of thousands of sword cultivators. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chen, but if you were already aware of this, why embark on such a journey? The youth posed a question, filled with curiosity. Mr. Chen chuckled, because the sword conference is held only once every 100 years, and I was eager to witness it. Chapter 47. Witnessing who is more shameless upon the sword viewing platform. After Liang Zhao uttered the word please, he fell silent. Gu Min suggested, let us wait. Liang Zhao frowned. Wait for what? Gu Min replied, for you to recover before we proceed. I do not wish to take advantage of your precarious state, even if you are the Gung Xian Swordmaster. When mentioning the title of Gung Xian Swordmaster, Gu Min hesitated, feeling a wave of frustration. No need for that. Once I surpass you, I shall have ample time to rest, Liang Zhao asserted confidently, convinced that Gu Min could not best him. Gu Min smiled. If that is the case, then I shall accept your challenge. Lu heir of the Lu Shui sword sect, I seek your guidance. Gu Min regarded Liang Zhao, introducing himself. Liang Zhao had already prepared to strike, yet with all eyes upon them, Gu Min's composed demeanor prompted him to maintain his poise. Liang Zhao of the sword court, please. Gu Min acknowledged with a nod, but refrained from making the first move. After a brief pause, Liang Zhao, growing impatient, manifested his sword intent, conjuring an ethereal sword that surged forth with the swiftness of the wind. Gu Min remained unfazed, summoning his own invisible flying sword. Moments later, their two swords clashed, producing a resounding impact. Both exhibited extraordinary purity in their sword intent, and upon collision, neither sword displayed signs of dissipating. Instead, they hovered mid-air, circling as if anticipating their next encounter. Liang Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. He comprehended that this youth before him was undoubtedly stronger than anyone he had previously faced. He was acutely aware that this youth was not Su Su of the Guijian Pavilion. So who was he? When had Nanling produced another swordsmanship prodigy, rivaling Su Su? Failing to defeat him in a single strike, it seemed the Gung Xian sword master was indeed fatigued. Some spectators sighed, recalling Liang Zhao's previous encounters, where he typically triumphed with a single stroke. He had faced at least dozens of opponents. Most would have succumbed long ago. It was solely due to his formidable sword star that he had persevered thus far, but now he likely possessed only a fraction of his strength. Against such a strikingly handsome youth, victory seemed merely a matter of time. The Gung Xian sword master was indeed formidable, and with the sword court's support, this individual might just attain unparalleled prowess one day. While some marveled, many felt a sense of helplessness. From a high tower, Su Su observed the brief encounter between the two swords, frowning slightly. Given Liang Zhao's capabilities, Gu Min should have had the upper hand. Why had he failed to assert dominance? Su Su, familiar with Liang Zhao and Gu Min, should have been one of the most perceptive regarding the situation. Moments later, a realization struck him, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Gu Min, you insufferable fool, even now you pretend. Such shamelessness was truly astounding. On the other side, in contrast to Su Su's lamentations, Jie Yu focused intently, remaining silent as she watched Gu Min on the sword viewing platform, her heart filled with anticipation. So, Lu Shixiang is so formidable. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently allowed someone to find a place in her heart, and that person was Gu Min. Jie Yu's discerning eye proved astute. The youth had indeed made it to the final round. Who would have guessed? He had initially been the last to ascend the mountain. By the way, whatever happened to the youth who was first to ascend? At this moment, someone recalled that first ascent youth, realizing he had not appeared since the beginning. Indeed, why hasn't he shown up? His resolve must be strong to have reached the summit first. Perhaps he could contend with Liang Zhao without faltering. Perhaps he feared the identity of Liang Zhao, the Gung Xian sword master. What a pity. In another high tower, the youth who had been the first to ascend was currently engrossed in studying the Sword Immortal's notes, harboring no intention of entering the fray. He believed that aside from Liang Zhao, no one could surpass him in sword intent. Yet, in a contest of sword intent beneath the four realms, he was certainly no match for Liang Zhao. Thus, realizing he could not win, he questioned the purpose of competing. It would be wiser to devote time to studying the notes. After perusing them for a considerable time, he glanced up at the youth on the sword viewing platform, noticing Gu Min's appearance, and fell silent once more. No one anticipated that Gu Min had held back his first strike, except for Su Su. Had Gu Min known that Su Su had seen through him, he would likely have remarked, "You truly are a good brother." Gu Min calculated that had he unleashed his full power in that initial strike, Liang Zhao would have been knocked back several steps, perhaps even tumbling off the sword viewing platform. This was not to say Liang Zhao lacked strength. Rather, he had exhausted too much energy prior. Gu Min believed he was not inferior to Liang Zhao, but he also did not consider himself vastly superior in their prime states. It would take hundreds of exchanges to determine a victor. At that moment, Liang Zhao was certainly not his adversary. However, Gu Min did not wish to create a spectacle of winning in a single move. After all, doing so would thrust him into the spotlight. Nevertheless, he would not allow Liang Zhao to claim victory. As Gu Min pondered these matters, Liang Zhao launched another strike. His sword intent coalescing into a flying sword that surged directly toward Gu Min. Gu Min feigned surprise, hastily raising his own flying sword to block, and in the ensuing clash, stumbled back several steps, yet sustained no substantial harm. Seeing this, Liang Zhao seized the opportunity to pursue, delivering another strike against Gu Min's flying sword. Gu Min felt the nearly soft and weak impact, yet maintained his composure. Moments later, he feigned a grave expression, engaging in a rapid exchange of dozens of strikes with Liang Zhao's flying sword. The sound of their swords clashing echoed, reminding all present that Gu Min had yet to be defeated. Some spectators were taken aback, while many had speculated that Liang Zhao might be overexerted. The fact that this youth could endure for so long spoke volumes. This youth was indeed impressive. Such was the consensus among the onlookers. Gu Min paid little mind to their thoughts. He merely feigned panic while calmly countering Liang Zhao's every strike. From the high tower, gasps of astonishment arose, as some young sword cultivators silently mused that Lu Daoyu was indeed a genius capable of contesting with Su Su without defeat, now managing to hold his own against Liang Zhao. Chapter 48. The virtual sword and the real sword. As dozens of swords swiftly passed, Gu Min remained on high alert. Yet in truth, he had not broken a single drop of sweat. Liang Zhao also began to sense a problem. Each of his strikes seemed capable of victory, yet they were invariably intercepted by his opponent with apparent difficulty. Although the scene presented Liang Zhao in a position of dominance, he was acutely aware that he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Meanwhile, Gu Min appeared to be holding back his strength. Liang Zhao's gaze towards Gu Min gradually shifted, no longer tinged with disdain, but rather becoming increasingly serious. Despite enduring a prolonged battle, it was unreasonable for him to be so passive unless his opponent were a prodigy akin to Su Su from Gue Yingdu. It soon became evident that Gu Min was indeed such a genius, albeit one yet to be recognized by the world. As a few more strikes passed, Liang Zhao maintained an outward offensive while quietly inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" Gu Min feigned innocence, replying, "I am Lu Air from Lu Shui Jianpai. What troubles you?" "Dao Yu Liang." Liang Zhao furrowed his brow and directed his sword intent towards Gu Min's brow, simultaneously asking, "Did you truly engage in a battle with Su Su, with no victor declared?" This was a rumor he had heard previously but had not taken seriously until now, when he found it necessary to pay heed. Gu Min refrained from answering. If he were to consider those he despised in his lifetime, Liang Zhao would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. Observing Gu Min's silence, Liang Zhao withdrew his flying sword, his complexion paling, losing the calm demeanor he had maintained earlier. In contrast, Gu Min remained as composed as ever. Liang Zhao stated coolly, "Had you not encountered me, you would have emerged victorious. However, you have met me, and you shall not prevail." Gumin chuckled, sensing no need for further pretense at this juncture. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? Merely the title of Gengxin's Swordmaster? When Gumin reiterated the title of Gengxin's Swordmaster, there was no emotional fluctuation in his voice. Liang Zhao asserted, I will not be defeated. Gumin responded with a simple O. In the next moment, another flying sword appeared before Liang Zhao, a weapon known to be the embodiment of sword intent. Yet, strangely, it gleamed under the daylight. A glimmer of cold light emerged. This sword was distinct from the previous ones, representing Liang Zhao's most formidable strike of the day. Many onlookers atop the high building observed this sword with awe, though most remained oblivious to its implications. Yang Chen opened his mouth to inquire. Mr. Chen remarked, the sword intent of sword cultivators is intangible yet undeniably real, and its fundamental evidence lies in the condensation of sword intent. The previous flying swords, although perceivable, were merely virtual swords. Now that one can see the cold light, it signifies that this flying sword has transformed into a real sword. The condensation of sword intent into a tangible sword typically requires a sword cultivator of the fourth realm or higher. Mr. Chun began to take this matter seriously. Setting aside the identity of Gengxin Swordmaster, Liang Zhao's talent was indeed among the strongest in the world. However, that young man did not seem to lack in prowess either. The ability to condense sword intent into a real sword is a capability reserved for those beyond the fourth realm. Yet Liang Zhao managed this with only his second realm cultivation. Moreover, having already exhausted considerable energy prior, his current performance was sufficient to demonstrate his exceptional talent. Gu Min observed the nearly visible flying sword, his expression growing increasingly grave. His brow furrowed, and he remarked, it is merely superficial. He spoke this loudly enough for many atop the building to hear, though most dismissed it. Only Su Su sensed something amiss with this statement, though he could not quite grasp its significance. On the sword observation platform, after ensuring that many could hear him, Gu Min summoned a flying sword before his brow. This sword was short and remained within the realm of a virtual sword. Yet both he and Liang Zhao could perceive its essence. It was a small, snow-white sword, identical in shape to Zhu Yu. Liang Zhao felt the presence of the sword, and his disdain intensified. Initially, his aversion stemmed from Gu Min's appearance, but now it was directed at the flying sword, all because of its color. The Gengxin sword star was white, and this sword was also white. Both were not his. Gu Min was not one to engage in trivial conversation. Since both parties had once again condensed their sword intent into swords, it was time to engage in battle anew. Liang Zhao let out a cold snort, his mind shifting as the gleaming sword surged forth, its momentum indicating it was more powerful than in previous encounters. Gu Min did not shy away from battle. With a mental command, he maneuvered the white, flying sword to meet it. The two swords collided in midair. Liang Zhao's expression remained impassive, yet at the moment of impact, his sword swiftly advanced towards Gu Min, evidently intent on resolving the conflict with utmost speed. Gu Min concentrated, allowing the snow-white flying sword to dart before him, seemingly narrowly blocking the incoming strike. But in reality, he executed this maneuver with ease. Instead of maintaining a defensive posture as before, the snow-white sword suddenly surged forward, attacking Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao frowned and called his sword back for defense. The two swords met before Liang Zhao's brow, and the snow-white sword struck Liang Zhao's flying sword hundreds of times in rapid succession, leaving him no time to react. Liang Zhao's complexion suddenly turned ashen. Gu Min's expression remained serious, yet his focus remained solely on the snow-white sword, refusing to relax his concentration. He understood that his opponent was nearing the end of his strength, perhaps on the brink of collapse, and that critical moment hinged upon the repeated clashes. Gu Min was confident of his impending victory, while Liang Zhao was destined for defeat. Sure enough, after roughly 15 minutes, Liang Zhao's flying sword, relentlessly pursued by the snow-white sword, began to show signs of fissures along its blade. Liang Zhao's form also began to sway. Asen no longer wished to observe the battle. She had already discerned the outcome. Zhao Er had been defeated. On a nearby high peak, Master Lan Ling watched the unfolding scene with his hands clasped behind his back, understanding the inevitable conclusion. Beside him stood another middle-aged man with a profound aura who pondered for a moment before stating, as Gengxin's sword master, Liang Zhao is indeed remarkable. However, after a prolonged struggle against a talented young man, his defeat is entirely within reason. Master Lan Ling replied calmly. Zhao Er's determination does not match that of the young man. He finds himself ensnared in the opponent's schemes at every turn. Had he not been Gengxin's swordmaster, he would have fallen long ago. After centuries of decline, it is time for Dishan to produce a prodigy. Are you suggesting that the young man hails from Dishan? The middle-aged man inquired, somewhat astonished. Master Lan Ling remained silent, tacitly affirming the assumption. The sect leader must prepare for this, the middle-aged man cautioned. Those who appear carefree are merely trapped within their own cages. What plans can they truly devise? Master Lan Ling gazed northward, acknowledging that the situation in Nanling had long since surpassed his control. Chapter 49. I wished to gift him a sword. Gu Min had been on the platform for 2 hours, and after nearly half an hour of dueling with Liang Zhao, he calculated that the time was ripe. Thus, he directed the snow-white flying sword to crash violently into Liang Zhao's real sword. With a resounding crack, the real sword shattered upon impact, causing Liang Zhao to stumble back several steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning exceedingly pale. Though he had not yet collapsed, it was evident to all that this Gengxin sword master had undoubtedly been defeated. Many spectators atop the high building nodded in agreement. This conclusion was precisely what they had anticipated. Liang Zhao had expended too much energy prior and ultimately faced a formidable adversary. To last half an hour was already commendable, let alone nearly claiming victory over the young man. Gu Min gazed at Liang Zhao, exhaling deeply before clasping his hands in salute and inquiring, "Dao Yu Liang, might you concede defeat?" Liang Zhao had yet to descend from the Jian Guantai. If he still harbored intentions, naturally, he could continue to fight. However, given his current pallid complexion, persisting in battle would undoubtedly jeopardize his foundation, and he had no prospects of victory left. After pondering briefly, Liang Zhao cast a bewildered glance at Gu Min and softly replied, "I hope to duel with you once more in the Second Realms contest." Gu Min shook his head, saying, "Dao Yu Liang, you possess extraordinary talent. I am certainly not your match. However, I do have a friend who would be interested in sparring with you during the Second Realms contest." Liang Zhao understood that Gu Min was referring to Su Su of the Gue Yingdu. He regarded Gu Min with a deep gaze, feeling a sense of reluctance. Today's defeat would impact his sword heart. He had originally intended to make amends in the upcoming Second Realm battle. Yet it seemed the opportunity was not to be afforded to him. After a moment of silence, Liang Zhao respectfully saluted Gu Min, then gracefully descended the platform, thereby conceding defeat. Gu Min smiled and soon heard a flurry of applause from the high tower, accompanied by murmurs of admiration. Dao Yu Lu is indeed remarkable. To befriend him is a stroke of fortune. Indeed. I sensed that Dao Yu Lu was no ordinary swordsman. Seeing it now, it is all the more evident. I implore Dao Yu Lu to remember me. Yang Wei, do not forget. The Lu Shui sword sect must indeed be extraordinary to produce someone like Dao Yu Lu. Listening to the praises, Gu Min chuckled softly and decided not to linger on the Jian Guantai. Having triumphed over Liang Zhao, he would inevitably become the focal point of attention among all swordsmen for a considerable time. Fortunately, he had refrained from revealing his true name earlier, otherwise, Dishan would surely have been etched in everyone's memory. Upon leaving the Jian Guantai and returning to the high tower, Gu Min walked slowly, not leaping with haste, as he awaited the so-called grand reward from the sword court. However, when he arrived at the high tower, he found no one from the sword court presenting him with any reward. It dawned on him that the sword court had likely anticipated Liang Zhao's victory in this battle, and thus, any reward would have been intended for him. Now that Gu Min had emerged victorious, the sword court would naturally deliberate further. Understanding this, Gu Min no longer felt troubled. After all, the sword court was a grand establishment, and they were unlikely to swallow their pride over the so-called reward. However, whether it would still be significant remained uncertain. Ascending the high tower, his senior sister Asang maintained her usual demeanor, her expression unchanged as she observed the Jian Guantai, seemingly unaffected by any disturbance. Gu Min approached and inquired, "May I ask, senior sister, do you still hold any fondness for your junior brother at this moment?" Asang smiled and replied, "Junior brother's victory over Liang Zhao brings glory to our Dishan, which naturally delights me. However, had you proclaimed our Dishan's name earlier, it would have been even better." Gu Min forced a smile and said, "Senior sister, are you truly unafraid of anything?" Asang shook her head, choosing not to dwell on that topic, instead stating, "In my view, junior brother has a significant chance of victory in the Second Realm contest. Will you seek to triumph over the Gengxin sword master once more? Senior sister, your insight is keen. Liang Zhao is indeed worthy of the title Gengxin sword master. Today's battle was a narrow victory for me, and my internal state remains tumultuous. I certainly cannot participate in another bout." Gu Min spoke earnestly, his demeanor serious. While he was not injured, he had no desire to compete again. Winning against Liang Zhao was already satisfying, and if he were to genuinely win against him in the Second Realm, he would undoubtedly attract immense attention. From Gu Min's perspective, prioritizing humility, Becoming a figure of focus often led to an early demise. Thus, he was reluctant to assume such a role. Leaning against the railing, he noticed his senior sister's silence and playfully remarked, "If you were to throw me off this ledge, I would not fight, but in that case, you would lose my favor, and I would naturally lose any affection for you." A Sang, hearing his playful banter, merely smiled without responding. On the Jian Guantai, Wang Ling, who was presiding over the event, stepped forward to address the assembled crowd in the high tower, stating that the contest had consumed too much time and would conclude for the day, with the sword contest to take place tomorrow. Those from the Jian sect in the high tower needed only to reflect for a moment to realize that Liang Zhao was likely injured. Should the contest be held today, he would undoubtedly be unable to participate. Moreover, having just suffered defeat, the Gongxin sword master could not afford to end without a resounding victory, lest the sword court lose face. Hence, this announcement was made. Otherwise, with the evening still far off, how could it be declared that it was too late? Many swordsmen shifted their gazes to two particular locations. One was the high tower where Gu Min, the victor over Liang Zhao, resided, and the other was the high tower where Su Su of the Gui Jiangu was located. Prior to this battle, the only contender who might have surpassed Liang Zhao was Su Su. Yet after this contest, many harbored great confidence in Lu Er of the Lu Shui sword sect. According to those who had previously conversed with Lu Er, he had fought against Su Su multiple times without defeat. Given this, how could he possibly lack the means to contend with Liang Zhao? Regrettably, under their scrutiny, neither Gu Min nor Su Su made any sound, and thus, no one opposed the cessation of the sword contest. Numerous swordsmen departed the high tower, heading towards the accommodations arranged by the sword court. Su Su, having procured a roast chicken from somewhere, was indulging heartily when he suddenly heard discussions from afar. He promptly halted his actions, hastily wiping his hands on his attire, and upon standing, exclaimed, "That rascal Gu Min. Not only does he refuse to divulge his name, but he also fabricates tales of our undefeated duels. What an absolute fool." The elderly man in ragged clothing observed his precious disciple, reflecting on how many times he had heard the term fool uttered that day. Su Su cast aside the roast chicken, hastily wiping his mouth, and said, "Master, you rest for now. I must confront that scoundrel for a proper discussion. Do not wait for me for dinner." With that, Su Su dashed down the stairs without pausing for a moment. The elderly man felt a headache coming on as he gazed at the Jian Guantai, muttering, "How long have you been fasting? And yet, you still crave a fool's dinner." Before the evening glow arrived, the sky remained high and clear. Zhen Rinlan Lin observed the dispersing crowd at the Jian Guantai with a calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of anger. As a sword immortal of the Jin Ke realm, he did not place excessive weight on victory or defeat. However, as the head of the sword court, many matters were beyond his discretion. With thousands of swordsmen under his care, each harboring their own thoughts, management was inherently complex. Zhang Ling's actions were not entirely erroneous. Should Liang Zhao fail in the future, it would be detrimental to both him and the sword court. The middle-aged man spoke evenly, devoid of emotional fluctuations, simply articulating the facts. Zhen Rinlan Lin remarked, "Zhao may not necessarily prevail in the future, but that youth is exceedingly cautious. He will likely refrain from engaging. However, Su Su of the Gui Jiangu, with his innate sword talent, will not be an easy opponent." The middle-aged man nodded, having learned about Su Su in advance. The swordsmanship he exhibited was undoubtedly on par with Liang Zhao's. Were it not for his affiliation with the Gui Jiangu, the middle-aged man might have considered taking him as a disciple. Zhen Rinlan Lin cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man, familiar with his thoughts after years of acquaintance. Shaking his head, the sword court leader shifted the conversation away from Liang Zhao, instead stating, "Previously, a disciple mentioned sighting a white deer within the Nanling territory." At the mention of the white deer, the middle-aged man immediately thought of a certain individual. Liang Shui. Upon speaking, his expression turned grave. Is he coming again for a duel with the headmaster? Years ago, Liang Shui had visited the sword court, where they had dueled. At that time, he was already a Jin Ke sword immortal. Yet he had only managed to exchange less than 100 blows with Liang Shui, who fought without a sword. Ultimately, Zhen Rinlan Lin, the head of the sword court, had not emerged victorious. Their duel had ended in a stalemate, and this particular sword contest had not been disclosed to the outside world. For neither Liang Shui nor Zhen Rinlan Lin were fond of idle chatter. "The world speaks of my prowess in the sword arts, ranking me among the top 3. However, prior to his emergence, I believe my swordsmanship deserved a place at the second position. Yao Jianxian from the Jinfu has traveled far in the realm of swordsmanship, yet his lethality pales in comparison to mine. Should I resolve to slay him, It would be a formidable task, yet not impossible. Rumors abound regarding the lethality and skills of several Jinxia realm sword immortals, leading to incessant debates over their rankings. But such discussions would be far more enlightening if articulated by the individuals themselves. When he was without a sword, I could contend with him. Yet now I find myself stagnant for several years, and he has undoubtedly progressed further. Whether armed or unarmed, I cannot match him, and thus, it is clear he will not engage me in battle. Gazing at the distant peak, Jinren Lanlin wore a gentle expression. In the journey of swordsmanship, if the predecessors always outshine the successors, what meaning does it hold? Liangxi aims to duel that female sword immortal, regardless of the outcome. It will be beneficial for the current sword community. Observing the present contenders, the youth from Dingshan, Su Su from Guijin Pavilion, and Zhaoer, if they all flourish, the sword forest will surely surpass its current state, avoiding the predicament of this moment. The middle-aged man listened intently to Jinren Lanlin's words, unable to grasp their deeper meaning, and thus refrained from speaking. At this juncture, a sword practitioner arrived on a flying sword. It was none other than Wang Ling. Upon landing atop the peak, he clasped his hands and inquired, "Zhang Jiao, what reward should our sword court bestow upon that individual after defeating Zhaoer?" A hint of bitterness tinged Wang Ling's voice. Although Liang Zhao was the disciple of the Zhang Jiao, he was closest to Wang Ling, and Zhaoer's defeat was particularly hard for him to accept. Jinren Lanlin regarded him in silence for a moment before responding calmly. "Let him have that immortal sword." "Zhang Jiao, you cannot." "Zhang Jiao, think again." Both Wang Ling and the middle-aged man voiced their concerns, hoping Jinren Lanlin would reconsider. The youth merely triumphed through luck over Zhaoer. What merit does he possess to warrant an immortal sword from our court? Such a decision is utterly absurd. Wang Ling was thoroughly perplexed and fervently wished for Jinren Lanlin to withhold the gift of the immortal sword. Indeed, had the youth bested Liang Zhao in the second realm battle, there would be some rationale in the Zhang Jiao's desire to cultivate goodwill. However, this victory was merely a contest of sword intent, fraught with the possibility of opportunism. Furthermore, considering the youth's sect, could the Zhang Jiao truly gift away an immortal sword? It would likely yield no goodwill, but merely squander the treasure. The middle-aged man concurred, unwilling to part with the immortal sword, particularly aware of Gu Min's origin from Dingshan. Jinren Lanlin, after a thoughtful pause, posed the question, who ultimately holds authority in the sword court? Upon hearing this, Wang Ling was taken aback, and the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Jinren Lanlin, possessing profound sword skills yet a remarkably gentle disposition, had always consulted others regarding matters within the court over the years, never exhibiting an autocratic nature. Perhaps it was this very trait that led many to forget a crucial piece of wisdom. The Zhang Jiao possesses the final say in all affairs of the sword court. This is our ancestral decree. Should one contest it, one may resolve it with the sword. The decree is unequivocal. Should there be dissent, let the sword speak. Yet now, who could rival Jinren Lanlin within the court? Jinren Lanlin smiled at both men, declaring, "Let this matter be settled thus." Chapter 50. The Battle of Talented Individuals. The moon hung faintly in the sky, with only a few stars twinkling. Gu Min emerged from the cave designated for Dingshan, traversing a considerable distance through the night before pausing by a brook, gazing at the shimmering water illuminated by moonlight, finding tranquility within. Xiao Gu, I'm here." A head peeked out from behind a stone, revealing Su Su, clutching a roasted chicken. Gu Min chuckled and scolded. "Why do you make it seem as if you are engaged in something illicit?" As he spoke, he continued forward, leaping onto a large stone before Su Su, who tore off half of the roasted chicken and whispered, "This is Jian Ting. Of course we must be cautious. If anyone discovers us, that fellow will surely be on guard." Gu Min accepted the chicken, taking a hearty bite, and mumbled, "Are you truly going to inquire? Won't that tarnish your reputation?" Su Su, rubbing his belly while eating, appeared excessively hypocritical. How do you know he is hypocritical? Yet he indeed seems quite duplicitous. Gu Min found the roasted chicken surprisingly delectable for reasons unknown. "I have a keen eye for people, especially sword practitioners," Su Su remarked, wiping his mouth and continuing. "From the moment I laid eyes on that lad, I sensed he harbored ill intentions." Gu Min asked, "And what about me?" "You are different. You are shameless." Gu Min nearly choked on his chicken. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, after exerting such effort to discern, "You treat me this way?" Su Su spared no mercy, exclaiming, "You may deceive others, but do you think you can deceive me? Since you took the stage, I have been watching you. You have only unleashed a single strike, while Liang Zhao was already at his wit's end. If I were you, I would have resolved the battle within 3 strikes. Yet you squandered half an hour. What was the purpose?" Gu Min, having nearly finished the chicken, replied calmly, if not to help you identify his weaknesses. Would I have acted thus? Su Su nodded, finding some merit in Gu Min's words, yet still queried with skepticism. What exactly did you discern? Gu Min chuckled. Liang Zhao appears placid as water, yet possesses a fierce competitive spirit. If you mention his recent defeat to me during your battle, it would likely unsettle his focus. Moreover, his sword intent. Since Su Su was determined to disregard his youthful visage, Gu Min proceeded to share all his observations from earlier that day. Su Su listened intently, occasionally posing questions, and the two youths engaged in spirited discussion until they arrived at a definitive conclusion, ultimately concluding their dialogue. It must be said, when true geniuses in this world become relentless in their pursuit of victory, few can stand in their way. Are you suggesting his sword intent is formidable, materializing into a true blade rather than mere semblance? Indeed, had he not faced numerous opponents prior, the potency of his blade would have been even greater. In such a case, I believe it would take me at least an hour to overcome him. That is to be expected. He is the Gengxin sword master and not easily vanquished. What did you just say? You believe you could defeat him in an hour? Are you dreaming? Brother Su, could you not have a bit more confidence in yourself? He is the Gengxin sword master, but he is not infallible. Besides, just because he claims to be, does it make it true? You could also say you are the Gengxin sword master, and no one could verify it. I am not that shameless. Why would I make such claims? Su Su abruptly fell silent, gazing solemnly at Gu Min. Xiaogu, if I were to lose, you must not laugh at me. Gu Min frowned. Why would I laugh at you? Su Su's expression grew serious. Gu Min, I am speaking earnestly. You are my first friend. Please do not treat me this way. Seeing his earnestness, Gu Min straightened, pondered for a moment, and patted Su Su's shoulder, saying, I swear. No matter how amusing it may be, I shall not laugh, unless I cannot help myself. Su Su retorted angrily, get lost. Time flows swiftly for practitioners. From night to day, it passes in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke once more, sword practitioners returned to the high towers. The sword gathering would continue. With only one event scheduled for the day, the contest of swords. In the battle of the same realm, from the initial stage of Bigu to the realm of Fanqing, sword competitions unfold. The Guanjian platform is divided into several zones, with each realm's sword cultivators engaging in combat within designated areas. The competition adopts a guardian system, whereby a participant ascends the stage and awaits challengers. The victor remains, while the defeated departs. Following each battle, the victor is granted a brief respite to recuperate, and those who endure 10 rounds are rewarded by the sword court. After announcing the rules with an impassive expression, Wang Ling withdrew, and a brilliant sword light emerged, delineating various zones of the Guanjian platform, heralding the commencement of the sword competition. Once Wang Ling departed, a sword cultivator from the Yingdu realm gracefully descended onto the platform, a figure of considerable merit. Traditionally, the sword court refrained from sending participants for competitions below the 4th realm. But this year was an exception, with only Liang Zhao in attendance, resulting in a lack of immediate contenders from the lower realms. A quarter of an hour elapsed before a few self-assured sword cultivators made their appearance, confident in their ability to withstand the 10 rounds. After another quarter hour, sword cultivators from the initial realm to the Fanqing realm had all taken their places, with the exception of the 2nd realm. Shortly thereafter, additional cultivators joined, thus marking the official start of the competition. Numerous sword cultivators on the high terraces began to observe their juniors, while those without descendants gathered in small clusters to discuss the promising contenders, some even placing small wagers on their favorites. Gu Min leaned against the railing, contemplating the empty spot on the Guanjian platform, wondering when Liang Zhao would make his entrance. After casting a few glances at other cultivators, he turned to his senior sister and inquired, shouldn't you enter the stage to create a stir, starting from the very beginning? Aseng replied nonchalantly, since the intent is to disrupt the sword court's proceedings, it is only prudent to wait for their cultivators to take the stage first. Why rush? Gu Min nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you make a valid point, senior sister. Aseng cast him a sidelong glance and casually asked, you vanished last night. Were you meeting someone? Could it be that woman from the mountain? In my view, her talents pale in comparison to yours, junior brother. Choosing her as a partner might not bode well for future offspring. They may not measure up to your potential. However, should you have children, they may come to me for instruction. As Aseng's conversation veered towards children, Gu Min hastily interjected. Aseng turned her gaze and, as anticipated, a sword cultivator descended after a defeat, unable to contain himself any longer. However, he was not from the Fanqing realm. Aseng merely glanced at him before returning her attention to Gu Min, who had already retreated to a distance, resolved not to engage in further conversation. Aseng smiled faintly and ceased to speak. Zer, she said. If you truly face defeat, I would not think less of you. In life, one must not dwell too heavily on temporary gains or losses. Observing that no cultivator from the second realm had yet taken the stage, the elderly Mai began to feel restless. He reassured, Sir, I have faith in you. Su Xiu, burdened with a wooden sword, felt a wave of irritation wash over him at these words. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, Master, please, no more. With that, he leaped from the high terrace. Mai, momentarily taken aback, smiled faintly as he witnessed Su Xiu land on the Guanjin platform. As Su Xiu descended, all eyes turned towards him. That is Su Xiu of the Gui Jin Pavilion. Someone gasped, recognizing him. He is the sword genius who recently triumphed over Liang Zhao, undefeated in several battles. Others chimed in, recalling that Liu Daoyou had mentioned Su Xiu's prowess. Indeed, Liu Daoyou has claimed victory over Liang Zhao. Perhaps Su Xiu will also emerge victorious. True. It is a distinct possibility, others concurred. Fearing another defeat, Liang Zhao remained unfazed, though his eyes glinted with a chilling resolve as he absorbed the murmurs around him. Liang Shidi, do not let this distract you. We believe in you. The previous victory was merely a stroke of fortune for that individual. In a true contest, he will not be your match, especially now with Su Xiu present, said Wan Zai, a tall sword cultivator and disciple of Lan Lin Junren, standing beside Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao nodded slightly, acknowledging Wan Shixiang's reassurance. Wan Zai, understanding his junior's temperament, refrained from further commentary, simply stating, knowing your nature, I assume you will accept the challenge as soon as Su Xiu takes the stage. Liang Zhao nodded, grasping the Yunji sword at his waist. Upon reaching the Guanjin platform, Su Xiu naturally became the center of attention. However, this innate sword prodigy fixated solely on a particular high terrace, remaining silent. Everyone understood he was observing someone. Su Xiu, a prodigious talent, was regarded as unparalleled, with only Gingxin Jinju deemed his equal. This had been the prevailing sentiment. However, now they had added Liu Er from the Liu Shui Jian Pai to the mix. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the high terrace and landed before Su Xiu. Yet it was not Liang Zhao, but rather the small sex sword cultivator who had excelled in the mountain trials. The youth, wielding an iron sword, faced Su Xiu earnestly. Saying please, Su Xiu inquired why. Almost everyone anticipated a clash between him and Liang Zhao. Yet it was this youth who approached first. I yearn to duel with the innate sword prodigy. Should I miss this moment, the opportunity will be lost. I must come forth, and I apologize if this disrupts you. The youth's gaze was resolute, and he regarded Su Xiu with burgeoning sword intent. Among all present, he was the one most eager to engage Su Xiu. Not for any other reason, but for the title of innate sword prodigy. Though uncertain of the rationale, Su Xiu grasped his wooden sword and replied, please. In previous chapters, the ninth realm was mistakenly referred to as Jin Xue. In actuality, following the eighth realm of Fanqing, the ninth realm is Jiefa, while the 10th realm is Jin Xue. This alteration has been requested previously, and I wish to clarify this matter here. Furthermore, I have encountered some difficulties in writing these past few days. I will endeavor to provide additional updates tomorrow. The initial performance of Xian Chao has been commendable. I hope to maintain this momentum and wish you all the best. Chapter 51. You have lost. Upon uttering the word please, the youth drew his sword from its sheath. In an instant, he had traversed nearly the entire distance between them, standing just a yard from Su Xiu. His speed of movement seemed far beyond that of an ordinary second-realm sword cultivator. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted as the youth's blade approached Su Xiu. Mere inches from his throat. Should Su Xiu fail to dodge or counter, death awaited him. No one believed the youth could achieve victory with a single strike. They were well aware of Su Xiu's formidable reputation as a sword cultivator from the Gui Jian Pavilion, and thus they eagerly anticipated his response. Although he was a second-realm cultivator, as an innate prodigy, everyone viewed this future sword master with admiration. As the youth's blade edged forward, Su Xiu finally reacted, drawing his wooden sword from his side to meet the challenge. With a resounding clash, the wooden sword deflected the iron blade, swiftly finding its place against the youth's neck. In mere moments, the outcome was decided. Had the youth truly been vanquished? Su Xiu of the Gui Jian Pavilion, what a terrifying force. Could it be that he might indeed lead Liang Zhao to defeat? As I gazed upon the scene at the Guanjin platform, countless onlookers gasped in astonishment. Their confidence in Su Xiu further bolstered. It is worth noting that the youth who had challenged him was the previous champion of the mountain ascent. Having acquired a copy of the Sword Immortals Manual, a figure of no ordinary caliber. Yet, before Su Xiu, he could not even withstand a single strike. Many sword cultivators turned their eyes towards the lofty building where the elder in a patched robe resided, their thoughts tangled, particularly those from Wanjin Mountain. For years, they had aspired to surpass the Jianting, the foremost sword sect of Nanling, neglecting the Guojian pavilion at their side. However, witnessing Su Su, they recalled a crucial truth. Despite their sect leader having reached the Jinkei realm and possessing the qualifications to be a disciple of the Wenjin Lanlin, what of the younger disciples behind him? Was there even one who could match the prowess of Guojian Pavilion's Su Su? Not a single one. A sect may appear formidable on the surface, but without successors to uphold the foundation laid down, it is ultimately in vain. Su Su sheathed his sword, standing quietly before the youth. The latter, with a pained expression, relinquished his grip on the sword and incredulously inquired, why was it merely one strike? He was well aware of the minuscule probability of victory against a natural sword prodigy. Yet he never anticipated that his single blow would lead to defeat. What renders Su Su so formidable? This question perplexed him immensely. Su Su responded, your sword intent was overt, with glaring flaws. You may have been indifferent, but once your opponent discerned them, they could deliver a fatal blow. Whether in a contest of swords or a life-and-death struggle, if one solely fixates on defeating the opponent while neglecting other aspects, defeat is inevitable. In any endeavor, one must first secure an invulnerable position before daring to claim victory. The young swordsman regained his composure, gazing at Su Su with a complex expression, then clasped his hands and murmured, thank you for your guidance. After uttering these words, he picked up the iron sword and descended the Guanjin platform. Making his way towards the high building, Su Su too began to close his eyes and meditate. When this fellow gets serious, it is indeed difficult to find fault. Above in the high building, Gu Min observed Su Su and remarked, I cannot fathom why he believes he is not a match for Liang Zhao. Aseng queried, does the junior disciple think Liang Zhao is weak? Gu Min shook his head, I have greater faith in Su Su. He is not so easily defeated. However, his mindset is a significant issue, and wielding a wooden sword is a disadvantage. Aseng nodded, carrying a wooden sword will certainly put him at a disadvantage. Gu Min did not rush to respond, instead casting his gaze towards a certain high building, murmuring, is that shameless fellow about to begin? Liang Zhao, resting his hand on the sword hilt, remained silent for a long while. Initially, he had intended to strike immediately, but after witnessing Su Su's swift victory with a single sword, he found himself deep in thought. He did not rush onto the stage. Wanzai inquired with concern, Junior brother Liang, are you still injured? Should you wait a bit longer? As Liang Zhao was about to speak, Su Su on the Guanjin platform turned and called out, Liang Zhao, come forth in battle. This proclamation resonated powerfully, and combined with his previous triumph over the youth, all sword cultivators present perceived the spirited demeanor of the youth. Fully manifesting his youthful valor, Liang Zhao's expression shifted slightly. He ceased to speak further and, drawing his sword, leapt down. Observing this scene, Gu Min understood that Su Su had deliberately acted to prevent other sword cultivators from exhausting him. He admired, this fellow remains unrepentantly shameless. As Liang Zhao descended, a gust swept through the Guanjin platform. All eyes once again focused intently on the platform, where Su Su and Liang Zhao were to engage in earnest combat. Many spectators recalled the flourishing days of swordsmanship that awaited in the years to come. Perhaps it was not merely a blessing for their own sect, but a boon for the entire forest of swordsmanship. Everyone was aware that Liang Zhao had been defeated by Lu heir of the Lushui sword sect just a day prior. Yet they did not believe he would necessarily fall to Guojian Pavilion's Su Su merely a day later. He was Liang Zhao, the Gingxin sword master, a natural prodigy. However, having suffered one defeat, could he not fall again? Liang Zhao landed before Su Su, awaiting a cup of tea's duration to pass. Naturally, he did not remain idle during this time. Is that person your friend? Last night, he had instructed his senior brother to investigate Gu Min, discovering that there was no such sect as the Lushui sword sect. However, when attempting to uncover which sect he belonged to and his name, he encountered obstacles. It seemed that someone high within the Jianting had erased such information. Even a disciple of the sect leader like Liang Zhao could not uncover it. Liang Zhao sensed that there were matters he had yet to clarify, but remained unaware of the specifics. Thus, seizing this opportunity, he decided to inquire. He is my friend, and he is somewhat superior to you, Su Su replied, referencing Liang Zhao's prior defeat at Gu Min's hands. This was a tactic taught to him by Gu Min, aimed at inciting Liang Zhao's ire and increasing his chances of victory. Liang Zhao furrowed his brow, his expression shifting, but he quickly regained his composure. He does not belong to Lu heir, nor is he from the Lushui sword sect. There is no such sect in Nanling. Su Su mused that it was evident Gu Min had played a trick on him. Indeed, he is not from the Lushui sword sect. He has not even entered any sect. He has cultivated solely based on a sword manual he found, yet he can defeat you. I find it somewhat incredible. However, he is truly exceptional, and I hold some admiration for him. Yet he always tends to exaggerate. He has never bested me, yet he enjoys making such claims. Su Su spoke with earnest absurdity, and Liang Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim. If what Su Su said were true, then being defeated by such a person was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, Su Su's implication that Gu Min had not triumphed over him suggested something else. Su Su was indeed more powerful, having previously been vanquished by Gu Min. What of the now stronger Su Su? Liang Zhao felt his mind waver, but after a moment, he steadied himself. Nonsense. Without a sect, how could one receive an invitation from the Jinting? Su Su laughed heartily. Of course, it is nonsense. Do you believe that? Nevertheless, it is true that he has bested you. Yet another psychological blow. Liang Zhao gripped the hilt of his sword, his countenance darkening. Please. A cup of tea's duration had elapsed, and he was unwilling to endure more of Su Su's prattle. Su Su solemnly stated, very well. Let me see if I can defeat you as he did. Liang Zhao's lips twitched. With a flick of his sleeve, he gathered his focus. And a beam of sword light emerged. The Yunji sword was drawn. Su Su fixed his gaze on the sword light. Feeling the palms that gripped his wooden sword begin to sweat. Chapter 52. Another oddity as the sword light emerged, it signified the commencement of battle. Liang Zhao was an undeniable genius. Even after his earlier defeat, Su Su dared not let his guard down. He focused intently on the sword light until, after a moment, he discerned the Yunji sword that followed. The blade glimmered with a chilling light. It was a truly exceptional sword. Su Su raised his sword, equally presenting a strike. The wooden sword clashed with the Yunji sword in their initial encounter. Both combatants enveloped in a torrent of sword energy that intertwined within the confined space. With each passing moment, sword energy dissipated, and new energy was born. This first exchange established the tone for their ensuing battle, suggesting a pure contest of strength and realm between the two. However, the adept sword cultivators observing would not perceive it in such a straightforward manner. For any skilled swordsman would never act so recklessly, especially for sword cultivators like Su Su and Liang Zhao. Even if their realms were not high, they would never wield their swords indiscriminately. In a fleeting moment, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of sword strikes. Those sword cultivators whose realms were insufficient could only witness the flickering sword light on the platform, unable to discern the two figures concealed within. Some cultivators of the second realm pondered silently, wondering if they were placed opposite either of these two, they would scarcely endure even a quarter of an hour. This thought rendered many faces pale, realizing the vast chasm between themselves and Su Su and Liang Zhao. Sword cultivators of higher realms could penetrate the sword light to glimpse the two engaged in combat, observing that Su Su's wooden sword, forged from an unknown type of wood, bore no trace of damage. This suggested that Su Su of Yingdu possessed a commendable mastery, as otherwise, he would not display such fortitude. On the platform, Liang Zhao's aura abruptly halted, only to surge forth like a mighty river, pouring into the Yunji sword, causing the sword's energy to solidify, emanating a palpable might that could be felt from a distance. Liang Zhao's swordsmanship indeed reached the pinnacle of the second realm, making it exceedingly rare for any other sword cultivator of the same realm to rival him. As Su Su felt the ferocious sword energy rushing toward him, beads of perspiration began to dot his forehead. Liang Zhao's energy was overwhelmingly dense, surpassing Su Su's significantly. The fundamental cause of this disparity lay in their respective training regiments. While Liang Zhao was diligently honing his skills, Su Su was idly sleeping, preoccupied with thoughts of pilfering his master's secret illustrations. Though naturally gifted, Su Su's talent allowed him to achieve in half a day what others might take half a month to accomplish. Thus, despite his carefree demeanor, he could still ascend to the apex of the second realm. Unfortunately, Liang Zhao was similarly endowed with talent and, moreover, devoted to daily practice. Hence, the current gap in their abilities had become apparent. Yet, even so, Su Su was not necessarily destined for defeat. Regrettably, he lacked not only Liang Zhao's rigorous training, but also a suitable sword. That wooden sword was not the optimal choice for him. After numerous exchanges, Su Su found himself at a disadvantage. Following a strike that repelled Liang Zhao, his expression darkened, yet the perspiration on his brow betrayed his dwindling strength. Liang Zhao coldly stated, "You are no match for me." Su Su frowned and retorted, "Nonsense." With that, he charged forward with his sword. Gu Min observed the platform with a slight furrow of his brow. He recognized Liang Zhao's strength, but had not anticipated that Su Su would succumb so swiftly, revealing signs of defeat. If you were to take the stage, how would you respond to Liang Zhao's previous strike? Asang did not directly inquire if Gu Min could surpass Liang Zhao, but merely posed this question. Gu Min instinctively replied, that strike was perilous and fierce, relying heavily on sword energy. If it were me, I could intercept it using a technique from the tide rising sword art. Then counter with the azure dragon emerges from water technique to force him back. Perhaps thereafter, I could employ the void transformation sword art to exploit a significant weakness. If he had further means to respond, Gu Min continued to ruminate over his strategies, his mind filled with visions of combat against Liang Zhao, scarcely recalling that the one in question was Su Su. Moments later, he realized his oversight and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Sister, I was merely speculating. I believe I would not prevail against him. Asang smiled and shook her head, refraining from exposing his thoughts. Gu Min exhaled, redirecting his gaze to the platform. Expressing concern, Su Su has undoubtedly neglected arduous training and, coupled with a subpar sword, is at a significant disadvantage. Asang suggested. If only there were a sword for him to select. Gu Min nodded in agreement, suddenly noticing that in the area designated for the cultivators of the Starry Realm, a member of the Sword Court had already entered the fray and had consecutively triumphed over several sword cultivators. Gu Min glanced at his sister, who remarked, he is too weak. He felt speechless, yet acknowledged that others were weaker still. As she prepared to descend from the high platform, Gu Min hastily interjected, Sister, you have yet to retrieve your sword. Asang turned back, her spirit stirring, as she summoned the magical sword obtained by Gu Min through his charm, then gracefully descended. No one paid heed to Asang, for all attention remained fixated on Su Su and Liang Zhao. Upon landing opposite the Starry Realm cultivator, Asang found him resting for the duration of half an incense stick. Upon noticing Asang, the cultivator let out a soft exclamation. The woman before him possessed strikingly unique eyes. Adopting a demeanor befitting a member of a prestigious sect, the cultivator uttered a polite invitation. Without uttering a word, Asang advanced toward him. The cultivator sensed an invisible pressure, his gaze sharpening, and swiftly unleashed a strike. The sword light erupted, carrying a wave of sword energy toward Asang. Frowning, Asang raised her hand in a sweeping motion. In her grasp, the sword behaved as if it were a mere stick, effortlessly slicing through countless strands of sword energy to land precisely upon the chest of the cultivator. With a gasp, the cultivator expelled a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, uncertain of his injuries. Observers from the Sword Court collectively inhaled sharply. Yang Shidi, defeated by a single strike? As fellow Sword Court cultivators, they were well aware of the strength of the fallen cultivator and had not anticipated that this newcomer could best him with merely one blow. I will take my turn. Moments later, another Starry Realm cultivator from the Sword Court leaped high, soaring toward the platform. It is Senior Brother Gao. With him in action, there should be no issues. Indeed, Senior Brother Gao was highly esteemed by the sect leader, thus there should be little doubt regarding the outcome. Senior Brother, truly defeated? Before the Sword Court cultivators could utter more than a few sentences, the Gao cultivator was similarly struck down in a matter of moments by Asang's single blow. It was neither a slash nor a thrust, it was a simple strike. Which sect does this sword cultivator belong to? How could they be so formidable? Having vanquished two members of the Sword Court with a mere sword strike, this cultivator was truly fearsome. Quickly, ascertain which sect this cultivator hails from. Such an individual cannot possibly be an inconsequential figure. High above, the prominent figures who had taken notice of Asang began to express their astonishment, genuinely captivated by her prowess. Gu Min, hearing their comments, could only manage a bitter smile. His sister truly attracted attention. Chapter 53. Still a youth, Su Su and Liang Zhao remained the focal points of the platform, yet at this moment, an increasing number of onlookers had shifted their focus to Asang. The woman with the unique eyes became the subject of interest for many members of the Sword Court, especially after the Gao cultivator was defeated with a single strike. The atmosphere atop the Sword Court's high platform grew palpably tense. Many cultivators bore grim expressions as they watched the scene unfold on the platform, firmly believing that the woman was there to disrupt their ranks. Once the Gao cultivator was brought back to the high platform, someone inquired, Senior Brother Gao, what transpired? Did you discern which sect she belongs to? An eager voice rose, filled with anticipation. The Gao cultivator's face was ashen, clearly gravely injured, and with great difficulty, he managed to articulate, I am ashamed to say, I sensed not a trace of sword energy before being bested by her single strike. What? The assembled sword cultivators erupted in shock, with one sternly asserting, how can this be possible? Senior Brother, do not speak frivolously. Brother, I assure you, I am not exaggerating. When she unleashed her strike, I truly felt no sword energy. Only an overwhelming force approaching me, one I could neither evade nor block, and thus I was cast from the platform. The Gao cultivator spat out blood, his expression one of deep frustration, yet he was undeniably helpless. At his side, several Jinxiu of the Fanqing realm furrowed their brows. It is well known that this esteemed senior brother, while not the strongest among the Fanqing realm Jinxiu, possesses a commendable level of mastery. To surpass him, one would likely need to engage in a battle lasting over 100 exchanges. Yet, the woman with dual pupils on the Jin platform, with a single stroke of her sword, managed to achieve victory without the slightest hint of sword energy escaping. What does this indicate? Does it not suggest that her cultivation level may indeed be unparalleled within the entire Fanqing realm? Over the years, the status of the Jin court of Nanling's first sword sect has remained unshaken, not solely due to the prowess of the revered Lan Lin, who ranks among the top 3 in the world of swordsmanship, but also because among its thousands of disciples, there are numerous prodigies who can almost claim invincibility within their respective realms. This is what has upheld the prestige of the Jin court. Regrettably, senior brother Lin has recently entered seclusion to break through to the Jiffa realm. Otherwise, who could hope to contend with him in today's battle of the Fanqing realm? Seeing that both senior brothers are unable to secure victory, one disciple recalled another talented individual from their sect, a Fanqing realm Jinxiu named Lin Yi, who has long been regarded as the foremost figure in the Jin court's Fanqing realm. If he were present now, they would certainly have no cause for concern. However, senior brother Lin, having spent considerable time in the Fanqing realm, has reached the critical juncture of breaking through to the Jiffa realm, which is why he chose to enter seclusion before this significant sword gathering. A decision so monumental that he opted not to participate in the century-old sword event of the Jin court. Let us not speak such disheartening words. Our Jin court's Fanqing Jinxiu are like fish crossing a river. What need is there to trouble senior brother Lin to confront a mere woman? The tall Jinxiu who spoke, after expressing his dissatisfaction towards his junior brothers, turned to a slim, meditative figure nearby and earnestly implored, "Senior brother Lu, our esteemed junior has already fallen. With senior brother Lin still in seclusion, it seems only you can subdue that woman." Upon hearing the tall Jinxiu's words, many Jinxiu suddenly awakened from their stupor and echoed in agreement. "Please, senior brother Lu, take action." Senior brother Lu opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with a flicker of sword intent. He glanced at his fellow disciples and calmly stated, "This concerns the honor of the Jin court. I must intervene." After uttering these words, a wave of accolades arose from the higher levels. Although senior brother Lu may not match the prowess of senior brother Lin, he had often engaged in swordplay with Lin Yi before the latter's seclusion. While he had not yet claimed victory, he had always pushed Lin Yi to the limits, losing only after hundreds of exchanges. In contrast, could any other contemporaries boast such strength? In other words, if even senior brother Lu cannot secure victory, the entire Jin court may indeed need to summon the elder generation for assistance. Yet, this sword gathering was primarily a contest among young disciples, most of whom would not exceed 100 years in age. If an elder over 100 were to intervene, even if the Jin court were to triumph, it would only invite ridicule. Moreover, would elders who have lingered in the Fanqing realm for over a century truly possess the ability to win? After a brief wait, calculating that the dual-pupiled woman would take about the time it takes to brew tea, senior brother Lu gracefully descended with his sword in hand. His slender frame donned a well-fitted sword robe, and his reputation from previous encounters quickly attracted the attention of many. Everyone knew that the previous 2 Jin court Jinxiu had been defeated by the woman with a single stroke. Thus, this time, the Jinxiu stepping forward would undoubtedly be much stronger than before. Some occurrences may happen once or twice, but never thrice. As senior brother Lu ascended the Jin platform, the Jinxiu in the higher levels finally took notice of his saying, and many began to turn their gazes towards her. However, Gu Min could only force a smile from his vantage point above. Regardless of the outcome, his senior sister's reputation would surely not diminish. He sighed, only to hear footsteps approaching. Turning his head, he saw a youth of similar age to himself, clad in a light white robe, ascending from below with a smile. Gu Min remained unresponsive, merely glancing at the youth's attire and refraining from speaking immediately. "Your friend may not surpass Liang Zhao, but I believe your chances could be greater. If Su Su is defeated, then your intervention should ensure victory." The youth spoke with a grin before introducing himself. "My name contains the character Zhang, and I am the 6th in my family. Those who know me call me Zhang Legongzi. May I inquire how you are addressed?" Gu Min was aware that the youth had come seeking him, but did not expect such a prompt self-introduction. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Luer of the Lushui sword sect." The youth maintained a smile as he calmly stated, "I have looked into this. There is no Lushui sword sect in Nanling. While Luer certainly exists, he is not you." Gu Min had anticipated that his fabricated name would not deceive everyone. He understood that a discerning individual would quickly uncover his identity as a disciple of Dishan. However, the youth before him did not immediately expose him, suggesting at least two possibilities. First, that he was likely not a Jian court Jianxiu, and second, if he were indeed a Jian court Jianxiu, he could not be of high standing, otherwise he would know of Gu Min's sect. Contemplating this, Gu Min remarked, "A name is merely a code. In this chance encounter, it is unnecessary to be so thorough." Gu Min was resolute in not revealing his identity as a disciple of Dishan easily. Hearing this, the youth frowned slightly but did not pursue the matter further, simply stating, "Previously, you triumphed over Liang Zhao in the battle of sword intent. Many believe your victory was due to luck. However, my companion and I believe there is more to it." Gu Min frowned in rebuttal. "It is undoubtedly luck. Liang Zhao is immensely powerful, and to defeat him under normal circumstances is certainly a stroke of fortune." The youth was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly charming young man to exhibit such candidness. Yet, recalling the words of Mr. Chun, he quickly composed himself and smiled again, saying, "I wish to befriend you. If your sect has not received any unfavorable news, I believe my friendship would be highly regarded." For reasons unknown, the youth's words revealed his significance without any pretense. Mr. Chun had indeed spoken wisely, asserting that different approaches should be employed when dealing with sects and court officials. Cultivators lack the intricate schemes of court officials, but they are certainly not foolish. Gu Min furrowed his brow, uncertain of the youth's intentions. His time at Dishan had been brief, and he had been engrossed in training, having only met his mentor a handful of times. Much of what he knew about the cultivation world had come from the bookworm. Gu Min remained silent for a moment, genuinely unsure of what to say. "I hail from Xianshanqing." The youth, noticing Gu Min's silence, paused for a moment before providing another piece of information. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Gu Min's face. Xianshanqing is the imperial capital of the Deqi dynasty. Yet few within that city are worthy of receiving an invitation from the Jian court. Those who are worthy of such invitations are few and far between, and even fewer merit the courtesy of the Jian court. Gu Min raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of understanding, yet he remained silent. The youth continued to observe Gu Min. Upon seeing his raised brow, he realized there was potential for dialogue. He pondered for a moment before continuing, "I wish to know, if one day you were to visit Xianshanqing, would you seek me out?" Gu Min, bewildered by the conversation, found himself increasingly perplexed. "I believe you must be mistaken. Or perhaps there are matters I should be aware of that I am currently ignorant of. If so, please elaborate to avoid my confusion." After a brief moment of silence, Gu Min could not help but inquire further. The youth, clearly taken aback by Gu Min's response, hesitated before bowing slightly and stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you today. Let this serve as a familiar introduction. If fate allows, we may meet again. Farewell, fellow cultivator." With those words, the youth departed without looking back, leaving Gu Min with no time to react. Gu Min furrowed his brow and glanced at the silhouette of the young man before him, ultimately choosing to remain silent. A noble youth hailing from Xianchang, his thoughts and considerations were undoubtedly intricate. He calmed his mind and redirected his gaze towards the Jianguan Tai, where attention was predominantly focused on two locations, the area occupied by Su Su, the genius disciple of Gue Jiangu, who had evidently fallen into a state of defeat. Indeed, after approximately 15 minutes, the wooden sword in Su Su's hand snapped with a resounding crack, and then Liang Zhao's sword rested upon Su Su's shoulder, mirroring the earlier gesture when Su Su had placed his sword on the shoulder of that young swordsman. It was a striking resemblance. This fierce contest for supremacy in the second realm of swordsmanship appeared to have reached its conclusion. After sheathing his sword, Liang Zhao did not cast a glance at Su Su. Instead, he turned to look towards Gu Min's lofty position. The two exchanged a silent gaze across the vast distance. Liang Zhao then averted his eyes, settling into a meditative posture on the Jian Guan Tai to recuperate his energy. Many others followed his gaze, their attention shifting in that direction. Gu Min observed Liang Zhao with disdain, muttering, "If I were to step down and engage you in battle now, do you truly believe you could emerge victorious? Are you not aware of your own limitations? Provoking me is not a wise choice." Chapter 54. A resounding slap despite his words. Gu Min did not fulfill the desires of certain onlookers by leaping down from the high tower to engage Liang Zhao in combat. Instead, he turned his attention to his senior sister. Asang had been locked in battle with senior brother Lu for nearly a quarter of an hour, with neither side emerging victorious. Senior brother Lu, who was nearly the second strongest among the disciples of the Jianting in the Fanxing realm, seemed to be distracted after delivering a strike. This lapse in focus allowed Asang to land a blow on his chest, causing him to tumble off the Jian Guantai. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd of sword cultivators. Though senior brother Lu was swiftly back on his feet, he seethed, "You are not even a sword cultivator." This proclamation elicited another round of astonishment from the crowd, many of whom were baffled. Gu Min, observing from a distance, cursed under his breath. He had previously harbored concerns that his senior sister's theoretical approach, effective against him, would falter when faced with others. Regardless of her assertions that wielding a sword constituted a sword cultivator, without the presence of sword chi or sword intent, how could one claim to be a sword cultivator? Moreover, it was apparent that his senior sister was not proficient in sword techniques. Gu Min shook his head. Having contemplated the day when his senior sister's status as a non-sword cultivator would be exposed, yet he had not devised a plan for such a scenario. Given her temperament, he surmised her response would likely remain unchanged. It was no surprise when, in response to senior brother Lu's challenge regarding her identity as a sword cultivator, Asang merely stated, "I wield a sword. How could I not be a sword cultivator?" The assertion that merely wielding a sword sufficed to define one as a sword cultivator was inherently flawed. At least for these sword cultivators, such a claim held no validity. If anyone wielding a sword was deemed a sword cultivator, then even an ordinary person lifting a sword could be considered one. Thus, no one found her statement to be reasonable, yet they were curious about the basis of senior brother Lu's earlier claim. "You possess no sword chi, nor do you utilize sword techniques. You are certainly not a sword cultivator." The absence of sword chi could indeed indicate a lack of qualification as a sword cultivator. If senior brother Lu's assertion held truth, then even if the dual-eyed woman wielded 1,000 swords, she would still not be a sword cultivator. Upon hearing senior brother Lu's words, the crowd turned their attention to Asang, eager to hear her response. Regardless of whether it was a rebuttal or something else, she was expected to articulate a reply. To their surprise, Asang merely tilted her head in thought and replied, "And if I am not?" Her demeanor exuded confidence. Devoid of any hint of diminished spirit, Gu Min raised a thumb towards his senior sister from afar, thinking to himself that she truly lived up to her fierce reputation. Yet, how could such a statement intimidate those sword cultivators? If she was not a sword cultivator, then she lacked the qualifications to participate in the sword contest. Her eligibility should be revoked. A voice resonated from atop a distant tower, calm yet clear, and all present heard it distinctly. It was likely an elder from the Jian Ting speaking on behalf of his junior. Others from various towers echoed in agreement, asserting that one without sword cultivation should indeed be disqualified from the contest, a statement grounded in truth. However, they refrained from speaking extensively against Asang, for the very fact that she had gained entry into the Jian Ting indicated their recognition of her worth. Otherwise, she would not have received an invitation. Should she lose her qualification, it seemed the initial champion would still prevail, yet he had also faced defeat. While the voice bore a tone of lament, many soon grasped the deeper implications it carried. The Jian Ting could declare Asang ineligible for the sword contest, yet within the Fanxing realm, they had failed to identify anyone capable of surpassing her. Whether or not Asang was a sword cultivator had become somewhat inconsequential. What truly mattered was that no one from the Jian Ting could defeat her. With this realization, several individuals turned to the source of the voice, recognizing it emanated from the tower housing the Jian Xiao of Wan Jianshan, and their understanding deepened. In light of this, the atmosphere grew subdued. Even the Jian Ting made no further utterances. Although Asang remained inactive, her earlier statement had effectively delivered a resounding slap to the Jian Ting. Should the Jian Ting revoke Asang's eligibility at this juncture, it would equate to merely pointing fingers at the aggressor without retaliating against the slap itself. Such a situation was intolerable for the Jian Ting, which had long held a prestigious reputation in Nanling. Yet, the Jian Ting's cultivators and elders found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Even the elder who had spoken earlier regarded the situation as delicate. Dishan was still a sword sect, and while its disciples claimed not to be sword cultivators, they could not justly declare someone unqualified. A distant, sonorous voice echoed from above, as a middle-aged man clad in a long robe appeared amidst the clouds. Exuding strands of sword chi, he commanded the crowd's attention with gravity. "I am honored to meet the esteemed Zhizhong Lu. I am honored to meet the revered Jian Xian. I am honored to meet the real one." Countless sword cultivators bowed, expressing their profound respect. In every sword sect, and indeed amongst all sects, there exists a figure responsible for upholding the sect's regulations. Though titles may vary across different sections, nonetheless, they all embody the same role. The individual now present among the clouds was the most formidable enforcer of rules within all the sword sects of Nanling. His name was Lu Mi Dao, a Jian Xian of the Jin Ke realm. Chapter 55. Lin Ilumi Dao had maintained a notably low profile throughout the years, though serving as the enforcer. Disciples of the Jian Ting seldom encountered him. They were merely aware that he was not only a Jian Xian of the Jin-Ke realm, but also a disciple of the esteemed Lan Lin Junren. Both hailing from the Jin-Ke realm, the reasons behind his role as enforcer rather than sect leader were likely known only to the previous generation's elders. While a portion of the crowd pondered the reason for the presence of this enforcer, a greater number were contemplating the significance of the name Dishan. Lesser-known sword sects were unfamiliar with the term, yet those with sufficient heritage understood what Dishan represented. It was the foremost sword sect of the world several centuries ago, boasting 30,000 sword cultivators at its zenith and serving as the most trusted sect of the Daning dynasty. This was a tale from long ago. Zai Yunjunrun had once wielded a single sword, compelling sword cultivators across the realm to bow their heads, though this was not an ancient story. Even during Dishan's decline, no one dared to provoke them, for no one could surpass Zai Yunjunren's sword. To this day, the mention of Zai Yunjunren still evokes memories of that tumultuous era filled with bloodshed. The protagonist is Wan Yunjunren. Let us rewind time a century back to the previous sword conference, where a disciple from Dishan was subjected to relentless humiliation, resulting in Dishan losing its last shred of dignity. Following that day, for 100 years, few have paid attention to Dishan's movements. However, a century later, at yet another sword conference, a practitioner from Dishan reappeared, this time compelling the sword court to bow its head. This situation even prompted the head of the court to personally unveil the identity of the woman in question. According to Liu Shidao's prior assertions, this implied a tacit acknowledgement that the woman with the dual pupils still possessed the qualifications to participate in the sword contest. The sword cultivators of Dishan wield myriad sword techniques, defying conventional understanding. Liu Shidao observed the figure concealed within the clouds, where no one could discern clearly, and his words carried an implicit meaning that many present could grasp. The sword court had been dealt a blow by Dishan's forces, and naturally, they must retaliate. This was the duty of the sword court. Wang Ling, keenly aware of the head's intentions, stepped forward at the opportune moment and declared, "This esteemed friend from Dishan is indeed qualified to partake in the sword contest. Let it proceed." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as countless gazes turned towards Wang Ling, who remained expressionless and drifted down to the sword observation platform. With the head's endorsement, it signified that the sect leader harbored no objections. As this represented the sect leader's will, they were not entitled to entertain any alternative thoughts. Recalling the head's earlier discontent, Wang Ling's demeanor turned peculiar. The head had already expressed dissatisfaction that day, and to provoke further ire would yield dire consequences. Acknowledging Asang's qualifications was simple, yet devising a resolution to the matter proved to be quite the challenge. Several sword cultivators from the sword court had already faced defeat, including Brother Liu, who had also failed to emerge victorious. Presently, within the entire sword court, only the sequestered Lin Yi stood a chance against Asang. However, given his seclusion, how could he possibly make an appearance now? Just as many sword cultivators from the sword court found themselves at a loss for how to respond, a voice suddenly resonated from afar. "Let me take on this challenge." The voice was soft, yet it commanded attention, leading all to gaze towards its source. A man in a purple robe appeared from a distance, his stature unremarkable, neither tall nor particularly slender, with an ordinary appearance that might not attract a second glance in a crowd. Yet, upon seeing him, one could not help but perceive that he was no ordinary individual. An aura of extraordinary presence emanated from him, stemming from his own realm and his sword. "Brother Lin has emerged from seclusion," someone exclaimed in surprise. It turned out this man was Lin Yi, the foremost practitioner of the sword court's starry realm. Regrettably, he had yet to enter the binding hair realm. But perhaps this battle might serve as an opportunity for a breakthrough. An elder of the sword court with profound insights remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Upon Lin Yi's appearance before the sword observation platform, nearly all the sword cultivators in the sword court exhaled in relief, while the head, shrouded in clouds, seemed to depart without a care for what was to follow. Upon reflection, this was indeed the case, with tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the sword court. There were at least 80 or 100 in the starry realm, and among this group, Lin Yi alone truly overshadowed his peers. They were at ease. Ascending the sword observation platform, clad in purple, Lin Yi looked at Asang, who held her sword, and remarked with a hint of surprise, "Your talent is extraordinary. I wonder how you came to be affiliated with Dishan." Asang remained silent. Lin Yi, undeterred by the lack of response, continued, "Your junior brother previously triumphed over Brother Liang in the Battle of Sword Intent, and you have now bested several of my fellow sword cultivators. I will not hold back in this match. Asang still said nothing. She merely cast a glance at Lin Yi and then raised her sword. Please, proceed. Lin Yi smiled slightly, forming a sword gesture with his hand. The long sword at his waist slid from its sheath by half an inch, emitting a resonant sound as sword energy surged forth. The sword then hovered mid-air as Lin Yi directed it with a command. The blade shot forth like an arrow released from its bow in an instant. Practitioners of the Starry Realm could be deemed grand sword cultivators, and those of their caliber had myriad combat techniques at their disposal, not limited to wielding a sword in battle. As Asang beheld the approaching sword, she furrowed her brow. Her lack of sword cultivation meant she was unfamiliar with the combat style of sword cultivators, and her ignorance of sword techniques was a fundamental obstacle. Lacking sword techniques, she could not command the sword. This meant she could only engage Lin Yi armed with her own sword. This was Asang's disadvantage, yet it was one she could not alter. As the sword whistled towards her, Asang raised her sword and struck fiercely against the flying blade. The sound of metal clashing reverberated. Asang stumbled back several steps, discarding her sword. The sword she hurled could not compare in speed to Lin Yi's flying sword, yet inexplicably, it collided with Lin Yi's weapon along its trajectory. Thus, another resounding clash echoed. Asang caught the ricocheted sword and surged towards Lin Yi. A formidable energy extended forth to obstruct Lin Yi's sword. Lin Yi remained composed, his mind stirring as he conjured sword techniques anew, generating an endless aura of sword energy around him. While the flying sword had yet to return, numerous sword energies took shape around him, their cold brilliance indicating they were no ordinary weapons. Go. Lin Yi gestured slightly. On the high platform, gasps of astonishment erupted, with many sword cultivators in the Starry Realm pondering what it would be like to face Lin Yi's onslaught. Countless sword energies soared through the air, drawing exquisite arcs across the sky. However, as they approached Asang, their speed inexplicably slowed. As she advanced, she managed to deflect each sword with her blade. Yet, to disperse those sword energies, Asang expended considerable time. In this moment, Lin Yi responded by retreating, while Asang, relentless, surged forward but could not close the distance to Lin Yi in that fleeting moment. Meanwhile, the flying sword, having circled around, returned to Lin Yi's grasp. Lin Yi smiled as he unleashed a sword strike. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the sky. A series of sword lights erupted forth, and had it not been for the previous imposition of restrictions by significant figures, the spectacle would have been truly far-reaching. As the multitude of sword lights manifested, many could no longer see Asang and Lin Yi, yet the clashing of blades echoed incessantly. Gu Min, with a level too low to discern the spectacle, nonetheless watched intently. After a quarter of an hour, the sword lights dissipated, revealing Asang and Lin Yi, both engaged in combat, with no discernible victor. Asang's expression was impassive, and Lin Yi showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. How many swords has Brother Lin unleashed? It was unclear, but it must have been several hundred. Yet he still had not bested that woman. It seemed she was indeed a formidable opponent. Isn't that stating the obvious? Brother Gao has already been defeated. If that woman were easily dealt with, would it be Lin Yi's turn to emerge from seclusion? But that woman is not even a sword cultivator. On the high platform, voices from the sword court's practitioners echoed, mostly filled with astonishment. They would no longer underestimate Asang. Instead, they hoped their brother could swiftly vanquish her to restore the court's honor. Such matters were of utmost importance and could not be treated lightly. Mr. Chun, like all sword cultivators, was now focused intently on Asang. The noble youth from Xianshang Chung equally riveted in attention. Young master, see? What I said before was not unfounded, was it? Mr. Chun spoke with a smile, remarking on the extraordinary nature of the young man and his senior sister, praising the disciples of Dishan. However, the young man furrowed his brow and responded, Mr. Chun, even if they are remarkable, since they hail from Dishan, we must relinquish any thought of recruiting them. His previous interest in Gu Min stemmed from a recognition of her talent and potential. But now that her association with Dishan was revealed, it held little value for him. He sought an opportunity for mutual benefit, rather than a one-sided investment. Although Mr. Chin felt a twinge of regret, he acknowledged the young man's reasoning, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Dishan has truly declined. Such a sect is not suitable for the young master. The young man inquired, does Mr. Chin have any alternatives? Mr. Chun gazed intently at the sword observation platform, pondering deeply before replying, I do not know. Do not know? The young man was somewhat perplexed. Mr. Chun sighed. It is difficult to say. In chapter 56, I contemplate. Lin Yi unleashed numerous swords, expending considerable effort, and the scene appeared to confirm his dominance. Yet, even so, it was improbable that he could defeat Asang at this moment. By this stage, It was evident to all that Asang was not a sword cultivator. She wielded her sword merely to slash and strike, without employing a single technique. Yet, this very fact caused many to furrow their brows. Asang, lacking the skills of a sword cultivator, had managed to endure thus far. Did this not suggest that she was, in fact, stronger than Lin Yi? One must remember that Lin Yi was the foremost cultivator of the sword courtyard's starry realm. If a disciple from Dishan could surpass him, what then was the state of Dishan? The young man, identifying himself as Lu, heir of the Liushui Jinpai, was also a disciple of Dishan, standing alongside Asang. Some pondered the implications and calmly articulated the truth. In the contest of sword intent, that young man had outmatched Liang Zhao. Someone reminded the crowd of this fact. Over the past century, what events had transpired at Dishan that produced such two nearly prodigious disciples? It was suggested that Dishan should have been invaded and its lineage extinguished. How could such circumstances arise otherwise? A voice murmured, recalling past events, but was swiftly interrupted by another. The individual silenced, puzzled as to why their mentor forbade such discussions. At that moment, the spectators beheld a dazzling display on the sword observation platform. Lin Yi executed a seemingly ordinary yet profoundly intricate sword move, and the brilliant azure sword light transformed into a roaring azure dragon, vivid and lifelike. It was the Songlong Jinjue. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, for this technique was notoriously difficult to master, having been created by a venerable sword immortal from centuries past. After its transmission, due to its obscurity, only a handful of disciples from subsequent generations had even glimpsed its principles, and those who achieved mastery were exceedingly rare. As the azure dragon manifested, Gu Min furrowed her brow, standing atop the high tower, sensing an oddly familiar aura emanating from the technique. The essence displayed by the so-called Songlong Jinjue was identical to that of the Qinglong Jinjue. Gu Min pondered deeply, convinced that there was a significant issue at hand. Lin Yi's Songlong Jinjue boasted an overwhelming presence, particularly the azure dragon, which no ordinary sword technique could rival. Asang, expressionless, struck the dragon's body with her sword but inflicted no damage, watching helplessly as the dragon surged toward her. Asang adjusted her grip, opting for a thrust aimed at the massive dragon's head. The iron sword met the dragon's head, shattering upon impact, piece by piece, until only the hilt remained. At that moment, the dragon's head was upon her, and Asang's expression finally shifted. She leapt backward, swiftly reaching the edge of the sword observation platform. With the azure dragon approaching, she faced a choice: either sever the dragon or risk falling from the platform. Many speculated how Asang would respond, believing she would fight to the end, even if gravely injured. Yet, no one anticipated that she would leap from the platform in the next instant. The azure dragon roared as it reached the edge of the platform, triggering a barrier that caused it to disintegrate into nothingness. After witnessing Asang's descent, Lin Yi exhaled sharply. Many sighed, but more felt relief. Had Lin Yi failed to overcome this Dishan woman, the ramifications would have been significant. Fortunately, Asang had been defeated, allowing Lin Yi to reclaim the dignity that Dishan had previously stripped from the sword courtyard. The sword courtyard's honor had thus been preserved. Asang stood below, casually discarding the sword hilt, saying nothing as she retraced her steps, lost in thought. Her eyes betrayed no disappointment or other emotions. They were merely calm. Observing her retreating figure, Mr. Chun remarked, "At this moment, I find myself believing that Dishan is, in fact, quite an admirable place." The young man, hearing this, furrowed his brow and replied, "Even if Dishan has produced two commendable disciples, it does not warrant such praise from you, Mr. Chun. A mere one or two individuals cannot alter the fate of a sect." He gazed resolutely at Mr. Chun, convinced of his perspective's correctness. Mr. Chun smiled gently. "The young master is still naive, unaware of many matters. If you were to know the late Yunjinren, you would not speak so." "Late Yunjinren?" Mr. Chun elaborated. "He was the last sword immortal of Dishan. His existence delayed Dishan's decline by over 2 centuries. In his time, he alone with his sword could rival the thousands of sword cultivators of today's sword courtyard. With him present, everyone knew that Dishan had merely become a shell. Yet who could disregard the late Yunjinren? Moreover, it is worth noting that he was the individual most esteemed by Lord Taizai." The young man listened, incredulous. Although Lord Taizai often bore a sword at his waist, as one of the 3 dukes and a leader among scholars, how would it be perceived if it were revealed that the most revered figure by him was not any sage, but a sword immortal? Mr. Chen seemed to perceive the young man's thoughts and smiled. A person of Lord Taizai's temperament would naturally not concern himself with others' opinions. Thus, had Lord Taizai stood here today, he would likely have made the decision for you. But alas, I am not Lord Taizai. I lack the resolve and capability, leaving you to decide for yourself. Mr. Chen's voice was soft, his tone tranquil. The young man furrowed his brow, contemplating these matters deeply, momentarily without an answer. Mr. Chen, unperturbed, continued to observe Asang's figure. Lost in his own thoughts, the sword observation platform remained ablaze with sword light, as Liang Zhao effortlessly triumphed over several opponents, aside from Su Su, leaving little chance for others to exhaust his energy. He frequently glanced toward Gu Min, emotions brewing within his gaze that were difficult to decipher. Asang returned to the high tower. Gu Min inquired with concern, "Are you injured, senior sister?" Asang shook her head. "I merely faced defeat." Perceiving Asang's discontent, Gu Min refrained from further discussion, resting her head on the railing, gazing at the sword observation platform, lost in thought. As time passed, the sword light on the platform diminished significantly. Many realms of sword cultivators had emerged victorious and departed from the high platform. After about a stick of incense had burned, the last second realm sword cultivator fell, rolling off the platform. Liang Zhao stood on the stage, holding his sword with poise, seemingly unfazed by his previous bout. After the defeat of the second-tier sword cultivator, no other challengers emerged, leaving Liang Zhao as the sole presence on the Jianguantai. According to the rules of the sword meeting, if no one ascended the stage within the span of a tea's brew, it would be deemed a victory for Liang Zhao. In truth, during that time, Liang Zhao had already bested many sword cultivators, with nearly all notable second-tier swordsmen in Nanling having fallen before him. The lingering anticipation among the crowd was solely for Gu Min previously. Gu Min had gained an advantage in the contest of sword intent. Yet now Liang Zhao remained in fine form, and should Gu Min choose to engage, victory would not come as easily as before. This was a contest of skill, and Liang Zhao bore no injuries. A silence enveloped the arena. Asang remarked, "Let's go." She had already made her presence known, and though she ultimately lost, her participation in the sword meeting had salvaged her dignity compared to previous encounters. Whether it was Gu Min's prior victory over Liang Zhao or Asang's subsequent performance, both were deemed sufficient. Gu Min turned to her and suddenly declared, "I want to give it a try." Asang was taken aback, but after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, deeming it unnecessary. Gu Min had previously stated he would not participate, and now that he proposed a change of heart, Asang instinctively thought of her own position. Thus, she insisted it was not needed. Gu Min replied, "Sister, I may regret this later, but not at this moment." Asang acknowledged with a hum, furrowing her brow. "Then I shall go," Gu Min stated, before leaping down from the elevated platform. Chapter 57. To please my sister, Gu Min descended swiftly, landing on the Jianguantai where only Liang Zhao remained. With Gu Min's arrival, the stage now hosted two young prodigies. All eyes were once again drawn to the Jianguantai, fixated on the pair. After a prolonged silence, Liang Zhao inquired, "What prompted this change of heart?" His tone was measured, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if the previous day's defeat at the hands of Gu Min held no weight in his mind. Gu Min pondered for a moment before responding. "Everyone desires to witness a clash between us, and I am one who relishes the opportunity to facilitate such moments." Although Liang Zhao had little acquaintance with Gu Min, he recognized this was not his true nature. He pressed, "Su Su is your friend, is this for him?" Gu Min candidly replied, "He is among my few friends, and I believe he would relish the sight of me besting you." Liang Zhao shook his head, asserting, "I am unscathed and in my prime. How could you possibly triumph over me?" Gu Min countered, "Who knows? I have bested you once before, perhaps it can happen again." He rubbed his cheek and added, "Had you displayed this demeanor from the start, I might have thought you a commendable individual. Yet now, it is evident that you are merely projecting confidence, believing you can defeat me, and once you falter, your facade will shatter. That is hypocrisy." Gu Min spoke softly, "I cannot say if I am hypocritical, but I certainly believe I am far superior to you in character. Yet, what truly unsettles me about you is not this." Liang Zhao inquired, "What is it?" Gu Min replied, "When the time is right, I shall reveal it to you." He smiled, for they were destined to engage in battle, and he wished to articulate his reasons for confronting Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao responded calmly, "I am all ears." Gu Min continued, "Previously, my sister battled against the sword cultivators of the Jianting, and many must have thought it a disgrace for Dishan. However, when that master recognized my sister's qualifications, it was a means for you all to reclaim your dignity, which you successfully did." Liang Zhao's expression remained unchanged. He understood the necessity of preserving the Jianting's honor. Hence Asang's inevitable defeat was all but predetermined. "I am not concerned with whether Dishan delivers a blow to your Jianting. I merely observed something. My sister was wronged by you." Gu Min smiled. "I cannot defeat one named Lin Yi, so I must confront you instead, hoping it brings joy to my sister. Though much was said, the crux of the matter was that Gu Min's descent was solely to bring happiness to his sister. Nothing else was on his mind. On the mountain, there were 3 masters in total. Of them, Gu Min's closest bond was not with his sister Luo Shui, nor with Master Chang Yizhenren, but with a Sang. Gu Min silently reflected that it was time for him to amend his nature. Liang Zhao remained silent, the Jian Guantai enveloped in tranquility. Gu Min's voice, though not loud, reached the ears of the adept sword cultivators above, not posing a significant challenge to their hearing. Some Jian Ting cultivators visibly darkened at Gu Min's words. Regardless of Gu Min's intentions, if he were to triumph over Liang Zhao, it would indeed be another slap to the Jian Ting's face. Most infuriating was the fact that should Liang Zhao fall, no other Jian Ting cultivator could redeem their honor. For Liang Zhao was already the mightiest among the second-tier disciples. Liang Zhao remarked, "Your reasoning is rather peculiar, yet ultimately, you shall not prevail against me." Gu Min fell silent. Having bested Liang Zhao once, why not again? Jian Ting Liang Zhao, please enlighten me. Liang Zhao spoke earnestly. Gu Min replied, Dishan Gu Min. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, a pavilion stood. The previously distant Master Lu Mi had returned, accompanying Master Lan Linzhenren, both gazing upon the Jian Guantai. Both were esteemed sword immortals, their powers transcendent. Be it a mere few miles or hundreds, they could hear the conversations clearly if they so desired. Upon overhearing the dialogue between the 2 youths on the Jian Guantai, Master Lan Linzhenren remarked, Zhao Air exhibits remarkable maturity and steadfast resolve. He is composed, yet lacks some youthful fervor. In contrast, that youth exhibits both intelligence and the spirited nature of youth, standing up for his sister, which is only fitting for a young man. Lu Mi remained silent. The master had not yet met the youth from Dishan, yet had already bestowed upon him a celestial sword. Now, he expressed admiration, leaving Lu Mi perplexed regarding the master's intentions. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Jian Ting must not send anyone to confront that youth from Dishan. If Zhao Air were to truly fall, there may be future opportunities for confrontation, and one could not predict who might prevail, for they were both young, and the future remained uncertain. Master Lan Linzhenren stood with hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he remained unfazed by the matter. Lu Mi nodded. The Jian Ting possessed a certain grace, and even if Dishan produced remarkable disciples, they would be but 1 or 2. After a brief silence, as if recalling something, he opened his mouth to speak. There is something I wish to consult the master about. Chapter 58. A bit longer. Master Lan Linzhenren understood Lu Mi's intent, but waved his hand dismissively, stating, ultimately, it is your responsibility to decide whom to choose. I am ill-suited for the role of master. Since my predecessor wishes to pass this position, I shall merely accept it. Since you are interested, take charge, and when my time comes, you may seamlessly take over without difficulty. This comment from Master Lan Linzhenren carried a certain weight, leaving Lu Mi momentarily speechless. After a pause, he replied, how can the master decisively determine the affairs of the Jian Ting fall upon my shoulders? Upon hearing this, Master Lan Linzhenren chuckled lightly and responded bluntly, you, my younger brother, once aspired to be the master, investing considerable effort, yet ultimately forgot the simplest 2 words. This was an old tale, now known only to the 2 of them within the Jian Ting. Lu Mi turned his gaze back to the Jian Guantai, shifting the topic. That youth is unlikely to defeat Liang Zhao. On the Jian Guantai, the 2 had yet to draw their swords. After Gu Min uttered the name Dishan Gu Min, Liang Zhao carefully etched this name into his mind. The master of the Gengxin sword at the sword pavilion then inquired, where's your sword? This was not merely a contest of sword intent. It was a true battle of swords. A sword cultivator without a sword is no longer a sword cultivator. Gu Min smiled silently as the Zhu Yuzhu slipped from his sleeve, revealing a snow-white longsword in his grasp. The treasured Zhu Yuzhu from Dishan is not merely a sword. When wielded, it ranks among the top 10 swords in the world. Its previous owner was the revered Wan Yunzhenren. With the sword in hand, no further words were necessary. The next step was to strike. Liang Zhao remained silent, and as the sound of the sword rang out, the Yunji at his waist was drawn once more, the sword aura instantly spreading forth. A beam of sword light materialized on the Jian Guantai, resplendent like a rainbow after rain, dazzling in its brilliance. This was the 7-colored sword art of the sword pavilion, a somewhat obscure technique that few disciples chose to practice. Yet, upon entering the sect, Liang Zhao had selected this very art, despite several second-generation elders fervently advising against it, causing quite the uproar that even reached the ears of the sect leader, Lan Linzhenren. However, he merely uttered 2 words, let it be. Those words silenced any further dissent, and after much contemplation, Liang Zhao decided to pursue this art. After choosing the seven-colored sword art, Liang Zhao did not reveal any of its secrets for a long time. Many speculated that it was due to the difficulty of the technique, believing that even Liang Zhao, the Gingxin sword master, had not comprehended it fully, leading him to abandon it. While this was merely conjecture, it seemed plausible. Yet now, as Liang Zhao unleashed the sword technique from the seven-colored sword art, their assumptions were proven wrong. The multicolored sword light swept across the Jianguan Tai, astonishing many sword cultivators. Gu Min's expression turned grave. He did not underestimate this strike. He understood that Liang Zhao was stronger than Su Su, and even with his own sword in hand, he would not match Liang Zhao. Gu Min was acutely aware of this. Hence, as the sword light emerged, he pondered which of his techniques could effectively counter this onslaught. In a split second, Gu Min's mind raced, and he settled upon a technique from the Chaosheng sword art. A wave of azure appeared before him, resembling a rising tide, erecting a wall of water to intercept the colorful sword light. Water and sword light intertwined between them, a relentless entanglement. Gu Min did not wait for Liang Zhao to unleash a second strike. He slipped through the water wall, the tip of his sword glinting with cold light as he lunged forward. The entirely white Zhuyu raised a tempest of white sword qi, appearing as if snowflakes were suddenly falling from the heavens. Liang Zhao frowned slightly, observing Gu Min's approach without a hint of fear. In an instant, he thrust his sword forward. With a resounding clash, the two swords met for the first time. The sword qi dispersed like willow fluff caught by the wind. But due to the restrictions in place, it could only dissipate upon impact. Lan Linjinrun, who had been observing from a distance, waved his sleeve, releasing an immensely balanced and harmonious sword intent that swiftly traversed miles to the Jianguan Tai. A gust of wind swept through, dispelling the barriers of the arena, thus establishing a battleground for the two combatants. The sword cultivators of the sword pavilion were taken aback, realizing that their esteemed leader was indeed watching this duel between second-tier cultivators. Could it be that such a transcendent figure was concerned about their skirmish? While thoughts varied among the spectators, the focus remained on the two figures on the Jianguan Tai. After being forced to parry several strikes from Gu Min, Liang Zhao furrowed his brow and retreated several paces, seeking to create distance. He intended to employ a flying sword technique, but before he could complete his gesture, Gu Min's sword was upon him once more. It seemed Gu Min was unwilling to engage in a battle of flying swords and insisted on facing him with a grasped sword. After evading one of Liang Zhao's strikes, the surrounding sword qi shattered Gu Min's attack entirely. Seizing the moment while Gu Min's sword momentum had yet to wane, Liang Zhao thrust forth the Yunji, and a large yellow serpent erupted from the tip of his sword. This serpent, though inferior to Lin Ye's azure dragon, carried a similar essence. Gu Min frowned, his foot tapping the ground as he swiftly retreated several paces, then fixed his gaze upon the yellow serpent, striking down its neck with a single sword. The yellow serpent was essentially sword qi. When it encountered Gu Min's strike, it became a clash of sword energies, ultimately a contest of their respective swordsmanship. With a series of sizzling sounds, Gu Min's snow-white longsword smoothly severed the serpent's head, dissipating the sword qi. At that moment, Liang Zhao's second strike followed, transforming the yellow serpent into a yellow azure dragon. The azure dragon sword art. A gasp erupted from the sword cultivators atop the high pavilion, for they were aware that the azure dragon sword art was notoriously difficult to master. Given that Liang Zhao had already practiced the challenging seven-colored sword art, how could he have chosen the azure dragon sword art as well? Truly, he was a disciple favored by the sect leader, a remarkable Gingxin sword master. Numerous expressions of admiration arose. To undertake the study of two such challenging sword arts was no small feat, and they could not help but express their respect. Yet at that moment, Gu Min regarded the yellow azure dragon and unleashed his own strike. A familiar sensation arose as a beam of sword light morphed into a blue dragon, manifesting upon the Jianguan Tai. This was impossible. When had this youth learned the azure dragon sword art? Many sword cultivators from other sects gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the blue dragon's appearance. Recognizing the unmistakable similarities between Gu Min's strike and the azure dragon sword art, even the sword cultivators of the sword pavilion found it hard to believe. Su Su's eyes widened, staring at the intertwining blue and yellow dragons, his face a mask of shock. That cunning lad, has he mastered the art of stealthy learning? How could he have acquired it so quickly? The elder Mai sighed, at a loss for words. They had encountered the real deal. Beneath the pavilion, Lan Linjinrun chuckled. Only a few within the sword pavilion knew that the so-called azure dragon sword art had been derived from the Qinglong sword art of Dishan. created by a particularly talented sword cultivator who had adapted it without considering the capabilities of ordinary disciples, resulting in its notorious difficulty. The Qinglong sword art was inherently easier to practice, as it was designed with the potential of its practitioners in mind. Nevertheless, since the Qinglong sword art belonged to the disciples of Dishan, it was hardly surprising that the youth named Gu Min could wield it. The question of which was superior, the Qinglong or the Huanglong, was likely what occupied the minds of the sword cultivators at that moment. In that fleeting moment, the two dragons collided, engaging in a fierce struggle on the Jian Guantai, shedding scales that transformed back into dissipating sword qi. Liang Zhao sensed the aura emanating from the azure dragon and fell into profound silence. He could not believe that his opponent had mastered the azure dragon sword art in such a short span of time, yet the evidence was before him, leaving him utterly perplexed. In truth, it was not long before the yellow dragon began to display signs of defeat, while the blue dragon's momentum surged fiercely. Liang Zhao recognized that this round was a loss for him. However, he remained undeterred, seizing the moment while Gu Min was still at a distance. He formed a sword gesture, and the Yunji sword shot forth. The swift sound of the sword cutting through the air echoed fiercely. This was the art of sword control, fundamentally rooted in the realm of the sword master himself. Gu Min, firmly grasping his sword, had no intention of discarding it. As he observed the approaching flying sword, he first extended his own blade, cleaving through it, and then swiftly darted towards Liang Zhao. Unfazed, Liang Zhao summoned his sword for rescue. As the Yunji traced a half-circle in midair, hurtling towards the back of Gu Min's head, the flying sword moved with such speed that it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Yet, Gu Min exhibited no inclination to turn around. Suddenly, a brilliant azure appeared behind him, yet another manifestation of the title's sword technique. No one witnessed when he had formed the sword gesture, leaving many astonished. The flying sword collided with the water wall. Gu Min had now advanced to within less than a foot of Liang Zhao. With a smile, he remarked, "I said you might not necessarily win against me." Liang Zhao maintained a stoic expression. Gazing at his opponent, Gu Min ceased further dialogue and thrust forth his sword. The gleaming white blade appeared poised to strike Liang Zhao's chest at any moment. Yet, at that instant, Liang Zhao broke into a smile, as a sword aura suddenly coalesced by his side, transforming into a long sword in his grasp. With a slight exertion, Liang Zhao directed it towards Gu Min. This sword was swifter than Gu Min's, thus it would reach its target first, despite being launched later. Logically, that sword should have struck Gu Min's abdomen before his own blade could reach its mark. Even if Gu Min retreated at that moment, he would still encounter the flying sword. He found himself in a predicament where either retreat or advance seemed to spell defeat. In Liang Zhao's eyes, a myriad of lights shone. It was the fervor for victory, the thrill of the moment. Just yesterday, he had succumbed to the very person before him, and today, if he triumphed, his sword heart would be restored to its pristine state. This battle meant everything to Liang Zhao. He could not allow himself to lose. Furthermore, from his perspective, defeat seemed impossible. He looked at Gu Min, his eyes brimming with intensity. Yet soon, he discerned a peculiar fact. At this moment, Gu Min exhibited no sign of alarm. He held his sword aloft, advancing, fully aware that Liang Zhao's blade would strike his abdomen first, yet he remained composed. He simply regarded Liang Zhao, contemplating for a moment. Indeed, he was merely contemplating. The Zhuyu had transformed in length. The treasured Zhuyu from Dishan was not merely a sword. Its greatest feature was its ability to morph into whatever its master envisioned. When Gu Min desired a game of Go, the Zhuyu became a Go board. Later, when he sought a sword, it transformed into a blade. Now, he wished for this sword to extend further. And so it did. With a thrust, the sword pierced through Liang Zhao's chest, obstructing the flow of vital energy within him. Liang Zhao's eyes widened in shock, and the sword of energy in his hand dissipated instantly. The Yunji behind Gu Min fell powerless to the Jianguan stage. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone understood that Liang Zhao had been defeated. This master of the Gingxin's sword had fallen, and not merely once, but twice to the hands of that youth, with only a day's interval between defeats. Yet, in light of Liang Zhao's loss, their astonishment was eclipsed by their curiosity regarding the sword wielded by the youth from Dishan. What had caused it to suddenly elongate? What was that sword? This was the collective question swirling in everyone's minds. Chapter 59. What was that sword? What was that sword? Beneath the cool pavilion atop the mountain, Lumi Dao inquired. Though he was the esteemed head of the sword court, second only to the sect leader, there were many matters beyond his knowledge. Lan Ling, the sect leader, maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the scene on the Jianguan stage. reflecting on numerous events from the past. Many stories had become mere entries in ancient texts, and even he would not claim to know them all. Yet, there were several matters that Lan Ling truly understood. The treasure of Dishan, the legacy sword of Wan Yun. Lan Ling stated, Wan Yun single-handedly wielded this sword, striking fear into the hearts of all sword cultivators, preventing them from invading Dishan. Lu Mi Dao furrowed his brow and replied, Yet the records indicate that Wan Yun's sword resembled green jade. How could it appear like this blade, as pure as cold snow? Wan Yun, renowned over 6 centuries ago, was universally acknowledged across all sects, including Dishan. Even those who bore animosity towards him could not deny his mastery of the sword. That sword was not merely a sword. Its long form could shift according to the desires of its master. It was indeed Wan Yun's legacy sword. But why did it elongate? Because it was not just a sword. The treasure of Dishan, Zhuyu, could transform into myriad forms. Wan Yun's legacy sword was named Zhuyu. It was not merely a sword, but the treasure of Dishan. As for why it appeared simply as a sword in Wan Yun's possession, it was because Wan Yun's cultivation was transcendent. In battle, he needed only to draw his sword, with no other action required. Lan Ling sighed. Over 600 years have passed, and the treasure of Dishan has not graced the world. Centuries ago, many sects coveted it, nearly leading to the destruction of Dishan, yet they never found it. Who would have thought that after so many years, it has resurfaced? That youth, capable of wielding this legacy sword, is destined for greatness. We, the predecessors of the sword path, must safeguard him well. Listening to these words, Lu Mi Dao slightly frowned. He sensed that his senior brother was contemplating something profound. Although he believed he understood some matters, he was aware that his knowledge was incomplete. There were many things that even he, as a junior disciple, could not ascertain. Especially now, observing Lan Ling's attitude towards that youth from Dishan. As the head of the sword court, witnessing a prodigy emerge from the Nanning sect, one would expect a desire to eliminate him, yet there was a notable inclination to protect him. Who could have anticipated this? Junior brother. Some thoughts can be entertained, but should not be acted upon. It was as if Lan Ling foresaw his junior brother's potential actions. He turned to him and made this remark. On the Jianguan stage, the sword had been drawn. Liang Zhao clutched his chest, his expression a portrait of despair. After a long silence, he lifted his gaze to Gu Min and spoke with difficulty. You knew I would unleash that sword. Gu Min replied, You were unarmed. Yet you did not retreat. During their previous encounter, Gu Min had gleaned insights into Liang Zhao's character and understood the significance he placed on this battle. Liang Zhao was cautious and would not allow himself to fall into a perilous situation. If a so-called danger did arise, it would either be due to Liang Zhao's oversight or a deliberately exposed flaw. A flaw would inevitably harbor a contingency plan. This was beyond doubt. Having realized this, Gu Min was prepared. Even if Liang Zhao possessed a sword, or even if he had hundreds behind him, Gu Min would not find it problematic. He had secured an escape route. He too had a backup strategy. Liang Zhao lowered his head, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features as he said, You have bested me twice. You are indeed stronger than I now. His words carried a mix of resignation and reluctance, yet he remained undaunted. After a deep breath, Liang Zhao raised his head and earnestly stated, If we have the chance, let us duel again in the imperial capital. I shall not lose to you then. Gu Min furrowed his brow, not due to Liang Zhao's challenge, but rather the phrase regarding the imperial capital. He did not comprehend its meaning. He recalled the youth he had encountered atop the high tower, who also hailed from the imperial capital of the Qi Dynasty and had spoken in equally cryptic terms. These two matters may be interconnected, Gu Min pondered silently. I may have misjudged you. I assumed that after this defeat, your spirit would be utterly shattered, yet unexpectedly, it remains intact. Gu Min expressed with a hint of admiration. Liang Zhao remained silent, merely turning away and walking towards the audience below. The Jian Zhugingshin indeed exudes an extraordinary demeanor. Gu Min, undeterred, sought to provoke Liang Zhao further. As expected, upon uttering this remark, Liang Zhao's shoulders imperceptibly quivered for a brief moment. And Gu Min, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Gu Min directed his gaze towards a tall building, precisely where Su Su resided. Su Su, noticing Gu Min's attention, struck the railing and exclaimed, Look, you have indeed triumphed over Liang Zhao. So what is there to be so arrogant about? Bah! In a display of disdain, Su Su spat, though the spit could not fly far. Nonetheless, this served as a means of venting his frustration. He then rested his head on the railing again and turned to the elderly Ma Yi, inquiring, Master, have you truly taken to heart the matters you previously entrusted to me? The elderly Ma Yi replied earnestly, If others are untrustworthy, Can you not trust your master? Su Su sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, on the other tall building, Jieyu watched as Gu Min delivered the final blow that defeated Liang Zhao. And her previously tense heart finally relaxed. She beamed at the Jian Guantai and remarked, Lu Shixiang, truly impressive. She had heard Lu Mi mention that Gu Min was a disciple of Dishan, yet she was still uncertain whether Gu Min was indeed called Lu Er. Reflecting on this, she voiced her irritation. Lu Shixiang is admirable in every way, except for his lack of honesty. Hearing this, her senior sister turned to her and asked, How do you know he is admirable in every aspect? A mischievous smile spread across her senior sister's face, indicating that her words carried more than their literal meaning. Jieyu blushed slightly, softly calling out, Senior sister, and refrained from further comment. Her senior sister continued, Little girl, previously you mentioned that if you were really a disciple of the Lu Shui Jianpai and you wished to become his Dao partner, Master would certainly not object. However, now that he has become a disciple of Dishan, Master may need to consider it more carefully. Listening to her senior sister's words, Jieyu's face began to pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Senior sister, she uttered with a quivering voice. Unexpectedly, her senior sister chuckled and patted Jieyu's shoulder, saying, I was just teasing you. That fellow is so talented that if he truly has eyes for you, Master wouldn't stand in the way. After all, he is destined to become a future Jianxian of the Jinke realm. Who wouldn't he want to establish a connection with him? However, you must be aware that such a talented youth often holds lofty ambitions. Pausing, her senior sister sighed and chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that revealing the truth might be hurtful, and she wished to spare Jieyu from distress. Jieyu exhaled a breath of frustration and whispered, Senior sister, I know I am unworthy of Lu Shixiao. Her senior sister comforted her, not necessarily. Matters of the heart between men and women are rarely so straightforward. As they conversed, she gently ruffled Jieyu's hair in a gesture of consolation. With Gu Min's victory over Liang Zhao, no other sword cultivators challenged him thereafter, thus concluding the Jianzheng. The century-old Jian Hui of the Jianting, which could have ended in a day, instead took 2 days due to Gu Min's presence. Wang Ling ascended the Jian Guantai, delivering a lengthy speech of gratitude to his fellow cultivators. Once he descended, the Jian Hui was officially concluded. That evening, the Jianting would host a banquet, and on the following day, the sword cultivators from various sects would return to their respective schools. Traditionally, many sects would depart without rewards, but this time, perhaps due to Gu Min's unexpected victory over the Gongxin sword master, not a single sword cultivator chose to leave early. As they awaited the banquet to forge connections with Gu Min, although Dishan had fallen into decline, this exceptionally gifted youth held immense promise. As long as he did not meet an untimely end, revitalizing Dishan would not merely be a distant dream. As twilight descended, the sword cultivators departed the Jian Guantai for the banquet hall, while Gu Min and Asang took to the rocks before their dwelling. Gazing at the fiery sunset, Gu Min remained tranquil. While the sunset was beautiful, it was not the familiar scenery he longed for. Asang glanced at him and asked nonchalantly, You have always been low-key, yet you have been thrust into the spotlight among all the sword cultivators of Nanling. Do you harbor any resentment towards me? Gu Min stuck out his tongue, reasoning that it was not his senior sister who had pushed him down, thus he could not blame her. Asang responded, Is it fear or simply inability? Gu Min inquired, There is a significant difference. Nonetheless, I genuinely do not hold any resentment. Asang nodded, You are quite remarkable. Little junior brother. This abrupt compliment left Gu Min somewhat bewildered. He chuckled, interpreting it as a response. After a moment of silence, Gu Min asked, Senior sister, I have a question. Asang replied expressionlessly, I already know. Gu Min responded with an "oh," and fell silent. Asang continued, You wish to ask about the Xianshangcheng. Gu Min affirmed with a nod. The matter, while not overly complex, was certainly not simple either. Asang gazed at Gu Min and softly began, Before taking you down the mountain, Master received 2 letters. Today marks the final day of the new book period. Over the past month, I have written 160,000 words, which is not excessively few, yet not particularly many either. In the early stages, I typically write slowly and meticulously. After all, I have penned 10 chapters, and I cannot sacrifice the quality of my previous efforts for the sake of speed. I set a goal for myself to collect 1,000 subscriptions, and as of now, I have achieved 983, leaving 17 more. Once tomorrow arrives, I will no longer be on the new book list, and the collection rate is likely to slow further. However, previously, obtaining 1,000 was not too difficult. I anticipate reaching that mark around the 11th, so I hope everyone will cast more votes. Additionally, there will be another chapter today, albeit a bit delayed. The The first letter was an invitation from the Jianting, while the second letter came from Xian Shangcheng. A Sang remarked while observing the sunset. It is not as you might think. It is not solely because of the second letter that I brought you to the Jianting. There is a causal relationship. You might ponder what it truly entails. A Sang's words were cryptic, yet she firmly believed that her little junior brother would grasp the underlying significance. Gu Min did not rush to respond. From a Sang's statements, he began to deduce the initial information he had received. The words spoken by that noble youth from Xian Shangcheng, followed by Liang Zhao's remarks, were all clues that, when pieced together, would lead to a conclusion. However, the information Gu Min possessed was limited, thus he could only form certain judgments. His senior sister's intervention at the Jianting, previously unexplained, now seemed to carry special significance. Was it to showcase potential? Di Shan had languished for years, and if a connection could be forged with a certain force at this moment, then, before establishing that connection, would it not be necessary to demonstrate what Di Shan had to offer in order to receive something in return? Stepping back even further, it implied the need to showcase one's worth before negotiating. A Sang nodded in agreement, roughly so. Although we received a letter from Xian Shangcheng, the path for Di Shan has not yet been determined. Since it remains uncertain, we must attract more offers. Di Shan should select a path from among them, rather than being confined to a singular route. Rarely did a Sang speak so extensively, and she succinctly articulated. Di Shan lacks tens of thousands of sword cultivators and does not possess a formidable Jin Ke, Jian Xian. Ultimately, it is just us. Just us. Only Gu Min. Only a Sang. Gu Min's potential, Gu Min's future. That is all that Di Shan currently possesses. Dishan sought to negotiate, aiming to showcase the extraordinary talents of Gu Min, instilling in everyone the belief that with Gu Min, Dishan would surely have a radiant future. While a Sang was also a treasure, she paled in comparison to Gu Min. With a wry smile, Gu Min remarked, "Senior sister, this burden is too great." In the early days of ascending the mountain, when Chang Yi, the true person, proclaimed that Dishan's future lay in Gu Min, he had not taken it seriously. However, after hearing a Sang's words, he now felt the immense weight resting upon his shoulders. The practitioners in Xianshanqing were numerous, and the nobles were many, but only a specific class of individuals possessed the qualifications and intentions to write to Dishan. Gu Min bitterly acknowledged the princes. A Sang glanced at him in surprise. Only the princes had the privilege to forge connections with various sects, drawing them closer, for they were potential candidates for the next ruler of the dynasty. Their alliances with sects aimed to secure the dynasty's longevity, while any other individuals, be they royal relatives or ministers and generals, risked threatening the emperor's authority if they grew too close to any faction, naturally making them unwelcome. Gu Min observed the evening glow and commented, "This is akin to courting ministers in the court. However, winning over sects demands even greater sacrifices." A Sang fell silent, unaccustomed to her junior brother's depth of understanding. Gu Min continued, "Thus, the letter received by our master was indeed from a certain prince, who seeks to establish rapport with Dishan. What then must we do?" He was well aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Just as he had gained something at Dishan, he was now expected to shoulder a burden. If a prince wished to curry favor, and senior sister expected him to demonstrate his potential, it implied significant ramifications. A Sang pondered briefly, choosing not to elaborate, and replied, "I will tell you upon our return." Gu Min nodded. Discussing such matters here was not prudent, and it was indeed better to address them later. A Sang opened her mouth, as if to say more, but ultimately left only with the words, "The evening glow is quite lovely," before returning to her quarters. She was not one to enjoy socializing, and the evening banquet was an event she would inevitably forego. Gu Min cast a few glances at the sunset, contemplating his return, when unexpectedly, a middle-aged man approached from a distance. The man bore no discernible aura, appearing merely as an ordinary middle-aged individual. As he drew near, the setting sun cast its rays upon his shoulder, emanating an aura of profound warmth. "You have triumphed over Liang Zhao twice, and the sword pavilion has 2 gifts for you." The man waved his hand with a smile, revealing an unremarkable iron sword before Gu Min. Though this sword may seem inconspicuous, it is, without a doubt, a celestial sword. Gu Min was taken aback by this revelation. Was the sword pavilion truly so generous? After producing the sword, the man seemed to anticipate Gu Min's thoughts and calmly stated, "The sword pavilion and Dishan have had certain grievances for centuries. Yet such grievances should not persist after so long. Even though you have bested Liang Zhao, the sword pavilion harbors no humiliation towards you, so do not worry too much. Remember, for those who practice the sword, a righteous heart is fundamental. When the heart is just, the way of the sword is just." Gu Min listened attentively, deep in thought. The man did not rush to speak again, waiting until Gumin had processed some of his thoughts before continuing. As for the second gift, it shall remain with me for now, and when you are in need, I shall provide it. The manner in which the man spoke was matter of fact, and what was more unsettling was that Gumin felt no cause for concern. With some trepidation, he inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "I have long forgotten. In recent years, I have been diligently studying the sword on the mountain and occasionally handling such trivial matters. Today, we meet, and perhaps we shall never meet again. Whether you inquire or not, it matters little." Seeing that the man was unwilling to share, Gumin refrained from pressing further. "If it is not too much trouble, may I ask how many sword practitioners there are in Dishan currently?" The man's expression remained unperturbed, not indicating an interest in prying into Dishan's affairs. In truth, given Dishan's current state, there was no need for such inquiry. Certain matters could be discerned with just a little attention. Gumin furrowed his brow, realizing that after today, the eyes observing Dishan would not be limited to just this one pair. Some truths might not be concealed for long. To be candid, there is but one disciple learning the sword at Dishan. The man was taken aback, evidently not expecting such an answer. He fell into a long silence before nostalgically reflecting. Once, Dishan boasted 30,000 sword practitioners, regarded as the foremost sword sect in the world, producing countless sword masters. Yet now, it has come to this. I suppose since the passing of Wan Yun, no sword immortal has emerged from Dishan. Though phrased as a question, it was more of a statement than an inquiry. The man shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Gumin suddenly asked, "Which figure does the sword pavilion stand behind?" The man chuckled helplessly. "Your questions are too secretive. As a man of no power or influence, how could I possibly know?" This was merely a test that Gumin had thought of on a whim. Seeing that the man offered no answer, he relented, bowing slightly in respect. The man maintained his expression, offering no further words, and turned to leave, quickly vanishing from sight. Gumin stood in place, watching the retreating figure, feeling an instinctual sense that the man was not merely a steward of the sword pavilion. As dusk deepened, Gumin was approached by a young woman. It was Jieyu, a disciple of the Chao Mu sword sect. She stood timidly at a distance, as serene as a lotus blossom. Upon noticing her, Gumin beckoned her over, and she slowly approached. Coming to a halt about a yard away, Jieyu softly spoke, "I did not see Liu Shixiang at the banquet, so I inquired about his quarters, hoping to find him. I wonder if he would be displeased." Gumin shook his head, indicating that there was no cause for concern. "There is one matter in which my senior brother was in the wrong." Jieyu raised her head to look at Gumin. He knew without asking that she referred to his previous deception, and with an apologetic tone, he replied, "The mountain gate has waned, and it is unwise to draw attention. Thus, I concealed certain truths, not out of intent to deceive, but ultimately, I have misled you, and for that, I am truly sorry." Observing Gumin's earnestness, Jieyu felt her cheeks flush. She had not come to reproach him, but merely sought an excuse to speak with him. Seeing him so sincere made her feel somewhat guilty. "There is no need for you to be like this. I came here to ask if your name is truly Liuer." This was the true purpose of Jieyu's visit. Gumin smiled and replied earnestly, "Gumin of Dishan, at your service, senior sister." "Gumin?" Jieyu murmured the name several times before asking, "Which character is the mean?" "Mean Ran Zhongren." Gumin responded, "Your name is poorly chosen, senior brother. With your exceptional sword talent, having triumphed over Liang Zhao twice, how could you be mean Ran Zhongren? You should stand out from the crowd. Shall I be called Guhei then?" Gumin jested. Jieyu burst into laughter. "Senior brother, you certainly have a way with humor." Gumin smiled in return. Jieyu observed Gumin fall silent once more. After a brief pause, she said, "Besides asking about your name, I also wish to know if you are free to visit the Chao Mu sword sect sometime." Gumin contemplated for a moment, feeling somewhat helpless as he replied, "After this sword event, I must return to the mountain, and I am uncertain what matters await me. If I were to visit the Chao Mu sword sect, I cannot say when that would be. As long as senior brother is willing to come, I will wait. No matter how long it takes," Jieyu asserted with determination. Gumin considered postponing, but seeing her earnest gaze, he conceded, promising he would indeed make the trip to the Chao Mu sword sect when time permitted. Jieyu's eyes sparkled with joy. "Your word is your bond, and you must not deceive me again." Gumin nodded, indicating his sincerity. Jieyu was utterly delighted and, after exchanging a few more words with Gumin, took her leave. Once she departed, Gumin finally sheathed the celestial sword gifted by the sword court. By this time, the sky had darkened, and he presumed no one would seek him out again. However, just as he was about to return to his lodgings, a voice echoed from the distance. "Xiao Gu, look what I've brought for you." It was Su Su. This fellow rushed over in the night, cradling 2 roasted chickens in his arms. As if he possessed nothing else of interest, he tossed one of the chickens towards Gu Min. As Gu Min caught it, Su Su arrived before him, sans his sword. For the wooden blade had already splintered. His expression was somewhat dim, and he appeared to be in low spirits. Gu Min scrutinized him, contemplating words of comfort, when the celestial sword he had just secured began to emit a faint tremor. Chapter 61. The gift of a sword. Gu Min cast a penetrating glance at Su Su, pondering the uncanny timing. What do you gaze at me for? Have you finally recognized my beauty? Su Su huffed, mumbling indistinctly around the chicken. Gu Min remained silent, merely observing him. All right, I admit I fall short of your allure, but it's only by a fraction. Su Su's irritation grew as he carelessly tossed the remaining half of the chicken over the cliff and plopped down opposite Gu Min. Tell me, had I not been without a sword, would I have lost to that scoundrel who is clearly no good? Gu Min also sat down, listening to Su Su's grievances without uttering a word. Well, at least you managed to defeat him in the end. But, I must say, your approach was rather dull. Why not make a grand entrance at the start? Had you vanquished Liang Zhao, I would not have been too disheartened even in defeat. Instead, you allowed me to falter against him first. Were you intent on watching me make a fool of myself? Su Su's ire intensified, his gaze fixed on Gu Min, as if ready to strike him should he find Gu Min's response unsatisfactory. I have faith in you. If you had triumphed over him, I would not have intervened, preferring not to overshadow your glory. But since you did not win, I had no choice but to assist you in reclaiming your dignity. Gu Min spoke sincerely, his expression earnest enough to convince an outsider. Yet, Su Su was no fool. He knew the temperament of the rascal before him. He spat disdainfully. I am well aware of your motives. You sought to impress your beautiful senior sister. Nevertheless, well done. Next time, I too shall take a swing at it. Gu Min nodded in agreement. There will undoubtedly be another opportunity. Su Su scoffed again, still skeptical. Oh, my good brother, with our bond, would I deceive you? But I must warn you, Liang Zhao has previously bested me twice. I initially thought his resolve would shatter, but alas, it did not. Should we cross paths again, he will be stronger than now. My victory this time was merely a stroke of luck. Having regarded Su Su as a friend, Gu Min thus confided in him. If only I had a sword, I would fear no one. Su Su dismissed the notion. Yet, as he spoke, Gu Min's celestial sword began to tremble once more. Gu Min glanced at Su Su, musing to himself about the irony of parting with something so precious before he had even warmed it in his grasp. However, considering that he possessed the treasure of Yishan, other swords would be of little use to him, especially since the others at Yishan were not sword cultivators. Thus, parting with the celestial sword might not be so unwelcome. If the sword court had intended to befriend him, a Yishan swordsman, then offering the sword would indeed foster a connection. Even if he were to pass it on, the sentiment would remain intact, not diminishing its value. Besides, observing the sword court's mannerisms, they seemed to embody the essence of the Nanling First Sword Sect, unlikely to be concerned with such trivialities. Since we must part ways today, who knows when we shall meet again? Might you not gift me something as a keepsake? Gu Min pondered aloud. Gu Bapi, I truly wish to dig out your heart and see if it is made of flesh. Here I am, in such dire straits, and you still dare to ask for a gift? I consider myself fortunate not to have asked you for anything. Su Su glared, his face a mask of rage. Yet, the sincerity of that anger was questionable. Gu Min, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, I am utterly destitute. You know what Yishan is like. How could I possibly compare it to your esteemed Guijian Pavilion? Surely, you possess more treasures than I. It is only fair to lend a hand to your little brother. Su Su found the latter half of Gu Min's words nonsensical, yet upon reflection, he realized the truth within them. His friend, hailing from that long-fallen Yishan, undoubtedly lacked valuable possessions. With a sigh, Su Su produced a small vial from his pocket and thrust it into Gu Min's hands, adopting a nonchalant tone. A trinket, of little worth. Take care of it. Though his words were casual, Su Su's heart was bleeding. This was, after all, a spirit-consolidating pill from Guijian Pavilion, an essential aid during a breakthrough. Even if one failed, it could fend off the encroachment of inner demons, preserving one's life. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, typically reserved for those sword cultivators who had transcended into the realm of Yingdu. Only Su Su could possess it. Gu Min opened the small jade vial and inhaled the fragrance, instantly feeling revitalized. He understood it was far from an ordinary trinket, yet he would need to consult his senior sister or master to ascertain its true nature. After safely storing the vial, Gu Min proudly patted his chest, declaring, As good brothers, I cannot accept your gift without offering something in return. Tell me, what do you desire? I shall see what I can provide. Su Su waved dismissively. What could you possibly have that I would want? I am merely short of a sword. Would you part with yours? Even if you did, it would not suit me. Never mind. A brother should not be so petty. Initially devoid of hope, Su Su rubbed his eyes, feeling the weight of drowsiness, when Gu Min suddenly said, I actually possess something quite special that you might like. Care to give it a try? What is it? Su Su inquired casually, the moment the words escaped his lips. He froze, for Gu Min produced a sword. It was merely a sword, and no matter how exceptional it was, he would not have cared much. Even if the world's top-ranked sword were presented to him, he would merely cast a few glances. However, upon seeing the sword Gu Min unveiled, Su Su was momentarily entranced, tears glistening in his eyes. Gu Min frowned. No need for such theatrics. It is not as if it is a bride. No need to make such a fuss. Su Su retorted angrily. You know nothing. This is far more precious than any wife. Gu Min nodded gravely. True, given that you are not married. Su Su was impervious to Gu Min's banter, trembling hands reaching out to caress the sword's blade. Upon contact, feeling its genuine essence, Su Su embraced the sword, tears streaming down his face as he laughed foolishly to himself. Gu Min could not fathom the depth of Su Su's longing for a sword that resonated with his spirit. When he was still a mere child, he was recognized as a prodigy destined to wield a sword, prompting the headmaster of the Gue Yingdu to personally descend the mountain and bring him to their esteemed sect. Upon his arrival, nearly all of the headmaster's contemporaries vied for the opportunity to become his mentor, leading even the venerable sword masters to nearly engage in a brawl. Ultimately, it was the headmaster who proposed that Su Su choose his own master, which brought the matter to a peaceful resolution. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued on the mountain for an indefinite time. After becoming a disciple of the esteemed Elder Ma Yi, Su Su did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he began the quest for a sword. As a natural sword wielder, his standards for finding a sword were exceedingly high. While many swords were eager to be grasped by him, none were truly suitable. The Gue Yingdu invested a decade in this search. Throughout those 10 years, Su Su had held no fewer than 8,000 swords, yet none were the one destined for him. He experienced countless hopes and subsequent disappointments. Ultimately, he had no choice but to pick up a wooden sword and begin his training. Today, the wooden sword broke, and the long-awaited sword finally appeared. Such is the nature of fate, always inexplicable. Gu Min could not comprehend this feeling, akin to asserting that true empathy does not exist in the world. He patted Su Su on the shoulder, intending to offer some words of comfort. Unexpectedly, Su Su stood up, looked at Gu Min with earnest seriousness, and declared, Little Gu, I swear, if anyone bullies you in the future, I will certainly avenge you. From this day forth, we are like brothers, though not by blood. A brother in need will never be neglected by an elder. Upon hearing this, Gu Min felt a jolt in his mind and replied helplessly, Now that you've said that, if I don't give you the sword, I would feel devoid of humanity. Your awareness is commendable, Little Gu. I truly appreciate it. However, I can't shake the feeling that your words are somewhat shameless. By the way, Little Gu, why didn't you give me this sword earlier? Were you afraid that if I defeated Liang Zhao, I would become unbeatable with it? What if I told you that this sword was a gift from the Jianting? Would you believe me? You found the sword that Jianting intended to gift. Your luck is remarkable. Isn't it a favor to you? This reasoning made sense. By the way, are you still feeling sad? Sad? Not at all. Now that I have a sword, when I next encounter Liang Zhao, I guarantee he will be utterly defeated. Besides, just the thought of wielding a sword gifted by Jianting to confront the Gung Xi and Jianzhu is exhilarating. That does hold some truth. Under the night sky, the two youths laughed heartily, free from any worries, simply reveling in the moment. Perhaps one day, they would become the most dazzling sword cultivators in the world, but who can predict the future? At this moment, no fees were required for traversing the mountains. A simple show of support would bring me joy as well. Tonight, there are still about 2 chapters left. Chapter 62. Which youth does not yearn for spring in the early morning? As the first light of dawn broke, the Jianting was illuminated by flashes of sword light, a sign of sword cultivators from other sects departing on their swords. While they were not permitted to fly in upon arrival, the departure was less formal. Before following her master, Jieyu made a point to bid farewell to Gu Min, revealing her budding affections for him. However, Gu Min was not in the mood to ponder such matters. After bidding farewell to Jieyu, Su Su also greeted him. A saying emerged from her cave dwelling, glanced at the daylight, and prepared to summon a large azure talisman. Gu Min hastily intervened. His sister had already exposed her lack of sword cultivation during the previous sword competition, and although she had fought with a sword, openly summoning the talisman now would clearly invite trouble with the Jianting. Gu Min certainly wished to avoid that, as the Jianting's dignity was at stake, and they could not afford to overstep their bounds. A Sang, sometimes slow to catch on, seemed to grasp the situation after Gu Min's warning. Nodding, she decided to walk down the mountain with him. The reason for walking down was straightforward. Without the talisman, a Sang could not fly, and Gu Min's low cultivation level prevented him from riding a sword. Thus, as other sword cultivators soared away, Gu Min and a Sang made their way down the mountain on foot, catching sight of the group from Wang Jianshan departing on their swords. Strangely, despite Wang Jianshan clearly coming to stir trouble at the sword meeting, they were unusually quiet this time. Gu Min could not fathom why, and could only conclude that he and his sister had seized the opportunity that Wang Jianshan had aimed for. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it, and continued down the mountain with a Sang, leaving behind the Jianting. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they walked a bit further to the market where Gu Min spotted a plump woman selling goods by the roadside. Memories of the past resurfaced, darkening his expression. At that moment, the events of the sword meeting had not yet spread. Once they did, the woman would likely bring up the sword she had given him for a long time. The mere thought of that scene made Gu Min feel increasingly helpless. In a secluded area, a Sang summoned the talisman, and Gu Min stepped aboard. The talisman slowly ascended, soon vanishing into the clouds. As the drifting clouds swept by, Gu Min spoke. "Sister, shall we revisit what we didn't finish discussing yesterday?" A Sang nodded, still facing away from him. After a moment of contemplation, she began. "The Qi has 6 princes, and the one who wrote to Dishan is the 4th prince, Yu Huangzi. Once the princes reach adulthood, they begin to harbor ambitions for the throne. The emperor, blind to what the next 100 years may hold, requires other means for insight. Ultimately, the competition among the princes and sect disciples does not originate from the Qi dynasty. It has existed since the advent of cultivation sects and dynasties in this world. The princes choose sects, and sects choose princes. The two are interdependent, aiming for mutual benefit. But first, they must see who prevails. The sects strive to bring their chosen prince closer to the dragon throne, while the emperor seeks to discern which prince is most suitable. Thus, a method of competition was established long ago. Each emperor's approach may differ, but one certainty remains. Those ancient beings with unparalleled cultivation will never intervene, as it would be beneath them. Therefore, the burden falls to the younger disciples. However, it remains uncertain what level of disciples will head to the imperial capital for the trials, as the emperor has yet to reveal any hints. This is a significant matter, and all influential sects will undoubtedly be on high alert. It can be said that after the sword meeting, all sword sects in Nanling will be focused on this issue. They will observe which young talents from which sect are invited to the imperial capital and which sects beyond the Jian zone receive invitations. However, matters in this world are rarely novel. Everyone knows Jianting is certain to receive an invitation, and Jiangu may also receive a letter. The seaside tower might receive one as well, though it remains unclear who will pay it any mind. Why did Dishan receive the letter? Gu Min was puzzled. According to a saying, when Dishan received that letter, he had not yet descended the mountain, had not attended the sword meeting, nor had he defeated Liang Zhao. At that time, Dishan had already faded from the cultivation world. The princes extend goodwill to sects for the sake of the throne, so logically, it would be impossible for them to write to Dishan. This is a significant point of suspicion, and Gu Min could not overlook it. A Sang fell silent for a moment before softly stating, Dishan is, after all, the foremost sword sect of its time. To call it the premier sect is not far from the truth. Those princes cannot possibly be unaware of Dishan. As for why they would write to Dishan, A Sang's words trailed off when Gu Min interjected, "I understand." A Sang looked at Gu Min with some astonishment. This was not the first time she had been taken aback by her young disciple. She was aware of his sharp intellect, but had not anticipated such quick comprehension. That prince from you must be the weakest among them. Gu Min took a deep breath. This indeed made sense. A Sang did not inquire how Gu Min arrived at this conclusion. She simply knew that if he said he understood, then he truly did, and there would be no further questions. Thus, she closed her mouth and gazed at the flowing clouds before her, choosing to remain silent. The talisman headed towards Dishan, and Gu Min too refrained from speaking, his thoughts drifting away with the wind, uncertain of their destination. Su Su carried the celestial sword on his back as he embarked on his journey home. The elderly man in the patchwork robe guided Su Su away, and halfway through their flight on the sword, the great sword cultivator, who held a rank equal to the sect leader within the Gui Yingdu, finally realized that a sword had been added to Su Su's back. The elderly man regarded the sword for a long while, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Master, I know what you wish to ask. Why are you hesitating like a bashful bride?" "Su Su, sensing the elderly man's gaze, spoke with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, the elderly man paid no heed to the implications of Su Su's words, instead tremblingly inquired, "Is it truly that sword?" "Indeed, it is that sword," Su Su replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling. The elderly man was momentarily taken aback, then tears streamed down his cheeks. He had not expected such a reward from this journey. "Su heir, acquiring this sword brings me more joy than defeating Liang Zhao 100 times. Su Su, somewhat bitter, replied, "Master, could you refrain from bringing that up?" The elderly man wiped his face and laughed heartily. "Indeed, indeed. Such joyous news should not be sullied by other matters. Su heir, once we return to the sect, I shall ensure that no one mocks you." Su Su wore a pained expression. His master had promised not to mention it. Yet here he was, reveling in the topic. Fortunately, Su Su had long grown accustomed to his master's temperament and felt no particular distress, merely gazing absently at the surrounding clouds. Before long, a verdant peak came into view. Mist coiled around the peak in layers, obscuring its true form. This was the mountain gate of Yingdu, and the mist served as the protective array of the sect. The elderly man guided Su Su down from the sky, muttering some incantation, and effortlessly passed through the array, soon appearing in mid-air above the peak. The mountain's true visage was finally revealed. The architecture of Yingdu was markedly simpler compared to Jianting, with most structures built haphazardly. They could either be residences of certain senior disciples, or simply quarters for newly admitted students. Of course, most disciples resided in caves, for not every sword cultivator had the leisure to construct elegant pavilions. More often, they sought merely a place to practice. As the elderly man brought Su Su into the air, cheers erupted from the mountain. "Li Shishu and Su Shidi have returned. Quick, look, Su Shidi has returned." Although he did not triumph over Liang Zhao this time, it is of little consequence. Given Su Shidi's nature, he surely won't mind, let alone let it affect his sword heart. Indeed, Su Shidi might soon be fishing in the river. A single victory or defeat is hardly a concern. True, but I wonder if Wu Qingshui Shirshu's Spring Palace map will be pilfered by Su Shidi once more. The voices of the younger disciples were ceaseless, and Su Su felt a surge of frustration. News of his defeat had already reached the mountain, yet none of his seniors had mocked him, a fact that was not surprising, as Yingdu had always maintained such an atmosphere. Nevertheless, the remarks still left him feeling exasperated. Su Su cradled his head, wishing for a crevice to hide within. Upon entering the mountain gate, the elderly man hurried off to report to the sect leader, completely disregarding Su Su. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Su prepared to discreetly find a hiding spot when he noticed an elderly man in blue robes approaching. Although the man's hair was silver, his skin did not sag excessively, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Su Su thought it unwise and hastily attempted to slip away, but at that moment, the elderly man had already spotted him. "You little thief," the elder shouted. Su Su quickly halted, turning to whisper, "Wu Shirshu, lower your voice." This elderly man was none other than Wu Qingshui, one of the two prominent figures of Yingdu over the years. Due to the incident involving the Spring Palace map, Wu Qingshui's reputation had been tarnished, and he glared at Su Su, the instigator of his misfortune. "You little thief. After hiding away for so long, you finally returned, and now you've fallen into my hands." Wu Qingshui regarded Su Su with a fierce gaze. "Master, do not be angry. That incident was a result of my youthful recklessness, causing you much distress. I have been reflecting on it. You cannot imagine the torment I have endured day and night." Su Su looked at Wu Qingshui, sincerity radiating from him. Wu Qingshui's anger subsided slightly. Yet he still huffed, "You little thief. I advised you to concentrate on your training, but you disregarded my counsel and created such a ruckus. Look where it has led you, defeated by Liang Zhao. You, a natural-born sword body, should be standing atop the mountain of sword cultivators, outpacing your peers. Alas, your waywardness persists. If you cause any more trouble upon returning to the mountain, I shall personally deal with you." Su Su listened to Wu Qingshui's lengthy lecture, always adhering to the principle of letting one ear receive while the other lets it out. Once Wu Qingshui finished, he nodded perfunctorily, signaling compliance. Wu Qingshui shook his head, somewhat satisfied with Su Su's attitude, preparing to wave him off. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the sword on Su Su's back. "It's no longer a wooden sword." Wu Qingshui gasped in disbelief. "Su Xiaozhai, you actually found it?" Su Su had been searching for the sword for a decade, and everyone in the sect had contributed to the effort, yet there had been no results for 10 years. Now, after a single outing, he had found the sword. How could Wu Qingshui not be astonished? "Good, good, good," Wu Qingshui exclaimed thrice. "Su Xiaozhai, With this sword, your path in swordsmanship shall be smooth sailing. This defeat to Liang Zhao is of no consequence. Despite their past grievances, Wu Qingshui was now genuinely pleased for his junior. After expressing this sentiment, Wu Qingshui suddenly glanced around before leaning closer to Su Su, whispering, "Su Xiaozhai, do you still wish for my Spring Palace map? How about I gift it to you?" Su Su's face turned pale, and he took several steps back, shaking his head. "Master, absolutely not. I am wholly devoted to my training and have no interest in such matters." Wu Qingshui chuckled softly. "As a man, how could you not have any interest in that? Rest assured, this time we shall keep it between us. I will send a copy to your master as a gift, so he won't spread it around." Su Su shook his head, resolutely stating, "Master, that is not appropriate. I am entirely focused on the sword path and will not be distracted by external matters." As he spoke, Su Su suddenly raised his voice. Wu Qingshui vaguely sensed something amiss when he heard a gentle voice from a distance. "Wu Shixiao. Suer's determination to rise after shame is indeed commendable. Do you wish to extinguish this sentiment entirely?" An icy scoff echoed in response. Wu Qingshui turned to see a group of individuals standing afar, with the central figure clad in a flowing azure robe, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes. Despite his slightly graying hair, he bore no signs of aging. It was none other than Gu Daozhenren, the esteemed master of the Gui Jianga. Among the entire realm of Nanling Jindao, Gu Daozhenren's mastery of the sword is likely ranked within the top 5. As for his cultivation level, opinions varied widely. Some claimed he had already reached the Jin Xue realm, a genuine sword immortal, while many believed he was merely at the pinnacle of the Jiefar realm, just a step away from Jin Xue. Regardless of the myriad conjectures, none had ever verified the truth. Flanking Gu Daozhenren were the elders of Gui Jianga, and it was the head elder, Yang Changyun, who had just spoken. Wu Qingshui observed his peers, knowing that his words today would soon be widely circulated, and he felt a twinge of headache. He turned to Su Su, who looked at him with an innocent expression, as if to say this matter had nothing to do with him. However, Su Su's earlier elevated tone was indeed thought-provoking. "Su Zaiziai, I have once again fallen into your trap," Wu Qingshui muttered under his breath. Su Su chuckled, offering no reply, and instead approached Gu Daozhenren, bowing respectfully before standing silently by, awaiting the elder's words. Gu Daozhenren glanced at the sword slung across Su Su's back, fell into silence for a moment, and then inquired, "There is a matter I wish to discuss." "Master Uncle, please proceed," Su Su replied, having always addressed him as such since childhood. "Where did you acquire that sword?" It was indeed fortunate that Su Su had found a sword that resonated with him, yet Gui Jianga sought clarity on its origins. "I descended the mountain and met a friend whose talent in swordsmanship rivals my own. During this sword meeting, he defeated Liang Zhao twice, and the sword court presented me this sword as a token. As we share a profound connection, he gifted it to me, and I reciprocated with a Ding Shindan." Upon hearing the term Ding Shindan, the elders beside Gu Daozhenren shifted in expression, for such a treasure was invaluable to Gui Jianga. However, exchanging it for a sword that resonated with Su Su could hardly be regarded as a loss. Such a friend warrants a deep connection, Gu Daozhenren concluded. Having gained a preliminary understanding of Gu Min's character from the accounts of the sword meeting, and he bore no objections to the matter. After clarifying the circumstances, Gu Daozhenren offered a few words of encouragement before preparing to depart. "Master Uncle, wait," Su Su suddenly interjected. Gu Daozhenren turned, casting a peculiar glance at Su Su, well aware of his nephew's temperament. When he spoke, it was likely not to impart good news. "Master Uncle, I have sent out the Ding Shindan," Su Su replied with a smile, radiating an air of innocence. Yet, to the elders, this smile was utterly irksome. Moreover, "Esteemed uncles, after a decade of searching, I have finally found a sword. Will you not express any sentiment?" Among the crowd, the elder in tattered robes discreetly gave a thumbs up to his precious disciple. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue upon Gui Jianga, Su Su perched upon a large blue stone, surveying the assortment of treasures before him, his heart brimming with joy. For Su Su, the pursuit of gain had always been straightforward. He had not anticipated retrieving everything he had offered, and even profiting handsomely. Yet, regarding Wu Shixiao, he felt a pang of sympathy. How could he have such a nephew? One could only imagine the impulse to throttle him if others were to witness his smug demeanor. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a delicate voice rang out from a distance, "Su Shidi." Su Su's heart plummeted. Chapter 63. The world is full of repeated tales. Gu Min's return to Dishan was destined to differ greatly from Su Su's reception at Gui Jianga. On the mountain, only the master Chang Yizhenren and senior sister Luo Xue awaited. It was unlikely for Chang Yizhenren to come out to welcome the pair of siblings. and Luo Xue was in seclusion. Upon his return, Gu Min found no one to greet him. Fortunately, he was not one to dwell on such matters. After bidding farewell to his sister, he made his way to the bamboo building housing numerous sword manuals, where the bookworm was engrossed in reading as usual. Gu Min offered a respectful nod to the bookworm and then sat down on the ground. Though he had only fought Liang Zhao twice during the sword meeting, he had gained considerable insights, deepening his understanding of swordsmanship. Particularly, his comprehension of various techniques within sword techniques was significantly enhanced. This aligned with what Asong had previously mentioned. As they were not sword cultivators, they could not provide Gu Min with much assistance. However, they understood that allowing their junior brother to face an actual sword cultivator would yield immense benefits. Not even Asong had anticipated that her junior brother could triumph over the renowned Gingxin, Jianzhu Liang Zhao. Such an event would be monumental in any sword sect. Yet with Dishan and Chang Yizhenren's temperament, he would likely celebrate upon hearing the news but eventually petition the ancestors of Dishan for a swift breakthrough. Lost in thoughts of swordsmanship, Gu Min unknowingly entered a meditative state, drifting through memories of battle, unaware that the bookworm had risen, approached him, and observed him for a considerable time before letting out a soft sigh. The bookworm was shrouded in mystery. Had Gu Min been conscious, he would not have perceived him as merely a simple bookworm. After scrutinizing him, the bookworm retreated to his corner. Time passed, and Gu Min opened his eyes, a fleeting sword energy igniting within them before dissipating. The air was thick with the sword energy of the ancient sages of Dishan, and one careless misstep could invite disaster. The torment of such an experience was one that no individual would wish to endure a second time. He turned to the bookworm and asked, "Shall we engage in a match?" The bookworm remained silent, rising to approach Gu Min. They sat across from each other, and the candlelight soon transformed into a game of Go. Gu Min played with the black stones, while the bookworm wielded the white. There existed a sword technique in the sword court known as the Cong Long Jianjue, seemingly an evolution of the Qing Long Jianjue, yet lacking the profound essence of the latter. Liang Zhao indeed stood as a paragon among the younger generation of Nanling. But having been born in Dishan and isolated from news, he remained unaware if other sects possessed equally remarkable disciples. "I have made a friend, a natural sword talent from Gue Jianga, who possesses a good heart and is worthy of friendship. By the way, I wonder how my master will choose for the trials in the imperial capital." Gu Min recounted his experiences at the sword meeting, aware that the bookworm would not respond. Thus he spoke mostly to himself. "My journey to the imperial capital was perilous." Finally, the bookworm spoke, gazing at Gu Min with profound eyes. "Whether under the dawning dynasty or the current Dachi dynasty, the imperial capital is not a place of safety." Gu Min furrowed his brow, surprised to receive such an answer. "Will Dishan be drawn into this vortex?" The bookworm inquired calmly. "Senior sister mentioned that Dishan has received word from the imperial capital. To have fallen to such depths, Dishan must undoubtedly pay a price for rejuvenation." Gu Min felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that some matters were necessary to address. In the beginning, Zhan Yunzhenren journeyed from the imperial city to Dishan. For reasons unknown, Shu Chong uttered this seemingly nonsensical statement. Gu Min merely acknowledged it with a sound, unsure of how to respond. "You wish to visit that place as well, do you not?" Shu Chong suddenly smiled and inquired, "What burdens weigh upon your shoulders?" Gu Min fell silent at this question, offering no reply. "Do not tell me this is a cliched tale, such as being the illegitimate child of the emperor, seeking to reclaim the throne." Shu Chong's demeanor was gentle, his words lacking any intensity. "In truth, there is nothing novel under the heavens." Gu Min refrained from giving a direct answer, instead responding with a hint of sarcasm. Shu Chong laughed softly. "Even a conventional story can possess a fresh perspective. For example, for instance, you are the emperor's illegitimate son, yet you have no desire to seize the throne. Instead, you become a great sword immortal, your blade pointing towards the four seas, with no one daring to claim superiority over you." Shu Chong spoke softly, "Of course, such a tale is not particularly original, but how you navigate through it is what truly matters." Gu Min shook his head, placing a final black stone on the board, resolute in his decision to say no more on the matter. Time flows swiftly for cultivators, and in the blink of an eye, dusk arrived. The evening clouds painted in crimson hues. Gu Min placed the last black stone, rose from his seat, and approached the window. Gazing out at the sunset, he felt an immense tranquility. Undoubtedly, the most splendid scenery exists in Yingdu, yet the evening glow of other places also pleased Gu Min's eyes. The sunset brought him peace, leading him to ponder if there were many others like him who found solace in certain experiences. Might there be individuals who gaze at the stars and find calmness therein? Gu Min mused, then smiled. If such a person exists, would they also resemble me? After uttering these thoughts, he turned away, wishing not to look further. However, at that moment, a head peeked in through the window. Little junior brother. The person exclaimed in delight. Gu Min's expression soured. Since you left, I have diligently practiced on the mountain, and my culinary skills have improved tremendously. Would you care to taste my creations? The visitor was, of course, Luo Shui, holding a white plate filled with an unidentifiable substance that emitted a strange aroma. Gu Min could feel the muscles in his face twitching. Little junior brother? Luo Shui called again. Gu Min resolutely shook his head, his expression earnest as he said, Senior sister, let me share with you the fascinating experiences I encountered this time. I assure you, they are quite interesting. The previous chapter consisted of 5,000 words, while this chapter contains only 2,000. The last chapter had a typographical error that I have requested to be rectified, though it may take some time for the review process. I appreciate your understanding. Good night. Chapter 64. The people on the mountain, each individual on Dishan was formidable in their own right, including the seemingly naive second senior sister. However, having been exposed to the world, Gu Min was determined not to yield this time. Thus, under the stalemate, Luo Shui had to concede that she could no longer coerce her little junior brother into consuming her culinary creations as she once did. Setting down the unappetizing dish, Luo Shui expressed her displeasure. You've only descended the mountain once, and already you've grown too bold. If you descend a few more times, you might disregard even Master. No, I must inform Master to prevent you from going down again. Gu Min thought to himself that after this, Master would likely require him to traverse a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, far beyond her control. Well then, tell me about your experiences at the Jianting. Did you encounter any beautiful maidens? Luo Shui turned her head, appearing to speak casually. Yet that last inquiry was the crux of her interest. Gu Min pondered, beginning to recount his experiences at Jianting. Knowing his senior sister's temperament, he omitted many details, such as his encounter with the rotund woman and the meeting with the female sword cultivator Jieyu from the Chao Mu sword sect, as well as the incident of gifting a sword to Su Su. Speaking of the sword gifting incident, it seemed as Sang was unconcerned, having never raised any issues with Chang Yizhenren. If Chang Yizhenren was unaware, it likely meant that no one on the mountain cared at all. After recounting the brief journey, Luo Shui's attention unexpectedly shifted to Wang Xiaopin, revealing that even senior sister had her admirers. Gu Min mused over the implications of the word surprising, contemplating the intriguing past of his senior sister. Does senior sister have no other friends? Gu Min casually inquired, not expecting any information from Luo Shui. By the time I ascended the mountain, senior sister was already here. Master mentioned that she was carried up as a mere infant, and over the years, it seems she has only descended a few times. The last time was to rescue us. Given senior sister's disposition, I find it quite normal that she has no friends. Gu Min acknowledged this with a sound, then asked, what about you, senior sister? Luo Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, her situation was even more unfortunate. Since beginning her cultivation on the mountain, she had descended only once, and that experience was hardly pleasant, being chased by a ghost cultivator and nearly losing her life. Yet, fortunately, she had ultimately gained a little junior brother. Though he had become somewhat disobedient, Luo Shui still found him endearing. Gu Min wisely refrained from probing further. He cast a few glances into the distance, engaging in light conversation with Luo Shui until he managed to send her away, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He wondered how much longer he could remain on the mountain. Shaking his head, Gu Min rose and made his way to the wooden building on the back mountain. The building was not far, situated merely on the back slope, and Gu Min reached it in little time, placing his hand on the stone tablet, his mind immersing itself within, arriving at the sea of stars. Countless sword stars hung in the firmament. Gu Min focused on his own Gung Xian sword star, noting that it shone even more brilliantly than before. He understood this was due to his own advancement in cultivation, and he paid it little mind. He then turned to observe the sword star that belonged to Liang Zhao, finding it also considerably brighter. A sense of admiration welled within him. He had surpassed Liang Zhao twice, yet he was surprised that Liang Zhao had not only remained undaunted, but had also taken a step forward. Such a person left even Gu Min at a loss for words. To call him hypocritical would be an understatement. He had managed to claim the title of Gung Xian sword master for himself, yet it was evident he did not do so for mere vanity, but to leverage this identity for his own benefit. One could describe him as astute and complex in thought, and should they cross paths again in the future, Gu Min felt uncertain about his ability to truly defeat him. Foolish geniuses are easy to vanquish, yet those who are low-key are far more challenging to contend with. Gu Min shook his head and stepped into the wooden building, eager to explore more sword techniques. Liang Zhao did not remain stagnant, and Su Su had acquired her sword. Thus she too ought to advance. Gu Min, naturally, would not remain idle either, setting aside whether any significant events might transpire in the present. He could not afford to pause in light of his own aspirations. On the 10th day since Gu Min returned to the mountain, in the evening, the aroma wafting from the thatched cottage atop Dishan signaled the presence of a Sang, clad in a gray robe, expertly roasting fish over the fire. Not far behind her, Chang Yizhenren reclined in a lounge chair, 2 jars of frosty wine at his feet. A green talisman floated in the air above the lounge chair, occasionally releasing a cool breeze. One cannot help but remark that the lifestyle of Chang Yizhenren is a dream for countless ordinary folk. A Sang turned the stick in her hand and spoke after a moment. Little junior brother has surpassed Liang Zhao, the Gung Xian sword master. Now I believe little junior brother is on par with Zhang Yunzhenren. Zhang Yizhenren patted his own belly, pondering the absurd words uttered by a Sang. With a dismissive grunt, he remarked with a hint of boredom, "Your junior disciple has been fasting for months. Given such a pace and cultivation, it is evident that Liang Zhao stands no chance against him. As for why that little fellow has become the Gung Xian sword master, I cannot say. But attaining that title does not guarantee dominance over his peers. Among the young disciples of your junior-S generation, it seems that our Dishan may indeed claim the crown." As he spoke, Zhang Yizhenren unexpectedly produced several green beans from somewhere, which he shelled and tossed into his mouth, savoring them before adding with a sinister smile, "Your junior disciple's talent might even surpass that of one Yunzhenren. Just wait and see. He may soon be seen traversing the major sword sects with his sword in hand." This notion brought great joy to Zhang Yizhenren. For since one Yunzhenren's time, Dishan had not produced any formidable experts. The prospect of a new one was indeed promising. A Sang, "It is not that I am chastising you as your master, but as the senior sister, how could you not show more concern for your junior disciple? It has been over 10 days since he ascended the mountain, and you have yet to visit him even once. Your junior sister, on the other hand, spends all her time with him. Being at the second realm, she is of little benefit to your junior disciple." A Sang shook her head and replied, "My junior sister is simply like that. She likes what she likes and dislikes what she dislikes. If she wishes to spend more time with your junior disciple, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Moreover, your junior disciples will be steadfast. The past year has demonstrated this, and I trust it will have no adverse effects." Zhang Yizhenren furrowed his brow, unable to articulate a response. A Sang's convictions were steadfast. She would voice her opinions only when it pertained to matters of absolute wrong, regardless of Zhang Yizhenren's thoughts. "What news from Xianshangcheng?" a Sang inquired. Zhang Yizhenren took a sip from his wine jar and replied calmly, "Even if your junior disciple were to defeat Liang Zhao 1,000 times, it would make little difference. The path remains singular." A Sang nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this answer. She had shared much with Gu Min previously, but those were mere speculations. In her view, this was likely the case. "Indeed, I have received some other correspondence." Gu Min had returned to the mountain for 10 days, and transferring messages from the sword conference to Xianshangcheng would take but a day or two. Likewise, a letter from Xianshangcheng to Dishan would require a similar span of time. So it was entirely reasonable for Zhang Yizhenren to have received some letters at this moment. However, the figure seated on the dragon chair had yet to make a decisive judgment. Many matters still required observation, and it was not overly urgent. Upon finishing his words, the fish was ready. Zhang Yizhenren ceased speaking, rising to retrieve the roasted fish, and reclined back in his chair, biting into the fish meat while occasionally emitting satisfied sounds. A Sang stood up and walked into the distance, lingering on a rock for a long while before dissipating into the wind. Chapter 65. Xianshangcheng knows. During the scorching summer, Xianshangcheng was also quite hot. Even with the imperial tomb of the Deqi dynasty obstructing the northern heat nearby, Xianshangcheng was hardly cool. Thus, as the weather warmed, the capital of the Deqi dynasty became less lively, particularly in the afternoons, when the spacious main street saw significantly fewer people. Chongping Street, near the East Gate, occupied one of the most prosperous locations in Xianshangcheng and was exceedingly convenient. It was no exaggeration to say that its land was worth its weight in gold. Yet, this street was devoid of residents, with numerous large estates left vacant. If one were to look down from above Xianshangcheng, they would see that many of these estates had accumulated heaps of fallen leaves, and some with drainage issues emitted foul odors due to stagnant water. As a result, passers-by would typically cover their noses and hurry through, lingering as little as possible. Moreover, many would outright avoid this area. The peculiar state of Chongping Street and the lack of concern from Xianshangcheng were indeed strange matters, sparking countless discussions over the years. Yet, despite many years of speculation, no answers had emerged. The truth remained known only to those truly significant figures. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the street's entrance. One was dressed as a scholar, sword hanging from his waist, yet devoid of any murderous intent. Likely akin to many scholars in Xianshangcheng, where the sword served merely as decoration. The other was a youth of striking beauty, though his eyebrows were somewhat delicate and feminine, lending him an overly gentle appearance. Such looks might have been acceptable in another household. But this youth hailed from the foremost royal family of the Dynasty dynasty, making his appearance a source of considerable concern. Are you once again reminded of that matter? The youth said to the scholar, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Given the circumstances, there is little to be done. And the emperor's neglect likely stems not solely from issues of appearance. The scholar replied gently, Your Highness, the so-called lack of imperial bearing is of little consequence. The Dynasty is no ordinary dynasty. The ability to advance is unrelated to appearance. The youth, named Yu, was the fourth prince of the Dynasty emperor. Yet, in the eyes of many ministers and military generals in Xianshangcheng, he was also the emperor's least favored son. The reasons for this were not limited to his looks. The Dynasty emperor, as the most formidable practitioner in the Dynasty, possessed a powerful bloodline, which naturally should be inherited by his offspring. While several of the emperor's sons were indeed gifted cultivators, for some unknown reason, Yu alone exhibited subpar talent. After years of cultivation, he remained at the initial stage. It is worth noting that the Dynasty royal family boasted countless resources. The path of cultivation for Prince Yu had been smoothed of nearly all obstacles. He needed only to embark on his cultivation journey without concern. His sole worry lay within himself. The fourth prince was indeed ensnared by his own limitations. A lack of innate talent in cultivation implied an inability to become a powerful practitioner, and without such power, the distance from the dragon chair would only increase. No prince wishes to be excluded from that position. With a sigh, Prince Yu casually pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of an estate, stepping into the yard before him. Observing the withered leaves and stagnant water, he inquired, What a Chongwen-Lu? Do the three dukes show no inclination? The dynasty and practitioners have always maintained a connection. Sects would choose their champions. If one lacked strength, yet still aspired to the throne, they could only seek assistance from Chongwen-Lu. As long as the three dukes firmly stood behind him, there would be the greatest hope for success. The Grand Tutor had always been exceedingly discreet, handling matters flawlessly. As the head of the three dukes, his stance would influence many, thus the likelihood of the Grand Tutor expressing an opinion at present was virtually non-existent. As for the Grand Defender, as the mentors of the princes, you should be more aware than I that the Grand Chancellor's character is unrestrained, making him the most likely to voice his opinion. But as you have seen, in recent years, the Grand Chancellor has not engaged with any prince, with rumors suggesting he has found no prince worthy of his admiration. The scholar sighed, perhaps only by excelling in the emperor's trials will they take notice. Prince Yu replied, Am I not aware of these matters? My brothers have long since surpassed me, and in this trial, I am unlikely to have any opportunity. However, it matters not. As you previously suggested, it may be best to forego this trial, retreat a step back, and completely vanish from their sight. Last year, he had already deliberated this matter with a few of his strategists, who had all provided the same counsel. He had fallen too far behind others, and it would be wise to step back. To this end, while the other princes were in contact with various major sects, he penned a letter to Dishan. Dishan, once the foremost sect in the world many years ago, has now diminished in status, even within the Jin zone. Perhaps changes have unfolded. The scholar remarked, News from the south indicates that the Gengxin, sword master of Jianting, was defeated at the sword conference. In the battle of the same realm, he lost to a youth named Gumin. This Gumin hails from Dishan. The scholar, somewhat resigned, stated, It seems we must acknowledge that Dishan has indeed produced a genius. Prince Yu furrowed his brow, questioning, How could this be? The scholar shook his head, remaining silent. The imperial city of Xiansheng is vast and intricately divided, with the domain of the great Qi emperor eternally at its center, its structures towering above all. The residences of other concubines are not far from the emperor himself. Outside the imperial city, the abodes of several princes encircle the palace like stars around the moon. As the great Qi emperor has yet to designate an heir, the eastern palace remains unoccupied. In the nearest residence to the imperial city, lanterns hung beneath the eaves emit a cold glow from blue beads, dispelling the summer heat from the entire abode, leaving the servants within untouched by the sweltering air. In the study, a tall young man sat at a desk, perusing the news from the south. Upon reading the accounts of the sword conference, he frowned and remarked, How could such a person bow to Dishan? He did not doubt the prowess of Liang Zhao. As the title of Gingxin Sword Master speaks volumes, yet he was astonished that Gumin could surpass him. At the desk, a steward-like figure interjected. It seems Dishan has been fortunate enough to acquire a genius. However, it is ultimately futile. Your Highness, I shall send someone to keep watch. For I doubt any other princes in the imperial capital will grow too close to Dishan. The prince, whose rank was uncertain, nodded and inquired, has there been a response from Guan Hailo? When this matter was mentioned, the steward recalled the previous letter sent and, after some contemplation, replied. The letter was returned unopened, and the response from Guan Hailo was merely a blank sheet of paper. As he spoke, he observed the prince's expression, noting no change, and added, Guan Hailo shows a remarkable lack of respect towards your highness. The prince rebuked, what do you understand? In the entire Southling, no? In the entire world, how many scholars can truly rival the three dukes? There is but one, and many even say that should he wish to return to Xianqing, he would undoubtedly become the next grand tutor, with even my father singing his praises. You should not speak so recklessly. The steward hastily knelt. Though he possessed knowledge that many did not, he remained a servant and could not fathom such high-level secrets within the realm of cultivation. He did not comprehend the true nature of the master of Guan Hailo, but from the mention of his potential to become the next grand tutor, it was clear that this individual was not to be trifled with. Among the hundreds of thousands of scholars in the great Qi dynasty, how many are cultivators? Surely tens of thousands. Yet, there are only 3 dukes. The prince waved his hand, dismissing the steward, then stood and walked to the window, gazing at the birdcage hanging from the banyan tree in the courtyard, shaking his head. To the east of Xianqing lies an area densely populated by the wealthy, while to the west, many impoverished individuals reside, with low houses and narrow alleys forming a vast expanse where the inhabitants are either destitute or merely pretending to be so. Deep within this area stands a slightly larger courtyard, which, though described as such, is still quite small and dilapidated, merely appearing larger in comparison to its surroundings. In the courtyard, there is a well. Beside the well stands a wooden table with a circular opening at its center, beneath which is a stove. At this moment, someone brings over a large copper pot and places it on the table. The pot contains deep red broth, floating with countless Sichuan peppercorns and chilies, evoking a sense of trepidation in most who gaze upon it during summer. As the copper pot continues to heat, the aroma of beef tallow gradually wafts through the air, with fragrant ingredients rising from the bottom of the pot. At this time, plates of accompaniments are brought out, beginning with tripe and yellow throat, followed by duck intestines and duck blood. Soon, the table is laden with dishes. Then, a tall man emerges from the house, seated by the well, and places a piece of tripe into the hot pot. Moments later, as he lifts the tripe, he is interrupted by someone rushing in to whisper in his ear. The man's eyes widen in shock, his hand trembles, causing the piece of tripe to slip from his chopsticks and fall into the oil bowl before him, splattering oil everywhere. After 30 days back on the mountain, Gumin finally met his somewhat unconventional master, Chang Yi, on a summer evening. Chang Yi reclined in a chair, glanced at Gumin, and tossed him a jar of wine. Upon receiving it, Gumin felt the chill of the jar and pondered. With only the 2 of them on the mountain, it was only natural to drink with a man, as sharing a drink with a woman seemed lacking. Gumin nodded, saying nothing, and found a rock to sit on nearby. As dusk fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, a beautiful sight. Yet Gumin knew this was not the true night sky, and thus felt little desire for it. This was the first time the master and disciple drank together. Gumin held no excessive thoughts and wished to avoid unnecessary formalities. After raising the jar in a distant toast, he tilted his head back and took a hearty swig. Chang Yi laughed and scolded. You little rascal, have you ever tasted such fine wine? You're guzzling it like a glutton. Gumin replied candidly, Master, this wine is not that exceptional. I've had better before. Chang Yi frowned, admonishing, what nonsense is this? Gumin chuckled but remained silent, taking a few more sips. Aren't there questions you wish to ask? Chang Yi could not restrain himself and spoke first. On my first day at Dishan, you bestowed upon me the treasures of the sect. I have perused numerous sword manuals and techniques, and all that I wish to learn is available. You even promised to pass Dishan to me, even without predecessors to teach me the sword path. What I have gained far exceeds that of other disciples of sword sections. Perhaps if that Gingxin sword master knew of the riches Dishan offers, he too would gladly come here. Given all I have received, why should I not shoulder the burden of revitalizing Dishan? Having spoken at length, Gumin took another hearty drink. Chang Yi appeared somewhat lost in thought, and after a long pause, he looked at Gumin and remarked, even so, your burden is still quite heavy. I had anticipated you might voice some complaints, which would certainly be understandable, yet you have said nothing, and for that, I feel somewhat remiss. Gumin waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that, master. You are not that kind of person. Nonsense. How can I not be that kind of person? Chang'e, slightly angered, fixed his gaze upon Gumin, who, however, paid him no heed and merely lowered his head to sip his drink, then broke into laughter. Chang'e shook his head and muttered to himself, I wonder what you have experienced to be so difficult to placate. Gumin replied, that story is undoubtedly not as you imagine, master. Chang'e frowned and retorted, how could there be matters that I cannot conceive? Gumin refrained from idle chatter and earnestly said, Master, please elaborate on that prince of you. Chang'e Jinren closed his eyes and replied, how could a grand cultivator like myself concern himself with mundane matters? Then you may go to Xiancheng yourself, Gumin retorted. No, I shall converse with you about it, Chang'e Jinren said, clearing his throat and finally taking the matter seriously. The prince of you is the fourth son of the emperor of Deqi, a prince lacking in any notable cultivation talent, thus rendering him the least favored among his siblings. Theoretically, he is the farthest from the throne. Dishan is no longer the Dishan of old. His letter arrived at Dishan with no expectation that we could assist him in surpassing the emperor of Deqi's trials. He surely intends to retreat and strategize for the future. The prince of you seeks to retreat in order to advance, hence his choice of the already declining Dishan. This presents an opportunity for Dishan, Chang'e Jinren remarked. The quickest way for Dishan to rejuvenate is to aid the prince of you in becoming the next emperor of Deqi. Gumin inquired. Isn't the emperor of Deqi at the pinnacle of the Southling? Has he not yet reached old age? A cultivator of his caliber naturally enjoys longevity. A being like the emperor of Deqi likely possesses several centuries of lifespan. Presently, those princes are merely in their teens and 20s. It is inconceivable that they could reach the realm of the current emperor without decades, perhaps even a century, of cultivation. From this perspective, Dishan's resurgence seems a distant prospect, requiring at least several decades. Indeed, that is a matter of considerable time. Cultivators are not ordinary mortals. 100 years pass in the blink of an eye, and given your youth, there remains much time before you turn to dust. Chang'e Jinren continued. To strive for Dishan in the prime of your life, to become a master of rejuvenation. Witnessing Dishan restored to its former glory with tens of thousands of sword cultivators, and as the leader of this sect, to emerge embraced by millions. Commanding tens of thousands of disciples at your beck and call, would that not be splendid? Alas, my lifespan wanes, and I shall not see such a scene. I only hope you will often speak of me, that they may know the founder of Dishan's resurgence is my disciple, Chang'e. As Chang'e Jinren spoke, his sorrow deepened, and soon tears welled in his eyes. Gumin frowned. Master's aspirations are grand, yet achieving them seems exceedingly difficult. Chang'e Jinren sighed and continued. The prince of you certainly desires to succeed in the trials, but the odds are slim, thus he must take a step back. What if the emperor of Deqi's trials are specifically designed for those young disciples? Should the participants in this trial be cultivators below the fourth realm, given your aptitude, Dishan would have a considerable chance to aid the prince of you in prevailing. Such occurrences have not been absent from history. A young disciple from a sect aiding a prince to victory, regaining the emperor's trust, leading to mutual reliance in later years. With the disciple's sect rising to prominence in the south, while the prince ascends to the throne. Ultimately, if the current emperor of Deqi perceives potential in Dishan and is willing to extend a helping hand, Dishan would fare far better. Of course, all this hinges on your victory. This is for Dishan, but it also benefits you. Many cultivators remain sequestered in remote mountains, and such individuals can never become the strongest in the world. To reach the apex, one must continuously embrace hardship. Chang'e Jinren added. Even the late Yun Jinren did not become a peerless swordsman solely through cultivation. Gumin asked, what if I were to perish in Xiancheng? Chang'e Jinren replied earnestly, I shall establish a spirit tablet for you at Dishan, ensuring that incense burns day and night. Were it anyone else uttering such words, Gumin would have vociferously retorted, but since it was Chang'e Jinren, he merely took a sullen sip of wine. Gumin inquired, what if the emperor of Deqi's trials do not involve those below the fourth realm? Your senior sister Asang is also a prodigy, not far behind you. Chang'e Jinren lamented, had it not been for you, these responsibilities would have fallen upon your senior sister. Otherwise, I would not have considered passing the leadership to her. However, Asang does not wish to be the sect leader, so as long as you live, that position is yours. What about senior sister Luo Shui? Oh, that was merely a drunken whim of mine, hastily taking in disciples without expectation of her contributions to Dishan. If you have hope for Asang, you might as well abandon any notions regarding that simple girl. Your senior sister will certainly be disappointed to hear you speak of her in such a manner. Thus, it would be best not to mention such things. Very well, master, I shall refrain from speaking of it. Gu Min took another sip of wine, saying, Master, let us return to the subject of Xiancheng. I must undertake a journey. I cannot simply listen to these matters without knowing the crucial details. Though Chang Yizhenren appeared to be perpetually at Dishan, he had actually been gathering intelligence on Xiancheng for years, making substantial preparations while merely awaiting an opportunity. Had Gu Min been aware of his extensive efforts, he might have queried how Chang Yizhenren could be so certain that a prince would write to Dishan. However, Gu Min remained oblivious, and Chang Yizhenren chose not to disclose this. Thus, in the following 2 hours, Chang Yizhenren shared a wealth of knowledge. From the emperor of Deqi to the common folk, Gu Min listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, and Chang Yizhenren addressed them all. Master, you mentioned that Xiancheng has many hot pot restaurants. Are they authentic? That is a secret recipe passed down from ancient Shu, enduring for centuries. It must surely be authentic. Why do you ask such a question? What concern is it of yours whether the hot pot restaurants are authentic? It was merely a casual inquiry. Please continue, master. He thought of his friend Su Su, who knew a phrase from the dialect of ancient Shu. He wondered if that fellow might appear in Xiancheng. If they were to stand together, Gu Min felt he might possess a certain advantage. Nonetheless, given the scale of Gui Jiange, it was likely that the Prince of Yu could not summon them. Gu Min sighed, harboring some anxiety about his future. Time quietly slipped by, and soon it was late at night. After Chang Yizhenren concluded his final statement, he exhaled deeply. Gu Min also felt fatigued. Regardless, my master will ensure that a sang accompanies you. In the end, Chang Yizhenren uttered this single sentence. The passage of time for cultivators is swift. This is no mere exaggeration. After concluding his nocturnal conversation with his master, Gu Min proceeded to the bamboo loft to cultivate. He had nearly comprehended the sword scripture of Yunjinren and was diligently progressing according to its teachings. From time to time, he would visit the wooden loft to learn some sword techniques, but this time he was not practicing entire sets of sword moves. Instead, he selected individual techniques from the sword scriptures. As days turned into months, autumn deepened at Dishan. Towards the end of autumn, Gu Min found himself in the bamboo loft, playing chess with the bookworm. The boards differed, yet the outcomes remained unchanged. After the bookworm resigned, he spoke up. I do not quite understand this, but I know that if your chess skills are high enough, it benefits your cultivation. That individual by the sea has certainly gained much from the way of chess. Gu Min recognized that the bookworm referred to the master of Guanhai Lu, one of the Four Seas lords. The precise extent of his cultivation was unclear, but mentioning another female sword immortal, also a sea lord, who had already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, it was reasonable to assume that the master of Guanhai Lu could not be far behind. There are many cultivators in this world, yet only a select few truly stand at the summit. The Four Sea Lords are undoubtedly among them, as are the three nobles of Xiancheng. The Emperor of Deqi goes without saying. It is uncertain how much longer the esteemed Emperor of Deqi shall endure. Gu Min murmured. He is undoubtedly one of the most powerful cultivators in existence, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that his cultivation reaches the heavens. Yet, when one contemplates the span of his remaining years, it is likely that there are not many left, though perhaps a century still remains. Shu Cheng smiled and remarked. When the late Master Wan Yun passed away, it marked the emergence of the Emperor of Deqi in this world. Gu Min was taken aback. Master Wan Yun had departed from this realm hundreds of years ago. Even if the Emperor of Deqi was born at that time, centuries have since elapsed. Thus, it appears that the Emperor's lifespan is indeed limited. Typically, powerful cultivators consider leaving heirs only in their twilight years. Otherwise, how could there be so many princes? Gu Min inquired. Are they still seeking immortality? Shu Cheng retorted. Which cultivator in this world does not yearn for eternal life? Cultivators, particularly those of the caliber of the Emperor of Deqi, dominate vast territories, with no one standing above them. Naturally, they would not wish to become dust after several centuries. Gu Min pondered deeply. However, being but a youth, he could not think so far ahead. Shu Cheng rose, stating that while it is commendable to gaze forward, one must also pay heed to the path beneath their feet. After uttering this, he returned to his corner. Resuming the guise of an ordinary bookworm, Gu Min lowered his head, and the Zhu Yuzhu transformed back into a bead. He threw the bead with force, and this precious treasure rolled about the bamboo loft, occasionally colliding with objects and producing a crisp sound. Gu Min watched, soon breaking into a smile, for he was still a youth at heart. As late autumn swiftly passed, when the first snowfall graced Dishan, Luo Shui ascended to the realm of a second-tier cultivator. Gu Min, braving the biting cold, engaged in a snowball fight with Luo Shui. However, in this playful skirmish, Gu Min mostly found himself receiving blows. Yet, as he observed the swirling snowflakes and reminisced about familiar matters, he paid little heed to such trivialities. After their snowball fight concluded, Gu Min and Luo Shui returned to the bamboo loft, sitting across from one another in an oddly tense atmosphere. My senior sister informed me. Do you still intend to remain silent? Luo Shui, usually cheerful, now appeared quite serious. Gu Min, perplexed, asked, what did Sang say? You met a girl named Jieyu at the sword conference. Senior sister, she hardly qualifies as a woman. She is merely a young girl. You see, you have admitted it. There is indeed a girl. Floating Cloud Mountain, the entrance of the Chao Mu sword sect. In recent days, Jieyu would occasionally pass by here. After descending the mountain, this young disciple of the Chao Mu sword sect seemed to have lost her spirit. Occasionally, when questioned by the senior sisters on the mountain, those aware of the earlier events would jest, remarking that spring had arrived. In this world, every woman inevitably encounters a man she admires deeply. Yet whether that man reciprocates her feelings depends on her fortune. Jieyu paid no heed to the teasing of her senior sisters. She walked past the mountain gate day after day, merely hoping to catch a glimpse of a remarkably handsome youth. However, day after day brought only disappointment. As winter deepened and snow blanketed the land, Jieyu finally grew somewhat incensed. She gazed at the distant mountains, stamping her foot and muttering, "You deceitful one." It has been a year. Su was also engaged in a snowball fight, yet his outcome mirrored that of Gu Min. He too was bombarded with snowballs. The one who hurled snow at him was the only woman on the mountain he dared not provoke. She was his senior sister, a woman more formidable than Hot Pot. Thus, every time Su saw her, he felt a pang of distress. Contemplating when he might leave the mountain gate for refuge elsewhere, his expression darkened. Sushiti, do you not find joy in our snowball fight? The girl opposite him inquired, seemingly concerned. Su forced a grim smile and replied, No, senior sister. After saying this, he threw a snowball at his own head. The snow fell thickly over Xiancheng, cloaking the landscape in white. Within a grand hall of the imperial city, a man clad in a black imperial robe gazed at the falling snow outside and beckoned. Chapter 67. The will of the Emperor of Deqi. As the monarch of the Deqi dynasty raised his hand, the entire imperial city sprang into action. First, a eunuch who had been waiting outside the hall dashed forth, seizing an object of unknown nature and sprinting toward a certain part of the palace. Shortly thereafter, several figures hurried in various directions. In a more secluded palace, an elderly eunuch concealed behind a tree with a young attendant urgently whispered, "Hurry and deliver this to His Highness. If you delay, you may lose your head." The young attendant lowered his head, his small face devoid of panic, and reassured. "Rest assured, esteemed ancestor. I have done this many times before and will ensure its delivery." With that, he tucked the note into a lantern and scampered toward the palace gates. The elderly eunuch watched him depart, contemplated for a moment, and then turned to walk deeper into the palace. Although this imperial city is among the most rule-abiding places in the world, and the emperor is one of the most powerful individuals, wielding a firm grip over the palace and the entire Deqi, shadows lurk within the city where he may remain oblivious or too weary to manage affairs. Similar occurrences transpired throughout the imperial city. Following the emperor's beckoning, at least 20 locations in Xiancheng received the news. In the nearest residence to the imperial city, a young prince unfolded the note in his hand. Scrutinizing the few lines of text with a furrowed brow, then ignited the paper over a candle flame, watching it quickly turn to ashes. Still at his desk, the steward inquired, "Your Highness, what is the emperor's intent?" The young prince replied with a frown, "It is not as it was hundreds of years ago, centuries prior. The current emperor of Deqi was merely a prince, awaiting the trials set forth by the late emperor alongside his brothers, much like the current princes. It is said that the late emperor personally created a barrier within Xiancheng, allowing a group of princes and cultivators to enter and engage in lethal combat, with the victor emerging as the emperor of Deqi. Henceforth, the late emperor entrusted more administrative duties to him, and after observing for decades, when the late emperor ascended to the heavens, this emperor of Deqi became the new sovereign. One could argue that the true path of this emperor to the dragon throne commenced with the late emperor's trials, leading them to firmly believe that the emperor of Deqi would place great importance on this upcoming trial, perhaps even discarding the methods of centuries past and directly pitting a group of contemporary mid-tier cultivators against one another to determine the outcome. However, almost everyone misjudged the situation. This time, the emperor of Deqi did not proceed in such a manner. The young prince gazed out the window, frowning. What on earth does father intend to do? The residence of Prince Yu was modest, situated farthest from the imperial city, which easily illustrated his standing in the emperor's eyes. Had it been anyone else, they would have been in a state of constant anxiety, yet Prince Yu understood that even in adverse circumstances, if he were to succumb to despair, he would likely be entirely abandoned. Thus, over the years, he maintained the demeanor and conduct befitting a royal noble, never tarnishing the family's reputation. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that even though the Emperor of Daqi held little affection for him, his situation did not deteriorate further. When the scholar bearing news entered the prince's residence, Prince Yu was brewing tea. The water was drawn from the backyard well, and the tea leaves had been a recent gift from the palace. As the hot water met the leaves, the fragrance filled the room. The scholar, led by the steward, observed Prince Yu's tranquility and could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, turmoil brews both inside and outside the palace. How can you remain so leisurely?" The Yu Huangzi, with a smile, pushed the teacup forward towards the scholar and calmly remarked, "If I had the qualification to worry, I would surely leap up in anxiety. However, is there truly nothing I can do? I can only pretend to be unconcerned. How could you not know me, sir?" The scholar lifted his teacup, took a sip, and candidly stated, "News from the palace has emerged, and it is undoubtedly good tidings for His Highness." His face lit up with joy, akin to that of a scholar who had just achieved the highest honors in examinations. The Yu Huangzi inquired, "What is the will of my father?" The scholar did not speak directly. Instead, he stood and solemnly knelt before the Yu Huangzi, earnestly saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness." Approaching the imperial city were not only the residences of several princes, but also a tall edifice. This structure was not the dwelling of nobility, but in the hearts of all scholars, it was regarded as the most sacred of buildings. This building was known as Chongwen-Lu, a grand library, arguably the largest of its kind in the world, housing nearly all the works of Confucian sages. It contained writings from the three dukes of various dynasties, and even many texts that had long since faded into obscurity, preserved here in unique editions. Confucian scholars have never adhered to sects, yet practitioners in the realm of cultivation have always regarded Chongwen-Lu as the Confucian school. Indeed, this was the case, for whenever the three dukes called out, the vast majority of scholars across the world would heed the summons, as the three dukes often resided here during times of peace. Chongwen-Lu became the most revered of buildings, with the exception of the Taizai. As the entire Xianxiang began to stir with underlying currents, the Taifu, clad in a coarse robe, ascended the stairs slowly with a stack of books, arriving at a high platform where a wooden table stood. He placed the books upon it, and casually picked one up to peruse. This venerable leader of scholars, with white hair and a stature that was not particularly tall, even slightly hunched, bore a countenance akin to that of many elderly individuals. Those unfamiliar with him would never associate such a figure with the title of Taifu. Not long after, another similarly aged man approached the platform, the Taibao, who was considerably taller than the Taifu. His face was marked with a solemn expression, perhaps a result of years spent lecturing the princes, imparting an air of gravity. After bowing to the Taifu, the Taibao seated himself and gravely remarked, "News from the palace has surfaced, and the emperor's intentions appear to be taking shape." The Taifu, still focused on the book before him, responded, "The choice of a crown prince is inherently a private matter. Regardless of which prince ascends the throne, it would not pose an issue. The Daqi will continue to thrive. What use is there in your concern?" Renowned for his impartiality and equanimity, the Taifu was known for his great scholarly demeanor and refrained from meddling in the selection of a crown prince, showing little inclination to ponder such matters. Thus, when the Taibao spoke, he felt a tinge of displeasure. How they are chosen, and who is chosen, these matters are indeed not ours to govern. However, I must inform you that this is not what I intended to discuss. The Taibao spoke earnestly. "Do you recall the 6 emperors?" The Taifu furrowed his brow. He certainly knew of the 6 emperors. Years prior, Daqi initiated a war against the 6 nations of Nanling, a conflict that commenced with Beiyin and concluded with Nanchu, swiftly annihilating the last 6 small nations of Nanling within a few short years. The territories of the 6 nations now belong to Daqi, and their populace has become subjects of Daqi. The rulers of those 6 small nations were brought to Xianxing. Whether by coincidence or design, these young rulers were all under 30 years of age. After being confined in Xianxing, rather than being condemned with poison by the emperor, they were instead afforded the opportunity to cultivate under the guidance of Daqi practitioners. This situation had become a topic of endless discussion among the citizens of Daqi, with no one truly understanding the emperor's thoughts, save for a few powerful cultivators who speculated wildly. More credible theories suggested that the emperor sought to diminish the vengeful spirits of these exiled rulers through cultivation. For while restoring their nations was a daunting task, cultivation was not insurmountable. Once absorbed in their pursuits, they might forget their ambitions for restoration, especially since cultivation promised longevity, unlike ephemeral dreams. Regardless, had the exiled rulers remained peacefully in Xianxiang without causing any disturbances, little would have been said. However, the news the Taibao possessed pertained to these exiled rulers. The emperor had resolved to include the 6 emperors in the trials. The Taifu frowned, setting aside his scroll. And after a moment of silence, he stated resolutely, "This is not in accordance with protocol. I must enter the palace." The Taibao nodded, acknowledging. The selection of the heir has historically involved those practitioners, but including the 6 emperors is indeed inappropriate. Yet, I wonder if the emperors can be altered. As long as the decree has not been issued, anything remains possible. The Taifu contemplated, this disrupts the established order. The Taibao remained silent, merely transmitting the news, for ultimately, it would fall upon the Taifu to address the matter. Though the 3 dukes held equal ranks, there was still a hierarchy among them. The Taifu's voice would always carry the greatest weight. However, what was the emperor truly contemplating? This was the first thought that crossed the Taifu's mind upon receiving this news. Likely mirrored by the Taibao. The Taibao mused, why not simply inquire? At that moment, a voice emerged, and the 2 scholarly leaders needed not seek the source, for they already knew who it was. The only one audacious enough to eavesdrop on them and interject was the Taizai. The Taifu remained silent. But as a gentle breeze swept through, a man clad in white robes appeared before them, a sword hanging at his waist and a wine jug in hand. Appearing significantly younger than both the Taifu and Taibao. Gubai, I have told you countless times to refer to him as your majesty. The Taibao spoke sternly, though devoid of reproach. The Taizai raised the wine jug to his lips and grinned, that is your majesty, not mine. Such blasphemous words, if overheard by the wrong ears, would surely stir up a great deal of trouble, yet the Taizai remained unfazed. He turned to the Taifu and said, Chui Laotu, when you enter the palace, kindly inform His Majesty that I will be away for a while. Should the date for the trials be set, it is naturally your duty to preside over the rites. If you leave now, what shall become of the proceedings? The Taizai chuckled, there is no cause for alarm. I am merely going to engage in a brawl. Rest assured, regardless of victory or defeat, I shall certainly return. With that, he hurled the wine jug aside, vanishing before the Taibao and Taifu could respond. The Taifu caught the wine jug, gazing into the distance as the snow swirled around him, remaining silent. Both men understood that while Gubai spoke lightly of his departure, the uncertainty of his return lingered heavily in the air. The Taibao, recalling past events, felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming towards the horizon. What need does a scholar have for swordsmanship? Practicing the sword aligns one with the path of the swordsman. How could one allow that female sword immortal to assume the mantle of swordsmanship's pinnacle? Thus, the Taizai's journey is a perilous one, a battle for life and death. Yet how many swords lie beneath the sea of graves? Does it truly matter if we lose another? But who in this world could possibly hinder Gubai? Li Bai has returned, as I have touched upon in my previous 2 volumes, for he is my most cherished poet, and now he graces us once more. Chapter 68. Everything is new. From the imperial city to Xianxiang, from Xianxiang to all of Nanling. In this world, significant news swiftly reaches the ears of prominent figures. And Lan Lingenren is certainly one of them. Though he may not be particularly interested in such matters, the Jian Ting holds a keen interest. And as the sect leader, he is well aware of this event. At that moment, he was enjoying a cup of cold tea beneath a pavilion. And upon hearing the news, he spilled the tea. Lan Lingenren rose and walked towards a certain direction. Along the way, every disciple of Jian Ting that he encountered bowed respectfully, yet Lan Lingenren paid them no heed. He simply continued on his path, traversing the back mountain until he arrived at a waterfall. Here, Liang Zhao was practicing his swordplay. Noticing Lan Lingenren's arrival, Liang Zhao quickly sheathed his sword and approached to pay his respects. Lan Lingenren remarked, "You have done well. I initially believed that after suffering 2 consecutive defeats to that young man, your sword heart would become muddied for a time, yet you have shown remarkable resilience." Liang Zhao remained silent, recalling the young man, and then calmly responded, "Master, I indeed possess a competitive spirit, but I also understand that only with the sword in my hand can I achieve success. Other actions are not ones I would take, nor should I." Lan Lingenren expressed his admiration, saying, "At such a young age, you have cultivated such a profound sword heart. This bodes well for your future path." Liang Zhao bowed again, expressing gratitude for his master's praise. Lan Lingenren gestured dismissively, indicating that there was no need to dwell on that subject further. He sat down on a nearby rock and stated calmly, "I have received word from Xianshangcheng. The Emperor's will is quite clear. The forthcoming trial is aimed at practitioners below the fourth realm, and I have chosen you." The concept of below the fourth realm encompasses the pinnacle of the third realm. With some time remaining before the journey to Xianshangcheng, considering Liang Zhao's current progress in cultivation, it is likely that he will reach the third realm by then. Upon attaining the third realm, he would naturally become the strongest among Jianting's practitioners, a fact that requires no elaboration. Of course, Jianting is not limited to choosing only you. I selected you because Prince Yu has written to Yishan, and it is expected that the young man named Gu Min shall also participate. I offer you this opportunity to confront him again. Whether you can seize it, I do not know, nor do I believe you are certain. Do you dare? Liang Zhao did not hesitate and nodded, affirming, "I shall not disappoint my master's expectations." Lan Linzhenren shook his head, saying, "It is not imperative that you defeat him. Such matters should be left to fate. However, should you indeed triumph over him, do not become overly arrogant. What I value is not your current state, but your future potential. When the legacy of Jianting is entrusted to you, I hope you can uphold it." Such words carried an unspoken weight. Liang Zhao nodded, his gaze resolute. After a moment, Lan Linzhenren ceased to speak further, understanding that, given Liang Zhao's disposition, he would intuitively grasp the deeper meaning behind the words. Having conveyed this, Lan Linzhenren did not wish to linger any longer and began his return. As he walked back, he reflected on that evening when he had sought out Gu Min with the celestial sword, marking his first encounter with the youth from Yishan. Even then, Lan Linzhenren had held high hopes for him. If given the choice once more between Liang Zhao and Gu Min, he would undoubtedly choose to accept Gu Min as a disciple without a moment's hesitation. Reflecting on this, Lan Linzhenren chuckled to himself, lamenting, "After so many years of sword practice, I have yet to make any substantial progress." Yishan, after all, had fallen into decline for many years, and many messages had become obscured. It was only when spring arrived that Chang Yizhenren learned of the Emperor of Deqi's decree allowing practitioners below the fourth realm to participate in the trials. Consequently, Aseng lost his eligibility, placing the onus on Gu Min. Chang Yizhenren was not overly concerned. After sending Aseng to convey this message to Gu Min, life returned to its usual rhythm. It was not until late spring that he received several letters from Xianshangcheng, which informed him of the current developments there. However, Chang Yizhenren merely glanced at them before discarding them, not placing much importance on them. The Emperor's will had been revealed, and it was sufficient to know that it pertained to those below the fourth realm. The details of the trial would likely take months to surface. While Chang Yizhenren remained unconcerned, Gu Min did not let his guard down. However, being at Yishan, his knowledge was limited, and all he could do was diligently cultivate. By summer, further news arrived, stating that the trial's format would allow a prince to invite two practitioners from different sects to participate alongside him. This provided the princes with greater options and offered opportunities to sects that were not top tier, but still formidable. Thus, the entire cultivation community of Nanling was stirred. Sects that had previously not received invitations from Xianshangcheng now found several among them were invited. Some rejoiced while others despaired, such is the nature of these affairs. On a summer evening, Aseng arrived at the bamboo loft. Gu Min was perusing a sword scripture, and upon seeing Aseng, he quickly rose to bow. Aseng glanced at him but said little, first handing over a letter to Gu Min. Once Gu Min finished reading, Aseng spoke. "The Emperor of Deqi's will has changed. Each prince now has 2 slots, meaning that with 6 princes, 12 young geniuses from Nanling will enter Xianshangcheng. With over 100 sects in Nanling, selecting 12 young practitioners is not difficult. However, choosing 12 who are both formidable and not from weak sects proves challenging. Yishan is not sufficiently powerful. Nevertheless, Gu Min had previously triumphed over Liang Zhao twice at the Nanling Sword Assembly, demonstrating his remarkable prowess below the fourth realm. Recently, Xianshangcheng had even published a ranking list, detailing the practitioners across various realms within the Nanling sections. In the second realm, Gu Min ranked 3rd, followed closely by Liang Zhao and Su Su. Having 3 sword cultivators among the top 5 is commendable. However, the 2 who ranked above were exceptionally talented. Even though Gu Min had bested Gung Xi and Jianzhu, they had not placed him at the top. The world is not solely comprised of sword cultivators. Naturally, all 3 are undoubtedly geniuses, and once they ascend to the 3rd realm, they will surely rank among the highest. Thus, aside from Prince Yu, another prince reached out to Yishan. The letter bore a seal. Gu Min recalled the young man he encountered at the sword assembly, who had introduced himself as Master Zhonglu. Now it was clear he was indeed the 6th prince. The letter detailed various matters, but predominantly reminisced about their first meeting. expressing a desire for a deeper connection. However, in the latter part of the letter, the sixth prince revealed his true intentions, an invitation. Senior sister, what do you think? Between Prince Yu and Prince Zhang, it is evident that Prince Zhang is closer to the throne. Yishan had yet to provide a final answer, allowing for the possibility of selection. Asang shook her head, saying, I generally do not ponder such matters. Gu Min, feeling helpless, asked, what does Master think? Asang replied earnestly, Master said, it is up to you to choose. Hearing this, Gu Min felt even more despondent. He sighed and said, I need to think it over. Before Gu Min could arrive at a conclusion, a significant piece of news reached Yishan at the end of autumn. Prince Yu had departed from Xianshangcheng, his destination being none other than Yishan. However, Prince Yu did not ascend the mountain. He arranged to meet Gu Min in the town at its foot. Changyi Jinren has entrusted this matter to Gu Min, thus refraining from voicing any opinions. After Gu Min incinerated the letter, he sought out Shucheng to engage in a game of Go. Among the individuals on the mountain, his relationship with Shiji Asang is the most amicable, while he holds the deepest respect for Shucheng. The Go board, crafted from Zuzu, lay between them. This time, Shucheng played with black stones, while Gu Min took the white. Their game was devoid of competitive spirit. After all, Gu Min's prowess in Go far surpassed that of Shucheng. After casually placing a black stone, Shucheng remarked calmly that dealing with the royal offspring could be quite troublesome, as not everyone was as accommodating as Wanyan Jinren. Shucheng shook his head, leaving his thought unfinished. Gu Min articulated the unspoken words, not everyone is akin to Wanyan Jinren. Shucheng was taken aback, inquiring how Gu Min knew that Wanyan Jinren was of royal descent. Wanyan Jinren was a figure of great renown from centuries past, mostly recognized by practitioners for his remarkable cultivation and unparalleled combat skills. He was the last bastion of Dishan. Those practitioners who had a deeper understanding knew that he had journeyed from the imperial capital of Daning to Dishan, yet failed to connect him to the royal lineage of Daning. In truth, Wanyan Jinren was indeed a scion of the Daning dynasty. However, by that time, the dynasty was already in decline. Thus, his arrival at Dishan could not offer the sanctuary of Daning, but rather, after entering the Jink realm, he extended the dynasty's lifespan by several years. The royal offspring of Daning utilized a distinctive calligraphy style, which persisted even as the dynasty fragmented. It is likely that the current heirs of the southern and northern dynasties also employ this style. After perusing the letter from Yu Huangzi, Gu Min recalled the sword scripture penned by Wanyan Jinren and discovered that both shared the same writing style. Thus, it was not difficult to conjecture Wanyan Jinren's noble lineage. Shucheng sighed, noting that although Wanyan Jinren was of royal blood, he exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with such lineage, a quality that Yu Huangzi likely lacked. It is a widely held consensus in the cultivation community that interacting with royal offspring is more challenging than with ordinary practitioners. However, the southern and northern dynasties represent the two most formidable sects in the world. Avoiding dealings with them is nearly impossible. Gu Min stated that since his master had decreed it a necessity, it must be done without hesitation. He might not choose Yu Huangzi. Yet the prince had traveled great distances from Xianchangsha to the foot of Dishan, and regardless of the outcome, Gu Min felt compelled to see him. After all, Yu Huangzi had already demonstrated considerable sincerity. Gu Min mused that dealing with foolish individuals is never the most distressing matter. Rather, engaging with an astute person who is ever prepared to scheme against you is truly vexing. Gu Min felt a slight headache. The fact that the other party had journeyed so far indicated at least some intelligence and a daring spirit, making interaction rather arduous. Isn't that exactly who you are? Joked Shucheng, who seldom engaged in jest. Gu Min cast him a reproachful glance before gathering the Zizu and preparing to descend the mountain. Upon leaving the bamboo pavilion, Gu Min bathed, burned incense, and changed into clean garments, contemplating whether to carry the Zizu on his back, ultimately deciding against it as he made his way down the mountain. Just behind him, two of his senior sisters and Changyi Jinren were present. Changyi Jinren observed Gu Min's retreating figure, expressing a sense of nostalgia, noting that their junior brother was indeed a person of stature, reminiscent of himself in his youth. Asang filtered out Changyi Jinren's remarks, simply stating that she found it difficult to articulate anything about their junior brother. What do you think, Shimi? She asked. I believe our junior brother might just be vain. I simply cannot comprehend why, with such striking looks, he would still be so self-absorbed. Asang inquired. What do you mean by that? I mean, he is too handsome. If he remains so overly concerned with his appearance, he leaves no room for others, Lu Xue replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Asang replied earnestly, Shimi, you are unwell. Lu Xue was taken aback. Sister, what do you mean I am unwell? Changyi Jinren interjected. Not only are you unwell, but it seems you are gravely afflicted, with no remedy in sight, silly girl. After making all necessary preparations, Gumin arrived at the nearest small town to Dishan. Although it was the closest, it was still several hundred li away. Gumin could not wield a sword. Yet as a practitioner, he did not take long to reach the outskirts of the town. The town, known as Yunqijin, housed the largest tavern on its eastern side. Boasting a picturesque view, nestled against the mountains and water, with a gentle stream flowing beside the tavern. Opening the window revealed distant green hills. By the time Gumin ascended the tavern, it had already been cleared of patrons. Yu Huangzi was likely in the grandest private room on the second floor. Outside the door stood two expressionless guards, their formidable presence palpable. Approaching the entrance, a steward glanced at Gumin before swiftly entering the private room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a smile, addressing Gumin, "Please, Gugongzi." The events of the sword meeting had become common knowledge among the people of Nanling, making it no challenge to recognize Gumin. However, the address was not the customary fellow Taoist prevalent in the cultivation realm. Upon entering the room, Gumin soon beheld a figure from behind. The youth's stature was comparable to Gumin's, though slightly more slender. Beyond that, he sensed nothing else. As the young man turned, Gumin beheld delicate brows, and though his expression remained unchanged, a stir arose within him. He had long heard of Gu Xianqing's exceptional appearance, and now, upon meeting, it was indeed as the rumors suggested. Yu Huangzi smiled, attempting to suppress his astonishment. Gumin performed a respectful bow, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, softly stating, "Your Highness also possesses an extraordinary aura, destined for greatness." Yu Huangzi paused, then self-deprecatingly remarked, "With this feminine visage, even my father holds some disdain for me. How can it be that in your words, I am destined for greatness?" Gumin remained silent. Yu Huangzi's earlier statement had already revealed significant information about his position among the royal siblings. While Gumin may have been aware of this, hearing it from Yu Huangzi's lips held a different weight. It served as a signal, one that seemed inadvertently disclosed. If it was indeed unintentional, it would suggest Yu Huangzi's straightforward nature. However, should it be deliberate, Gumin could only interpret it as a sign of his astuteness. Between the two, it was difficult to determine which was more favorable. At least in Gumin's view, a prince ought to embody the latter quality. "Your Highness is aware that in the current Daki, appearance holds little value," Gumin remarked, gazing at Yu Huangzi. Yu Huangzi gestured towards the table, saying, "Please, take a seat." Once they were seated, Yu Huangzi continued, "The Emperor's will has been conveyed for nearly a year. I have previously sent several letters to Dishan, informing you of the prevailing sentiments in the imperial capital. Naturally, I trust that Dishan has also received correspondence from my brothers. There are multiple paths for Dishan, but my purpose here today is to seek a response." The will of the Daki Emperor had been communicated for a year, suggesting that a final conclusion was imminent, and each prince needed to prepare adequately, as there would be no shortage of candidates for their vessels. However, the fourth prince's influence was limited, leaving him with few options. Even though Dishan remains relatively weak, it has gained a remarkable reputation following Gumin's stunning performance at the Sword Conference. It is no longer confined to merely sailing on this battered vessel. At the very least, Prince Zhang has extended an olive branch to Dishan. Gumin inquired, "I have heard of a ranking list in Xinchang City. Does it indicate that I rank third in the second realm?" Prince Yu nodded with a smile. "You have triumphed over Liang Zhao, the Gingxin sword master, on 2 occasions. Had you not been born in Dishan, you might have secured a place in the top 2. Perhaps even first." Gumin asked, "The Emperor's will is quite clear. A prince may select 2 practitioners from the sex to participate in the trials. I wonder, who has your Highness chosen as the other?" Previously, the works Rinjian and Yuchu had both been available in audio format on the Himalayas, but Yuchu was cut short. Now, I see that Rinjian has 3 audiobook versions. One appears to be incomplete, while the other 2 feature a male and a female reader respectively. For those interested, they may wish to listen. Furthermore, for fans of Xinqiao, you may explore the audiobooks as well. By the way, the new book group for Xinqiao is 654626628, and the reader group for Rinjian is 124190652. Many young ladies, come and join us. In Chapter 70, I want to change my senior sister. The prince can select 2 practitioners to participate in the trials. The 6th prince has written to Dishan, hoping that Gumin will be one of them. Undoubtedly, Gumin is the less significant choice. This is because the 6th prince values Gumin's combat prowess and has no expectations for Dishan. In contrast, Prince Yu has far fewer options. Gumin will surely be his primary choice. Yet, who will be the other? To be frank with Mr. Gu, I have not yet decided on the second candidate. You are the one I value the most. As for the other, it will depend on how the others choose. At this point, it becomes quite evident that after the other princes make their selections, the remaining sects may take an interest in Prince Yu, allowing him to choose the strongest among them. This so-called strongest will certainly not match Gumin or the other princes' choices, but those sects will undoubtedly possess greater influence than Dishan. Gumin remained silent, refraining from rushing to respond. Prince Yu, understanding Gumin's thoughts, candidly stated, "Mr. Gu, your contributions during the trials will undoubtedly be paramount. You are my greatest support. If I am to rise, I shall not forget Dishan." Practitioners participating in the trials in the imperial capital are essentially engaging in a transaction with Dachi. And there is no need for pretentiousness. It is a matter of mutual benefit, bound by the word interest. Rarely does a relationship between Dishan and the dawning dynasty resemble this. Their connection extends beyond mere profit. Otherwise, when the dawning dynasty faced decline, Dishan could have easily shifted allegiances to support a powerful faction, potentially avoiding its current plight. However, such a relationship exists only between Dishan and Dawning. Gumin did not hasten to provide an answer, instead posing several inquiries related to the trials. Dishan must inevitably step into this whirlwind, as will nearly all major sects in Nanling. The identity of the new emperor of Dachi is of little consequence. What matters is which sects will stand behind him upon his ascension. It is akin to gambling in a casino. A successful bet yields tremendous rewards, while an unsuccessful one leaves one watching others profit and surpass oneself. The rise and fall of sects may not solely depend on Dachi, yet it will certainly play a pivotal role. Unlike sects such as Jianting, Dishan currently has only two paths, one or the other. Gumin declared solemnly, "Your Highness, the situation of the princes is akin to Dishan's standing in Nanling. Both are but grains of dust. While it is not impossible for either to rise from obscurity, Dishan can serve as the vanguard, and Your Highness must embody a leader whose intentions align with his words." While Prince Zhang's position may be somewhat better than that of Prince Yu, Gumin had sensed a certain inadequacy in Prince Zhang during their initial encounter. Now, in comparison with Prince Yu, this perception has only intensified, at least from Gumin's perspective, aside from Prince Yu's less favorable circumstances. He surpasses Prince Zhang in all other respects. Engaging with intelligent individuals necessitates a degree of vigilance, yet when both parties stand on the same side, much trouble can be spared. Gumin was not one to dawdle. Having reached a decision, he expressed his intentions directly. Prince Yu was elated, stating, "Though I have little to offer, since Mr. Gu is willing to lend me a hand, I can still provide some assistance to Dishan." This is a common tactic of those in power, and Gumin found nothing surprising in it. After exchanging some pleasantries with Prince Yu and finalizing certain arrangements, he took his leave. Once Gumin departed from the tavern and the town, a scholar emerged from behind a screen. He was the one most closely associated with Prince Yu. "Your Highness, what are your thoughts on this individual?" The scholar spoke with a contemplative smile. "He is quite composed, a rarity at his age, and possesses a commendable aptitude for the sword. Indeed, he is an excellent candidate, though I cannot quite pinpoint why I feel something is lacking." Prince Yu furrowed his brow. Being a remarkably astute individual, he discerned the differences. Gumin struck him as the embodiment of the prodigious youth he envisioned. Yet this very resemblance made him feel somewhat uneasy. The scholar smiled, saying, "From my perspective, his demeanor reflects precisely what you wish to see. His ability to present himself in such a manner is not alarming. What is concerning is that he seems to comprehend the nature of your expectations." Prince Yu inquired, "What do you mean by that? Previously, in the imperial capital, I mentioned that you require more than just a genius. The emperor's will has been made clear, and you have indeed found someone who can contend with the other princes. However, if this individual possesses only combat prowess, it may not suffice for you. The ideal candidate would not only excel in martial might, but also understand your circumstances and act accordingly. Such a person is one with whom you can truly confer." The scholar sincerely expressed, "Having heard of his victories over Liang Zhao twice, I had high hopes for him. Now that I have witnessed him firsthand, I can confidently assert that he is the most suitable individual for you. Therefore, I earnestly hope you will approach him sincerely and not engage in superficial pleasantries." Prince Yu sighed. "I fully grasp this reasoning. However, I am uncertain how far he can go. While he has triumphed over Liang Zhao, there are still 2 or 3 genuine talents in Nanling. I cannot predict whether he will be able to endure, especially since being solitary is indeed a burden." After leaving the town and not venturing far, a song awaited him from a distance. Gumin approached with curiosity, not inquiring how his senior sister happened to be there. It stands to reason that among the few individuals on the mountain who genuinely cared for him, it would be these 2 senior sisters. However, Lu Xue, lacking such attentiveness, would not have waited for him here. How did it go? Did the other party have any inquiries? Ah Song asked succinctly, focusing on the core issue. Gumin chuckled. Aside from appearances, I believe he certainly meets the expectations of the vast majority of women in this world. What expectations? She retorted. Naturally, expectations regarding a husband. Ah Song frowned. You speak too flippantly. Gumin smiled again. Senior sister, he undoubtedly has many questions, but those inquiries are common among other princes. Moreover, what he offers is quite substantial. We have only two paths. After careful consideration, I find myself compelled to choose him. As Ah Sang remarked, the matters concerning Dishan Zhongxing could be postponed. Preserving one's life should take precedence. Once we arrive in Daidu, it will no longer be Dishan, where numerous perils abound. And the risk of death is indeed substantial. Gumin, taken aback, turned to inquire, Senior sister, will you not accompany me to Daidu for my protection? Ah Sang smiled and replied, Of course I shall go. However, Daidu is akin to a den of dragons and tigers. I am not that renowned female sword immortal. And do you truly believe that I alone can thwart all those intent on your demise? What my senior sister implies is that I must seek that esteemed female sword immortal as my mentor, and by becoming her junior, I would then traverse Daidu with impunity. The Emperor of Daki surpasses her. Should he take action, you would be equally powerless. Furthermore, her master has long since passed. How then can you pay your respects? I shall simply take her as my teacher. That indeed is a splendid idea. Yet, should you dare to pursue this, I shall break your legs. Chapter 71. Writing letters and breaking through upon returning to Dishan, Gumin continued his usual routine of cultivation and chess. The bookworm suggested that engaging in chess might lead to enlightenment, yet Gumin paid little heed to such notions. Chess was merely one of his few pastimes. In addition to chess, Gumin occasionally perused the scant leisure books available in Dishan, while the sword techniques he needed to master had long been committed to memory. Practiced countless times each day. As for Luo Xue, she visited Gumin nearly every day for idle chatter, though her demeanor bore the weight of unspoken concerns, rendering her enthusiasm noticeably subdued. With winter rapidly approaching, Gumin had already dedicated over 2 years to his cultivation. In these 2 years, many remained ensnared in the preliminary stages, while those with a modicum of talent might have just crossed into the first realm, with a few possessing great willpower possibly reaching its pinnacle. Only true prodigies, such as Liang Zhaosu and Gumin, could have already set foot in the second realm, not only standing firm, but also advancing several paces. Among them, the most exceptional might even have glimpsed the splendor of the third realm, poised to cross into it shortly. Gumin found himself at a critical juncture. The energy within his dantian had accumulated to its zenith, and due to the influence of Wanyun Jinren's sword scripture, much of this energy had dispersed throughout his body. Yet, at this moment, he could no longer contain another strand of energy unless he could expand his dantian anew, thus rekindling hope. Expanding the dantian, in essence, equated to elevating one's realm. Once he reached the third realm, his dantian would naturally surpass that of the second realm, allowing him to continue absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Gumin's rapid progress had not compromised his foundation, yet upon reaching this critical threshold, he found himself at a loss, uncertain how to step into the third realm. The sword scripture from Wanyun Jinren spoke of profound mysteries, neglecting to elaborate on such trivial matters. With no sword cultivators present on the mountain, this dilemma troubled him, leading to restless nights. Eventually, he resolved to explore other sword scriptures seeking answers, only to discover that none contained relevant insights on the matter. This left Gumin feeling quite vexed. What could be the issue? Previously, Gumin would have relied solely on his own exploration, but now he had a new option, returning to the bamboo cottage. He procured a sheet of paper and began to compose a letter, the content of which was straightforward, an inquiry regarding the breakthrough from the second to the third realm. Upon completing the letter, he faced the dilemma of to whom it should be sent. He could certainly dispatch it to the Prince of Yingdu, presuming that despite his circumstances, he still had formidable sword cultivators among his ranks who could assist in resolving his query without excessive difficulty. However, Gumin pondered that this was not the primary concern. While addressing the Prince of Yu certainly seemed simple, the recent establishment of their relationship was still somewhat tenuous. Nevertheless, this matter truly troubled him, prompting Gumin to ultimately send the letter. At the gates of Gue Jianga, Susu found himself in a state of unease. To evade his senior sister, this undeniably talented individual had been hiding in various locations, eventually retreating to Wu Qingshue's cave dwelling. Wu Qingshui was not particularly welcoming of this uninvited guest, yet due to Susu's relatively compliant behavior during his initial days, he refrained from voicing any objections. However, after some time, This young man proved unable to remain idle, perusing the sword techniques within the cave before incessantly pestering Wu Qingxue with numerous inquiries. When Wu Qingxue could no longer tolerate it, Su would switch to a serious demeanor, as if acutely aware of his master's temperament, always approaching the brink without overstepping boundaries. This left Wu Qingxue feeling as though he were striking cotton, entirely unsatisfying. Master Uncle, I believe you are practicing the pure yang sword technique incorrectly. Perhaps you should find a companion to explore a different path? Su stared earnestly at Wu Qingxue. If I recall correctly, Master Uncle, you reached the Starry Sky realm many years ago, yet you have not advanced a step since. Could this be an issue with your cultivation? Just as Wu Qingxue was about to rebuke him, he paused and considered Su's words, realizing they bore some truth. His proficiency in the pure yang sword technique was indeed contingent upon his youthful state, having attained the 9th level. However, he had made no progress toward the elusive 10th level. Previously, he had firmly believed that only a youthful body could suffice, yet now he found himself at an impasse. Could it be that he truly needed to explore an alternate route, perhaps by seeking a companion? Su had initially spoken in jest, yet upon observing Wu Qingxue's reaction, he was taken aback. Quickly, he attempted to lighten the mood, saying, Master Uncle, I was merely speaking in jest. Do not take it to heart. Should any real issues arise, seek your nephew, but I cannot be held accountable. Wu Qingxue cast him a sidelong glance, when suddenly, a flash of sword light darted past. Su was momentarily stunned, then lamented, Alas, my senior sister has found me. This is the end. With furrowed brows, Su awaited the dissipating sword light, only to discover that the newcomer was merely a familiar senior brother from the mountain gate. Li Shixiang, what brings you here? Are you also in search of Master Uncle for a spring palace illustration? Upon realizing it was not his senior sister, Su quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. Wu Qingxue regarded this young man, musing that regardless of what remarkable figure he might become in the future, he would likely remain under the thumb of that girl. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed fitting that his unruly nephew would be kept in check. Wu Qingxue's thoughts momentarily settled as he glanced at the newcomer and casually inquired, Li Shizhi, what pressing matter brings you here in such haste? The disciple, perspiring profusely, appeared rather anxious. After greeting Wu Qingxue, he turned to Su and said, Su Shidi, the headmaster requests your presence in the main hall. Su frowned. What business could warrant my senior uncle's summons? It concerns a letter received from the mountain. In the main hall of Guijinga, the headmaster Gu Daozhen and several elders, including Su's master, were gathered around a long table, their gazes fixated on the letter placed before them, each displaying an expression of intrigue. Headmaster Shixiao, a letter from Dishan has reached our Guijinga. The last correspondence was several centuries ago. The second-generation elder, the youngest among Gu Daozhen's contemporaries, remarked, Young brother, do not overthink it. Previously, Su'er formed a bond with that youth from Dishan. Perhaps this is merely a letter to catch up on old times, Gu Daozhen responded calmly, exuding an air of tranquility. The present state of Dishan would hardly command the attention of Guijinga, yet, the prospect of a letter after several hundred years stirred curiosity among the elders. There was even an obscure backstory entwined with Wanyunjinren. When Dishan fell into decline, members of Guijinga had provoked them, inciting Wanyunjinren's wrath, leading him to dispatch a letter demanding accountability from a specific individual. Upon its arrival at Guijinga, it was revealed that the letter was not a mere missive, but rather a sword in its own right. With a single stroke, that sword directly struck down the formidable swordsman of the Guijin Pavilion. And the esteemed Jinren Wanyun declared that should the Guijin Pavilion harbor any intentions towards Dishan in the future, he still possessed many swords. At that time, Jinren Wanyun was at the peak of his prowess, leaving the Guijin Pavilion with no choice but to endure. However, as time passed, and Dishan fell into decline, friction arose between Dishan and the Guijin Pavilion, giving rise to underlying animosities. Yet, as Dishan's fortunes waned further, these grievances were buried beneath the sands of history. Whether Dishan might give rise to new thoughts in the future, however, remained uncertain. Entering the grand hall, Su looked upon the assembly of elders with astonishment and queried, Shirshu, what brings you together? The venerable Guderin smiled and replied, A letter from Dishan, addressed to you, for your perusal. Su slowly picked up the letter, not particularly concerned, as he only recognized Gu Min from Dishan, and deduced that this letter was indeed penned by him. What malice could that mischievous lad possibly harbor? Upon opening the letter, he swiftly grasped its contents. Shirshu, a friend of mine inquires about the transition from the second realm to the third realm. Su felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that in Dishan, Such a question could not be answered without resorting to a letter to the Guajian pavilion. With no other sword cultivator remaining in Dishan, his friend had many queries and confusions. Scratching his head, Susu tentatively asked, "Then, esteemed uncles, who shall respond?" The elders exchanged glances, then frowned, stating, "For a disciple of Dishan to seek guidance from the Guajian pavilion regarding swordsmanship is simply absurd." Although the questions posed in the letter did not breach any sect secrets, such an act was unprecedented. The elderly Ma-I remained silent. Had this been a private matter, he would have simply penned a response himself. Since the young lad had gifted a sword to his cherished disciple, it would not have been an issue to shield him from a strike, let alone answer a minor question. However, as it was placed in the public eye, many things became complicated. Suddenly, Gyudurin spoke with a smile. "Since the young lad has bestowed a sword so suited for Susu, it would be ungracious for the Guajian pavilion to act stingily. Moreover, this could serve as an excellent opportunity for both sects to mend their past grievances. If my fellow brothers are unwilling to put pen to paper, allow me to take up the task." Upon Gyudurin's words, the atmosphere shifted. Susu quickly offered him ink and brush. After a moment's contemplation, Gyudurin began to write, "Dear young friend, the transition from the second realm to the third realm can be distilled into one essential truth. The essence of Qi holds paramount importance. As a grandmaster of swordsmanship, Gyudurin's understanding of the art surpassed all others within the Guajian pavilion. His explanations were profound yet accessible, each sentence highlighting the crux of the matter. Upon completing the brief yet insightful response, Gyudurin added a final note, inviting further inquiries should any doubts arise in the future. After finishing, he summoned a flying sword to dispatch the letter. Watching the sword's light fade, Su inquired, "Shirshu, will your personal reply be too obscure for him to comprehend?" Gyudurin reassured him, "Not at all. That young friend is a true genius and will certainly grasp the meaning." The flying sword swiftly carried the letter to Dishan, where rain fell gently. Gumin, engrossed in a game of chess within his bamboo pavilion, noticed the sword darting through the window. The letter, untouched by the rain, hovered before him. Observing the suspended sword, Gumin remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Truly, it is the Guajian pavilion." He retrieved the letter and, within a mere quarter of an hour, absorbed its contents, leading to an enlightening realization. He murmured, "So this is how one breaks through, not as I had imagined." The letter offered a detailed explanation of the breakthrough process, clarifying that it was not merely about forcing the Qi to expand the Qi residence, but rather guiding it to uncover its inherent patterns. To illustrate, Gumin had previously thought of breaking through as akin to smashing a hammer against a wooden door. If it broke open, that would signify success. In contrast, Gyudurin's advice urged him to seek the key to unlock the door instead of acting recklessly. Reflecting on this, Gumin regarded the letter and mused, "I wonder which esteemed elder penned these words. Their clarity reveals profound understanding, certainly a master of swordsmanship." Though Gumin had sought answers from the Guajian pavilion, he did not expect a response from anyone other than Susu. Yet, the wisdom of this unknown elder revealed a deep comprehension of the sword path. Unbeknownst to him, it was indeed Gyudurin himself who had responded, a figure of remarkable stature. With this conundrum resolved, Gumin resumed his practice. However, after a few days, he encountered yet another dilemma, the nature of which was uncertain in magnitude compared to his previous inquiry. Contemplating, he penned another letter and sent it toward the Guajian pavilion. Observing the sword's light fade from view, Gumin stood at the window, wishing that the elder were present in Dishan to guide him. Within a few days, the flying sword returned, bearing yet another enlightening response. Gumin was struck with clarity and immediately composed another letter. The sword sliced through the sky, vanishing from sight. Reclining beneath the shade of a tree, Su watched the fleeting sword light and suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "Gumin, you rascal! Do you truly consider yourself a disciple of the Guajian pavilion? When will this end?" Before his words could fully escape, the sword light darted past him once more. Heading back to Dishan, "Shirshu, can you not be so indulgent? He is not a disciple of our Guajian pavilion." The flying sword traversed back and forth between Dishan and the Guajian pavilion, with Gumin discovering new revelations at every turn. Whenever he faced an insurmountable problem, he would write for guidance, oblivious to the potential annoyance of his correspondent. He remained unaware of the identity of the individual on the other side, but found their demeanor not only deeply knowledgeable about the sword path, but also remarkably gentle. This was nothing short of perfection. He reveled in the exchange, akin to a child without the means to pay for education, eagerly absorbing the knowledge bestowed upon him. Time flowed slowly amid the exchanges of sword light. Winter faded, and spring arrived. Gumin achieved his breakthrough. Seated in his bamboo pavilion, he emanated an extraordinary aura, gradually expanding until it enveloped the entire structure, marking his ascension to a third-realm sword cultivator. Taking a deep breath, the bookworm approached him, extending congratulations. Congratulations. Such rapid progress is remarkable, and even better. Your foundation is solid. With this pace, you may reach the golden threshold realm within a century. Gumin chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. The bookworm continued. The sword cultivator you have been corresponding with must also be a grandmaster of swordsmanship. It is a mystery which esteemed individual in the Guajian pavilion possesses such a magnanimous spirit. Gu Min acknowledged the statement, sensing the underlying message, and awaited the bookworm's further elaboration. Centuries ago, Jinren Wanyun had slain a swordsman from the Guajian pavilion who coveted Dishan. Following Jinren Wanyun's departure from the mortal realm, the Guajian pavilion sent envoys to Dishan to demonstrate their prowess, solidifying the enmity between the two sections. However, as Dishan's fortunes declined, many events were forgotten or unresolved. Gu Min was taken aback. Such matters had never been disclosed to him before. Had he known, he might not have formed a friendship with Su Su back in the small town, let alone consider writing to the Guajian pavilion. Yet, Gu Min was unaware that the elder corresponding with him was likely aware of these historical grievances, but responded with such thoroughness that it reflected their noble character. One could glean much from a mere glimpse. Through Su Su and this elder, it was evident how the Guajian pavilion currently stood. Gu Min concluded, "It is better to resolve the past grievances than to let them linger." The bookworm smiled knowingly, but said nothing further, as both he and Gu Min understood that while speaking of resolving old grudges was easy, the execution was fraught with difficulty. Gu Min did not dwell too much on the matter. Instead, he swiftly composed another letter to Yingdu, this time expressing gratitude towards the esteemed swordsmanship elder. Gazing at the distant flying sword, Gu Min appeared contemplative. The flying sword returned to Yingdu, where the venerable Gu Daojin Ren, upon reading the missive, did not hasten to respond. The leader of Yingdu, with a subtle movement, transformed into a beam of sword light, appearing before Su Su's secluded abode. The elder in the ragged robe had already awaited for a considerable time. Upon seeing Gu Daojin Ren arrive and bowing in respect, he noticed the letter in the elder's hand and chuckled softly. "Master, you truly seem invested. How many letters have flown back and forth?" Gu Daojin Ren pondered for a moment and replied, "At least 80. The ragged elder remarked, "It appears you have taken quite a liking to that youth. However, he is already a disciple of Dishan. There are still several promising new disciples on the mountain. Why not take one as your apprentice to inherit Guajian in the future?" Gu Daojin Ren had been the leader of Guajian for many years, yet he had never taken on a disciple. When Su Su ascended the mountain, many believed the leader would forcibly accept him as an apprentice due to his status. Yet in the end, it was left for Su Su to choose. With Su Su as a disciple, Guajian naturally had future plans. "Whether or not I take on an apprentice matters little. I indeed have a fondness for that youth." The ragged elder smiled and spoke. "Master S' heart is undoubtedly vast." Before he finished speaking, a wave of energy surged from the cave, and the ragged elder exclaimed in excitement, "It is done. Su Su has broken through." Gu Daojin Ren smiled and nodded, glancing at the letter in his hand, softly remarking, "It is indeed the same day." Chapter 72. The night of the imperial city, only Gu Daojin Ren knew of the coincidence that two young swordsmanship prodigies would break through on the same day. As he observed the dissipating energy from the cave, the leader of Guajian quietly departed to pen a reply, not only to Gu Min. Correspondence from the imperial capital had long since arrived, yet Gu Daojin Ren had refrained from providing a definitive response. He was a man of utmost caution and prudence. Before Su Su entered the third realm, he could not offer others too many commitments. Nevertheless, a journey to the imperial capital was inevitable, thus he needed to choose wisely. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Gu Daojin Ren first penned a response to Gu Min before selecting another letter from the few on his desk and solemnly drafting a reply. Both letters comprised merely a handful of words, nothing excessive. The two missives lay on the table, awaiting the ink to dry. Shortly thereafter, Gu Daojin Ren sealed the letters, and with a casual gesture, a flying sword whisked them away. He then gazed at the other letter for a protracted period before sighing. Subsequently, another flying sword carried this letter away as well. The two letters, like beams of sword light, journeyed to different destinations. One arrived at Dishan, where Gu Min, after reading it, solemnly bowed in gratitude towards the distance, thanking the elder. The other letter reached the imperial capital, where the flying sword pierced through the towering city walls. Several armored guards stationed on the city tower furrowed their brows. intending to intercept it, for this was the imperial capital, and not everything could freely enter. However, they were soon halted by a general. The general stated, given this aura, it must be a communication from Yingdu. They maintain close ties with several princes, so it is likely destined for one of their residences. There is no need to stop it. The guards bowed and retreated, leaving only a subordinate officer who lingered, inquiring, General, which side do you think Yingdu will support? The general frowned, replying, is this a matter for you to inquire about? Attend to your duties. Whether you can ever leave this tower is uncertain. Worrying over such matters serves no purpose. The subordinate officer smiled ruefully, falling silent and stepping back. The general pondered thoughtfully as he watched the citizens entering and exiting the city below. The sword light persisted, albeit at a slower pace than before. Yet it did not take long to arrive at a courtyard within the city. A middle-aged steward had awaited here for several days. Upon seeing the beam of sword light, his face lit up with excitement. As the flying sword landed in the courtyard, he eagerly retrieved the letter, rushing inside while calling out, Your Highness, Your Highness. A letter from Yingdu has arrived. Su of Yingdu was the individual most favored by His Majesty after the imperial decree was set forth. And he was not alone. He had the backing of Yingdu. In the study, as the steward approached, a young man adorned in noble attire exhibited a hint of joy in his eyes, though he remained composed. Receiving the letter, the prince promptly ordered, Send all the treasured swords in the estate to Yingdu immediately. The steward, after acknowledging the command, cautiously inquired, Your Highness, Yingdu is among the top 3 great sword sects. They likely possess an abundance of swords. The swords in our estate may not be to their liking. The young prince retorted, What do you know? Su is a natural swordsman. What he desires most is not an extraordinary sword, but one that resonates with his spirit. If he finds the sword he seeks before the emperor's trial, his combat prowess will be incomparable to what it is now. The young prince's expression was one of irritation. Though he was not truly angry, the steward dared not speak further, retreating to ensure the swords would be delivered without delay. Determined to fulfill his duty today and avoid any mishaps. The lives of servants are ultimately of little worth, no matter how favored they are by their masters. If they fail in their tasks, they must face dire consequences. The steward understood this well, and as the sun set, a cart laden with numerous famed swords, pulled by exotic beasts, made its way to the city gate. The gate guards inspected the cart, and, recognizing it as property of a certain imperial residence, did not inquire further. After handing back the credentials, they stepped aside. The guards at the 4 city gates of the imperial capital were profound cultivators, unwaveringly loyal to the emperor, thus refraining from displaying favoritism towards any prince. Who would rule the future Dachi remained uncertain. Yet the current ruler was well known to all. The Dachi emperor, seated upon his throne, would never permit anyone to undermine his authority, even if that person were his own son. As the cart gradually vanished from the guard's sight, they collected their thoughts, and the one in command spoke, Close the gates. The guards silently moved to shut the gates, when suddenly, a loud voice echoed from a distance. Do not close the gates. I am ordered to exit the city. As the sound of galloping hooves grew louder, several riders approached from the long street, each clad in bright yellow armor, unmistakably the garb of the imperial guards. The leader of the group tossed an object, which the guard caught. Upon inspecting it, he recognized the identity of the messenger, and thus raised his arm. The gates did not close. Instead, they were opened once more, allowing the riders to rush outward, quickly disappearing from sight. The emperor within the imperial city rarely left the capital. In fact, his instances of departing the palace were minimal. Yet he managed to maintain control over the entire dynasty. In addition to being a formidable cultivator himself, he relied on the unwavering loyalty of countless subjects. Subservience often stems from fear, yet such allegiance is fleeting. Only trust can foster lasting loyalty. The Dachi emperor exemplified this principle. As the imperial guards rode forth with his decree, the palace resumed its usual bustling activity. The old eunuchs, young eunuchs, and palace maids hurried to relay the information they possessed to those who ought to be informed. Behind that very tree, the young eunuch received another note. He looked at the old eunuch and said, Old ancestor, you need not elaborate. Your son knows what to do. The elderly eunuch, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly and spoke in an almost inaudible voice. This matter is no longer urgent. His Majesty's imperial guards have already left the palace. Just convey the message. It matters little whether His Highness learns of it sooner or later. The young eunuch remained silent, as was his custom, placing the note into the lantern and hastily running toward a certain destination. In the cloak of night, he carried the lantern. Moving at a brisk pace along a path he had traversed countless times, fully aware of what lay ahead. Upon reaching a corner where tranquility reigned, the young eunuch reflected that on ordinary days, the sounds of meowing cats would fill the air, yet tonight, silence prevailed. Perhaps the nobleman's cat had found its favorite companion? He chuckled to himself, realizing that even a cat could seek a partner, while they, who were not quite men, were not entitled to such musings. Despite having long since dismissed such thoughts, he felt a lingering emptiness in his heart. Shaking his hand to cast away these trivial concerns, he resumed his hurried steps, only to come to an abrupt halt. Before him, at an indeterminate moment, a dark figure had materialized. The figure was imposing, resembling a black mountain in the night, and merely sensing its presence instilled a feeling of insurmountability. Clad in a black robe, the figure stood not far from the young eunuch, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the young eunuch's forehead, splattering on the ground like shattered glass. He felt as though he had plunged into an endless abyss, enveloped by a wave of profound dread. With a sudden crack, he fell to his knees, bowing his forehead to the ground, trembling as he whispered, "Salutations, Your Majesty." In this imperial palace, the only one capable of invoking such terror was the sovereign he had yet to be fortunate enough to behold, the Emperor of Dynasty, the ruler of the entire realm. The shadow remained silent, standing still for a moment before slowly making its way along the palace path, moving with an unusual slowness, as if burdened by an immense weight. Chapter 73. Regularity. The young eunuch listened intently to the sound of footsteps, his heart racing ever faster. The Emperor of Dynasty had uttered not a single word. Trembling, he raised his gaze to the departing figure of His Majesty, and after a moment, he struggled to rise, pounding his legs for a moment. He abandoned the task of delivering the message and instead followed closely behind the emperor. As he drew nearer, the young eunuch could faintly discern the emperor's black imperial robe adorned with a vividly embroidered five-clawed golden dragon, crafted from the finest gold thread by the palace seamstresses over the course of an entire year. There were 9 such robes, symbolizing the emperor's supreme status of 9-5. The young eunuch, lantern in hand, silently trailed the Emperor of Dynasty, gambling on whether this ruler, whose words could alter his fate, might take notice of him. A mere wretch of fragile existence. Just a glance would suffice. The imperial city was vast, and with his limited experience, he pondered how many days it might take to reach the grand hall step by step. Perhaps even a lifetime would not suffice. Thus, encountering His Majesty felt like a golden opportunity. Regrettably, the emperor, rarely stepping out of the grand hall, showed no inclination to engage in conversation. Walking in silence until he arrived at the lakeside, the moonlight danced upon the water, creating a breathtaking scene. The young eunuch turned to admire the beauty but dared not relax his vigilance, stopping when the emperor paused at the railing. A prolonged silence ensued. He had resolved that should the emperor inquire, he would reveal all the sordid affairs of the palace without reservation. He harbored no concerns that His Majesty might view him unfavorably for his actions, for there was but one master in the imperial city, and only one in Nanling. Time trickled by, and as he observed the emperor remain still and silent, the young eunuch knelt once more, bowing his head in reverence, and declared through gritted teeth, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." The decree from the Emperor of Dynasty pertained to the realm of cultivation. In Nanling, the Dynasty dynasty stood as the paramount sect. The trial of the princes, while a royal affair on a small scale, was significant to the entirety of Nanling. Thus, it was entirely normal for this matter to be announced to all practitioners in Nanling. In due course, those chosen by the princes would come forth, and various sects would send their cultivators to witness the event. Although the outcome of the trials did not guarantee the designation of a crown prince by the emperor, it remained a matter of great importance. The princes received word before dawn, and letters were dispatched from their residences to various destinations. Once the contents of the decree were made public, the imperial capital would indeed buzz with activity, though for now, the scope remained limited. The eldest prince had been seated at his desk for quite some time, contemplating the news he had received earlier, and softly inquired, why his father chosen to hold it at the end of autumn. The steward, present all along, pondered this question and replied, "Perhaps it is because His Majesty finds the autumn weather refreshing?" The eldest prince did not need to think long to discern the absurdity of this explanation. Fool, he thought. His Majesty imbues every action with profound significance. How could it simply be due to such a triviality? The steward lowered his head, acknowledging his error. Rising from his seat, the eldest prince began to pace the room, and after a lengthy period, he finally asked, "Have any prominent figures departed the imperial capital recently?" In the bustling city of Xiancheng, home to countless ministers, generals, royal relatives, and dignitaries, few could genuinely be considered significant figures. The steward furrowed his brow and replied, "In recent days, several generals have indeed left the capital, but that was due to military orders and routine border rotations. It should not be a matter of great concern. Aside from that, a few minor officials who offended the court have been exiled, but they are not noteworthy figures. His Majesty is unlikely to be troubled by such matters." The eldest prince's brow knitted tightly. He understood that these individuals, even if they were to perish outside the capital, would not provoke even the slightest change in his father's demeanor. What of the three dukes? The eldest prince suddenly recalled something and inquired abruptly. The steward was taken aback, then responded, "The Grand Mentor visited the Imperial Academy 3 days ago to give a lecture, while the Grand Tutor taught His Highness just yesterday. As for the Grand Chancellor, it seems he has not been seen for quite some time." Grand Chancellor Gu Bai was the most leisurely of the three dukes. As one of the three, he had no duties beyond presiding over grand ceremonies like the Heaven Sacrifice. Thus, it was common to see the Grand Mentor in places like Chongwen Tower and the Imperial Academy, while the Grand Tutor frequently visited the palace. However, if one were to seek the Grand Chancellor, they might find him in a small tavern, enjoying a drink. Grand Chancellor Gu Bai relished the pursuit of obscure taverns in the capital that had long been established, serving fine wines yet remaining unrecognized. If the citizens of the capital were fortunate, they might catch a glimpse of him without actively searching. Yet, if one truly sought him, they could turn the entire city upside down without success. His whereabouts were elusive and difficult to pin down. The prince's trials required the Grand Chancellor's oversight, and if he was absent from the capital, then his father had chosen the end of autumn to await his return. A glimmer of insight flashed in the eldest prince's eyes as he commanded, "Quickly investigate. Report back immediately. If it is confirmed that the Grand Chancellor is indeed not in the capital, find out where he has gone." The steward received the command and promptly withdrew. Once the steward was gone, the eldest prince returned to the window, his eyes brimming with both confusion and anticipation. The imperial decree from the Deqi Emperor was delivered by the Imperial Guard to various major sections. Having fallen into decline for many years, Dishan was not qualified to receive it. However, the Yu Prince had also sent a letter. Consequently, Dishan could still stay abreast of events in the imperial capital. Accompanying the Yu Prince's letter were numerous items related to cultivation. Compared to other practitioners, sword cultivators required far fewer essentials. Aside from a single sword, a sword manual, and a sword technique, there was little else of necessity. Nonetheless, the treasures sent by the Yu Prince were indeed lacking in Dishan, particularly items that could help stabilize the minds of young disciples who had just embarked on their cultivation journey. Such items were, in fact, quite significant. Had Gu Min possessed them in the past, they could have aided him during moments of difficulty in his practice. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to navigate the early stages of his cultivation without any guidance from sword predecessors, although the items sent were of no immediate use. Should Dishan rise to prominence in the future, they would prove invaluable as many would seek to join the sect. What is deemed useless now may hold promise for the future. Having received such a grand gift, whether out of feigned emotion or genuine intent, it was essential to reply with a letter. Gu Min picked up a brush and wrote a few words, then rubbed his forehead and exited the bamboo building. He wandered about the mountain, contemplating the trials of late autumn, which were approximately 6 months away, uncertain of what actions to take. The Sword Path elder from Gue Jinggu had explicitly stated not to write any letters before the trials concluded, leaving Gu Min without his esteemed mentor in the sword. The Yu Prince had also advised him to focus on his cultivation, striving to advance further in his realm. Yet Gu Min was acutely aware that now was not the time to relentlessly pursue elevation in his level. Suddenly, he noticed the fish, the shad, leaping from the river and soaring through the sky. Reflecting on an event from 2 years prior, an idea took root in his mind. He approached the riverbank, leaned down, and observed the shad in the water. As one attempted to leap from the surface, he instinctively reached out with both hands to grasp its fins. Just as he began to feel elated, a powerful force surged forth, and the shad's tail struck him squarely in the face with a resounding slap. Gu Min tumbled into the river. At that moment, he could hardly attend to the sharp sting on his cheek as he beheld the numerous shad in the water. Sensing their wrath, he managed to force a grim smile, attempting to convey that he was merely jesting and had no intention of harming them. The next moment, the shad swam toward him. A scream erupted from his lips. "Ah, the Nicngio one of the Chaoyang Temple Master."